But I've never seen him play that badly.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down and goal at the Eagle 6. Tailback is Dowdle.
And it's Elliot. Hand off to Elliot. He fumbled the ball in the end zone, and it's recovered by the Eagles. Wow. For a touchback.
Brad Champagne Laufenberg with the call of another, home embarrassment here on DFW Sports Station. Good morning, Metroplex, and happy Veterans Day. I thought that the roads were going to be empty.
Oh.
They're not.
No. That was the most traffic I've ever seen at 5 a.m. That was...
Right?
Yeah. That was quite... It didn't take me much longer to get here, but I was weaving. I don't sit behind, but I was weaving around. And I was the idiot today that changed lanes to just to change right back.
Oh, you were that guy, the Office Space guy.
Yeah, just completely go. I was like, all right, I got to get away from these idiots.
Well, happy Veterans Day, and thank you to everyone that served. You know our show motto, Misery Loves Company, so we are glad you were out there on the roads with us as the Dallas Cowboys are a laughing stock yet again, especially at home with the beatdown against Filthy. Bobby, what was it like in the stadium? When did they start filing out? There was an overhead shot, and Amanda said, "Oh, why do they have to show that? Why do they have to do the home crowd like that?" As they were filing out, and then you were talking about the Miller Lite Club for the Post being as empty as you can ever remember.
Yeah, the home crowd. First off, that's a generous way to call what felt like a 50-50 Eagles crowd yesterday. No, there was I was taking the elevator downstairs at one point, and Chris Wells, our buddy who has come out to the Firehouse tours before and runs the elevator there at AT&T Stadium, he was like, yeah, usually I'd say, you're going to have a load of people in here. He's like, but it's felt like every time since the third quarter the doors have opened, it's been full. So he's like, people have been just departing early today. But yeah, Miller Lite Club was, after a loss, obviously people who pay a lot of money and hang out down in the Miller Lite Club and have access to those, even after a loss, they generally hang around and they're having drinks and hanging out and socializing. It was as empty post-game as I've ever seen. It was probably, I don't know. I mean, I felt like for the first time ever, I could stand up on a chair and probably do a head count manually of how many people were in there.
And you felt inspired to go live on Instagram last night? Were you just worked up?
I was just worked up. I just, I had seen enough. I had seen enough of what.
At what point did you hit record? At what point in the game?
It was right after they brought Trey in to do a handoff, just to bring Cooper right back in to throw a 2-yard pass on 2nd and 16.
My gosh!
It was at that moment I was like, oh, I gotta say something about this, because I was getting it didn't do anything for me.
What's your point?
That whole thing, at that point, play Trey Lance at that point.
That was an embarrassing sequence.
It was. It really was.
The offense was embarrassing. Cooper Rush was putrid. Mike McCarthy. I thought of Jesse Holley for a second yesterday, because Jesse has always said that the offensive play calling changed when Jason Garrett took over. He's convinced of it. You'll never be able to talk him out of it. And I was just thinking, like, is Mike McCarthy... The play calling was so terrible. It was so putrid. It was so unexplainable and inexplicable. If they had Brian Schottenheimer take over the plays like Broadus was suggesting in the post game that you heard right here on the Snacks, it would not surprise me if we had a totally different offense and it looked like Mike, and we found out Mike with a Jesse Holley type accusation was holding something back. That's the only thing I can think of.
Mike was sabotaging himself to get out of here.
Yeah, I could see that.
For 2.5 yards of play. 2.5 yards of play offensively. Wow. Then you have the Trey Lance joke that became, where they were trying to show off a fancy package for Trey. The Zeke fumble, many argued, I think including Bobby, that was the moment where they lost the game. And then CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jones, the son, and everything afterwards. What a mess.
I love that the unique schematic package they had for Trey Lance was a read option. I love that it was...
That whole move and everything, it felt so Stone Age. It felt so old. It felt like, all right, let's just get this check off the list to appease Jerry, because he's been going on KMC Masterpiece. He briefly mentioned it to us. I'm sure he's been telling all of his friends. No, there's going to be some Trey Lance action. Mike McCarthy not happy with Tracy Wolfson, interviewing him about that, coming out for the third quarter after halftime. The whole thing just felt embarrassing. It felt off. It felt old. And it's all right, now we're just going to go right back to Cooper Rush. And that moment right there, Bobby, just gave me all the icks. It made my skin crawl. It really did.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand what it was that their philosophy was yesterday. The lowest air yards per completion in the NFL yesterday was Cooper Rush at 0.9 air yards per completion, which is way below anybody else.
You talking about for the week or the season?
For the week. I don't. It may be the lowest for the season, but that was just at least for the week. But he also yesterday there were still like 6. Everything was either behind the line of scrimmage or then he threw 6 passes that were 30 yards down the field, and he didn't complete any of them. I think he was 0 for 7 yesterday on things over 10 yards. But just some of the play calling was bizarre, and the random swap in Trey Lance. You think, oh, this is it. Cooper Rush to the bench, and then it's like, oh nope, he's coming right back out. Oh nope, he's going back out now. This will actually be next drive will be when Trey Lance takes over. It just seems like a team that, for all the time they had to think about this and all the talk of like, well, we're so prepared for this situation given, we've had to play Cooper Rush before and we know what to expect, everything else. It felt like a team that was completely unprepared and was like, we don't know what to do now that Dak's out. We don't know how to structure any of this.
Todd Archer with the note that everyone is using. The Cowboys, RJ, have been outscored by 94 points at home this season. The 6th worst mark by any team through 4 games in the Super Bowl era, and 20 points worse than any team during that time since 1966. All the home games, they have been down by at least 20 points going back to the Green Bay playoff game.
It's depressing.
There's a list of things for this season that will probably never happen again in terms of all-time bad that they're setting. Their play at home, some of the rush yards given up. I'm just going off the top of my head. I haven't even started to make that depressing list. The offense yesterday with 2.5 yards per attempt. The margins of loss. There are things happening within this season. It's not just one all-time bad thing. There's multiple. There's a laundry list of it. And it feels like, really, Jerry Jones is out there by himself trying to hold it together. It feels like Jerry Jones' optimism, glass half full, is out there by himself. He's the only one. He's the only one still at the bar drinking. Everyone else is in the valet waiting for their car to pick them up.
I don't really know who to feel worse for. Like the fans who, watch the game because they can't necessarily afford to go to the games, or the fans that have already spent their money on season tickets.
Yeah.
And they probably have money, but that money's gone. Like they're stuck. The fans at home can just turn the game off. They can just turn it. The ones that pay to go to the game, you're not leaving. I mean, you might leave late in the third quarter or whatever, but you're still going to go. You got to feel the fans are just taking it on the chin this year.
I had a friend, a listener to the show, Jason Kippa, messaged me over the weekend, said that he was trying to offload his Cowboys tickets, and eventually he just had to give them away because they weren't selling.
And that's the thing. You're like, well, stop filling the seats. Well, you're going to sell those tickets to someone else who wants to sit in the seat.
Yeah, there's people that haven't gone to a game. I mean, you saw the video yesterday when the doors opened up, everyone sprinted. And it happens every game. There's a video every game of the fans when they first open the gates, and they just sprint to the party pass area. Those seats, people would love to go to those games.
Shout out to the early morning Tolos. Eric Chiafalo is up tweeting. We have Lane. We have the great Jay Ochoa, Steven. And I appreciate the sentiment from those saying, in years past, we would turn it off and not listen to any coverage. But let's make fun of them and mock them together. It's no longer misery. It's a little sick enjoyment. And yesterday, after what they did with Trey Lance in for a couple plays and then back and forth, I finally tweeted out, and I'm doing this every single week. All right, pour it on. I'm ready. I am ready for Philadelphia to go ahead and pour it on, let Kellen Moore get into his bag of tricks and make this as ugly as possible for Jerry Jones to be as uncomfortable as possible, like he was in the post game when he was asked, is this the most frustrated you've been with this team?
Well, I just am frustrated like everybody else is, but since I had a lot to do with what we're seeing, then it's the proper frustration as far as I'm concerned, that we're just not playing in a way, especially when you play a team that is the caliber of teams that we're playing out here. And Philadelphia is a high caliber team, and we're not up to them. And that's troubling. And we've got to look at all the things that have happened. But I'll just say this right now, 5 turnovers over the last 2 games. And I don't know what we're drinking in the third quarter as we come out, but it's not working.
The minus 46-point differential in the third quarter, worse than the NFL, got even worse yesterday. They were outscored 14-0. Jim Nantz is like, mercifully, this third quarter is coming to an end. They couldn't get to the promotion of Chiefs-Bills fast enough or enough times. That's all they wanted to get to in the fourth quarter. I wonder if there's a point where Nantz, Romo, Tom Brady, Burkhardt, they go to their executives. Yesterday, everyone was begging for TV executives to get the Cowboys out of their standalone setup. Don't leave them in prime time. Don't leave them as your big afternoon game. All noon kickoffs, please. We beg of you.
We all joke about the Corey Majors drop of, are you embarrassed?
Yeah.
But, like, there does reach a point where I was sitting there last night talking to someone. I was like, at what point does this embarrass him so bad that he, like, something just has to be shaken up? And at what point, and it doesn't even have to be this year, but I wonder if in his head he's thinking, like, something's got to change this offseason. Like, I got to rattle cages. I got to do something different.
Well, it is going to change this offseason.
Yeah. Not just with the head coach. I mean, like, a mass change.
He's going to fire himself?
I'm talking about, like, overhauling the entire staff and just purging certain, like, players and saying, nope, we need to reset here. We need to do this. Archer had the note yesterday, too. This was the other note he had yesterday. For the first time in NFL history, a team has trailed by 20 or more points in 5 straight home games, including the playoffs. Cowboys are the first team in history to do that. That's pathetic. Doesn't that upset you? Like, if you're Jerry Jones, doesn't that make you say,
he is pissed.
What have I done? And to his credit, he said there, like, I'm responsible for a lot of what I put out there.
He's been trying, I think, since our incident, to take a little bit more ownership, where people are blaming him and pointing the finger. He's trying to throw himself under one of the tires.
He's trying, and look, I mean, but he's at the end of the day,
then the sun comes
he's still
up.
He's still gonna be the GM, in name, whatever. He's still gonna run the organization the same way they do, and they don't have a ton of cap room next year. So it's not going to spend.
Is this rock bottom?
No, but you can see it from here. You can see it from where you are. Rock bottom might be getting embarrassed by an in-state Houston team. That might tick Jerry off more than this.
Rock bottom might be 3 weeks from now.
Giants.
If you lose to the Giants at home on Thanksgiving, that would be the time where no matter what Jerry has said about, I'll never do this or I'll never do that again, that might be the time where he says, I'm blowing people out in the middle of the season. I'm not doing this.
Let's hear from the DMW, the dead man walking, Mike McCarthy, on what that was.
The 15-play drive and then turning the ball over. That was definitely a gut shot for us. But that's the game that I was trying to play. We had some shots down the field. But yeah, we didn't run it good enough, and we obviously didn't pass protect good enough. We didn't throw good enough. I didn't call plays good enough. But I'm not going to sugarcoat this. You can't win not taking care of the damn ball. I mean, you can't sugarcoat that anyway. 5 turnovers. It's unacceptable.
And then Zeke goes out for the very next carry.
Look,
the very next
accountability, people.
It's funny. It's
Rico had 50 in the first half. He ended up with 53.
It's funny because the same. So we had a flag football game on Saturday night, and Julian drops a pass right in his hands, 4th down. Very next play, they went right back to him. That's what good coaching is, right? You go right back to him.
Well, if they're a good player and someone who
Zeke's different. Zeke is. I mean, he's a washed guy, right? He's a washed guy. Yeah. So like that's what you want. You want that kind of leadership from your team, from coaching. But Zeke's the wrong guy to do that with.
What's the more? In his second year, third year, fourth year, yes.
Yeah.
You're our guy. You're the bell cow.
Absolutely.
We're going to go right back. What's the more laughable stat? 5 turnovers, 6 points, or having more plays than passing yards? 48-46, 6 versus 5.
Oh, more plays than passing yards. That's bad. That's bad. You should be able to luck your way into 100 passing yards in every NFL game.
Oh, yeah. No, this is, I looked it up last night. This is the second time in NFL history that a team's completed at least 17 passes and finished with fewer than 50 net passing yards. The other time was 3 weeks ago by the Giants, also against the Eagles. So maybe the Eagles are the best defense of all time is what we're looking at.
We got to start keeping a running list of these. It's going to be a long. I thought my list of House of Cards problems for this team throughout the year was going to be long. All-time bad records that they have set is at least twice as long. Let's get to Star Down. Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. Star up, star down. If you have any positive, it's your Cowboys report card at 877-881-1053 next.
After we
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on the 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Pistol formation as the Cowboys start at the 20, coming left to right. Dowdle behind Rush, who bobbles the snap. Scrum for it. Eagles got it. Cooper Rush bobbled the snap, and Milton Williams, the defensive end, beat him to the ball.
We have 700 watching on the YouTube, fan cam, and Twitch. I suggest that number get to 800 because RJ Choppy has just taken over the 6 a.m. club with a little prop that he was saving that I did not see to kick off the show. He's wearing it now for Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL. Let's see how much that blocks your sound quality.
It's a good question. Is it blocking it at all?
I think it's a little. I think it's good enough.
Okay, good, because I can't see the microphone. I don't know if it's in front of my mouth or not. But there we go.
Where did you get that, and when did you decide to be inspired to wear it?
Well, last night watching the game, and I saw on social media now
you've worn like two types of bags in the last couple of weeks, Halloween and now this.
That's right, absolutely. The Halloween trash bag, of course, and then this one. But I was like looking for I was looking for the bag last night, and I was like, we don't have any of these things. I had to find one. I found finally. I was digging through the pantry, trying to find a bag, but. I just don't have a slogan. I can't put ain'ts. That doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
They're not the Saints. I need a slogan to write on the paper bag, but this is about where we are.
This is a big jump for him too, because we all know how much he hates masks. So for him to put that on, my goodness, that's a big deal for him.
Plus, I've got to pick my nose right now, and it's hard to do with this thing on.
RJ Choppy with the paper bag over the face, and we saw a few more of those at home with a Sell Jerry, and that got back to him. Woo! Things would get even worse Tuesday mornings at 8:30, but RJ Choppy represent. Did you just take the sip of the coffee?
Oh, it was I tried to.
Yeah.
Didn't work.
Muscle memory. All right, so there's RJ representing. Let's see how long he can go with that. Y'all get some screenshots and send it to us so we can send it back out on social media. RJ Choppy representing the feeling of the Cowboy fans with a brown paper bag over the dome. Star down. And I'll start with the highlight there that you heard on this radio station. If you listened to it live yesterday, Cooper Rush. The fumbled snap to start off with, out of the shotgun. Eagles ball on the 17-yard line. He was high to Tolbert, 3rd and 10. He skipped one to Hunter Lipke. At one point, he was 8 of 17 for 36 yards, 0 for 5 on passes over 10 yards. Bobby had the note that CeeDee Lamb had 13 yards on 7 targets in the first half. Cooper then, 10 of 19 for 38. 2 yards per attempt. Did you find the note on whether that was the worst in the league this season?
It is. The completed air yards per attempt was 0.9 yards, and that is the worst figure in the NFL by about half a yard.
He underthrew CeeDee Lamb, and he had Slay beat in the third quarter. The stats, courtesy of Bobby Belt, on 10-plus air yards for Cooper Rush yesterday. 0 for 6, 0 for 9 with the air yards, 7 for 10 negative air yards, 5 for 6. These are the hideous, ugly numbers that came out of the right arm of Cooper Rush. And Choppy texted the group yesterday and said, I don't remember him being this bad a couple of years ago, because he wasn't. The Cowboys weren't winning 4 or 5 games by throwing for 50 or 60 yards. Now, you weren't getting any 300s in there, but you had games over 200 yards for Cooper. He was not just someone that was breathing with a pulse out there to take the snaps. He made a couple of plays in every single game, and none of that came close to even happening yesterday.
There are 2 kinds of backups. You
just hear him talk through that bag.
You have the backups that manage the game.
You just got the YouTube to jump by 220 people. We're almost at 1,000. Nice. Started the segment at 700.
See how long I can go with this. You can't. You have quarterbacks that are backups that manage the game, and then ones that cost you the game, like that you just can't do anything with.
Yeah,
Cooper was somebody that could manage the game.
Yep.
2 years ago. Yesterday, you couldn't do anything with him. Not only like it's like he had never thrown a football before. Like he didn't warm up. I mean, he was skipping rocks. He was out there like Donovan McNabb, late Donovan, like Washington Commanders Donovan, where he's out there just skipping it everywhere. Like none of those passes were even remotely. Those are non-competitive passes.
Cooper, what the heck was that, dude?
Yeah, just didn't play well enough. We ran it well in the first half. We just didn't capitalize sometimes down there in the red zone. A couple good long drives. Defense gets a turnover, and we don't capitalize. And it can snowball fast when you don't take care of the ball as well. Like you said earlier, spotted them one early in the first quarter, and then going in the end zone. So turnovers will always kill you. And we had a chance with the defense playing well and to overcome those, come out of the halftime, and we just didn't.
No, he sounds exactly like he played lifeless and asleep. During the 4-game winning streak in 2022, he did not turn it over once with interceptions. He threw for 235, 215, 223, and then 102 before losing to Filthy with 181 yards and 3 interceptions.
Yeah, the raw QBR yesterday was the second worst in the NFL. Not the worst. The worst was Mac Jones. But Cooper Rush's raw QBR yesterday was 14.9. Which is just brutal. I mean, it was an awful performance from Cooper Rush. He couldn't do anything in terms of completely inaccurate. I think it was the first third down throw he had where you saw, all right, there's the lack of arm strength. He just couldn't get the ball to CeeDee Lamb. And there were a couple different times where you saw, all right, he's having trouble getting the ball there. But I mean, this is maybe what you'd expect it would look like, where even with Dak in there, they looked as awful as they did. You put Cooper Rush in there and it's going to look worse. It's just, man, the decision to start Rush looks really bad right now.
Well, yeah, it does after the game, but I would fight anyone for the purposes of trying to win a couple of games until you're totally, completely out of it. 4-1 has to count for something a couple of years ago.
Sure.
It has to count for something. Start Cooper Rush, but my next star down is for Mike McCarthy and his offense and his play calling.
First down now from the 42. Almost messed up the handoff. Lance pulls it back. The ball is caught by Ferguson and fumbled. Picked up by the Eagles and run down the left sideline by Blankenship.
All right, now for the play calling for Big Mike. CeeDee Lamb screens, that freaking reverse to Lamb that they act like no one has seen on tape.
They do it every week.
My God, the same thing. Run some type of action off of it, or at least Bones Fossil said, all right, maybe we'll do something different with Turpin and these fake reverses. Maybe we'll do something. Just do something different. Rico on 3rd and goal. That had the AT&T Stadium crowd pissed off. No gain of 8 the first 19 plays, 47 yards, no gain of 8 or more yards. Nance kept saying that. Again, your first 19 plays, 47 yards, no gain of 8 or more. And then nothing was worse than opening the third quarter and the 2 straight back-to-back plays to Rico and Tolbert. 2 throws for 2 yards, well short of the sticks, not even trying to get close to the first down marker. And it felt like an absolute give up. It felt like an absolute give up right there. Like Mike McCarthy's trying to make Cooper rush it like he is. I'm not accusing him. But it's so bad. It's like he's trying to make Cooper's numbers so terrible that other evaluators throughout the league give him a head coaching opportunity after this to say, well, you didn't have your starter. I mean, this is how bad the drop-off is.
Yeah, you won 12 games 3 years in a row, then everything went to hell this one year, and you lose your quarterback, and
chaos.
So bad.
Yes.
I just don't understand.
I didn't think his play calling, I didn't think I could be more critical of McCarthy after last week. I think this was worse. I think this was worse in terms of what they were trying to do out there.
Yeah, I mean,
then to not even want to dial it up a little bit more with Kellen on the other side, like that straight up one-on-one matchup on the other side. No, he dialed it back.
Look, I mean, and
I don't get into. I'm sorry, I'm keep interrupting. My mind is just it's.
You're
frazzled.
blown away.
I'm blown away. I don't even remember what I was going to say.
That actually, if he is like trying to look worse, that actually would be next level. That would be next level sabotage. You don't actually see that ever happen. Like, I'm going to look so bad that people are going to give me pity jobs.
I remember what I was going to say. I don't really get into play calling and criticizing and all that stuff. I'm not going to pretend to be X's and O's guy and break things down of this is the zone coverage and zero blitz and this is what they're seeing, and then people playing cover zero, people going in and playing too deep. I don't try to act like I'm seeing all that stuff. I rely on our scouts, especially after watching the film, like Post Hunt Clarity tomorrow at 7:20. But there are some times where it's so obvious and it jumps off the screen or jumps through the radio. That was how bad that was yesterday for McCarthy and his offense.
It was brutal because it didn't look like you were having trouble running the ball. Like, it looked like you actually could have gotten the ground game going, and they moved away from that really quickly. And even in a game where, this was technically still a one-possession game going into halftime because, obviously with a 2-point conversion, but it's 14-6 at halftime. Don't tell me about all these circumstances where you can't run the ball because you got these blocks. You were moving the ball somewhat effectively with Rico Dowdle early yesterday, and you decided, all right, you know what? Let's get away from that. Let's try these, negative 6-yard screen passes, and let's try random 30-yard shots down the field every 5 or 6 throws. It was just brutal.
They were running it so well with Rico. They had a 3rd and goal run from the 3.
That was that I lost my mind.
The Micah forced fumble. I think you have 1st and goal on the 6. Yeah. Look at RJ's eyes are up to over 1,000 now on Twitch and YouTube. But Choppy, they ran that 3rd and goal from the 3, and Arlington lost their minds out there.
I don't know how you didn't lose your mind on that one. That was absurd. 3rd and goal that you have to score a touchdown. What do you don't have? If you had Derrick Henry, that's a bad play. If you had Derrick Henry, it's a bad play. There's a million things you could do there from 3rd and 3, including use Trey Lance and get his legs rolling.
Bam! I wrote that down in parentheses. I'm like, Trey Lance, run him,
add a dimension,
do something.
That felt like a time where, okay, you can run the Trey Lance package there, not randomly bring him in to hand off the ball on 1st down in the 3rd quarter and then go put Cooper back in it. I have no idea what their thought process was yesterday. Like I said, it didn't even feel like they had a game plan. It felt like they got in there and just went, what do you want to do now? What do you want to do here? Where do we move things now? And they just looked wholly unprepared.
Record your messages of hatred on the Odyssey app. We're going to take phone calls at some point in time. Normally it's at 6:40. Well, we had so much other chaos afterwards. We have to play that for you before you get in your calls of disgust, including CeeDee Lamb, Jerry Jones on the sun. CeeDee may need to wear what RJ is in order to protect himself from the sun. And Micah Parsons, did he absolutely roll the Cowboy bus over Mike McCarthy? Back and forth, K-Twiz, Peyton Russell, Steve Pellegrino, Davey Boy. They all have the shots on X of RJ representing all Cowboy fans. Right now we continue with Star Down, and the Cowboy audio that made things even worse next on 105.3 The Fan.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3, the fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, tush push. That's what they do. And Hurts has his 9th touchdown of the year. Sneaking right up the middle, touchdown, Philadelphia. The Cowboys, by the way, have 3 rushing touchdowns for the year. Jalen Hurts now has 9.
Oh! Brad Sham with the call. That made it 7-0, and it was actually 7-3 after the first quarter. Good morning, Metroplex. Happy Veterans Day. Thanks to all of you, as the commercial just said, here from DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. I think we're just going to unleash full calls at like 7:20. I hogged Star Down last segment, brought to you by Crown Royal. The other guys got to get in their insults. Then we got to play for you what happened with Micah Parsons and Mike McCarthy after the game. Jerry Jones, CeeDee Lamb, and the Sun. That will come up at 7. And then I think we'll go all calls, Odyssey app messages at 7:20 with a giveaway. That's all our way. We got to try to bribe you.
Hopefully it's not Cowboy tickets.
That's our way to try to keep you around at 7:20. Pay. I always text Peyton Russell off the side, trying to gauge the anger level, the calls, the YouTube viewers last night of the post game. How was it?
The callers, I mean, just a lot of the same. They're depressed. They're over the fact that this team continues to suck week after week. I mean, it looked like a preseason game out there yesterday. It really did. I mean, people were going after Jerry's job, McCarthy. You actually had one caller, I think, back McCarthy up, saying, you know what, I don't think he's the problem, which kind of blew my mind. But, people were fed up with Cooper Rush, and they really want to see Trey Lance the majority of the time, I believe. After the first few drives, it was Trey Lance season.
Are you retiring the paper bag?
Well, not yet. I got a little dizzy. Looking through the eye holes, I was getting cross-eyed pretty bad. So I'm going to be very judicious with this thing this year, or this week, today.
Right. Well, it boosted our numbers at 620, so thank you for that. Choppy, Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL.
Well, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Like the biggest star down to me is the lack of use in, not even a big star down, the lack of faith at times that they would go to Rico. You know, he had.
Whoa! You want them to run the ball more? You wanted more Rico?
Yeah, I mean, compared to Cooper Rush, I mean, he was your best offensive weapon at times.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you're going to throw the ball,
into the dirt,
short of the line of scrimmage every single time, you might as well just hand it off too.
Everything. The problem is everything starts with the quarterback, regardless of what the game is. But even more so when the quarterback's playing bad. Like literally, you can't do anything else. Mike can't call the right plays when the quarterback stinks. The receivers can't get any separation downfield. They're not going to be able to get any balls downfield because the quarterback isn't able to put the ball in their body. The only thing they were able to do the entire day, it seemed like, was run the football. That was the only thing they were able to do.
Offensively, yeah, that was it.
So we're going to go star up for Rico?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go star up for Rico.
Yeah, me too.
There's
I
maybe
Rico
3 star ups in the entire game, and he's one of them.
Rico, the Diggs interception, that was old Trayvon Ballhawk. That was freaking impressive. Jalen Hurts, first interception in his last 6 games. That was followed by what I wrote down as stinky and boring. It was a stinky and boring offensive series that ended with a 39 CeeDee Lamb screen. I got to get the screen stats on this team, if that's out there as such a thing. It's probably going to be, horizontal yards at the line of scrimmage or 1 yard behind. How many screens is this team now throwing? Micah Parsons was a force. He had the forced fumble after Zeke's return.
Overshown.
Leofau fell on it. Of course, they only got a field goal out of it. That was the first and goal at the 6 with a Zeke carry after he had fumbled it. And a lot of people were saying, because Micah's out there, that now leaves DeMarvion Overshown to have his star-ups. I forgot about Parsons' return watching Overshown early on. He got stiff-armed by Saquon, but he set up a Philly 3rd and 33 and then another Philly 3rd and 17 with the way he played.
Yeah, I mean, look, I thought actually defensively in the first half, a lot of guys were star-ups and were competing at a high level, and they were generating pass rush, and they were covering pretty well. Jalen Hurts, I think, on his first 5 dropbacks, couldn't get a pass attempt off because he either got sacked or he had to scramble or something. Like, they were covering well early on in this game. And then the biggest star down of the game that's not on offense happened, and that's Kalen Carson. Oh. Holy cow, Kalen Carson was terrible in this football game. He had 2 penalties. He had a defensive holding. He had an illegal contact. He was targeted 8 times, 6 receptions allowed, 111 yards. And it felt like Jalen Hurts was going to the line of scrimmage and just calling the play there to go, where's Carson? Where's 21? All right, there he is. Just, run a slant, run a post, do something, just run something on him, and I'm going to get you the ball. And Carson getting benched in the 3rd quarter. Like, I mean, it was, I don't know if it showed up on TV this way. It was Mike Zimmer just calling him over and be like, get over here, you sit down. Like, McQuam was going in.
It's weird who they decide to bench and who they decide not to.
Man, you had to bench him, though.
No, I know. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just saying, like, so the Zeke fumble. And again, I understand what they did. I understand why they brought him back out there and why they gave him the next handoff, right? Just forget about it, go back to it. But there are a lot of teams that would, when a guy fumbles like that, they're going to put him on the bench for a series or whatever.
Probably a young guy, though.
Probably. I think Detroit did it with Montgomery a couple of weeks ago. But then again, they have 2, premier guys, so you don't even know whether they're benching them or not.
Kalen Carson gave up 18 yards versus AJ on 3rd and 5. He was just beaten by Devontae Smith. I wrote down underthrown, incomplete because of a Micah pass rush. He was beaten, but Micah came up the middle on Hurts and really caused the incompletion. First half, targeted 6 times, 5 completions, 67 yards, a defensive holding, as Bobby said. AJ beat him for 44 in the 3rd quarter. I thought there was a ticky-tack defensive penalty on him with the Wilson touchdown drive. But yeah, the Cowboys coaches had seen enough, and they benched him.
Yeah, and I thought McQuamu was all right. Like, to me, until Bland is back, McQuamu's the guy who's getting the corner snaps now over Carson. Carson's just not good. And I do have a little bit of a concern of, are you just destroying his confidence? Because right now he does not look confident at all, which has always been one of his calling cards, is he's been very competitive and confident. And even when he, gives up a play, that he'll get right back in there and he'll fight. And those are good aspects. But, man, he was bad yesterday. But I got another big star down, and that's to whoever allowed Dak Prescott to be standing right on the sideline for
Oh my God.
5 players colliding. Like, you almost had a second injury without him even playing.
2 references to this play. It's going to be cut 7, Peyton, but we need to quiz Peyton to see if he knew any of the references, either from Tony Romo. I'm sure Brad Sham had one, Jim Nance, with music that we need to put under this. We need to pick the best music to put under what happened with Dak almost getting hurt.
Tolbert in motion to the right. Rush back. Flushed, fumbles. The Cowboys are going to recover. Maybe Steele is playing patty cake with it. And now the Eagles got on.
Keystone Cops. I got thrown out there. Did you say
Benny Hill theme. I had that.
People are yelling at Terrence Steele, just fall on the freaking football. Get down on it. And Dak Prescott almost had his other hamstring completely torn off the bone. Which, by the way, you talk about the calamity around here? Dak told Tracy Wolfson he was surprised they didn't put him on the season-ending IR. They didn't put him on IR. What is the holdup? What is the wait as he's seeing a specialist today to confirm that he will have season-ending surgery?
So if you put him on IR, now the season-ending surgery, that's a completely different thing. But if you put him on IR, which is 4 weeks minimum or whatever it is, the holdup that I'm sure they have there is as soon as he goes on IR, he can't be at practice. He can't sit in the quarterback meeting rooms.
He can't be around the team.
Yeah. And so I think they
dumb.
But you can be suspended for marijuana and still be in the building or around?
I think you can be in the building. I don't think you can sit in on meetings. Like that's the thing. Dak can be in the meeting. Dak just cannot be at practice, and he wouldn't be allowed to sit in the quarterback meeting room.
But
if
he
was
can
on
go
IR.
and he can be in the weight room.
I believe so. Yeah, he can be on the training table. He can be in the facility. He just can't.
Well, they got to sell tours.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe he gives the tours.
What?
Can you imagine Dak out there hobbling on one leg?
What a stupid rule.
That's so dumb. It's so dumb.
So they don't want to lose his presence around. That could be the holdup.
At least for like this first week. I don't know if they were just like, hey, this first week with Cooper getting in there, let's have Dak's eyes and ears and have him help out. But yeah, they lose that if he gets put on IR.
Would there be any chance that they just say, screw it, we want him, we so badly want him around Trey every day in the building, like we'll sacrifice the roster spot?
I don't think so. I mean, it's possible.
If you're so far out of it, that it doesn't matter.
But I mean, if he has surgery, I think they're gonna hang it up.
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line for star up, star down. What else do we have?
Yeah, look, I think a big star down, and you just mentioned him there a few seconds ago. Terrence Steele. Steele was not good in this game.
Was Awesome Richards better than Terrence Steele?
Yep. Yeah. I mean,
what happened to Guyton?
See, that's another one of those weird, injuries that we hear during the week of just, this is the second time this has happened with Guyton, where he's been hurt, but there's no indication he's not going to play. He's on the practice report, but then nobody's talking about as if he's not going to go, he's not going to play. And then we get into the game, it's like, oh, he's not here. He's not available, I guess. And so that's the second time this has happened this season with him. So I don't know why they choose to be so secretive with him specifically. But it's been an issue this week. But man, Terrence Steele on the other side did not look good at all. And I'm going to be interested to look back and see who all was good, because as a unit, it felt like they weren't great. But I thought Awesome Richards star up. I think for what he was asked to do, he went out there and he played pretty well. I didn't think it was bad at all. He was more consistent with his hands and his technique than I've seen Guyton be all year.
Star down, Jalen Tolbert. Tony Romo wanted to basically erase the interception from Trey Lance's stats. Romo was talking about how it looked like Jalen Tolbert was on punt coverage. That's how he went after the football that Trey Lance went down the field. That was Tolbert, right?
Mm-hmm.
He did not look back. He was just running straight down and never turned. And Romo's like, are you going to turn your head? Are you going to rotate the shoulders backwards towards the football? And Tony just mentioned that as just part of another miscommunication that he sees all over this football team. So star down, Jalen Tolbert, for maybe costing Trey Lance some more playing time.
Yeah, and it may be a star down to, and I hate to say, I don't want to use the word professionalism, but they have completely checked out. Like some of those little attention to detail situations they had last week and they have this week.
They didn't check out in the first half, at least defensively.
No, they didn't. Defensively, if this team had a shred of offense yesterday, this is a completely different football game. But some of those situations where you're not paying it, you're not turning around to find the ball, you're not falling on the ball, you're in CYA mode. It's a bummer because that's the point of the season that you're in, where you know it's over and they know it's over.
I don't even know that it's that. I think they're just
bad.
I think that's exactly. I think they're really bad.
They stink.
I think they're a bad team.
Yeah,
and they're kind of a dumb team at times. And I think this is what you get.
Yeah, it felt like yesterday was like one of their smarter games in a while.
Yeah, other than just not falling on a football.
Yeah.
Like trying to pick it up and run with it.
Like penalty-wise, how many penalties do you think that they had?
I already see it.
What is it?
5 for 40.
Hey!
Wow.
That's playing a nearly perfect clean game for them.
Philly had 7 for 49, so you actually did better in the penalty department.
The fan replay brought to you by Ciroc Vodka for Star Up, Star Down in the 6 a.m. club. We're going to unleash all the calls and your messages on the Odyssey app at 7:20 along with a Tolo ticket giveaway. We want you to win it as part of the 6 a.m. club, so do not turn the dial. We want you to win that at 7:20. But the reason we're pushing things back a little bit is because of that bright, shiny object that you kind of see. It's orange right now. It's been there for a long time. Jerry says that they know where it's going to be on game day. CeeDee Lamb on the curtains and Micah Parsons on Mike McCarthy. This story is going to be everywhere this morning. We'll play you what happened after the game next on Sean and RJ.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Eagles 1st and 10, left to right at the 14 of Dallas, leading 7-6. Hurts in an empty gun. They blitz him. He just steps out of that tackle, lobs it in the end zone, caught by Goddard at the 1, and steps in for the touchdown.
I don't know if I've heard Brad Shams so defeated during calls for an entire game. But that's what happened yesterday, 34-6. The Dallas Cowboys lose again at home. They get destroyed at home again. This is Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have a Tolo ticket giveaway along with all of your phone calls and your Odyssey app rage at 7:20 this morning. But we have to play what happened after the game. How long did it take for you to realize that the Ferguson CeeDee Lamb pass in the end zone was Sun-related? Did it take CD pointing up or communicating on the sidelines to Mike McCarthy? Did you just think... At first, I thought it was a miscommunication between those two because they were in the same area. Probably bad play design right there. And who was supposed to get it? Was Ferg... I thought Ferg was letting it go for Lamb. And maybe Lamb thought Ferg was going to get it, so that's why the ball escaped him.
And then, you know, if you're going to track a ball in the sun, and it doesn't matter if you're playing baseball or what, like... taking your eye off it is the one thing that really, like, you can't do. Like, you can take your eye off the ball.
But sometimes you don't have a choice.
Right, sometimes you don't have a choice. You can take your eye off the ball, like, and then still pick it back up. But when the sun's involved, I mean, you're really cooked if you take your eye off it. And I think that's what happened with CD is he thought Ferg was going to get it, so his eyes went over there, and they're trying to pick the ball back up. It was just not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, when you're sitting in the stadium, it can be a little difficult at times because you're, like, alternating between looking up at the TV broadcast and watching. So it probably wasn't... I probably didn't realize that that's what was at play until like 20 minutes after you started seeing some of the stuff on social media. Because in the moment, it looked like they screwed up communication. And that when CD was going to the sideline, it looked like, oh, CD's just complaining with Mike about play calling or something.
This was 7-3, though, right? This was a huge moment in the game.
Absolutely.
You take the lead with a touchdown.
Yes.
Instead, they settle for the field goal to make it 7-6. So it's not like Jerry Jones tomorrow... is not going to be comfortable bringing this up at 8:30. It's not like they were getting blown out. We got 40 other things to worry about. No, this was 7-3, and you were going to take the lead with a touchdown. And I tweeted the reporters, including Bobby, and none of them listened to me.
Well.
Thanks to all you guys. So we just got to catch the heat for being cowards every week with the Jerry interview. I tweeted all the reporters and said, can someone please ask Jerry about the Sun so we don't have to?
It got asked. Did it? It did.
Look at your stupid face and your stupid voice. That tells everything. You got asked. You got asked. How did it happen?
So Jerry wrapped up after his quick 5 minutes. So he'll usually do 12 minutes outside the locker. He did 5, and then he wrapped it. And then when he wrapped it, he will then walk away. And so as we're walking, you'll ask him some questions. Then he'll stop outside the elevator and talk for another 5 minutes. So usually you get him for 20 or so, but this time he cut the time outside the locker short. And then as he's walking away from the locker to his walk, he turned back around and went, oh, by the way, we know where the Sun is.
He brought it up.
Yes, but we still knew we had time to ask him questions. We were still going to ask him questions walking along the way, just away from the. Sorry, we were wanting to get to things like, when are you going to fire this head coach of yours? that we were trying to run through that. We already know what he's going to say about the Sun, but he did. He wanted to volunteer.
I would have told you what he was going to say about Mike. Of course, he did address McCarthy afterwards, and he said no interest in making a coaching. Well, we'll play it for you and just go ahead and get that out of the way. Mike McCarthy still safe for the job status?
I changed coaches in the season with Wade and have always regretted it. And as a matter of fact, I made a change with Chan Gailey after 2 years. I regretted that. That's not enough. You need to give yourself a chance. I've had a lot more rope than that in my time. I haven't had anybody pulling that short on me.
But that Wade team was 1-7, right? I mean, when you made that change.
Well, but still, what are we? 3-6. Okay. Well, that's better. That's better math. But I sure don't sit around and say, well, now we get -2 more, and we're going to be in there. I really don't.
Yeah.
And no, I just Mike's a heck of a coach. He's a great coach in my mind, and has and should have the opportunity to do better than we're playing right now. So I'm, like I said, I haven't had good experience changing coaches in the middle of the season.
Man, he was super nice with Mosley right there.
Mosley.
Maybe he thought he was talking to a blind person.
Well, I mean, Matt's got the glasses on now. I don't know if that.
All he's missing is the stick.
That's it. I don't know, Matt. Maybe Matt was trying to be a little bit.
They should have had Mosley. Should have been the one to ask about the Sun.
Yes,
he's wearing the sunglasses. How would you have asked it, Matt?
Jerry, the sun coming from the. It's sets in the west, and this time of year, it's daylight savings is over, so it's quite early, and it's in the eyes of Shady Lamb.
Oh, I got lightheaded right there. This is what Jerry actually had to say about the Sun while stopping down and bringing it up to reporters.
By the way, we know where the Sun's going to be when we decide to flip the coin or not. So we do know where the damn Sun's going to be in our own stadium.
Why not put the curtains up? Why not mitigate that?
What?
The sun and seating
let's
dies.
just tear the damn stadium down, build another one. You kidding me?
But it's not, you don't have to go that way.
Everybody's got the same thing. Every team that comes in here has the same issues. They know where the Sun's going to be. So every team has the same thing.
So is it more on Mike not understanding where the Sun is and not calling
I'm saying the world knows where the Sun is. You get to know that almost a year in advance. So someone asked me about the Sun, and I said, about the Sun, where's the moon? But we're fine, but everybody plays in the Sun out here.
Where's the moon?
So
where's the moon was trending afterwards.
I think you know where the Sun's going to be more than a year in advance. I think it's.
I think he means in terms of they know when they find out a year in advance when their games are going to be played.
So there's only one other stadium that is well, there used to be two stadiums that were impacted by the sun the way we are, right? They were east-west facing stadiums that were either outdoor or had windows like we do in the NFL. All right. One was the LA Coliseum, which was built pre-war, pre-First War, okay? And then the other one...
Russia, Ukraine, you mean?
Right, absolutely.
That recent.
And then the other one is it's called Highmark Stadium. We know it as Ralph Wilson.
Buffalo.
Bills. Okay. Now, little Google search. How are the Bills building their new stadium? Are they building it east-west? No. It's right next door, north-south. Like, nobody builds their stadium. Now, if you want to build it east-west, you can have it in a full dome, like the Mercedes-Benz dome, whatever. Like, the sun doesn't really impact it there.
Yeah.
But the rest of them, they're all north-south.
I think he thinks it's some sort of home field advantage, honestly. But like the way the crown of Texas Stadium used to be, how it's like, well, this is difficult on everybody. It's like, well, it's more difficult on the people coming in here because they don't have to play with it consistently. We play with it. I genuinely think.
Really?
You
don't think it was a construction mistake? Because that is what this really gets him riled up. And tomorrow, again, it's not going to be fun talking about this. It's going to get really, really uncomfortable. I think he thinks people are trying to suggest y'all screwed up. You overlooked that with this magnificent piece of art out here, and y'all overlooked something so simple and obvious.
I think I don't think they did it necessarily on purpose. I mean, maybe they did, but I think it's more just that's the stubbornness of doing anything about it. It's just like, well, it's like a quirk. It's like a trait of our stadium, and we can use it as an advantage. Like, I think he thinks of it as some sort of advantage.
What do you think, Choppy?
I think that.
You think
I think
Bobby
does. I think Bobby
has
right.
Buffalo or any of those other stadiums ever admitted that they messed up the build?
And is the sun ever out in Buffalo?
The sun's never out in Buffalo, right? I don't think it's ever been a big deal because, like, also the way the stadium is here with the windows. First of all, it might magnify it when you have those windows shut, right? It might actually magnify it, but also it's lower. When the other stadiums, they've got stands up there, so when it gets to the lowest point, it blocks it.
There's a lot of people who think that he wants it for the television aesthetics. He cares more about the way the stadium looks on TV than it affecting anything on the field. That the sun in there, it's not a joke, it's beautiful. That's a theory that people have, is the TV aesthetics that are out there.
I do think Bobby's got a point. Like, I do think he does think now, at least he's trying to talk himself into it. I don't think he thinks it. I think he's trying to convince himself that it is some kind of advantage.
Because look, he is right. Everyone does have to deal with it, right? Now, should you determine what you do to start the game, therefore determining what happens third quarter based on that? Probably. Should you adjust your play calling? Yeah. That was the follow-up there with the reporter. So is it more on Mike? Why are you going to throw that pass if the sun is going to be a factor and blind your wide receiver? And then someone on my Instagram page said, imagine counting on a sun home field advantage that could affect or harm you 50% of the time. Imagine that being into your planning, your thought process.
Yeah. I mean, what do you just go there
and why
change your visor?
And this is what we're going to ask him tomorrow. Why do you draw the curtains for other events there? Why do you pull the curtains for Monster Truck? Why do you pull the curtains for WrestleMania? Dave Hellman tweeted out the evidence. Why do you pull the curtains for concerts? Why do you do it then?
So I would think he would say he has nothing to do with those events making those decisions. That's like they're using the facility and they want that up there. And so for him, it's just like, well, that's not my call. But for me, this is what I want to do. But
maybe that's the first thing. Do you think of the sun as an advantage for you guys because you're used to it? Maybe that's a different way to ask it, because CeeDee Lamb afterwards totally disagreed with Jerry.
Are you in favor of curtains?
Yes, 1,000%.
Would you talk to Jerry about that?
I mean, y'all doing my job right now.
Y'all are doing my job right now. So thank you, CeeDee Lamb. Thank you for giving us the opening for this tomorrow at 8:30. Here's the bigger problem as well. The entire team could march to Jerry's office this morning, knock on his door, and say, we would like you to put curtains up. We're high octane where we were. We're supposed to be built offensively. We don't want this. This is a problem. It's annoying. Can you please block it? He wouldn't give a rat's ass.
No.
He wouldn't give just like he said about the tours. All the players could go and say it's distracting. We don't want other people in the building. This is our home. You know, it's uncomfortable. And here he said, I don't care. I don't care one bit.
You know, Brian just texted us a photo, and he goes, even Alex Kemp, the referee, was having problems with the sun. This was on the Micah sack fumble. Like, Alex Kemp can't see. He's having to cover his eye. Yeah. Maybe that's why Jerry dressed up as a blind referee. It's because they were staring into the sun in his stadium so much. By the way, this does feel like it has. Maybe it's just our way of thinking about it, and we think of it through a Cowboys lens. I don't feel like this has benefited them more, though. I feel like more consistently they get burned by it.
I think they do. It feels like they do. Baylor did this with their basketball stadium. They not sun related, but like they screwed up the build. They put the camera well too high, so you were looking basically from the bird's eye view of the game. So they went 1 year with it, and then this year they've changed it up. Now it's a little bit too low, but it's much better. It's just the refusal to admit when you're wrong. Like just admit it. Just admit it. Look, we screwed up. We didn't think of it. We didn't think of it when we built the stadium. Like, that's okay. It's not okay, but it's better than this. It's better than this. Just refusing.
Yeah, it's an absolute refusal
to admit when you did something wrong.
It feels like the only stadium really in football, because that's one of the things about football stadiums. In baseball, you get the different dimensions and the different things that can impact the game. This one feels
Never
like
the
one
sun.
of the only ones in the NFL where the dimensions or the design of your stadium impacts the game.
All right, line up the calls for 2 reasons. Number 1, it's your turn to vent on DFW Sports Station, home of the Cowboys. You go off Odyssey app messages, and we want you to win the brand new ticket giveaway during the commercial-free Expressway at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. Maybe Choppy can put the Cowboy apparel back on his head for the commercial-free Expressway. And what Micah Parsons said about Mike McCarthy after the game, you may not have heard this. We'll play it for you next.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Megan?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maple?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
And 5, third down. Hurts dancing, looking. I thought I heard whistles. He runs up out of the pocket. He throws it in the end zone. It is caught for a touchdown by Johnny Wilson.
That was the call right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt back from the stadium, and he's putting the bag back on. And he's doing it for the Expressway, or at least until he passes out. Ralph James, Chop. Oh.
Should you take the hat off, maybe, if you're going to put the bag on?
No, the hat keeps it far enough away from me. I don't know. I just like the.
Does that say Matka?
Yeah.
Matka, yeah. Make America's team great again.
Oh, Texas William with the inspiration. My father-in-law just said I double dog RJ to wear that at 8:30 tomorrow. No.
It's double dog dare.
I already
what did I say?
Talked about
double dog.
I double dog dare you.
I already considered that one.
Yeah. We would all be fired then. We would all be fired if you wore the Cowboys depressing brown paper bag representing the Pat Swilling New Orleans Aints way back in the day when we were growing up. I think it was Ricky Jackson.
Ricky Jackson. That was one of the guys the 94 49ers bought to win their Super Bowl.
All right, so Choppy's representing 877-881-1053 to text, to call. We have a Tolo ticket giveaway, and we're going to get to the Odyssey app messages as well. After this, Pepe, we have to play what happened. Micah Parsons was asked after the game about Mike McCarthy remaining this team's coach.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's, of course, going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, coaching, you know, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants, but the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, you know, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You know, you want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
You know, if he stopped after the first part, I could 100% defend him.
Mm-hmm.
Mike can leave. When you read that, I knew it was going to happen. I thought Jory Epstein did a nice job in her follow-up tweet saying, for what it's worth, I think Mike was trying to say, look, Mike is he can still go coach somewhere.
Right.
Zach Martin is going to be done playing. That's why I really feel bad for. Look at RJ's side eye. I can't look at him and not laugh with the side eye to the Cowboys paper bag. So that first part, okay. But then the part about these guys did more work than Mike McCarthy ever did, that felt like a little bit of a side swipe. Bobby, how are you reading this? Were you there for this?
Are you there?
No, I was with Jerry when Micah was talking, but no.
And I heard 4 people. Zach Wilczek said there's 4 people in the McCarthy presser. Everyone else is. Couldn't Jerry talk after Mike's done?
No, you know better than that.
Like, come on, man. Like, that is I know that this is an old stale point, but we really haven't delved into it. Man, if I was Tad Carper, the PR guy, I would say, look, we got to separate this. You're showing up and you're disrespecting the head coach. Talk when he's done. Be waiting for that. The head coach has to speak first, and then you go ahead and speak. But 4 people are in there. What I would like to get Jason Garrett over a glass of red wine one day and say, did you care? Did you actually like it that everyone was in the hallway while you were addressing what just happened with your football team?
Bet he loves it.
I mean,
Mike loved only having 4 people in there.
It's got some positives and some negatives.
This would be a perfect example of double-sided McCarthy. Like, oh yeah, I like it. I enjoy it. Like he likes that there's not 15 more questions to him, but I bet the other half of Mike feels disrespected, and this is a joke. This is a perfect double slight.
Well, yeah, and I bet he's also sitting there going like, I'm answering these questions, but I don't know what's getting teed up for me on Monday based on what's being said out there right now. So I'm sure he doesn't like that aspect of it. But yeah, just basically, I mean, his press conference went for 5 minutes, I think, yesterday, something like that. It was very short. But
sorry, side rant.
No, Micah's quote there is, I don't think the first part's bad, where he says, "Yeah, look, I mean, Mike's gonna have another opportunity, but I feel bad for this guy over here." But the first one is a little where it's like, that's who I want to hold the trophy for. So it's almost like there's literally no interest in holding up the trophy for the head coach is what it sounds like. But then to come back and just say you want to do it with those legends who put in more time and more work than Mike McCarthy ever did. And look, some people, and I think some people did, I was going to say could argue, but I think some people did argue that, well, he's talking about Zach Martin's been here for 11 years and Mike McCarthy's been here for 5. So that is more time and work put in here in Dallas. It's like, regardless of the context of where it was or anything else, for you to put it in those terms, there's no way to utter the words put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did without having it sound harsh. And so those are very particular words that feel like they were chosen.
You think Micah's calculated?
Yeah, I think Micah uses the exact terminology that he means to and describes things the way he does. And so I mean that may be something to ask Jerry about tomorrow, too. It's just Micah said this after the game. What do you think about that?
Let's play it one more time, and then let's see what Choppy thinks.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's, of course, going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, you know, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants, but the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, you know, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You know, you want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
Look, I agree with you.
His nose is sticking out of the eye hole now.
Is it?
You're good. Matka.
He's trying to breathe.
No, I'm trying to see without... I'm getting cross-eyed in here. Look, I think I made the eye holes too far apart. I'm going to have to just cut a big, giant slit over the middle. I think I agree with you. I think this was... He didn't mean it in the way like, oh, Mike's never done anything in the league. I think he means like he can go somewhere else. It's not the end of the world for him. Coaches can come and go as they please. He'll have a job next year. Players have a very finite amount of time where they can be players and do what they do.
Boy, that's a bad quote, though, because in terms of saying who put in more time and more work than Mike McCarthy has here in Dallas. If you say that, he said put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did.
Yeah,
that's a brutal way to say it. If it's a slip of the tongue, it's a brutal slip of the tongue that requires Micah Parsons to say something on his podcast tonight about it. If that is genuinely a slip of the tongue, he needs to straighten it out tonight.
That's true. But you know, it's like sometimes do we take what interviews are difficult, right? When you do, like, you get into it, you start talking, and all of a sudden you're not. It's not a pre-planned. It's not scripted what you're saying. So it is off the cuff. And sometimes you screw up when you talk. Like it happens. It happens to even like the best of the interviewees out there.
How many times have we had Micah clarify anything he said? It doesn't really happen. Micah generally says what he means to say.
Maybe he'll clarify tomorrow during the podcast. So is this something or nothing? Choppy, you vote nothing.
I vote on a scale of 1 to 10. It's a 3.
Are those tears?
It's a 2 or 3.
Or is that a tattoo?
Yeah, well,
prison tat.
Yeah, I killed 3 people in prison. That's what I did. I knocked off 3. No. I think it's on a scale of 1 to 10. It's like a 2 or a 3.
Okay.
No, I mean, I
that'd
think
be something.
It's something until Micah clarifies that it's not something. If Micah comes out tonight and reiterates or changes things up, fine, then maybe we can look at it a little differently. But until it's clarified, and depending on how it's clarified, it's something.
All right, let's hear from the Tolos. Matt in Fort Worth, start us off, brother. You are live on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, guys. Last week I spoke about how this team was dumb. Fortunately, they didn't put a drive together to do anything dumb. So I got the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Well, they did have a drive till Zeke fumbled it.
Yes.
That was a drive.
So that's part of the bad. So the good is Overshawn and Parsons was the only good thing out there yesterday. The bad, Mike wanting the ball first. Obviously, you can see Parsons was ready. Why would you not put the defense out there? Play calling was bad. Carson, let's take number 21 off because you're disrespecting prime time. Cooper Rush, as Charles would say, he was terrible. That was just terrible, Kenny, terrible. And then the ugly. The sun, the beautiful sun, reared its ugly head again. I mean, you guys talked about it. I don't ever remember going, hey, Jefferson, haha, the sun got you. No, it always gets the Cowboys because it's the way it is. Jerry is stubborn. He's going to double down on not putting anything up to block the sun. And now he's doubling down on that and not even the decision of where to build the stadium. He's just never going to change it. See you guys Friday.
Thanks for the call. Oh, Rono,
yeah, that's right.
The Firehouse Tour. Matt in Fort Worth said he's showing up. Sweet. Martin in Dallas. Martin, you're next up here on Sean and RJ.
Yeah, man. I was reading this article from 2017, November 23rd. They're saying that this has been spoke of. The sun's been in our eyes since 2017. You know, yesterday reminded me of that 13-3 2007 loss we had against Seattle. That little boy in front of that TV, I was that same little boy in front of that TV getting our ass kicked against the Eagles yesterday. Jerry, sell the team, Jerry. Come on, what you waiting for? You got so much money. Go home and just chill out. I've been a Cowboys fan since out the womb, man. I'm tired of losing. I don't know about y'all, man, but I'm from Dallas. Grew up, born and raised. I'm tired of losing, man. Tired of looking at my son. Now I see my son. He's that little boy from 2007 that I once was, looking at the TV ready to break that motherfucker.
Oh!
Hey!
All right.
My God.
Easy with the MFs there. Easy with the MFs.
Come on, Martin.
Come on, Martin.
Whoa.
Joe in Plano, you're next up on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, could somebody please tell me why Jerry Jones is the only person on the planet that cannot tell Zeke Elliott is done? Stick a fork in him. I mean, every time they hand him the ball, it's a -1 yard. And then the fumble, if I remember right, the Cowboys had a chance to take the lead on that touchdown if he doesn't fumble the ball. And I don't know if that makes a difference in the game, but at least it makes us fans feel a little better. But I'm with the other guys. Sell the team, Jerry, please, God. I've been a Cowboy fan for over 50 years. I'm 62 years old now. And I've never been this ashamed of this team in my entire life.
Thank you for the call, brother. Jerry's stubbornness, to me, is becoming the number one storyline of this season. I don't remember talking about it this much in our 15 years together. And I talk about this in real world situations with family members, with yourself, with our room, with people that you deal with, and it sucks. There's like no way to beat it. There's no way to break through it. It feels impossible. You're being held hostage by stubbornness and ego and pride.
He has a philosophy that probably worked to get him to where he is that he just doesn't want to change. And it's what the philosophy that allowed him to be the Cowboys owner is crippling him as the Cowboys owner. And, you know, that's the stubbornness with the son. It's the stubbornness with the organizational structure.
Yeah.
The stubbornness with, I don't want to fire a coach in the middle of the whatever it is.
Unfortunately, and this is my opinion, this may piss him and them off over there. It's the way I feel. I think, Jerry Jones views the Dallas Cowboys. He really does view it as his team. He's not a shepherd of the team. It's not the city's team.
Shepherd.
It's not the Dallas Cowboys. It's the Jerry Cowboys. It really is. Again, and one day, I know he doesn't want to deal with hypotheticals. He always gets asked the GM question. One day, it has to be asked of him, if next year you step down as GM and it guaranteed you a Super Bowl, would you do it? I don't think he'll ever answer it. because I think deep down the answer is no, I would not give it up, even if it meant another Super Bowl for the Metroplex and for Cowboy fans all over the world. I think he would reject it as a hypothetical. I'm not going to deal with something, but that's the next great Jerry White Whale question I would like to see answered. Tommy in Jersey, listening on the Odyssey app. Tommy, you're live on the Fan.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, listen, not only do I got to sit here and be mad about the Cowboys, I got to listen to the Philly news because I live in the Philly market, and they're sitting there saying how, the Cowboys are complaining that the sun is what cost them the game. I'm like, shut up. People are so clueless. I can't take it here. However, listen, we've been winning the last 3 years, right? Jerry says a lot of weird stuff. And he's saying, and because we're winning, doesn't matter. But now that we're losing, it really looks bad because he sounds idiotic. The whole combativeness about how hard is it to shut the shades? What does he think? Our team's not good. They haven't been good since we got blown out in the Packer game. Listen, I checked out. This has been one of my most stressless seasons. I'm 55. I've been a fan since like 40 plus years. Yeah. And I've checked out. I've watched games all year, and I sit there and I don't get mad. I'm like, I expect it. I expect all this bad play. The play calling was horrible yesterday. The defense, listen, they played good in the first half. Overshown and Micah being back was great. Yeah. And what Micah said, it's pretty telling. It's pretty telling. Whether he said it the way you guys are thinking, he probably did. But listen, it's a bad octave. Well, I'm probably saying it wrong, but whatever.
Thank you for the call, Tommy. Appreciate it. Look, see, they're doing it on TV right now. They're doing it on TV.
This is the story of the week.
This is unfair. Mike McCarthy can leave and go wherever he wants. That is unfair, unless they're talking about, and we'll spy on Rex Ryan and Orlovsky. Unless they paint this picture accurately and correctly, that's not even the worst part of the comment and the quote.
It's not.
And they're putting that up. He can leave and go. It's like he can go take a hike.
Right.
That is tremendously unfair. Unless they're talking about it a different way, which I'm willing to bet they're not.
No,
I would bet they're not. I mean, like they know what sells. They know maybe they don't.
Yeah, you have to have a little bit of integrity.
Yes.
Cover it accurately.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the reality of it. And I'll tell you this. How much did you think watching that game? What percent chance did you think that Mike was not going to have a job by the end of the day?
Today?
Mm-hmm. It creeped into my mind.
Maximum 1%.
Yeah.
1%, I'm close to 0. And honestly, I don't want it now because I want the team to keep getting trounced for the draft pick. Deep down, that's the way I really feel. I've said that for the past couple weeks, and I think a lot of fans agree. But I don't see a point now.
Oh, I don't see a point either. It did creep into my mind.
You want to change play calling to Schottenheimer? Maybe we ask Jerry that tomorrow, but no. At no point yesterday did I think that Mike McCarthy was gone today. Bob, did you?
Like you 1% maybe. I do think the possibility is open that it could happen this year if things keep going poorly. Like if you do lose all the way through the Thanksgiving Day game. Talking to people yesterday, just people in the media, people around the league outside here, like outside observers, people with the team, like just talking to different folks yesterday. I was like, what's the point where you could see him flipping? And they said, lose 3 more in a row. Get to Thanksgiving and lose to the Giants. That might do it.
All right. The Tolos have hit up the Odyssey app to record their Cowboy thoughts today.
Yeah, guys, first up, we got Jeff in Forney, Texas, talking about his thoughts about the Cowboys' 34-6 loss to the Eagles.
2 things about these Cowboys.
2 things.
Why didn't Cooper Rush play any preseason games? And then also, this is not the first time Jerry or the Cowboys have complained about the sun in the stadium. Jerry just needs to get it right. Or sell the team.
Well, they just they wanted Trey Lance to get all the possible reps. And they told you yesterday they don't feel like Trey Lance is anywhere near close to being able to play. We'll talk about that maybe at 8 o'clock, the Trey Lance quarterback plan and how embarrassing. They made it so much worse with that little stunt. It was like cute. I'll save it for 8. Another Odyssey app message, Pepe. Let's go ahead. And then don't forget, we have a brand new Tolo ticket giveaway during the commercial-free expressway.
Yeah, guys, next up on the Odyssey app, we have Luke in Plano sounding off.
The players want Mike gone based on
their offensive lackluster performance. There were wide open throws that Cooper would have made in his sleep last year, and the game would have been a lot different had that happened. Play calling was bad, but it seemed intentional.
Well, Bobby, you could probably speak to the overhead view of receivers getting open, but that would surprise me if you told me that they were, because of what's plagued them all year long: lack of wide receiver separation and tight window throws. I don't know if I believe. First of all, it didn't look like they called any plays beyond 8 to 10 yards, which of course they did, but everything feels like a screen and 4 or 5, 6 yards short of the stick.
Yeah, and look, I mean, the quarterback decides, if I'm sure on every one of those 2-yard throws, there was a guy that was running 10, 15 yards downfield. They just decided to throw it short.
Yeah, well, and it's depending on what the play is. Like, you may be setting up a screen, and somebody going that far down the field isn't even part of the progression. They're in there, but no, I think that yesterday, would there have been some opportunities? Yeah, like some of those could have been completed. Some of those throws that Cooper threw down, he doesn't have great arm strength. Like, he's not going to get the ball. There was
underthrow Lamb.
There was the underthrow to Lamb that hit somebody in the back of the head. There was the third down throw on the opening drive where he couldn't get the ball there. Like, it's just, he's not got a great. You saw him short hop a 5-yard throw to Hunter Lipke in the flat.
Cowboy, not 1, but Cowboy 2 in Dallas is live on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Go ahead, boss.
Yeah, hey, good morning, Sean, Bobby, RJ. Hey, I was just thinking, I was agreeing with RJ. First of all, it's not stubbornness. It's Jerry is senile. He's 82 years old. He's making senile decisions. First of all, Trey Lance, he got to start the rest of the season. Maybe he can get a little bit of experience under his belt, so maybe he can be trade bait, or we either have him being the second-string quarterback. I'd rather have him second-string quarterback because Cooper Rush isn't any good. Jerry, please don't do any more stupid trades. You know what I'm saying? You're going to give away all our draft capital to where we don't have any next year. Then let McCarthy go. His offense is trash. Bring in somebody like a Ben Johnson or somebody new, somebody exciting. Because Mike McCarthy, this West Coast or Texas Coast offense, as you call it, is straight trash. Everybody knows the plays. So that's my thought on it. Please, Jerry, do something about it, because Cowboy fans are tired, sick of losing. I was on the couch yesterday looking at it, and I knew all this was going to happen. I said 7 wins before the season even started. Now we may get to 5 with Carolina and the Giants behind that. We may beat them, and that's a maybe. But everything else is going to be a loss. So please, everybody, just hold on for the ride. Hopefully everything next year will be better. We go get the running back from Boise State, get some draft some linemen, and maybe that come back, better next year. And maybe next year will be a lot better.
Thank you for the call, boss. Appreciate it. Look, I think we're in a decent place right now for the grand plan. We're in a decent spot. I may have to go ahead and talk about that a little bit later on as a separate segment, but if you're like me, you're not that miserable during the games. Your frustration and anger has left. You're kind of chuckling now. You're kind of laughing, and once the game turns and it's obvious they're going to lose, you want it to get worse, because that's the only way, that's the only chance we have to go Parcells 2.0. They have to be forced into something drastic. And everything is lining up right now in order for that to happen. The problem could be making this job attractive enough for someone important enough to come in. More on that later. Sean and McKinney. Sean, you're next up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby.
In the immortal words of the late, great Dennis Green, they are what we thought they were. Let me repeat, they are what they thought we were.
But did we let them off the hook?
Yep.
No, we don't. Listen,
Okay.
Jerry Jones has never been a good owner. He's never had success on the field. The 90s Super Bowls were a byproduct of a really stupid trade with Minnesota and Jimmy Johnson coming in and actually knowing what the players were in college to draft the right guys. 30-plus years later, now we've got Steven, who thinks he's a draft Miyagi, and not a draft Miyagi, but a salary cap Miyagi. Listen, Jerry and Steven, listen to me. Listen carefully. The Detroit Lions are better than you. The Buffalo Bills are better than you. All of the teams that have been perennial losers while you've been mediocre are better than you. It's time to hang him up, guys, because you're not going to ever make anything different. And the bad part, and I'll leave it at this, is Jerry now is at the age where he is feeling his mortality, and he's going to dig in deeper, and he's going to be more hard-headed, and Steven's going to sit there and play his cap games, guys, and it's not going to change until we have different leadership at the top. And unfortunately, that's not going to probably happen in Jerry's lifetime. I'm out.
Thanks for the call.
I mean, there's a lot of truth in that. Jerry is, I think, feeling his own mortality. It happens. It's human nature. He's not going to go and do things that are going to reset the team to make him farther away. And I think that's the fallacy that goes into this is, being farther away in a lot of cases actually does bring you closer to success. Because there is that hamster wheel that you get on where you just can't get out of it. That's what they are on. That's what they're on.
But they were close. Like they were relatively close, and they just chose not to do anything to push it over the edge, which is weird.
Yes. Sam and Mesquite, you're next up here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, home of the Cowboys. Go ahead, Sammy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Tolo Fushoto. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Hey, I think that the window has just been open too long. You can keep the window open a long time if you have a true franchise quarterback. And for as much as I love Dak, of the kind of person he is and the turmoil that he's been through his life, I'm rooting for him, but it's just not showing up on the field. Great quarterbacks put the team on their shoulders, and he just wasn't doing that this year. Next year, they need to get a coach, not with pedigree that says, hey, I know how to do it. They need to get a coach that has a chip on his shoulder, a young coach like a Ben Johnson, someone like that that's really going to turn this team over in offense. And then just trade Micah. You have to use that guy for some collateral. If they get a low pick this year and trade Micah, hey, that's more capital for the next coach. But hey, I love you guys. Tolo for show though. Keep up the good work.
Thanks for the call, man.
I would love them to get Ben Johnson. I just don't see it.
I don't think they'd even interview him.
15 mil, the reported asking price.
Well, that would be
an instant no.
An instant no for one, but also like the fact that he's never been a head coach. I don't think Jerry wants to do that.
Let's hook you up for sitting through all this suffering and turning it on, leaving it on.
Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, call in number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Papa Roach and Rise Against at the American Airlines Center on March 23rd. That's call in number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, let's take a little Cowboy break. We'll get back to it at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. We have Below the Belt at 8:40. Nick Eatman could not believe what he was seeing. Final hour back from the stadium at 9:20. And we're going to have that giveaway for you every single day this week. Let's check on the rest of the NFC East.
Wilson settles back, raises the foot, gets the snap, back to pass, looking, going to float it up left for Williams, and Williams makes the grab in the end zone. What a throw! What a catch! Mike Williams in his first game in a Steelers uniform has hauled in a 32-yard touchdown strike from Russell Wilson.
You had to pick that clip, didn't you? You had to. What day was Mike Williams acquired, by the way?
That would be Tuesday. I think 15 minutes after Jonathan Mingo.
For a what?
Wasn't it a fifth?
Fifth or sixth, yeah.
It was a lower pick than what Jonathan Mingo was traded for. I know that.
So why was Mingo not dressed and playing and catching touchdowns for us, and Mike Williams was playing?
Because the guys that we trade fourth-round picks for have to sit on the bench for a year and a half before they can play.
There's Mike Williams, brand new addition, catching a gorgeous, and dang it, I was wrong about Russ and Mike Tomlin. Got to admit it right now. I think they're putting up like 30 a game, something like that, as the Pittsburgh Steelers. This felt like a big, serious heavyweight fight. I keep waiting for Washington to flounder. I keep waiting for RJ to be right that they're overhyped. The Commanders were there throughout much of this game, but the Pittsburgh Steelers go into D.C. and get the W against the Commanders.
And I see a lot of people talking about this Pittsburgh offense with Russ resembles his early Seattle offense where he's not having to throw it 75 times a game, and you know, it's not. Look, and also, how much did Russ get impacted by the Denver culture? That's a lot. That's the other thing that people are talking about. But at the end of the day, This
the
is
one that's
egg
winning right now.
Yeah, this is
and that should have beat Kansas City.
Well, but the Nathaniel Hackett culture and the fact that Sean Payton hated him and wanted nothing to do with him. But this is egg on the face for Aaron Rodgers. Who destroyed Mike Williams every chance he got. And he went on McAfee and destroyed Mike Williams. And then all of a sudden, Mike Williams goes to Pittsburgh, and 4 days later catch a touchdown pass to win the game.
So this game had a little bit of controversy, Bobby, with the Zach Ertz fourth down.
I think he got it.
They went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Did he pick up the first down? Replay concluded that he did not.
Yeah, we were watching it in the press box, and I was certain when they came back they're going to mark. They definitely gave him a bad spot. Like marking it a yard short was nowhere close. That it was much closer than that. But I was sure that he had picked up the first down given where he caught the ball and where he had turned. And so they mark him short. They end up getting the ball back. Pittsburgh gets the 4th and 1 opportunity, and then the hard count, the rookie Johnny Newton dropping offsides, which was just
2 Dan Quinn errors that here we would be destroying and killing him for. He'll probably get a pass for it because it's a Hallmark card right now in D.C. Number 1, the fake punt. Danny Smith almost lost his mind. I love watching Danny Smith on the sideline, special team Steelers coach. No one covered the receiver. It was the total opposite of the the Cowboys fake punt attempt. And it was dropped by a Steeler. But horrible special teams by the Commanders. They got away with it. And then the stupid decision, the lack of discipline to jump off sides on the 4th and 1, tricking Dan Quinn's defense. And the Commanders fall to 7-3. Pittsburgh 7-2.
Young player. It happens. I'm not convinced they were going to snap that ball either. Like, we were talking about that. Are they going to do it? Some people thought they were in the press box. I was like, no, this is just a hard count. But Newton jumps off sides. I'll tell you what, watching that game back, though, the first thought I had was, you're damn lucky, Dallas, that Russ wasn't at quarterback the night that you guys played him. Because if this offense would have been out there, that Pittsburgh team probably beats you, and now you're 2-7.
Did you wake up yesterday morning to enjoy this with your breakfast?
Officially a 36-yarder for the win in Munich. Jansen snap, Hecker's hold, Piñeiro's kick. It is up, and Eddie wins it for the Panthers in OT.
Hated this on Panthers radio. A team tank gift for the Giants. Their 5th straight loss. They had 2 brutal red zone turnovers. They fall to 2-8, and Bryce Young wins his 2nd straight start. First time Carolina's been on a win streak since September 2021.
Oh, gosh.
Panthers beat the Giants in Germany.
Oh, man, the Cowboys have the same amount of wins as the Carolina Panthers. Let that sink in. That's pretty bad.
Hey, they're catching fire just in time to see the Cowboys in December. Boy, if you got some bad losses potentially on the schedule ahead of you if you lose to the Giants and Panthers.
Now, the Tankathon does not have the Giants with the number 1 pick. They have number 2. Jacksonville has the number 1 pick. Now, they're not going to take a quarterback, most likely. I mean, they just signed Trevor.
He's hurt.
And he's hurt anyway. So they make now maybe they trade down. Let's say at the end of the day they trade down and somebody else takes one. The Giants want a quarterback. It's going to be there if Jacksonville stays at 1.
What does Tony Romo think of these Dallas Cowboys, and what did you think of the Trey Lance experiment, or whatever else you want to call it? More Cowboy calls and Odyssey app messages on the home of the Dallas football team next.
After we get you over to QC.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pistol formation as the Cowboys start at the 20, coming left to right. Dowdle behind Rush, who bobbles the snap. Scrum for it. Eagles got it. Cooper Rush bobbled the snap, and Milton Williams, the defensive end, beat him to the ball.
8 o'clock hour here on your home of the Cowboys. Sean, RJ, and Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Caitlin in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy Veterans Day. Thanks to all of you who served. And if you were checking us out, even on a day off, you are appreciated. You're appreciated. Hit us up with the phone calls, the Odyssey app messages at 877-881-1053. What was your biggest threw your hands in the air moment, or your biggest just LOL chuckle yesterday during the game? Was it the Terrence Steele non-fumble recovery that almost took out Dak Prescott on the sideline? Was it the Zeke fumble? Was it Zeke going back in to get the very next carry when Rico Dowdle had a star up from all of us in the first half? Was it any of Kalen Carson getting picked on before he was benched? What was it?
For me, it was when I think they're benching Cooper Rush for the rest of the game.
Yep.
And then they went, haha, just kidding. There was 2 handoffs, and now he's going back in there because we need somebody to throw the ball a yard. So that was what I was just like, all right.
2 yards, sir.
When they did that, I was like, all right, they have no plan.
Right.
They have no idea what they're doing out there. They are just going, well, let's try this. Let's try this. They are in.
It was 28-6 with 2:56 left. Lance comes in.
The third, right?
Yes.
Dude,
2 plays.
Cooper Rush got booed running through the Miller Lite hallway leaving the game.
He did.
The fans that are sitting there are booing him running through.
And here's another Cowboy microcosm. Bobby, you probably weren't able to see this in the press box. It didn't appear clear to Rush and Lance on who was going in.
Right.
You saw that?
Cooper starts to run in.
Yeah.
And then they call him back, and then you see Trey running out, and it's like
it was not communicated.
Yeah.
And then they just felt bad, so they're like, go back in, Cooper.
Something was not communicated clearly. Maybe it was Kenny Pickett in at the start of the fourth quarter. That's how bad it was. But for me as well, it was the Lance Rush thing.
Yeah, and it's weird because their communication is usually so strong as a football team and as a coaching staff that I'm stunned that they didn't have it straight of who was supposed to go in there. It felt like a complete lack of preparation across the board. It felt like a team that's just not good enough to stack up against even the most average football teams in the NFL right now. It's a bad team. If this team is the one that would have fielded for the Cowboys week 1, I don't know that this is a team that I feel comfortable saying wins more than 2-3 games.
Yeah, and like, look, that was just one of 3 or 4 of those moments, of those OF moments. What's going on here? But the idea to A, the miscommunication of putting him in, B, putting him in there, which I agree with. I wanted him to be in there at that point. But then you're going to take him out on 2nd and 16 because there was a holding call, and now you're behind the chains. So you're just taking him out to throw a 2-yard pass? Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Let him throw. And did you only put Cooper back in there because it was 2nd and 16? Like, was Trey going to play if it was 3rd and 3?
There was an insane sequence of events. I'm trying to find it on the play log. I think it was right after they scored. Philadelphia did to make it 21-6. And Dallas came out, or maybe the next drive, where their play call was a handoff to Dowdle for 1, a screen to Dowdle for 1, a throw in the flat to Tolbert for 2. And it's like,
yeah.
Have you just decided the game's over now and you're just trying to get through, like you're just trying to run plays to run out clock? Like, you had no intention of making a first down on that series, it felt like.
The 3rd and 3 run to Rico at the goal line, I was angry. I was angry with that. The Zeke fumble, I just laughed.
Yeah.
That was just comical. I was like, oh, of course.
Here's McCarthy on Trey Lance and if he would start games. Quote, "We're not there yet. I mean, we had a package for him. We wanted to get him into the flow of the game was the thought process coming in here. Then to get him in when we did, then I took him out on the 3rd down. I just believe in reps." None of this makes sense so far.
He's a bad coach. He is a bad coach.
None of this makes sense. I mean, that 3rd down segment there, not that he couldn't run the plays. I just didn't want to put him in there, something that he hadn't had a lot of reps in. I put Cooper back in for that play for 3rd down. We had the turnover there, something I'll obviously discuss tomorrow. It's just, what? I'm just shaking my head, like trying to make sense of it.
And that's the thing, you start running out of adjectives really fast of how to describe what this team has been the last few weeks, what they are right now, and it just all comes back to the one unifying 3-letter word that underpins everything with them, and it's bad. They are bad across the board. It is a bad football team with bad execution, bad preparation. They're just not good. And they have a entire coaching staff that's not good and doesn't know how to prepare teams.
Tony Romo did not sound thrilled. I think I heard this correctly. When Trey started going in, Romo said, I hate this for him. I thought he kind of started saying that. He didn't like him going in with that type of situation.
So it's like sending a reliever in with the bases loaded, nobody out, like put him in a clean inning? Maybe that's what it is.
I don't know. But I had that written down. Tony kept talking about, he really got on Jalen Tolbert during the Lance pick. I felt like it was Peyton Manning defending a quarterback during Monday Night Football and the Manning cast. He's like, Jalen Tolbert is running this pattern like he's covering a punt. Like, you have to turn back and look at the football. If memory serves me correct, I thought Romo looked great a few years ago, hyping up Cooper Rush. Was it before the Vikings? Was his first game against the Vikings?
Yeah. Cincinnati, right, was the you talking about the 4-1 season?
Yeah, because we talked about it at the time as like, is he like subtly taking shots here at Dak with the way he's hyping this up?
I heard none of that yesterday from Romo before the game, in the lead-in, in the build-up. And I thought we were going to hear, hey, I'm a big fan of Cooper Rush. Look what this guy did, 4-1 a few years ago. And Romo looked good in calling that before the 5-game stretch. And I didn't hear any of that from Tony yesterday before the game, which I was surprised by. He also seemed to be criticizing the Cowboys' game plan. He kept saying, what you have to do against this Vic Fangio defense is go to the middle of the field. You have to go to the middle of the field. And, of course, all we're getting is screens and little swing passes out to Rico or reverses to CeeDee Lamb that we've already seen 400 times.
So that Minnesota game was the one-off. That was after Dak hurt his calf against New England. Was it the calf?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
Would he have been talking about that? Because that was a Sunday Night Football game against Minnesota.
Right, no, I know. But I'm saying, but that was... So Cooper played 4-1 the following year. This was the one-off game where Dak got hurt in New England. They beat New England in overtime. The pass to CD.
Yeah.
They have a bye, and Cooper plays that Minnesota game. That was that crazy catch by CD where he was behind the guy, almost horizontal.
But I just didn't hear any of that rush love early on from Tony. I just marked it down, and then he kept talking about the fundamentals and the little things, blocking, communication issues, and what you see with this football team. So those were my Romo observations from yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we didn't hear the analysis there, but everybody I think was stunned from a media perspective, just like, this is so much worse than even you would have anticipated. It looked so much worse than just Atlanta the previous week. Like, the way that they played down the stretch there. This was just looked like a guy who had no ability to throw the ball past the sticks at all.
So now what at quarterback? What should happen, RJ Choppy?
Well, what should happen is they should play Trey Lance. If Cooper Rush was going to play 2021 or 2022 Cooper Rush, I'd keep playing him. Because, Cooper in that Minnesota game, he had 325 yards passing, right?
Yesterday he looked like a totally different guy.
Totally different guy. We're not even talking about...
He may as well... I'm not joking. He may as well have been throwing left-handed. That's how putrid and despicable and disgusting this offense was.
And in the 4-1...
And Mike McCarthy's right there to blame for it, too.
The 4-1, he had 235, 215, 223, 102, and 181. And the 181 was his only loss. Now, the 102, whatever, but, they still won the game. But he at least never made it look like he was incompetent. If he's not going to look like a solid NFL player, just might as well play Trey Lance. You got nothing to lose.
What are you trying to accomplish? Are you actually trying to win games or you tank? If you're trying to win games, you should put Trey Lance in at this point. Because put Trey Lance in and run read option. You need to run, like Brian was calling it last night, run college-style offense.
Yeah.
Because Rico Dowdle's showing he can run the ball somewhat effectively. Trey Lance is a threat on the read option. You might be able to get some easy windows to throw the ball. It obviously cannot be worse throwing the ball than what Cooper Rush was. So if you want an opportunity to win, it's probably Trey Lance in a read option offense.
And anyone on this team that has an injury guarantee in their contract for next year, sit them. Right? That you don't want. If you don't want him on the Giants should never play Daniel Jones again. He's got a $20-something million injury guarantee for next year. They should never put him out there again because they don't want him. If you got somebody on this team that's like that, sit him down.
I have a theory. I don't totally believe in it right now because it is going to be Cooper Rush, I believe, to start again, and they'll drag this out as long as possible until mathematically Jerry can't defend it anymore. So Rush will probably play the next 2 or 3 games. But my theory is that Jerry, what if he has a fear of Lance being out there to get him roasted even more for the trade and the compensation, especially after what happened with Mingo? that they're so, like, Jerry does not want to get called out and made fun of even more for the 4th round pick. And by the way, how high up are these 4ths going to be now? You've given up end of 3rd round selections with the way this is going. End of 3rds.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's going to be.
Yeah, but I mean, they'll say...
Don't tell me about all the 5ths. I don't want to hear that.
No, but they'll say, well, we got the 5th so we can package them and we can get up in the 4th, but that's like, it's like you're sacrificing capital at that point.
Yeah, and so I would love to have 4 4ths.
Yeah.
We can get that back. No. It's like they do with the salary cap, and this infuriates me every time it comes up. Well, the cap's going to keep going up, so we can spend more. Well, no, you can save more, too. You could save more if you got the deals done earlier and have more money in the coffers. That's like me. That's like saying to my wife, like, no, go ahead and buy that at full price. We're being overcharged. Well, I'm going to get a raise next year. So I'm fine with that. No, I want it at the regular price or still on sale. So when I get the raise, I have more money. That's the way I always looked at their signings. I don't care that the cap is just going up.
What's a raise, though?
Good point. Christmas bonus coming up.
Hey, we got those?
No, we did year 1, I think.
That's right.
And holidays off. So instead of saying I have all these 5th round picks, I can couple them to get that 4th back. No, I want 3 4s. Well, I want 3 picks at the end of the 3rd round.
Here's what they knew. They knew Dante Fowler was going to pick up 2 more sacks yesterday.
He's in 6 games.
I think he's up to 8 now for the season. So that means that he has played himself now into comp pick territory. So now they might get a 7th, 6th round comp pick for Dante Fowler as well. So they knew that pick was coming. They knew they had capital to trade because Dante Fowler was going to continue to play well because all these guys that they let walk away are playing better than the guys they kept.
Cowboys failed to score a touchdown in back-to-back games at home. It is only the 2nd time in franchise history that has happened. 2015 was the other instance.
By the way,
that was like the Matt Castle, Brandon Whedon year.
They have turned the ball over in the red zone as many times this season as they did in the last 3 seasons combined.
Philly had lost 6 straight here, by the way. Did yesterday change the way you thought about the Eagles whatsoever?
I thought the Eagles were a decent team coming in here. So, I mean, no. That looked... Honestly, the thing that was impressive to me was how well Dallas was forcing Jalen Hurts to run around early and have to try to make plays. And Jalen Hurts, who had been playing pretty clean football the last month or so, having a couple different turnover-worthy plays. I thought they actually did a good job forcing them into some bad positions where if you had Dak yesterday, I think you might win that game, actually. It might be different. If you've got Dak, if you've got the offense and they can actually move the ball a little more effectively, it might be different.
Miss Dak playing this year at all? Mike in Dallas, you're up here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What up?
Sean, I tell you, man, if that was my wife and she was going shopping, she'd probably say, since you're getting a raise, she'll probably try to get 2 pairs of shoes in there. But listen,
Trust
man.
me, I see the target bill. I'm not winning my argument.
Hey, right. Hey, listen, man. Mike McCarthy, man, his style of coaching and the offense, man, it looks like preseason. It's very vanilla.
Yeah.
Zimmerman, man, I mean, even though he might not have all of the pieces, it's not it, man. Everything down there, man, is trash. Dak, you can say what you want to about him, man, but he doesn't have that it factor. He's not going to win when it counts. He is not a Super Bowl. He's a bus driver, and I guess if that's what you want, it's fine if you have the rest of the team that's around him, but they don't. But the bottom line is, man, me personally, because we know Jerry is not going to hire another GM.
Yeah.
We know Jerry is not going to sell a team.
Yeah.
So when I'm watching the games, I love it. Jerry, I hope you're listening. I love watching you lose.
That's the sick Cowboy trade coming out that I felt weeks and weeks ago. You want to see them suffer.
Yeah.
You really do. Like yesterday, people were disappointed when they shot to the owner's box and Jerry was the one missing. And they want to see him suffer as a Cowboy owner because of what he's putting them through. That's just the truth. Jerry Jones tomorrow live at 8:30. What about their next opponent? Could this be the breaking point? The in-state matchup, if you stayed up for the thriller from Sunday Night Football, next.
Let's get you over to K-Post.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From 52 yards out to send the Lions home with a victory. There's the snap, spot, kick away. It is up, and it is good! He got it! We're going to fly home on the wings of Jake Bates! Oh, baby! Good from 58, good from 52, and that's good enough for a victory for the Detroit Lions!
Holy cow. Lions radio, did you stay up? I hope you did for that one last night. Not since 1970, and I can't believe it was just that recent. Not since 1970 had someone thrown 5 interceptions, a team thrown five interceptions and trailed by 15 points and come back to win, as the armpits with the Texans offense went to the armpit and completely disappeared in the second half of last night's game, and the Detroit Lions come back and win in Houston.
Wow. It was October 13th. October 13th, week 6 against the Patriots. That's the last time the Texans scored a second half touchdown. Which seems impossible.
Fifth time in 6 games. Fifth time in 6 games they haven't scored a TD in the second.
Especially with how much buzz there was about Bobby Slowick and that offense.
They're missing 2 major weapons.
Sure.
They're missing their... Imagine this football team. Seriously. Like, they have Tank Dell, and that's it. There's no Nico. There's no Diggs.
Yeah.
Now they have Dell. They have Schultz. Joe Mixon, I think, is going to punish the Cowboys and have a couple highlight reels in running over some people. But they are missing 2 receivers, but still.
But even a month, like a month, you should score one by accident.
They have scored 15 total points in the second half in those 4 games. 3 against the Packers, 6 against the Colts, 6 against the Jets, and then nothing last night.
Yeah, and it's not like they've scored nothing. Like, right. I mean, they scored 22 in the game against Green Bay, 23 against the Colts. They scored 23 last night. Like, they're scoring in the first half of games. It's just the second half, they are falling apart. And Houston has just been a massive disappointment over the last month. And yeah, a lot of it's the injury situation with Diggs and what they're dealing with in terms of their receivers. And I've never seen Laramie Tunsil strip the ball out of C.J. Stroud's hands. I've never seen a guy's own offensive lineman basically strip the ball. It was third down. It didn't matter. They recovered it. It was fine. But still, it was like, I've never seen an offensive lineman essentially strip his quarterback of the ball, like try to wrestle it from him. But that was...
There were just 4 straight interceptions, like drive, pick. With Goff, who I told y'all, don't put MVP money on Jared Goff. It's a watered-down MVP race. I feel like, again, for the second straight year, holy mackerel, was he harassed.
Oh, yeah, he was. Yeah, he was under siege, and he had, one was, the one at the line of scrimmage, and there was one more that was a tip.
Yeah.
But so it's, it doesn't look as bad as the stat line, but still. There was a lot of bad football and bad quarterback play at times in that game. And then, look, I mean, you make some throws when you have to. It reminds me a lot of that Romo game in Buffalo where he threw 5 interceptions and they win back in 2007.
The only thing that made me sick yesterday, sick to my stomach, it was not Zeke's fumble. It was not the laughable Trey Lance experiment. It was none of that. It was that I stopped betting and gambling. The fact that I have not put $500 apiece on all these Cowboy games in which I've predicted on the radio they would lose by 10 or more made me physically ill yesterday. I told my wife, I really regret not gambling again. It made me sick. I'm saying it on the radio. I'm looking like a football genius. I am a football genius. I'm just not...
One of the smartest people you've ever met.
I'm just not making any money as a football genius and capitalizing. And lo and behold, the spread comes out for the armpit. Cowboys, Texans, in prime time, 6.5. Well, and this is Monday Night Football on the Fan, 6.5, and people are trying not to make the same mistake I have, Choppy. It's moved up to 7 already. The over-under, 42.5. Although I think I was wrong about the over-under. I need to stay away from that because I'm miscalculating how much other teams are just pouring it on and beating the living hell out of the Cowboys. The other team is just taking these overs over. But the spread, 3, 3.5, 6.5, it has been charity. It has been easy money, and I hope you're at least cleaning up. I know you didn't against Atlanta, but I think you learned your lesson against Philly.
I bet Philly in this one, and then this coming week, Houston scares me because Houston plays down to their competition.
Yeah, I'm a little scared of this one.
I'm not sure what I'd. Although Houston's defense is, I don't know how the Cowboys are going to score in Houston's defense. It's a good defense.
Yeah,
their defense genuinely is a good one.
I don't know how Houston could get 9 sacks in this game.
Yeah,
I have no idea how they're going to block them up.
This is a 9.5-point swing, though. The Cowboys opened at -3. This was obviously when they opened
before the year.
Yeah, look ahead. They're called look ahead lines. So the Cowboys were -3 to start the year. This is a 9.5. The Cowboys have been downgraded that much, and obviously the injury. So now you're looking at a 9.5, 10-point swing.
Washington loses to Pittsburgh. The Giants lose to Carolina, so both teams losing in the NFC East yesterday. But, man, this also made me ill. I felt one with Bobby Belt after this.
Lutz waiting for the snap. Placement is down.
Oh, stop it. I haven't heard this radio call. I may have to take off my headphones. Mitch Holthus already. That Chiefs kingdom. I don't even know how bad, how awful, how sickening, nauseating this is going to be.
Lutz waiting for the snap. Placement is down.
Lutz's kick is blocked. It's blocked. It's blocked. The Chiefs blocked the kick. They're going to stay undefeated. The Kansas City Chiefs blocked a 35-yard field goal attempt. The Kansas City Chiefs are 9-0.
All right, not as bad as I thought.
Us team doesn't know how to lose.
They have won how many straight games while trailing in the second half?
Wait, isn't it like 7 straight? I would say 6 games in a row.
10.
Well, 9. They've won 9 straight games trailing in the second half. It has been how many days since their last loss?
Well, that would have been, let's go with...
You're usually good at this stuff.
Let's go with 370.
Pretty good guess.
290.
321. 321 days since their last loss. They were down 14-3 to Denver. The Broncos had it set up. It was perfect. And then a freaking field goal block. And Bobby, I'm with you now. I was angry. I was mad that Kansas City got away with more crap.
It's coming. It's coming for them. They can't keep. This is an unsustainable run. Whenever we're talking about the Chiefs just win, they've been downgraded before. It's yeah, but even when they're downgraded, it doesn't look like this. This looks like not a very good football team at times. Like Denver being up 14-3, and Denver, that's an extra point essentially. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of breaks they're getting. Peyton was already coming at me this morning. He's like, well, Detroit won that way. You're not going to talk anything about that. It's like,
I'm a champion.
Because Detroit is kicking people's ass every other week, and then they win those games when they come up. This is how Kansas City's winning every game right now.
You get when you've been playing like Detroit this year, and I think they lead in point differential for the whole league. But when you win the way they do, you're not. This is the NFL. You're not going to have perfect games every time. You're going to have to overcome five interceptions by your quarterback or whatever. I mean, the Chiefs just have been
5.
Not 5, maybe much, but you get the point. You're going to have to overcome bad play at some point. I mean, the Chiefs, to be fair, they have not played perfect. It's like they have sat there, we're just going to win. We're going to do enough to win the game. And
because I think that's making it sound like other team light switches, that they're saving something. I don't know how much more they can unleash. This might be who they are. I don't know. I don't know if they're sleepwalking.
No, I don't. And it may not even be sleepwalking. They are abs. And this is the same thing.
That's what you're making it sound like, though. Yeah, we'll do this and we'll do that. Kind of like lollygagging it, going at half pace, 3/4 pace. I don't know that that's happening now.
I don't know that it's fully like that. I just do think that if this game is close, Mahomes is going to find a way to win the game.
But do they flip on a light switch to cause Lamar not to see Zay Flowers, or for Isaiah Likely's toe not to get down? Do they flip on a light switch to get a defensive pass interference against the Bengals on 4th and 6 that gives them the field goal to win the game? Do they flip on a switch to go, oh, we're going to block the kick now?
Yeah, but they are coming back. They are coming back in all these games.
Yeah.
They do know coming out of the third, it's the opposite of the Cowboys. They do know, we're going to catch up. Right. They have to believe
we're good enough. The quarterback's good enough.
Doggone it, people like me.
And now, and the other side is, obviously, this happens when you start to win 1-2 titles in a row. You do get you are the Super Bowl for the other team.
Yeah, no doubt.
Right? So they are.
The punk move of the day. on the San Francisco sideline before this happened.
Tabor Pepper will snap to Mitch Wisnowski. Number 4 will try to make it here. Good snap. Jake has it away. Jake has the distance, and Jake Moody is good! Money! Moody!
Wow.
Somehow, some way, the Niners win in Tampa Bay.
All right, that was the sickening one I was waiting for from Kansas City. Christian McCaffrey returns. Their kicker misses 3 field goals. Deebo Samuel goes to the sideline, tells the kicker, get your stuff together, like get your head on right. The long snapper is there to defend him, basically telling Deebo, we know what we got to do, like get out of here. Deebo shoves the long snapper in the head and ends up with a swipe at the kicker, Moody. Moody then hits the game winner, and afterwards, Deebo was like trying to take a little bit of credit. Like, I think he was like, he got to have that dog in him. He had that dog in him. But man, what a punk move by Deebo Samuel. Or will people defend Deebo going after a kicker who missed 3 kicks? But he took a swipe, shoved the long snapper in the face, and took a swipe at the kicker's head.
Look, I think generally it's like stay in your own position group or like your own side of the ball. Offense can go at offense. You start getting cross fighting where the defense is playing really well all year and the offense stinks, and then now you start getting the defense to chirp at the offense. That's how teams tank. That's how teams go into some funks. Stay on your side. Like if you had an offensive player not doing their job, go at them. If you're on the defensive side, you get a defensive guy not doing their job, go at them. But don't cross position groups like that.
Yeah, I mean, I get it for the late Larry Allen. I love the video of him like essentially punching Jose Cortez in the face, because in that instance, Jose Cortez is barking at everybody else, and Larry Allen's basically like, "Dude, you need to shut up. Okay, this is your fault." But this was just like, this felt very much like punching down. And by the way, I don't know that he can punch down to Tabor Pepper. Like, that's a big guy.
Yeah.
That's somebody who
I was hoping Pepper was going to snap him.
I think he was thinking about it. He was looking like he was trying to feel like, how far do I want to push this? Do I want to beat up one of our stars or not? Like, they've got enough guys injured.
By the way, they barely escape. This is Tampa. As Baker, not a MAGA fan apparently, with that stiff arm on Bosa. Stay away from me. Stay away from me. No Evans, no Godwin, and they fought valiantly, but San Francisco escapes. Around the rest of the NFL here on DFW Sports
San
Nation.
Francisco's the reverse Kansas City right now, where like San Francisco's playing, like outplaying teams with the stat sheet, and they're just blowing games late or playing really tight margins that they should have no business playing.
The rest of the football world is reacting this morning to Micah on McCarthy. We'll play you the audio and below the belt next on 105.3 The Fan. But we know this.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Hurts in the gun. Snap is back. Standing. Rush. Fumbles the ball on the sack. The ball is recovered by Dallas at the 5-yard line. Leofau recovered it and was touchdown. The Cowboys with their season-high 5th sack of the day.
Predict Micah's walk back on the Edge podcast on Bleacher Report later tonight when he gets asked about what's all over ESPN this morning, his controversial comments about Mike McCarthy. This is Below the Belt, presented by A#1 Air. And yeah, after the game last night, it was something where I know PR is got to be a little annoyed because I believe this quote came in about 20 seconds after the "Thanks, Micah" from PR, which is the wrap of, "All right, thanks, Micah. We appreciate it. Guys, break it up." That's usually the signal of like, Micah's done now, guys. Let's go. And so I heard the "thanks, Micah," and then the question came in a few seconds later, and this is what we got.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's of course going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
You know, that's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But, you know, all coaching aside, you know, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants, but the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out, you know, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You know, you want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
That's a tough quote, specifically because of the line, "who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did." Because that's underscored by outside of the context of just Dallas, it feels like.
I'm getting text messages from outside of the Metroplex. What's up with McCarthy saying, what's up with Micah saying that McCarthy stuff? And predictably, I think the media, they need to be media watchdog because they're being disingenuous and inaccurate with the story. They're taking the first part of it. We're focusing on the second part of it. The first part of it is clear that he's saying Mike McCarthy can still be employed. Mike McCarthy can coach after this year. Zach Martin is about to be done. That's who I really feel bad for. And they're just taking Mike McCarthy can go anywhere, like go take a hike, go fly a kite, as my dad used to say. That's BS, ESPN. That's horse crap. That's garbage. The second, I still think the whole thing, I think Micah will clarify. I think he will walk it back. That's my prediction for his podcast. But if there's anything to talk about, it is more work than Mike McCarthy ever did. That felt like a little side swipe. It wasn't a full-on T-bone. It was...
Love that T-bone.
It was your, side view mirror dinking the garage wall. And it felt, I don't know how unintentional it was. I think on a scale 1 to 10, it's like you, Choppy, a 2 or 3 out of 10 on the something or nothing scale. I think Micah will clean it up. But the media, that's why people hate the media, and we do suck. They're twisting the first part of it of Mike McCarthy. He can get out of here.
Yeah, let's. You want a media watchdog headlines real quick? I've got some headlines for you, and then we'll get to ESPN. But I've got how the national media is writing about this right now. I'm just going to read off the headline. You tell me if you think it's a fair summary of what we just heard. Pro Football Talk. Micah Parsons feels worse for players like Zach Martin than Mike McCarthy.
Fair.
I think that's fair. NFL.com, Cowboys Micah Parsons feels worse for players like Zach Martin than Mike McCarthy in 3-6 season.
Is this
fair?
Is this the number one headline? Has this beaten the sun? Has
Yes.
this eclipsed the sun?
It eclipsed the sun.
Is this the moon?
Yes, it has.
Is this the moon Jerry was talking about?
We're in the path of totality now. Fan-sided. Micah Parsons ready to escort Mike McCarthy out of Dallas after another loss.
Cheap.
Yeah, that's not fair.
Cheap.
Not very good. This one's interesting from The Spun. The Spun. Micah Parsons hints Cowboy star will retire after season. I do think that was kind of what he was talking about.
What? Say that again?
Micah Parsons hints
get it.
Cowboy star will retire after season. I do think there's a little bit of
Cowboy star retire. Oh, Zach.
that he's talking about. Zach Martin will retire.
Okay.
And then Sports Illustrated, Micah Parsons' harsh words hint Mike McCarthy has lost the locker room.
That's fair. I don't think that's unfair.
No, it's unfair. It is unfair with that quote. From that quote, you can't take that from that quote. Give me the part. Give me what Micah said that suggests that McCarthy's lost it.
I think the idea would be that Micah Parsons is one of your biggest stars is basically saying he hasn't put in the same time. And like that would be a sense that he's lost the locker room based on how Micah's talking, I think.
Micah,
It's a stretch, but I don't think it's like. I think it's more unfair where the headline is on ESPN. Micah says Mike McCarthy can leave and go where he wants. That's more unfair. Whatever they.
That's
say.
ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
That's why nobody should ever trust the media when it comes to anything. Like, do your own research on it. Because,
Especially poll results.
I know, right? But because that's what. That's completely taken out of context. Because they even put the ... in there.
Yeah.
Mike McCarthy can leave and go where he wants. ... Well, give me the ...
It's like when they they said that I called Jerry Putin.
Yeah.
Daily Mail or New York Post, one of them. Rex Ryan responding to Micah's comments on Get Up this morning.
That's total BS. You're exactly right. And look, coaches are there at some days 20 hours a day. Yeah. For 2 or 3 days at least during the week. The hours they put in it's unmatched. Mike McCarthy, he doesn't deserve this damn comment. He doesn't. No coach does. Look, there's some horrible coaches out there, but none of them deserve this. The kind of work that they put in as coaches, I'm just telling you, I don't know, most players know that these dudes, you can forget about it. You're giving up family time. You're giving up all kinds of stuff in your life, and you're going to get some ass sitting back. I don't care how talented he is. That is absolutely BS. And if you would work half as freaking hard as a damn coach does, maybe you'd be able to play every damn game. Maybe your team wouldn't just be a bunch of punks and lay it down every damn week like you're doing. Oh. How about being a damn football team? You're going to sell your damn coach out? It's a crock of you know what.
Yes. So, yes. So it sounds like Rex is actually responding to the second part of it with the hours dedicated.
Right.
Which I don't have a big problem with that.
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, look, he is right. He is right. Like, coaches put in a lot of work.
Yeah.
I mean, even the laziest coaches in the world are still putting in 18-hour days.
Yeah.
Now
you got to get a massage in the facility.
Absolutely.
I'm kidding.
It's not
That's
fair.
just a joke.
Now, Rex wasn't fair to Micah there because, if he said if you put more work in, maybe you'd be on the
Not
field
hurt.
more. I mean, he was hurt. What are you going to do? That had nothing to do with work.
Yeah.
So that wasn't fair from Rex, but I think the rest of it was.
Damian Woody also had a take.
Greeny, I've never heard anyone say anything remotely like that after a game. I really have. And, who the hell Michael Parsons think he is talking like that after a game? Bro, you've been missing all these games with the injury. And last time I checked, the head coach is a Super Bowl winning coach. And I know the season hasn't gone the way that everyone is expected to go and all that. But for you to sit there in the locker room right after your team gets pummeled and to just undress your head coach in that manner, see, that's what's going on with all these podcast boys out here in the locker room. Everybody wants to sit there and they want to, spout and say all this type of stuff. There used to be a time when there was a little bit of respect, a little decorum in the locker room, because at the end of the day, it was about we didn't do enough. All of y'all got your asses kicked. Okay, and you're going to go out here and talk about your head coach, basically your head coach not working, not doing anything to try to prepare the team. I just think it's a bunch of BS, man. Yeah. I really do. We can sit here and laugh and all that type of stuff and be here in shock, but disrespectful what Micah Parsons did to Mike McCarthy in that situation, because I know, again, it's not the results that Mike McCarthy wants, but I know that man is busting his ass every single day to try to go out there and get a win, and to hear one of your star players come out there and say that. Yeah. Come on, man. Like, I can't ride with that.
Harry Douglas has weighed in, the former 10-year NFL vet. I told y'all Micah is a phenomenal player, but he talks too damn much. That S isn't cute, and it's very disrespectful to his entire locker room. Micah responded to him. You want some attention, huh? I'm not fitting to carry your career and boost your following.
Whoa!
So that's Micah and Harry Douglas going back and forth.
Man,
I'm going to just eat the fine for now because I'm going to eat the fine from now on. Here we go with the misdirection. This was Micah 15 minutes ago. I think he's saying I'm just not going to talk afterwards because the way y'all twist words and flip them around for content is nasty work. So that is Micah, kind of what he said with Diggs, talking about the media twisting this. And yes, the headline right there, Mike McCarthy can leave and go wherever he wants, that is twisting it.
That is twisting it. Micah did, though, in a way, he did just martyr Mike McCarthy.
Yes.
I mean, he did. Now, it's not going to matter.
How?
He's made Mike a sympathetic figure here
I think there's a segment tomorrow on this. I think there's a segment tomorrow. Can Mike McCarthy benefit from this in the offseason? I can make an argument.
And maybe not with this team, but in general, yes.
No, for his next job. Oh, no, he ain't coming back here.
He's not getting the next job.
Although, well, that's part of the topic. Anyway, let's finish up with this Micah stuff. But Micah not stopping down twice to be like, address like Mike fighting for him or Mike staying here, that was a mistake or an oversight, intentional or not.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I want to know, what is it that he thinks is being twisted? What does he think is being flipped around for context? Because, yeah, like you said, if it's that headline, that is being taken out of context. And Jory, to her credit, followed up and said, hey, for anybody who's misunderstanding this is what he's saying.
Jory,
which I don't think you can screw up reading it when you read the whole quote. Like, I think that's exactly what it sounds like he's saying.
Yes.
But the problem is that back end of it, which, again, just seems like you're calling into question, which, again, Rex Ryan and Damian Woody can take issue with that. I think it's
Rex was talking about the second part of it,
Yeah, and Damian Woody was too. Talking about how can you call it. I know he's doing everything he can. I think it's a little much to assume better than the guys that are in here how much work is being put in, though. I think that's presumptuous from Rex Ryan and Damian Woody right there, but they got to have their takes, and they got to scream into a camera, and they've got to get worked up about something. Rex genuinely, I think, is worked up from somebody who's been in that profession and feels like we take too many arrows as it is for stuff that we don't do, and so that's where that comes from. But Damian Woody just seems like he's trying to yell.
The likelihood is that Mike is at the facility when the players get there, and he's probably at the facility when the players go home. And that's just the reality. Most coaches are.
RJ says it is not just star down, brought to you by Crown Royal, the official whiskey of the NFL, which I think RJ may have been on yesterday while on his Instagram, judging by the eyes. There's some star up as well. Final hour with phone calls and Odyssey app venting on the home of the Cowboys next. But are you venting because you got to sit here?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me. I love it.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First down and goal at the Eagle 6. Tailback is Dowdle. And it's Elliot. Handoff to Elliot. He fumbled the ball in the end zone. And it's recovered by the Eagles. Wow. For a touchback.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Misery loves company. That is our show motto for the Dallas Cowboys season as they get absolutely destroyed again at home. First time in NFL history, a team is trailed by 20 or more in 5 straight home games, including playoffs, with the Eagles at one point up 28-6. They ultimately win 34-6. They have been tied with the 13-14 Raiders with 4 games in a row, getting worked that much in their home stadium. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt was there. This is a Cowboys Monday with Nick Eatman coming up at 9:20.
Yeah, it was pretty brutal. And it was one of those things where, you know, when we were walking in, we felt like this was kind of a 50-50 crowd to begin with. It felt like a lot of Eagles fans were there yesterday.
Has it been? When's the last time you can remember 50-50?
Probably one of those San Francisco games.
Yeah, like a 49ers. I mean, there were a lot of Broncos fans a couple years ago. They traveled pretty well. It probably wasn't quite 50-50, but I bet it was 60-40 Dallas. I mean, there was a lot of Eagles jerseys there. A lot of Reggie White jerseys and all sorts of stuff in there. But, I mean, this was a game where you felt like you kind of knew what was going to happen, I think. The offense looked even worse than you could have imagined. Defensively, I think Philly putting up 180 rushing yards, scoring 34 points. That doesn't sound that insane when you look at what this game was walking into it, but just no ability to pick up a first down through the air consistently was not what I expected.
2.5 yards basically per play offensively.
I mean, I think that's solid. It's not 3, okay? But if you run 2.5 yards a play and you go for it on every 4th down, you pick up the first down.
So that's improvement.
I mean, you got to put that in the win column.
They had more plays than passing yards at one point, 48-46, and 5 turnovers versus 6 points.
Yeah, that's not very good. In fact, they finished with more plays than passing yards because they finished with 49 net passing yards is what they had in this game, which seems just impossibly bad. 11 first downs. Philadelphia picked up as many first downs by penalty yesterday as you picked up by passing.
But RJ Choppy says, hey, let's go ahead and turn that frown upside down with some sarcastic
ups.
Sarcastic ups.
Yeah, start up to Zeke fumbling near the end zone. Mm-hmm. Every Zeke TD or positive play just gives the front office another reason to bring him back next year. Okay, so we need more fumbles and more stuff like this. Not F them picks, get them picks. That's what we need.
Man, did his dad's social media accounts get lit up when he said, show me the tape and I'll send $10,000 for anyone who can prove my boy has lost his step? What was more crippling and back-breaking? The Zeke fumble on the 5, 1st and goal, you're down 7-3, or the Sun episode with Ferguson and Lamb?
It might be the Sun episode because you scooped up a fumble, you have momentum there. If you score a touchdown, you're up. Like that can kind of change momentum and give you some confidence.
Zeke's was after a 13-play drive, and he gets the first carry as well after Micah forced the fumble. They put him back out there.
I do think the Zeke one, because a 13-play drive and you come away with nothing, that's demoralizing. It's put a lot of work into to come away with nothing.
Nick Harris tweeted, Hunter Lipke fumbled on the goal line in Miami last year, did not touch the ball the rest of the year. Zeke fumbles on the goal line and gets a carry on the very next offensive play.
All right, well, I'm glad you mentioned the Sun because I got to star up with the Sun. Okay, star up for not using the curtains. You know, the Sun also impacts the referees. And this is an undisciplined football team. If the refs can't see it, they can't call it. Okay? And the Sun, and this is a long-term play here too, the Sun will leave a spot in their eye for the rest of the game, in their vision, right? So they're cooked for the rest of the game. There's a reason the Cowboys committed so few penalties yesterday. That's one of their lowest of the year. The referees could not see it. So
that's a good one.
Thank you. That's a start to the curtains.
And that's a crew that throws a lot of flags. Yeah. They were much lower yesterday.
So they were blinded.
Yeah.
And Brian Broaddus is sending us pictures of the referee not being able to see.
Work smarter, not harder.
So despite CeeDee Lamb after the game telling Pat Doney and company, yes, I 1,000% want curtains, Jerry still not hearing it afterwards. So he's concluded. This is why this audio is a little distant. He's concluded speaking with Bobby and Todd Archer and the rest of the crew. And while walking away, PR must have told him, sir, the sun's going to come up again, literally and figuratively. So be prepared for it. Well, no one in the media scrum asked him about it. Not even the great Ed Werder, who asks all the right questions that we don't ask here twice a week on The Fan. No one asked him in the scrum. Jerry brings it up himself.
By the way, we know where the sun's going to be when we decide to flip the coin or not. So we do know where the damn sun's going to be in our own stadium.
Why not put the curtains up? Why not mitigate that?
What?
The sun and CD's
Let's
eyes.
just tear the damn stadium down, build another one. You kidding me?
But it's not, you don't have to go that way.
Everybody's got the same thing. Every team that comes in here has the same issues. They know where the sun's going to be. So every team has the same thing.
So is it more on Mike not understanding where the sun is and not telling us?
I'm saying the world knows where the sun is. You get to know that almost a year in advance. So someone asked me about the sun, and what about the sun? Where's the moon? We're fine, but everybody plays in the sun out here.
Someone's got to print up T-shirts. Where's the moon? Where's the moon?
You've got to use this whenever, Amanda's like, we need to get new curtains or something. Be like, well, let's just tear down the whole damn house.
Yeah.
Why would you tear down the house, Amanda? Jeez.
You know how, like, when you play on certain fields, certain grass fields, but going into the game, they'll be like, you know what? We're going to put longer spikes in today.
Yeah.
Why does everybody why would a Cowboy player not wear one of those Jim McMahon visors?
Yeah, or like why can't they put glass in there that are like the transition lenses?
Yeah.
We have that technology. As soon as the sun hits it, just turn it to shade.
Could they not do that? I don't know. I got one more. Starcastic up for you.
All right.
Star up to the Rico run from the 3 on 3rd and goal. The game was over anyway. Don't put any unique plays on tape.
The game was 7-3.
That's over. This team. Come on now.
They only scored 6 points. That was over.
That's over. You want Houston to think, when you play Houston this week, you want them to think that the next time it's 3rd and 3 for the 3, that you're going to run the ball to Rico, not throw it. Okay? It's all about thinking ahead at this point.
Put that on tape.
You don't want to put something on tape. You don't want those unique plays like, a pass to go on tape. You don't want that, so star up to the Rico run on 3rd and 3.
See, and Mike is out here trying to say that Mike doesn't put in the work. That's heady work right there.
Big time.
Starcastic Awards brought to you by Crown Royal from RJ Choppy, the official whiskey of the NFL. Look, Jerry is right. I can't believe the Micah thing has actually overshadowed the Sun thing. The Sun thing is making them a laughing stock, and Jerry's just trying to bully them out of the topic. Yes, it does affect everyone equally.
Yeah, it does, but we get affected by it every week. Right? The other teams, it's a one-off for Philadelphia. For the Cowboys, it's every week.
And shouldn't you choose every time? That's more important. You should choose... I don't know what's better, for your offense to be looking at it or your defense to be looking at it.
It's a great question. I mean,
is it Is it better to be on defense facing the sun?
I mean, the Cowboys receivers and corners don't seem to turn to look for the ball anyway. So, I mean, I don't know that it matters much for either one.
I mean, yeah, I guess it would be better on defense because a lot of times you're playing the man, not the ball.
Yeah.
So you're not necessarily looking at the ball. The receiver has to look at the ball.
Yeah, so this, it always makes me wonder, did they mess up in the build of the stadium? Did they just, did they butcher it?
I don't know. I don't think they messed up with the build.
Did they build it the wrong way?
I don't even think that. It's just I don't think they took into I don't think they recognized with the doors that when it's set like that, it would impact the game at the time. Like I don't think when
they walked through. Jerry let every former player and sponsor go take a tour of the stadium at all hours of the day. You don't think at any point in time at 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 o'clock, Jerry was in there and be like, oh, the sun is really... It's kind of glaring through here.
They absolutely did. But at that point, I mean, it was too late. The stadium was already designed.
Yeah, but they can block it, which they have for other events.
Curtains, yeah, they could. They just don't want to because it would make the stadium look too dark on the inside. I understand from the aesthetic. I totally get it.
Yeah.
But there does come a point where if it's harming your product, you have to change it.
But it has just as much of a chance of harming their product. That's his counterpoint. It's 50-50.
It is 50-50, but
for that day.
For that day, it's 50-50, but
here's what he's going to do tomorrow.
The Cowboys have 8 coin flips a year on that 50-50, and everybody else does 1.
What he's going to do tomorrow is he's going to be, I think this is going to be really uncomfortable, which is why I begged the media to ask him about it afterwards. He's going to be like, give off the impression you guys are wasting all of our time with this. You think people listening really want to hear about this, and they actually do. Maybe I'll blame it on the fans. I'll just say Tolos want to know. Actually, no. CeeDee Lamb gave us the out. Your star receiver wants curtains, but he's going to try to be very dismissive and get rid of that topic as soon as possible because I think he looks at it as an embarrassing subject matter. But you believe that he believes that it really does help them.
I think he believes it's something like, well, we play in it more often than they do. They're the ones who aren't going to have as much of an issue
like
with it.
The Rangers and the Heat.
I also think he just doesn't think it's that big a deal. Like, I think he's just like, okay, the sun exists for football games for forever. The sun was in Michael Irvin's eyes in Super Bowl 30 when he caught a ball in his gut in Arizona, and he motioned back like, the sun's in my eyes. I think Jerry just thinks like, the sun's the sun. And sorry, I'm not going to change up a bunch of stuff just because the sun exists.
Well, how big of a deal is it in reality? I mean, this is obviously perfect fodder for, like, Jimmy Kimmel and the late night shows can talk about this.
Do you think Kimmel's going to talk about that? Break from everything else he's been talking about lately?
Sorry, give me a more accepted in a red state late night host. But this is like late night joke fodder. It's material.
Yes.
How big of a deal is it really?
I mean, it's a big enough deal.
It did cost them the lead.
Yeah.
It cost them the lead with an offense that's so putrid and desperate that they need every point that they can get.
Yeah, it's a big enough deal to matter. It does matter.
It has happened. I do feel like it most consistently comes up as sort of a, and this too. Like it feels like it gets tacked on whenever things are just going horribly.
Yeah,
like when
it's not the reason they lost. They lost for 58 other reasons. It just contributes to the you know what it is? It's another kind of 2 on a scale of 1 to 10 that adds up of all the things that this team does that are stupid.
Barrington in Washington, D.C., listening on the Odyssey app. Barrington, you're live on Sean and RJ.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it for taking my call. Can we please talk about how bad this front office actually is and extremely overrated? All of your depth is in Washington right now, actually getting ready to win a division, it looks like. Jerry Jones needs to be put in a room with a blanket over his legs and sunglasses on his face. With all the developments that we have with AI, you would think somebody would create a clip of him saying something racially controversial.
Okay, come on.
Trying to cancel him?
Trying to let you go to start off with the blanket and the sunglasses, but come on, let's keep it decent. Marcus in Dallas. Marcus, you're up next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? Thank you for taking my call. I think the biggest elephant in the room is really the Dallas Cowboys and how they tend to overreach for the drafted guys, because Will McClay said himself that the most important thing is if you pick them, you got to play them. And you can kind of see that playing now with how they make decisions. You can see it with Mingo, because what did they say with Jonathan Mingo? He was high on our draft board.
Yeah.
So what did they do? Give away a fourth. What did they say about Trey Lance? Oh, he was high on our draft board. So what did they do? They gave away a fourth. What did they say about Malik Hooker? He was high on our draft board, even though he was very injury prone. And what did they do with Mozzie? They brought in competition against him very late into training camp. It's an appearance of putting a thumb on the scale to try to favor the drafted guys. And I get why they do it. It's for budget reasons. But when they take away their biggest commodity on a team, morale, and that's fairness. And I just see why it's breaking the team down, morale, especially when you listen at what Phillips said the other day, wanting to be where he's wanted. And it keeps happening over and over again. And, Sean, I want to tell you, I do agree that it's good for the Dallas Cowboys to suffer right now, but I don't think it's going to work like you intended. Because I think people take you wrong. They think that you want this team to suffer just because of penitence. Now, you want them to take a good, long look at themselves.
Yeah.
But it's not going to work this year, Sean. It's not going to work because of the injuries. They going to come to you tomorrow. Jerry going to come to you tomorrow. What are you going to say? Well, you know, we are having a bad year in terms of injuries. We had Dak go down, Cook go down. We had Bland go down. It's all these different assets that they're going to lean on. So even though it's righteous that you want them to lose, it's going to play against you, my man.
But, Marcus, there will be a new regime.
Yeah, it will. It will, but, you know, it's not going to even play out like we think. Like I heard a lot of people say Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Do we really want that? Because, see, Ben Johnson is going to have to come in here and he going to still have to deal with our guys, the draft and develop philosophy. If Ben Johnson had that same philosophy with Detroit, then you wouldn't see Montgomery. What would they be doing? They would be loading up Gibbs because why? They drafted him. And if they pick him, they got to play him. The Dallas Cowboys are smart, and they do a good job of drafting. But the one thing I would say I would want them to tweak is take your hand off the scale and don't give away your commodity of fairness, or you're going to lose the morale of your team year in and year out.
Great call, Marcus. Thank you for sticking with us on hold, man. You are appreciated. Appreciate it. All right, was Nick Eatman losing his mind, and what does he think of all the Sun, CD, and Micah Parsons fallout, and how hurt is DeMarvion Overshown after showing out yesterday? Nick Eatman back from the stadium is next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at krd-fm, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First down now from the 42. Almost messed up the handoff. Lance pulls it back. The ball is caught by Ferguson and fumbled. Picked up by the Eagles and run down the left sideline by Blankenship.
The headline from Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, nothing worked with this backup plan. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to the 1400 on a Veterans Day off, hopefully for most of you that are still tuning in via the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, listening on the radio. And we've already gotten calls from all over the country on the Odyssey app. Y'all are appreciated. Yeah, appreciated. Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. He was in Arlington with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. Nick, what did you say to yourself or think when Cooper Rush went back in for Trey Lance and his 2 plays?
What are we doing? Like, what's going on? Like, what is this? You know, I mean, like, you know, it's not like a pitcher where a guy comes in the game, but it kind of felt like it should be. You know, we're like, all right, you know, now playing quarterback, and then for it to be back for 2 plays, I didn't understand it. I mean, I'm not really sure what they were planning on doing right there, but you know, it was just the whole game was, what are we doing? I mean, what's happening here? Like, what was that? So that was just kind of fitting for the entire game.
Who do you think should start against the Texans at quarterback?
Cooper Rush. I give Cooper Rush another shot. I've seen him play better than that. That was disappointing because I thought he would be a lot better than that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I still think he could do it. But I mean, I'm fine with mixing up a little bit, but maybe run the plays that Trey Lance can do. You know, have a little success with. Change it up. I mean, got to do something. I mean, I don't know why they're not mixing things up. Change who's calling some of the plays. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I would make some changes here because, I mean, it's just, if they keep saying it like there's a lot of football left. Well, if that's the case, then let's act like it and let's do some changes and, you know, maybe make a few tweaks here and there.
Was Cooper hurt? Like, we've never seen him throw like that.
I honestly thought he got hurt on the play. He recovered the fumble and the Eagles took it from him. I thought he got hurt then. Like, and so now I don't think, I mean, I'm not calling out training staff or anything like that. I mean, I think they obviously checked him out, but no, I just thought he was kind of banged up right then, but he went back and played the rest of it.
Nick, what, when we look at the game plan yesterday, it looked like, to me anyway, the thing I've been saying this entire morning is it didn't look like they were prepared going into this. It almost looked like they were kind of doing some things on the fly. It didn't look consistent. It didn't look like the game plans they've gone out there with Cooper Rush in the past, and that they didn't get, they didn't lean into some of the run game effectiveness that they were getting early on from Rico Dowdle. Why do you think they moved away from the run so quickly?
I can't tell you that one. They always feel like it happens that way. Like they really only run it because people are saying, why don't you run it? But they really want to throw it more than anything. In a game like this, I thought Rico was running it well. And the passes that they were calling, I don't think were even helping like the run game. I mean, nothing was down the field. It didn't feel down the field. Everything felt like short underneath. And if you have DK Metcalf, that works because he can break tackles because he looks like, a Superman. But they don't have those guys. They don't have these run after catch type guys. So Jalen Tolbert's not breaking any tackles, and neither is really CD for that matter, and Jalen Brooks. And these guys are, they're not going to break tackles. Nobody broke a tackle. I think the Eagles had the best tackling day I've ever seen. It felt like every screen, every short pass was just caught and tackled immediately.
Nick Eatman here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Do you have any injury update on Overshown?
I do not. He sounded optimistic on things. I think he did come back in the game a little bit. So I thought, usually when they go back in the game and they're up there talking for as long as he did with the media, it feels like he's okay. But again, I don't want to overstep there, but I didn't get the sense that it was too bad.
What was the locker room like afterwards, and who did you catch up with?
I was standing right there in front of Micah. I mean, I didn't get the sense. I didn't it reads way worse than it sounds. I don't know the second part of it. I didn't think that was necessary to kind of say it that way, but about, he's done, Zach's done more than Mike's done. I mean, I don't even know how you quantify that, It doesn't even seem accurate, but because I think we all kind of know what he was trying to say. But, it didn't come out right. Then again, I don't love the question either. This is not the first time I've seen things like this where I'm like, let's not overlook the question. Is it necessary? Is it necessary to even ask a player what he thinks about a head coach being here? I mean, I've never understood that. It's only a recipe for disaster to me. So I don't know. But yeah, I mean, the mood, it wasn't great. I mean, it was not a good performance. It was like the opposite of what we've seen other games where it looked like a blowout early, and then they kind of come back and make it look closer. This was a little bit on the flip version. It was, the defense was playing well. They were in it and then they stopped scoring. That's the thing. You don't score any points, and another team keeps scoring, then guess what? It's a blowout.
Nick, you mentioned that there are some things that need to change because you can't keep rolling forward with the way things are, especially if there is a lot of football left. Is one of those things we might see change is that Kalen Carson's going to the bench?
I would think. I mean, he's not ready. He's just not ready. I mean, they're picking on him every play. It's either they go deep, he's going to get caught for holding. He's not making a play on the ball. He's not making the tackles underneath. I mean, Mukwamu's played mostly safety in his career, but I mean, if Deron Bland and is not ready, and I don't know what's happening with this foot injury, but if he doesn't seem to be ready, then they got to go with something else. And so, yeah, I mean, I don't think they can keep rolling him out there because Houston will pick on him, Washington will pick on him, just like these other teams are.
What's up with Dak and the injury list?
Well, the one he got in the game? I mean, like
I saw your tweet about that.
I was like, you just can't make this up. I mean, are you seriously running over players on the bench now? I mean, it's unbelievable. It sounds like he's getting a second and third and ninth opinion on this. And it feels like he's headed to IR. I mean, it feels that way. He's headed towards IR. And I don't think most times you would say, hey, let's get this done last week so we can get the one game in. So if he has to just miss 4, we can get one out of the way. I think they all know that it's going to be more than 4, so they weren't worried about that week. It probably just seems like is he going to need surgery or not? And I would imagine he probably will. And I would be surprised if we see him again this season.
Now TV is putting up, as they should have, the full quote of the first half. Instead of Mike can leave and go wherever he wants, maybe they were spying on us, thinking Jerry was on today, and talking about how unfair that was to put up. So now they're putting up the full context of it. Nick Eatman joining us from DallasCowboys.com. And now, what about the son?
My son? I mean, I'd rather talk about mine. I mean, he's kind of mischievous. No. Honestly, I've never had a problem with this. And you want to know some real irony on this? Before any play ever happened, I leaned over to the guy next to me in the press box, Derek, and I said, I know that people always talk bad about, the needing curtains or whatever. I go, but I love this. I love this. I love this look. It's nostalgic for me. It looks like Texas Stadium. I love it. And I said that before any pass was ever thrown to two guys running in the same spot or throwing it right in the sun. I've never had a big issue with it because I don't understand the argument. I really don't. Like, who are we? What's the argument? I really don't is it
the sun's in their eyes? That's the argument.
Whose eyes? The Cowboys?
Yeah, the players.
It doesn't hurt the other team? Because think about it. How many times has it ever happened in 15 years that there's been an issue? 10? 8? How many times? And how many times has it been the other team? I can't remember that, ever. So it's the players. No center fielder has ever had a ball in a sun in his eyes. Maybe CD should wear 2 eye blacks instead of 1. I mean, I don't understand. I don't get it. But no one else has a problem but the Cowboys. That's what's so funny to me. And then it just doesn't seem like it's a disadvantage for both teams. So I don't know. I just don't ever see the issue. And I don't know how you change it. I mean, where's the advantage? Is it going this way so the defense has it in their eyes? I don't know.
I mean, also, yeah, you're right. I mean, in baseball it is, but outfielders are trained to battle the sun. They were trained since they were 4 years old to do that. Football players aren't trained to battle the sun. It never happens.
And they do have 8 home games versus another team just comes in here once, right?
The Cowboys have 8 50-50 coin flips, and the other team
it's not prime time.
Right, of course.
Well, don't throw a pass. Don't throw a pass there. I mean, right there. I mean, there's a lot of things about that play that I hated. One of them was throwing it in the first place. You already chose not to defer. So therefore, you got to make sure you're scoring last in the first half, and they don't do that. And then they run a play where there's 2 guys right there, and crossing, and at the same time, if the pass should have been going to Ferguson. Maybe it was thrown to Ferguson because he's the one that saw it and one that could have caught it. And then also just it's 53 yards wide. I mean, you see the sun there, don't throw at it. So I have a problem with the play calls as well. But I've never had a huge issue with it because I think it should, even on the same play, it should affect both teams. It's for some reason it doesn't affect both teams. It only affects the Cowboys. But I don't know. I mean, I know it's a sensitive topic around here. So, Micah was saying, be the light. Be the light. He kept saying that several times. I mean, I think we had plenty of light in there. So.
Thank you, Nick. We'll talk Wednesday.
See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort, proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Will RJ wear the bag to finish off the show? Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece is next.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Tolbert in motion to the right. Rush back. Flushed, fumbles. The Cowboys are going to recover. Maybe Steele is playing patty cake with it. And now the Eagles got on it.
All right, we have RJ Choppy with a reason for you to tune in, I think, on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Kevin Hagelin is enjoying. And Corey Majors looks like he's questioning.
It sounded, just driving in this morning, it sounded like Choppy was in a different room or like at home or something on the radio. But then because I knew he had the bag on his head.
Yeah, baby.
Because I knew that, I could imagine it that way. So great job this morning, boys.
Matka, Kevin Hagelin. Matka.
Make America's team great again.
Yeah.
Okay. Could you do those hats in blue? Is that what you're thinking? I feel like red probably won't
in red. Okay, blue's a terrible color.
Hey, they had
a much better power color.
Yeah, Trump won and they changed the helmet, huh?
They had red on their helmets yesterday.
You think that was because of the election?
I talked to Jerry before the game. He's almost as stubborn as me with the refusal to put curtains in the stadium.
It's fitting. The team did look like garbage yesterday.
We could have big, beautiful curtains. Gosh. Okay, big, beautiful curtains that the other team will pay for.
Best curtains we've ever seen.
And we'll have a door in the middle of the curtains that says welcome. Okay, that's what we're going to
do. Corey Majors, good morning. What's coming up?
Oh, man.
Let's take phone.
No.
Let's do phone calls.
Let's do phones
Has
today.
the anger, Mike, I want to ask you this on these two. Has their anger subsided? Is it gone now?
They're going to be so mad this week and for the next 2 months. It is going to be pure screaming into the mic that they want free agency to happen, and it's not going to happen.
You don't think they're defeated yet? Corey
These
and
two
Kevin?
guys?
Yeah.
In a way, yes, but they're going to get so emotionally mad about this situation because, let's face it, probably for the next 2 years, besides changing the coach, they can't change the talent. They committed to this team. They're not going to do free agency. They've never done it. So I'm like, this is your team. You can change the coach, it'll be a little better, but not much. Like Jerry doesn't hire great coaches.
Mike, can you try to draw me off sides every crosstalk after a Cowboys game? I want to see today if you can successfully get Zach Wolchuk to scream during crosstalk, because I think you could draw him offsides. That's a guy who is hurting and I think is ready to just yell about things.
And you try to get in Bobby in crosstalk commercial break.
Yeah, I felt like in that game, if Dak was playing, the score would have only been 7-6 in the second quarter.
Much closer.
And at halftime, I do feel like the Cowboys would have put 6 on the board if Dak was the quarterback for that game.
Corey, what's coming up?
We do have Stephen Jones joining us at noon today.
Heck yeah!
What has he said to you guys about the sun?
We never asked.
I don't think we've ever asked him. We've asked Jerry multiple times, and he's. I got a thousand more other things important than that. You idiots.
What do you think Steven will say?
He's going to be very short with his answers. He's going to say they have to stop turning over the ball and they have to execute better.
Is he?
And I would say that they are completely executed.
Like, do you think that he's going to be is he as stubborn as his dad is?
I do. Yeah, I think so.
Like he will be just as dug in on the Sun as Jerry is.
Yeah.
I don't know
what I just said.
Okay. Sorry, Steven. That's what I heard.
I don't think you can be as stubborn. I don't think you can be as Jerry.
Built it like that on purpose.
I think he's.
How come you never ask about the moon, Sean?
Do you think?
Do you ask him about the moon tomorrow?
Do you think that they messed up?
Yes.
You think it was a mistake?
Yes.
The direction of the stadium.
I mean, it was definitely a mistake.
They thought they were building an indoor stadium and forgot about the windows.
No, but do you think like they looked at the blueprints and then like pulled them down and looked at the sun and went, oh crap, well, it's too late. We can't do anything about it.
I honestly don't think they factored in or thought about the sun at all. Like I know what he said.
It's
yesterday.
an indoor stadium. It's an indoor stadium.
And I thought they were like, we're fine.
So somebody brought this up in the fan text, and it's actually a really good point. It's way above my. I did take astronomy in college, all right? But
wow,
I know, right? It was either that or astrology, whatever one.
How's that helped?
What?
How's that help?
Has it helped? Well,
More than his public speaking did.
I graduated, so I guess.
You did 116.
Astronomy.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of stars.
The fan text, they bring out, like, the sun and the way the Earth rotates and stuff, like the sun is in a different spot every year.
Mm-hmm.
So there's really a legit chance that in 2008 and 2009, when they were building it, that the sun has shifted. It does move.
He took astrology or astronomy. Mike, don't look like that. You have to trust me.
Does that have to happen? At Fenway Park, where's the sun in 1909 and where's the sun in 2009? Well, I think it's in the same place.
Because we'll look out here in the morning. Like
Jerry said, we know a year beforehand where the sun's going to be.
It does rise.
Did you hear the audio?
It does rise.
Did you hear the audio clip
of Jerry?
Yeah.
No, I don't listen to him.
No, I know. Let's play it for Mike. We got to play it from Mike Bassick.
He's going to mention the moon.
They finish the regular media session, and Jerry walks off and has to add this point. That's why the audio sounds a little bit distant.
By the way, we know where the sun's going to be when we decide to flip the coin or not. So we do know where the damn sun's going to be in our own stadium.
Why not put the curtains up? Why not mitigate that?
What?
The sun and seating
Well, let's
dies.
just tear the damn stadium down and build another one. You kidding me?
But it's not. You don't have to go that way.
Everybody's got the same thing. Every team that comes in here has the same issues. They know where the sun's going to be. So every team has the same thing.
So is it more on Mike not understanding where the sun is and not calling
I'm saying the world knows where the sun is. You get to know that almost a year in advance. So someone asked me about the sun.
More than a year in advance.
Where's the moon? We're fine, but everybody plays in the sun out here.
You messed up and stepped on his viral, really afterwards, and you need that for a drop moving forward. Where's the moon? Tell me where that is. Where's the moon, smart guy?
His response of why don't we tear the damn stadium down and build a new one?
Yeah,
That's
extreme.
Aggressive.
It's pretty extreme.
What is that?
Why not put
So this
curtains
is
up?
just
tear the stadium down?
A photo taken in the same place at every sunset, same day every month, and it's just how different it is. So look, I'm saying when they built the stadium, it's very possible that when they looked and they noticed, hey, are we going to be screwed up here? That the sun could have been in a spot where it really didn't impact it. Like, maybe the summertime, but we're in the fall here, and we're in an equinox or whatever the hell it's called, and it changes.
It took more than 3 months to build the stadium.
Oh, I understand. I'm saying when they went and looked. Just when they went and looked. And
that one day?
Yeah, who knows? But, dude, I have no idea. I'm just saying, it's very possible
They went to the construction site that one day. They made the decision that day.
The sun rises in the east until the east isn't the east.
They traded
global warming
4th-round picks for Jonathan Mingo and Trey Lance. I don't think they're super into heady topics of analyzing where the sun's going to be and everything.
But HKS or whoever built the stadium,
RFK?
very well might.
This is amazing. And Mike,
to defend Jerry a little on the whole, we know where the sun's going to be a year to bit. I do think he's just talking about the schedule, about when they're going to play their home games. I think that's what he means.
Oh, okay. Not like we've charted the sun out year by year.
Yeah, not like the sun releases its calendar every year, and
that makes more sense.
Farmer's Almanac or whatever.
Well,
that's right.
And just like anything else, like certain stadiums you go into, the wind's going to be more of an effect than at this stadium. Though jet stream at our stadium for the Rangers forever was an advantage to us.
Yeah.
This just happens to be a detriment every time we run into it.
You know how when you're at the end of a show that you have binged and you're mad about it and you're like, damn it, this sucks. Like, I'm not going to be able to find a new show.
Dexter became a lumberjack?
Yeah.
Get the hell out of here.
Hey, spoiler alert!
I'm wondering for Bassick. Mike, are you, because you've had this comical reaction now for a couple years.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying it more that some of us are now feeling what you are, or do you have that end of binge watching jealousy that we're just picking up on it and it's as old to you now, our reaction, and you're like, man, I wish I could feel what these guys are feeling brand new and just laughing at this now.
No, I hear what you're saying. I don't want to laugh at Cowboy fans or laugh at.
It's not at fans,
Kevin,
because they're
Corey
laughing. They're laughing like when this is happening within the game. A lot of people are like, all right, now we know we're gonna lose. Pour it on more. People are rooting for Jerry and Steven. I know this sounds harsh.
Why?
They make it bad.
What do you think's going to happen?
They're rooting. What do you mean?
What?
They're rooting for them to suffer.
Yeah, they're rooting for them to eat it during.
Nothing's going to change, but just rooting for them.
Well,
to
something
suffer.
is going to change. I think it can. This is why this has to happen this way. That's why Parcells happened. There was something. Stadium, Sun. Maybe it's Parcells' fault. We need to ask Parcells. Did he have input on the Sun? There's something. It has to be so drastic. That's the only chance of
No, I'm with you. Like, let's say the last two home games, the visiting team doesn't show up, and there's 15,000 empty seats. Now they're sold. I get it. Jerry got his money, but people just decided not to show up. Like, I was at a party yesterday, and there were a couple people who have Cowboy season tickets that they share, and nobody wanted to go yesterday. They were struggling. They were like, hey, and like, I don't want to go. I got this Friendsgiving thing. I got whatever. Like, I do think a lot of Cowboy fans now don't want to go, and maybe him just saying, yeah, their tickets are sold. I made money off of it, but nobody's here, or at least I see 15,000 empty seats. Maybe that would make his coaching search like a little bit better, but I don't know. Like, I just don't think he really cares anymore.
Enrique tweeted, tell RJ the sun doesn't move. Ha, ha, ha.
Well, the Earth moves, so it puts the sun in a different spot.
Earth is moving right now.
Yeah, so it puts the sun in a different spot. The sun is stagnant. We all move around the sun.
When you talk about things changing, or like maybe it could,
we need a song. Here Comes the Sun.
Yeah.
Beatles.
What?
Sure. It is.
What is the last fundamental perspective you can remember Jerry changing on in the entire time you've been here? Can you think of one?
I think it has to go back to, honestly,
free
Parcells
agents
when he gave up the.
But Parcells was still and like it was a means to an end. And as soon as he got it, it's like, all right, cool. When was the last time he changed the way that he views things?
Paying kickers.
I think the last thing is basically the way he turned over the front office in 2014.
The Cowboy Jerry and Steven act like your kid's gonna have heartbreak at 10, 11, 12. And because of that heartbreak in elementary school or whatever, their philosophy is, well, we're never going to date again.
Yes.
We're not getting married
The
because
4P movement of the Dallas Cowboys.
we're not getting married because that girl broke up with me with crayon letter. And she sent me that letter, and we got burned by that one thing. Brandon Carr will end all free agency. I regretted firing Chan Gailey and Wade, so I can never do it again with Mike. And they hold on to these things.
It's the same thing you do in fantasy football when you draft a guy and he screws you over, and the next year you're like, never going to draft him again. You just hold that grudge forever.
Turn it up, Pepe.
Man, how come nobody hired Wade Phillips to be the head coach after all the teams told Jerry you made such a major mistake? Nobody hired him to be a head coach.
Broncos won the Super Bowl, right?
I
That's what
wonder
we
if
keep telling.
Jerry's telling the truth on that.
They were on
story.
acid when they wrote this.
Were they?
Yeah, Tom Petty, yeah. I believe was on the George Harrison's lawn.
I thought it was the Beatles.
Walking around with the ukulele.
Oh. The KMC masterpiece. I was making a Tom Petty joke, but joke away. Do whatever you want. What?
There's 2 more months of this.
No, there's a lot more than that. The KMC masterpiece is next on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You've got Corey Majors, the famous Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the show. What is on your mind?
Yeah, you go, Corey.
I think today Mike's message to all the Cowboys fans is welcome to his side. If you're ready to be there, if you're there at this point in the season, welcome. He's going to open that door for you and let you come, settle in. And Kevin, this season's toast, bro. It is toast.
Are you declaring it?
I'm going to go ahead. It's no longer too close to call. As you said, I'm sorry, not you said, but the
we scrubbed that.
Yeah,
That doesn't exist anymore.
It is no longer too close to call. It is a completion. So it's over with. You might win 2 more games this year. You might beat Carolina. You might beat the
Giants. Yeah.
All right. Well, no, you beat the Giants with Dak.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
And so you might be able to beat those 2 teams. That's about it. Otherwise, start looking at draft pick and draft status, where you're going to be at the end of the year.
So
maybe let the Panthers win,
I mean, I would support that. Then you'd have picks at the top of every round, except for
the 4th round.
Yeah,
By the way, I think that's a 50-50 coin flip. I think the Cowboys can try their hardest and still lose that game.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I don't think the Cowboys are going to have to try the rest of the year to be like, man, I hope they don't give a great effort and lose this game.
Yeah.
They are one of the 5 worst teams, maybe the worst, but that proved yesterday, because Dak's done for the year. They're one of the worst, if not the worst team in all of football. This is 1989.
They are a bad football team. I agree with that.
They're bad. They're disorganized. From their
Why
talent
would you say
standpoint,
that?
their
I
coaching
thought
standpoint.
both quarterbacks were ready to play on one of the downs. They both ran out to the field, and they had to call one of them off.
Man,
that's weird.
That moment where Cooper Rush was going in, and they told him to hold up, and he's like, "Huh?" And then Trey Lance just runs right in. And I was like,
you had 10 minutes before you got the ball again to figure out who the quarterback was on play 1 of that series, and the quarterbacks weren't told who the quarterback was.
That's concerning. Here's another thing I just want to throw out there. I think it's not just that they're bad, they're so boring. And I think that's what's going to beat me down for the rest of the season. Because, look, I don't think anyone, maybe Steven at noon, will make the argument that they still got a shot at the playoffs. But I don't think any reasonable person thinks that this team can make the playoffs. But they are so freaking boring, too.
What do you mean?
Did you see that offense yesterday?
Cooper Rush was only sacked 1 time for a QBR of 16.4.
Oh,
he
no.
had 45 yards in those 4 quarters, Kevin.
He threw the ball 23 times and had 45 yards. And then Trey Lance came in, and they played the Trey Lance card too early. And because they were like, oh, man, here comes Trey Lance. He was a number 3 pick just 3 years ago. And Jess goes, oh. And I go, here's the problem. He's not good at football. And then you saw what transpired. And again, hopefully he'll play better. But in his career thus far, he has not been good at football.
Yeah, I mean, so you had the yards. You had at least 10 yards per quarter, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
What is boring about that? Everything is boring about that. That's like the whole game is built around passing now, and you can't do it. I think the boring part of it, Kevin, is you don't have a single running back that you're excited to root for right now. Rico Dowdle is a guy that travels through your team.
I want to root for him.
That's fine, you can, but you know what? You probably won't see him next year. And you probably won't see him down. Like CeeDee Lamb's the only thing to be excited about, honestly. Jake Ferguson is not playing like Jake Ferguson at all.
Sure.
Jake Ferguson's having a bad year. I don't know if it's injury or what it is. He doesn't look like he's in the best shape I've ever seen him in. He doesn't look like as many targets as he's getting, he's not picking up lots of yards. CeeDee Lamb's about it. Jalen Tolbert has disappeared almost completely from the idea that he can be anything. And then on defense, Micah is exciting that he's back.
And I think Overshown is exciting.
All right, you know what? You did it, Kevin. You got the 3. That's the big 3 right there.
I have something that could fix a couple of problems.
Okay.
So number 21, that guy Carson.
Yes.
All right, he gets complete and total separation from the wide receivers. What if he's really a receiver who just gets unbelievable separation from the person that he's supposed to be near?
Because that's not what we want as a defensive back.
I change him to wide receiver. So this week, Carson is now a wide receiver. Tolbert is like glue on cornerbacks. I mean, that guy, they are stuck to each other. You would think that they were twins, though how close they are at all times. Why not move Tolbert to cornerback next game and be like, look, just act like you're a receiver. You get no separation. That's your job as a corner. And then Carson, you get 5-yard separation every time. So maybe let's run a route and see if you can get that 5-yard separation, because that would be unbelievable. So maybe you switch a wide receiver to corner and a corner to wide receiver, and you've solved a couple of problems.
There you go. Mike did it, man.
Okay.
Because Jalen Tolbert can't be worse as a cornerback than he is as a receiver. Let's be honest. Like, you can't be worse. So you try it and see. And maybe it is as bad. And then maybe the kid Carson, I know he's a young guy. You hope he gets better, but
I do.
Maybe he's not a cornerback.
And somebody just said the big 4: Lamb, Micah, Overshown, and Aubrey. And there's still points where your offense can't even get close enough for him to kick a 70-yarder. I love Brandon Aubrey. He's a blast. But I'm excited about a kicker. A kicker.
They got a big turnover on the Eagles 6, and they got it all the way to the 6.
Okay. You know what I was, when we were watching the game, I told Jess, I was like, hey, we got the ball at the 6 and we moved it up to the 3. And she goes.
And then you moved it back to the 5.5 or 6.
Yeah. And she goes, oh, are they going to score a touchdown? I go, ooh, I don't think so. I do not think so. From the 817, I totally agree with Kevin. They are fun to watch. I laughed the whole time. I have to admit, I'm not in that mindset. Like, we talked about this last week, and I said, Mike, even though it's better for draft position, like I understand totally that lose out, better for draft position. There were multiple times when the Cowboys did something, I was like, yeah, come on, go. Because I was rooting for them. So I have not found myself in the place.
What play were you rooting for the go yesterday?
Rico Dowdle broke a tackle and broke through some people that I was like, go. But yes, there was not a lot to love, but I'm still rooting for the Cowboys, even though long term, that's probably not best for them.
Kevin, every time something, even on the drive to score, where Zeke lost the fumble, I was just waiting for the bad thing to happen. And that's how they've trained me this year for that, right?
Yes.
Every time something good's happened, 3 bad things have happened to this team, whether it be injury, disorganization, whatever it is, they've just every time. And Kevin, I want to be positive with you about that part.
Yeah.
But the part of being excited about something is yesterday I went, I hope this game ends before it starts, is what I told Adrian.
Oh, no.
She said, are you going to watch and she got home and she goes, are the Cowboys being stupid again? I said, yeah. And she goes, oh, you sound like you expected that. And I was like, I did. I expected them not to be that good today. The team's just not good enough, man. And that's frustrating because last year it was good enough. It was there. And it still needed to be better than it was last year. And we were that close and they just fell off a cliff.
Now, I know the other big thing that people are focused about yesterday is the sun. The sun. Now, I know Sean and RJ played some audio about it. I want to actually throw it to cut number 29. I believe I have some different audio breaking down how the media went over it with Jerry.
How far away is the sun?
93 million miles.
Is it?
Yeah. And the diameter of the sun is 870,000 miles, which makes it 109 times wider than the Earth, and 333,000 times heavier than the Earth.
Shut up about the sun! Shut up about the sun!
Do you think that is a fair interpretation of how Jerry feels when people ask about the curtains, or did they build the stadium the wrong direction, or what about the moon and all of that?
Shut up about the sun.
Shut up about the sun.
Shut up about the sun.
That's what I thought every time Jerry responds to it. And I know people are like, hey, why don't you ask some more questions about that? I will tell you my list of things that I don't ask anymore because we've asked it numerous times and it gets us nowhere, is the sun and firing yourself. We've asked that question time and time and time again.
I'm not going to ask those anymore, man.
It's just like, it's not going to happen. So, in Mike's words, deal with it.
Yeah.
And so that I've kind of dropped those whenever people are like, why didn't you ask about the sun? I'm like, we've asked about the sun like a million times.
Yeah, we've asked lots of questions a million times that they've given us answers to in whatever way, shape, or form they want to give that answer to. And I'm just like, I can't force them to say the answer I want, which is the reality of this is what's really happening.
I'll ask better questions that Jerry will like. Like, how many panties did you sell on Sunday at the stadium?
Yeah, they have the Victoria's Secret there in the stadium. So that's what Mike was talking about.
That's a great question.
That's an analytic number we need to know, is how many panties are being sold on Sundays at Cowboys Stadium.
Before the season, I'm sorry, go ahead if you want.
Yes, I also want to know if you want to hit us up on Twitch or YouTube, or if you want to text us, Franklin Frankly, injury attorney, text line 877-881-1053. Is there any other sun-based audio that you would like to hear today that would make you feel better?
Okay, all right, because I know whenever Jacksonville beat the Cowboys, was it 2 years ago or last year? And Mike came in and he played all the Sunshine songs that he could possibly play. But, Kevin, I told you before the season.
Those were the good old days.
That was before Mac Jones was the starter.
That was overtime when Dak threw the ball to the other team and they ran it in for a touchdown.
But before the season, I expressed to you how difficult it was, because for every Mike out there, I had no answer. I had no reply.
Yeah.
I couldn't defend this team. There was no way to be like, Mike, you're wrong about this. Mike, because everything he said was, they've lost. They continue to do that. What more can you say? And they didn't do anything in the offseason that we felt made the team better from what they were the year before, where you thought that team was on the rise of something. They felt like maybe it had capped out. And so if you're a listener right now and you're upset about something and you're texting in or you want to call in, you're right. There's no way that the Cowboys can defend themselves on what they're doing. They can just go, you know what? It is broken right now. We got to figure it out. You're right about it. So congratulations.
Yeah, they make you play the rest of the season. Like it or not.
So I guess the next question
the Chicago
is,
White Sox. Like they had to play like another 120 games after the season started. At least there's only eight more here. So that's
they
good.
got 8 because Jerry said that. He was like, we have 8 more games. I want them to end quickly.
Who would have ever thought they'd be better? They'd be worse than the White Sox.
What do loser fans do?
Stop going to the game.
Sad?
I mean, like, what do they talk about in Jacksonville? Like, what do they do in that time period? Do they just not pay attention to the teams? I don't know. This is why I'm so frustrated and like all over the place with it, because I don't know what to do exactly. I'm not really used to being on radio for the 5 and 10 teams.
Yeah,
or the 5 and 11 seasons. I'm not used to that. What do they do? Answer the question, Kevin.
I think you talk more about college football. You talk about the NFL teams who are good. I mean, I'm not saying that's what we should do. I'm just saying in Jacksonville.
And fans, what do they
do? The NFL. And they're not going to get specific on like, what are we supposed to get specific on the defensive tackles here? We all know they can't play. Osa's pretty good. Everybody else can't play in this league.
You gotta wait until year 3. That's what the great Tom Landry told me.
Like there's not really much to break down here. I'll do it in Baseball Nuggets tomorrow, but this is reminding me somewhat of the 2021 Texas Rangers.
Yeah, where it's over, but you still got a ways to go.
That's an interesting approach.
Now, they won the World Series 2 years later, so all Jerry has to do is go buy Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, Jacob deGrom, Nathan Eovaldi, John Gray, trade for Jordan Montgomery, trade for Max Scherzer.
That sounds like a lot of work.
Develop one of the best rookies in the game.
Are they supposed to do that during spring break?
Oh, dang it. They got so many things going on in spring break. You don't want to give up that family time.
No. You don't want to give that up.
What's your point?
Okay, sorry, Jory. Sorry, Jerry, not Jory. Jory Epstein had thoughts and quotes from Micah that he's already disputed this morning, by the way. We'll get to that. But coming up next, when the season is over, will Jerry Jones blame most, if not all, this team's struggles on injuries, the sun, the moon, something else entirely? Let's do it next right here on The Fan.
Here comes the Suns. Doodle, doodle.
Full can.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Tolbert in motion to the right. Rush back. Flushed, fumbles. Now the Cowboys are going to recover. Maybe Steele is playing patty cake with it. And now the Eagles got on.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I think we should change the way we do the messaging for this. Don't forget on Wednesday, we're giving away a pair of Houston Texans tickets. If you want to go see the Houston Texans play the Dallas Cowboys, Texans fans, we're the spot for you.
They got a shot at the playoffs.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Man, what the hell did they do last night, though?
Yeah, and you get to go see C.J. Stroud in person.
And he's going to be mad because he blew that game.
Yeah, definitely. So that's a reality. Kevin, Baseball Jesus on the Twitch.
Mike Reiner?
No. Texted and said, man, Bassick had Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth on tilt on Friday. He said Kevin probably spent the weekend with Talking Doctor.
I need an emergency session.
or on another cocaine binge.
John, it's Kevin. I know you don't have office hours during the weekend. I really need to talk.
You got to hear what Mike did this time. And that, you know what? That's what we spend our time talking about. What did Mike do? Because that was a blast, Mike. I had a lot of fun on Friday, and a lot of the Tolos out of Fort Worth did too, man.
Yeah, no, it was an absolute blast. And guess what? We're going to be back in Fort Worth off of Quebec Street. So, if you could speak French, I feel like this show will be even more welcoming to you on Friday.
It's not Fort Worth, it's Canada.
Yeah, we're not going to Quebec, all right? That's not where we're heading to. It's off Quebec Street.
But don't you still want people who can speak French to come out?
Sure, yes. If you speak French and you want to use your tongue to say words, that's perfectly fine.
All right.
Maybe I drink a funky cold Medina on Friday.
So are we going to have all 80s and 90s based like alcoholic beverage shows?
Is that a
themes?
Drink? Is that a real
I'm
drink?
looking at it. There are recipes for funky cold Medinas, even though it sounds like a drink that you like. It's not. How do I say this? It's a drink that seems to like get the women like.
Do you want to finish the sentence?
Oh, because.
Hey, happy birthday, Mike. Let's say that instead. In case you missed it, we celebrated Mike's birthday on Friday. Today actually is Mike's actual birthday.
And it's the birthday of veterans.
That's right. It is also Veterans Day. So seriously, thank you very much to my brother-in-law is a veteran. I just want to appreciate all the people who have sacrificed and given so much of their life to help us out. On a potentially less serious note, I want to go ahead and start figuring this out now, because at the end of the season, once the season's over, will Jerry blame most, if not all, of the team's struggles on injuries? And if you don't think it's that, I would love to hear like what you think they will pivot to, or if you think there's any chance they'll be like, this is on us. We did a terrible job in the offseason.
100% will not be that.
I do not think so either.
Now, what will he say? I think he'll point to injuries, number one, but I guess really close to it will be, hey, because the coaches' contracts are up, he doesn't fire people, remember, that are coaches. He lets the contract expire. He will not pay a coach not to coach. So I think that he will say, look at what we have now, and the Cowboy fan will have to buy in. Like it, because you got to buy into something. So you got to buy into, hey, it was the injuries, and it was Mike McCarthy and young Shoddy, and I don't know if Zimmer will be back or not. Like, let's just say Zimmer's gone too. I think that gets a little bit dangerous when you keep changing your defensive coordinator year in and year out. But I do think it'll be those two things. It was the injuries and it was the coaching. And look, I can't change the injuries, but they're all going to be healthy. They're all going to be perfect. And I changed the coaching staff. And no matter, even if you don't like it, I remember Corey at the time working with Kavanaugh, and they hire Mike McCarthy. Literally 3 days before they hired Mike McCarthy, he said, anybody but Mike McCarthy. Anybody but. 24 hours later, he had to get excited about it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a second. You literally said 3 days ago, anybody but him. But it's like, I have to get excited about it because I'm a Cowboys fan. And I understand. So you could get to the offseason and go, anybody but this guy. But if they hire that guy, you're going to have to get excited about it because you're going to have to find some sort of way to get excited about the 2025 Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, because kind of like Bobby said earlier, there's nothing you can do about it to change it now. So what are the good qualities about it? And then you kind of keep in mind what the potential failures and pitfalls are going to be with that guy. Kevin, your guy, DeMarvion Overshown, just bursitis. It's the inflammation of that little
coughing thing.
It's
bronchitis, I think, is what you're shooting for.
Inflammation
We're
of
together.
the little sac in your knee.
Okay.
So we're good there. So you
And
can't blame it on that injury.
He said after the game, I'm not going to lie, yesterday's game was a catastrophe on the sports front. But when they go, DeMarvion Overshown's down, I was like, oh, God, no. And then they said, it looks non-contact. I almost wanted to cry.
Yeah.
Because I was like, this season has been so terrible. So one of the few bright spots who already had an injury last year might be down again. So after the game, when he was like, I'll be fine. I'll be out there for the next game. I was like, thank you, sports goodness.
Corey, I changed the topic a little bit. Do you think that it'll just be Jerry going, look, what were we supposed to do with Dak and Micah a little bit and Dexter Lawrence? I'm pretty sure that's not his name. DeMarcus Lawrence, I think that's what he's going to say, and the Cowboy fans are going to buy it.
Can I ask you a question about this question?
Okay.
Do you think this is Jerry Jones saying that to us and to the fans?
To us.
Do you think
just
he's
to
saying
us?
that to the staff? Do you think that they're saying that to each other?
Okay. Corey, you might think I'm extremely naive for thinking this. I like to think that behind the scenes, what doesn't get out to us is Jerry and the front office going in front of the team and being like, we dropped the ball. We effed you guys over from day one of the offseason by not preparing at all. That's what I like to think happens. I don't think that will get to us at all, and I don't think they'll say that to us. But I'm just, I guess, hoping that they take some level of accountability behind the scenes. Like, you don't have to blow up your spot in public. I get that. But behind the scenes, they all know. I hope they say something like that.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. You don't even have to go on an apology tour to the fans after the season's over and explain all the things. All you have to do is put in the effort and work to show that you're trying to build the winner.
Yes.
Again. And I guess one of the other problems is fans are smarter than they've ever been.
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to go say this. There are some dumb ones, all right? There's lots of dumb people out there, all right? But there are also smarter fans than we've ever seen. Hell, ask every Rangers fan that comes to the Buffalo Wild Wings why they're smarter. Because when Mike Bassick starts talking baseball, they learn. And we have plenty of people out here that know what they're talking about, and there's plenty of information to look and see and find. It's not the old days where you just have to trust whoever you're next to. And so they're a lot smarter fans. So you don't have to apologize. You just got to do the moves that show that it's going to be a winner. And then people will go, oh, I'm recognizing this. But I do feel like Jerry will probably say, yeah, I mean, that was tough. Multiple times, though, he and Steven have told us that's no excuse after they've mentioned, yes, it's happened, but that's no excuse. So they've said that already. So I don't feel like they can say that's the excuse at the end of the year. But losing Dak's a terrible thing. You lose your quarterback, the one that you plan on going with for the future and all those things. That is definitely a terrible thing.
I agree. I think the same thing I did in 2020, though. I was like, you were bad before that. You know, like that's the part. That's the part that I just really want to make sure everybody is clear on. You didn't get bad because Dak got hurt. It sucks that he got hurt. But you didn't get bad because that hurt. You were bad, and then he got hurt. That's the way I felt in 2020. That's the way I feel right now, although this is a fair counterpoint from the 806. It's sad seeing y'all so down on the team and talking crap. Jonathan Mingo is about to be unleashed next week and save the season, baby. Woohoo!
Fingers crossed.
I'm assuming that's sarcasm, but if it's not,
what if he doesn't understand the plays this week either?
Look, I don't know what to tell you about why they couldn't figure that out quicker.
I mean, Zadarius Smith wasn't on the field for the Lions last night. That trade that they just had, and they still barely won. You know,
man.
Why couldn't the
Mike
Cowboys
Williams.
barely win? Yeah,
Mike Williams for Pittsburgh.
Yeah, well, those teams have winning records. So I feel like they probably get cut a little bit more slack. That they did. And I'm going to look back. I'm going to look back at that win and be like, how did that happen?
What a glorious time that was.
Yes, it was. In the meantime,
to go along with that, Kevin, I think there is a myriad of things that are bad this year that Jerry has to recognize. The sun needs to be one of them. Quite honestly, there is a solution that's capable of being done. I know that's not the right way to say it.
Tear the stadium down and build a new one. That's what he said. That's what he
there definitely is a solution. There's a way to fix things, and there's a way to fix this team. It's just going to take a lot of work.
I'm sure this specific follow-up question
it's probably not going to happen this year.
Has been asked. And if Steven says the same thing about how both teams have to deal with this, I will try to ask this follow-up question. Sure, but if you could make the playing experience better for both teams, why would you not do that? I'm not saying it's a competitive advantage or disadvantage. I'm saying every other week it makes you look foolish.
If it's a competitive advantage, then you use it to your advantage.
But it's not.
Like we used the jet stream. We were like, hey, get some lefties in here that can put the ball right there. Use the jet stream. Okay, sounds like a good idea. Hey, don't run routes into the sun. I mean, like if that's what you're you're saying, hey guys, plan better, be more aware of what's going on, because there's going to be cold weather too in the future for some team. We got to deal with that. That's what it sounds like Jerry's saying. Hey guys, let's not run routes that are going to put CeeDee Lamb in the end zone with the sun in his eyes instead of putting some curtains up to make it better for your team. You play more games at this stadium than anybody else.
Yes.
So you're the one that's going to suffer more often from it.
I go back to this.
You could close the curtains when it's your advantage and open them.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And then
I would actually support that. I don't know what the league would say, but I hope they're okay with it.
Know.
Yeah, maybe they wouldn't notice it.
That's a great point.
Who's going to tattle?
So I believe it was in the third quarter. The Cowboys got outgained yesterday, 116 to 3 yards.
Okay.
We had 3 yards in the third quarter.
Heck yeah, man. You could have less.
That is true.
There are multiple numbers that are less than 3.
That is a great point.
Kevin, I don't know where you're going with this.
Okay.
But I want to say this. Last week, I used the wrong phrase by saying that Cooper Rush would be exposed, because I was saying a lot of people are saying he's going to be better than Dak, and that was ridiculous. But I did say if Cooper Rush is better, it's because the team is better. Everybody did their jobs at a better level. And what happened yesterday? Nobody did their jobs at a better level yesterday. And you got the outcome that you got, a backup quarterback with a bunch of guys that didn't do their jobs well.
And it was particularly agitating because for the first half especially, it felt like the defense was like, hey, this is like as pretty much as best as we can do.
There were times that Cooper Rush had time in the pocket, too. There were plenty of times where I was like, holy crap, I haven't seen this kind of blocking in a long time.
Then he was like, let me throw it to Jalen Brooks out of bounds. But this season.
Did he catch it?
No, he did, but it didn't count.
Let's look at next time we did part of it right.
Okay. So the Cowboys at home this season, have been outscored 153 to 59.
Okay.
That is, and then you're like,
so almost 100 points?
Yes.
Almost.
In only 4 games.
You could say 100. But
not 100
You haven't been outscored by 100?
That is a point.
A loss is a loss, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You can lose by 30 or you can lose by 3. It's still a loss.
So don't bring up the fact that I think the Cowboys have the second worst point differential in the NFC.
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
Hey, Kevin, why do you always have to point out the negative things?
How many
about
wins
this
do the
team?
Giants have?
They only have 2.
Uh-huh. How many do the Cowboys have, Corey?
3.
Trace.
Okay. Look on the bright side.
And speaking of the bright side, Kevin, when it comes to windows, my daughter has a pair of glasses that tint whenever she walks outside. Why can't we just put in the tint? Why can't we just make the tent happen?
There's a company that Jerry could hire.
Yeah,
they'll pay Jerry to be the Cowboys.
You replace the glass.
People.
You don't need to replace the whole building, just the glass.
And if that doesn't work, I think we do have one more idea if Alec can dial us up for us.
I call this enemy the sun.
The This is what we're going to do.
Since the beginning of time, man has yearned to destroy the sun. I will do the next best thing. Block it out.
There you go.
See,
We're going to just block out the sun.
So easy.
We've already come up with several ideas here today.
So the moon's going to be the issue on Monday Night Football?
That's right. That is what I'm anticipating.
Was it 300
As
where
I've
they threw the
watched
spears
thousands
and
of
blocked
baseball
out the sun,
games.
or is it Hero?
I just love that Jerry brought that up. I've never heard yet in a baseball game like, oh, he lost it in the moon.
Do you think, let me ask you this. Do you think our interview with Steven would get past the first question if we said next Monday night, how concerned are you that the moon is really going to mess up the visibility for players? Do you think he would just hang up the phone? Or be like, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
He might
your
not
question.
call in today. I think there's it's a
we have a
small
backup
percentage.
segment?
I think there's a 10% chance Steven's like, I ain't doing it.
That's fair. I don't hate
And you
it.
know what? I think all of us would be in the
That's
same boat.
fine.
We'd be like,
That'd
I don't
be
want to
totally
today.
fun.
I've
Yeah.
decided
What are
not
we
to.
supposed to ask? Hey, do you think Zeke did a good job of fumbling?
Hey, look, Cowboys fans out there, we're with you.
I'm really
we're
mad,
struggling
but that
too.
was funny.
We're struggling too. But you know what? Just like I said about things that happened last week, trying to find the humor in some stuff and
Yes.
enjoy life, because life's long. You want to spend this long time together having fun.
That's the end of it? You had that whole thing, and that's how you ended
People
it?
say life's too short, but life's really long, you know?
It's a
Enjoy
matter
it.
of how you look at it.
Yeah, just try to enjoy it.
Like we're still at Buffalo Wild Wings. Coming up next.
Be there Friday.
Records tied, sideline fights, and an amazing comeback continues as last year's Super Bowl teams both go to the final play. So no, this is not a Cowboys segment. Coming up next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Tabor Pepper will snap to Mitch Wisnowski. Number 4 will try to make it here. Good snap. Jake has it away. Jake has the distance, and Jake Moody is good! Money! Moody!
Wow.
Somehow, some way, the Niners win in Tampa Bay.
Yes, he did. Mike Cansey masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is the first time in NFL history that a kicker had missed 3 field goals in regulation and still kicked the game winner as time expired. The 49ers said they kept confidence in him. Now, I wanted to take a look at the 49ers and the Chiefs yesterday. So, Super Bowl teams from last year, and there was fascinating stuff happening with both of them. First of all, the Jake Moody thing that we talked about. Then there's Deebo Samuel going after the 49ers long snapper, looking like he wanted to put him wanted to like choke him for just
what
a
did
second.
he do? He's not punting or kicking.
He just snapped the ball.
Yeah.
Maybe the kicker was like terrible snaps.
Yeah.
And Devo and everyone said after the fact, they're like, hey, you get heated during the game. And I understand that. I just thought that was kind of jarring. And then, so we could talk about any of that, or I also wanted to throw out about 2 months after he got shot in the chest, Ricky Pearsall scored his first touchdown.
It was a good touchdown, too.
I still think it's amazing that he's out there playing. In the last few seasons, we've seen multiple times players get shot in the offseason before they even started in the NFL, and then have come back and made a difference. I think that's freaking amazing. I think Ricky Pearsall is a really cool story out on the field. Obviously, what happened to him was horrible, and I'm not rooting for the 49ers as a whole, but I do find myself rooting for that gentleman to do some cool stuff in the league.
Well, all right, man. That's your thing, I guess. That's how you want to do it. Yes,
Did
for a
not
dude
think
that
that
got
would be so
shot.
controversial.
You know what? Yeah, it's not that controversial, honestly,
I think you
Kevin.
should be as proud as the Cowboys if they show up on Monday night. I can't believe they showed up to try to play a football game.
They
again.
pretty much got shot.
You should be proud that they all suited out.
I believe they will be at all the games the rest of the way.
I mean, that's what Jerry said.
Yeah.
They have 8 left.
Yeah.
And he's counting them down.
He said he said, the worst thing you have to do in the NFL is play football games.
I don't know if that is an exact quote. Not sure about that.
He was talking to Tech Schramm as he bought the team. He said the worst thing about this is you have to play football games.
Because the rest of it's a show, makes money,
Yes.
a party.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of good things that go on around it. Yeah, that was an interesting game yesterday for San Francisco too, man.
And a game that they really needed to win. I mean, look, you're pivoting. You can make the same argument with the Bucs, though. The Bucs fall to 4-6. And look, was there a stiff arm of Baker Mayfield in that game that I thought was awesome?
Bro, he stiff-armed, was it Bosa?
Yes, he did.
For like 5 yards. He was like, stay away from me, and I'm going to complete a pass. That was one of the coolest plays I've ever seen. And I don't love Baker Mayfield.
You do not.
But I love that play.
And
that was awesome.
So the Bucs, they lose. They're 4-6. Things are maybe getting away from them. But the 49ers, on the other hand, we've talked about how tight that NFC West is. This was a game they needed to win.
Was it Bucky Irving that caught that pass or Rashad White?
Don't remember. I'm sorry.
Baker Mayfield had 116 yards passing yesterday, Kevin, and one of those was that play. He needs all of them. He needs every play to be almost tackled like that. But yes, on the front of Christian McCaffrey rejoining the Niners, I was kind of interested to see the amount of carries he got, the amount of touches that he got, and he got a lot of passes. That one play, Brock Purdy just threw it straight up in the air, and McCaffrey turned around to find it and made a big catch. It was a 30-yard catch, the 30-yard catch that he made. But he got a lot more touches than I honestly expected, and everybody else got shorted on the rest of them. So Jordan Mason, everybody else shorted on their touches. Christian McCaffrey is going to be back, gentlemen.
And you know how we talk about, like, especially with the Cowboys this year, it feels like they just find ways to lose games.
You talking about the Mavericks?
No, the Mavericks do too, but the Cowboys. But on the flip side, there's the Chiefs, who... It wasn't a long field goal. Looks like they had it. The Chiefs saw a flaw throughout the kick blocking that they had seen throughout the game. I think Dan Orlovsky did a really good job of breaking this down. So let's go to cut number 20. This is the Broncos down 16-14, kicking for a chance to beat the first team to beat the Chiefs this year.
Fraboni the snap, Riley the hold, Lutz the kick to win it. Chiefs have won! The Chiefs have won!
The Chiefs are victorious 16-14. They're the 32nd team to start in NFL season 9-0. Their plus 58 point differential is by far the lowest in the history of the NFL for any of those teams. But they find a way to win. And that defense, holy cow. The Chiefs have given up 28 points or fewer. And I realize 28 can be on the higher side. In 30 straight games,
wow,
including the playoffs, The only team with the longer streak this millennium, it's the 2000 through 2002 Eagles with 34 straight games. Let's think about that. The head coach then was Andy Reid. The defensive assistant on that team, Steve Spagnuolo. And guess what? They're both on this Chiefs team, obviously, as well as the defensive coordinator and the head coach. It's no wonder that defense is coming out to play. It is amazing. The way we get frustrated about the Cowboys, the Chiefs find new and amazing ways to win the game. And I bet most of the time they're like, no, we're going to win.
It's gotten boring to them, and they're just like,
we'll figure it out.
Well, hey, man, we'll just fly by the seat of our pants and see what happens. I tweeted yesterday, when is their luck going to run out? But I feel like I have to put the qualifier on of they are prepared, right? They're prepared for that opportunity.
Absolutely.
And that's what luck is. Bo Nix didn't look bad yesterday, and he looks like he's turning into a pretty good quarterback, by the way.
It's interesting to see Bo Nix started out terrible, has seemed to progress, while Caleb Williams, he really turned it up, and then these last 3 games has just fallen off a cliff. This also sets up, and I know we'll talk about it more as the week goes along, what feels like early on the game of the NFL season, the Chiefs at the Buffalo Bills. This feels like...
I thought you were going to say Texans and Cowboys, the silver boot.
Hey, you can win tickets to that on Wednesday in the 10 and the noon hour. So I'm sure that game will be great.
I don't know if it's changed, but from last night, Buffalo's favored by 2.5 in that game.
Yes, that is
for a team that's undefeated.
That is the spread I see right now.
Is the Chiefs aren't even favored to win that game.
And I'm really excited. I think that should be a heck of a game. Another note about that, Travis Kelce caught a 2-yard touchdown pass from Patrick Mahomes on 4th down. That was his 76th touchdown reception of his career. Ties the all-time Chiefs record set by Tony Gonzalez. So one more, and Travis Kelce will surpass Tony Gonzalez for most touchdowns in Chiefs history.
David LaFleur right behind Tony Gonzalez for touchdown catches by a tight end.
Don't, Mike, you're putting out misinformation. I don't want you to do that
wrong.
anymore.
Does anybody think that is accurate?
If you hear Mike say something about football today, he's joking. All right.
If it's about
what
the
about
Cowboys,
LSU, man? They're Dallas Cowboy-like on Saturday.
Man, they looked awful in that game.
That quarterback, Carter's in there. You don't have to talk about this till tomorrow. He ain't a prospect.
It's interesting because
he's been before this game. He had been moving up a lot of people's
I've
boards.
watched him play 2 games, and this isn't fair. I've watched him play against Alabama and A&M. I don't want to. I 6th, 7th round, sure.
I asked multiple people the exact same question and almost got the exact same answer from every one of them. And I asked you, where is he on people's boards? And it's interesting because a lot of people, he could be a 1st-round pick, but then he makes some decisions like that.
Yeah, I said he's been moving up people's draft boards, but he makes decisions at times that you're like, oh.
Why'd you do that?
Yeah, why did you do that? We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, but also the Stars lose as Winnipeg makes history. Next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, let's chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Can you give us any updates about the planning stages of the Cowboys tearing this stadium down and building a new one? Because I heard Jerry say that was an option yesterday, it sounded like.
That was an option? Yeah, okay.
That felt like such a nuclear way to end an argument. He was like, why don't we just tear the damn stadium down?
Yeah, let's go.
I was like, or curtains, either way.
You're grounded for the rest of your life.
Did their tight end catch a touchdown in that end zone?
And I do get that, but if the Cowboys and one of their star players says it's a problem, why not make it better for everyone?
Well, because no one takes responsibilities for what they did. It's always something else.
Interesting. Okay.
Don't you think?
Yeah. No, you're probably right
What
about
if
that.
he had stopped his route? And plus, I don't know that pass was intended for him. I thought it was intended for Ferguson. And Ferguson had his hands out, and then he pulled them back. And Coop, being the nice quarterback he is, said, I didn't see anything. I got hit. And he's right. He was on the ground.
That is true.
So I'd be curious to know exactly, pick his brain and find out what he was really trying to do, because Ferguson was open.
So Cooper didn't say who he was throwing to?
He just was asked about the sun, and he goes, that's what I heard.
Okay.
I was on the ground.
All right, so he didn't say I was... Okay, all right.
Yeah.
It was...
I mean, think about it. Go back and look at the play. If C.D. Lamb was open when Cooper threw him the ball, and he kept running, and then ended up behind him, right? It didn't go through his hands or anything.
Yeah, it went right behind him. Yeah, you know what? Now that I'm watching Jake Ferguson, it does look like he pulls his hands back.
And
I
he's
don't know
open,
why.
right? He ran kind of an out and came back because he got double teamed, and he was open.
Was he asked if he could see the ball?
Yeah, by the time I got in there, the locker room was pretty bare.
Why is that route being run? That's a weird play.
Because two guys were in the same
spot.
Yeah.
I guess when CeeDee Lamb says 1,000%.
Just in case you throw it too high.
It could go to either
good
one.
point. That is a good point.
He's the backup.
Now, Mickey, you had a column, I want to say it was Thursday or Friday, I believe.
Probably Friday.
Okay, probably Friday. And it says, no time to throw in the towel.
Right.
I know you've written another column, and I know it was not entitled Time to Throw in the Towel. But my question is, does it kind of feel like that? Like, I'm not saying the players will think that, but does it not kind of feel like that?
Well, the fans did.
They did. Man, they were pissed yesterday.
Yeah, they were. And probably because they might have been outnumbered by the Eagle fans.
Is that right?
Well, could you hear it?
Yeah, I guess I didn't notice that as much. Maybe
green sticks out.
Maybe it's just because there was not a lot to cheer for.
And guess what? Red will too on Monday night.
That is...
They are red, right?
Yes, I like those jerseys, honestly.
I don't.
No?
No.
Okay.
But,
well,
but my wife did too. She liked them too.
Okay.
So.
Is it Mike Tirico? He thought they were pathetic. He's like, I don't even know who's on this effing team. Can you make the numbers a different, how can we see the numbers on these jerseys?
And I don't think they were giving up, they knew this one was over, so it was like, all right, let's get Lance some snaps, right? It wasn't like they thought he was going to come in and save the day by any means. But it sure helps if you're throwing a deep ball to Tolbert that he's not running with his back to the ball while the guy's intercepting it.
Yeah, that play stuck out to me. The one where Carson broke up a pass because the ball hit him in the helmet.
In the head because he wasn't looking.
That play stuck out to me as well. Now,
boy, did they take advantage of him.
No freaking kidding. And
they actually yanked him, and Mukwamo came in and played in the fourth quarter.
And I'm not saying this will be the case, but at least I can look at Carson and say, hey, he's a rookie. I can at least hope I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I can at least hope he's getting better. The thing with Tolbert, I'm like, man, we've been at this for a minute. Like, what
do
the
you
hell?
realize they have not scored a touchdown at home since the second quarter of the Giants game?
Holy crap, dude. That was in September.
It was.
It's been a while.
They've been kicking field goals.
It's November!
Mike McCarthy's struggling to get
this
thing together.
Look, to me, this game was decided on 2 first and goals at the 6. And you end up losing a fumble and kicking a field goal. If you score touchdowns, which you should, right? First and goal at the 6?
Yes!
Then that's 14 points. You had already gifted them 7 by, fumbling the shotgun snap, and they get the ball at the 17 and scored a touchdown. And even if it was, Philadelphia scored at the end of the half, but if you had scored 2 touchdowns instead of kicking a field goal, you would have been up. You just can't let that happen when you're first and goal at the 6. And, the unfortunate thing is, Zeke gains 3, but the linebacker put his head right on the ball, and here it goes, coming out. And then you get, again, first and goal at the 6 after the fumble recovery. And that pass that we just talked about, and then on third down, when you're trying to run Rico, and I know Jalen Carter beats a lot of people, but he, Cooper Beebe whiffed, and there was a huge hole there had that not happened. So you just can't make mistakes down there like that. You got to score touchdowns. And then, when you're not scoring touchdowns to start the half,
yes,
and they score and then score and score, well, what I kept hearing is, well, we can't turn the ball over, 5 times. Well, at the end of the half, the turnover differential for both teams was basically 0. The Cowboys had 2 turnovers. The Eagles had 2 turnovers. 3 of the turnovers of the 5 that they were referring to happened after it was 28-7. And the other 5 that they talked about with Detroit, which meant last 2 home games, 10 turnovers, 3 of those turnovers happened after it was 40-9. So, the turnovers that hurt are the ones when the game's on the line, not the 3 in garbage time, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. And you're getting really, really close now, especially with Dak out, and looks like it'll be a while, if not for the rest of the season. You're starting to face the fact that might not be good enough. You can sit there and start blaming this and that and that, but at some point you're facing that you're just not good enough. And that's the worst.
Okay. Do you think then, I'm not saying it's going to happen this week because I think they'll still be like, hey, we could still make the playoffs mathematically. I understand that. Do you think like maybe if they lost the Houston and the Washington game, you'd see a shift in terms of, I know they play a lot of young players, but maybe giving even more young players?
I don't know how many more you can play. Who do you want to put in there? Look, Awesome Richards started at left tackle.
That is true.
Did a pretty good job, too.
I thought so.
So now you got the nerve to just say, okay, you're our left tackle, and let Guyton sit and see if he can play through injuries or if he can look and see some of the mistakes. Because I didn't see him give up a snack either, probably, right? I thought he played well, but I don't know who else you want to play. You got all the young receivers in there.
Yeah.
You got your running backs in there. Tight ends are what they have. You got your backup quarterback, and you took a look at your third quarterback. They're going to have to bring in another.
Do you throw Deuce Vaughn out there?
Well, yeah, I don't know that solves anything. But
I'm not here to argue that at all.
Yeah, you could. Defensively, you're already playing all those young guys. So, maybe unfortunately, Wanye Thomas was out with the concussion, but
that's who I would have wanted to see
him playing some more. Maybe Bell playing a little bit more, but you're already playing 2 young guys at linebacker. I don't know that there's anybody else you can take a look at, and they've cleaned the deck on the defensive line. So yeah, when you say play the young guys, short of bringing guys up off the practice squad. You are who you are at this point.
Can I ask you a serious question? Then maybe we'll revisit in a few weeks. Would that be the worst idea if, let's say you lost a couple more games? I'm not saying now to look at more people on the practice squad and be like, hey, let's just try to figure out as much as we can about these guys now.
Yeah, and then what do you tell the rest of the veterans that you have to play? don't worry about it, it's over.
Yeah,
That's what you.
That is
going to
be tricky.
with something
Yeah.
like that, right? Why, if you're Micah Parsons, why would I go out there and try if you're not trying to win? You just can't do that in this game, especially football, right? Basketball is a different story when you only have to have 5 out there. Or baseball, you can use some of your young pitchers, right? But you can't diss the rest of the guys that are trying to win by just saying, well, we're waving the white flag. So
We don't think those players would have enough, I guess, intrinsic pride in themselves to I'm going out to play to win.
Well, you could, but you're telling them we don't care about winning if you do what you said, right?
Yeah, kinda.
By just playing backups and guys that weren't good enough to make your 53-man roster.
I mean, you could make an argument we have players on the team right now that aren't good enough to be on this team. But I understand your point, and that is a tough balancing act between hey, let's get a glimpse at the future versus not trying to piss off the veterans or anybody else on the team. I understand that for sure.
I mean, you don't want to take the enthusiasm away from, say, a DeMarvion Overshown,
No.
right? This guy, if they had played, he might have been the first guy on a losing team to win NFC Defensive Player of the Week. You realize he had 11 tackles, 2 sacks, 2 tackles for losses, 2 more quarterback hits. I mean,
thought he was awesome.
It was unbelievable.
Yes.
And so it was hard to fault him on the touchdown pass to Goddard at the end of the half where he was blitzing and he overran Hurts because he had a sack.
Oh, yes. I thought he had him.
It was that close. But you see, when you lose games like this and repeatedly, you always look at those little things that happen, but they happen, right? And it's like Donovan Wilson was in man coverage on Goddard, and he got shoved away and ended up behind him instead of, with him in the end zone. Sun didn't get in his eyes.
Yeah, that's true. Was Cooper Rush confused about not going back into the game when Trey Lance came in?
No, I think that they probably remember when he came in for 2 snaps?
Okay.
And then it was 3rd and long and they brought him out because they brought him. They kind of did what I suggested, to have a package for him to maybe run the ball.
Yeah.
And that's what he came in and did. And then I think when they realized that, they weren't catching up, it was like, okay, let's just put him in. I think that, he understood what was going on. He's been around long enough. And, the shame of it is, had they didn't execute what they were trying to do, was just have 15 play drives, right? Just keep it short, keep it simple, keep it easy, make sure the protection was good. And, they did it the one time and they ended up at 1st and goal at the 6 and fumbled.
Yeah.
And so that's why you saw all the short passes. That was sort of by design, but, at some point, just cut it loose and bombs away because they weren't getting anywhere, but again, it was 14-6 at halftime. And they got the ball and stopped them. The first, right?
Yes.
And you got the ball back and you went 3 and out. And then the roof caved in. But again, it caved in because you didn't cover the punt. Remember, there was I want to say, a 37-yard punt return on their second possession in the 3rd quarter. As I'm going through my
Yes,
here.
I could tell.
Those are his notes, Kevin.
Yes, I understand.
It was a 31-yard return. They got the ball at their Cowboys were punting from the 14, and they ended up with the ball at the 37. Yeah, it was a huge punt return, and zip, zip, zip. They went down, and 1st and goal at the 7, and they scored a touchdown.
Yeah, seems like that should be easy enough to do, but
it's a better team
here.
Well, and
Here we
there's
are.
a reason why they're in first place.
because they're a better team.
Yeah, because Washington couldn't close the deal against
How about
Pittsburgh.
that?
You know what I'm saying?
They came within a half a yard of picking up that first down.
Yeah.
Or is that the game? You watch so many games and I get them confused, but yeah, and then now they they played a really good team, got beat.
A team that somehow the Cowboys beat.
We did.
I
we
still
did beat that team.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Russell Wilson wasn't quarterbacking back then, was he?
Yeah.
Better decisions.
Yeah, that's true. All right, we will catch up with you again tomorrow, good sir.
Didn't mean to end on such a sobering note.
Sorry,
I
Mickey.
mean, what were you possibly going to say that was going to have us be like, let's go get the rest of the day?
I'm sure you'll have it all fixed tomorrow.
That's right. Well, at least Houston's coming in on a 1-game losing streak or whatever.
Yeah, because it's not like they're going to be super pissed off for losing that game that they definitely shouldn't have lost.
Were they really up 23-7?
Yes, yes, they were.
Gave
And
up
Jared Goff
19
had
straight
5
points.
interceptions.
Kevin's yelling because he's getting more mad about the Cowboys as this show goes on.
Well, just let them go.
I can't. I know I should.
Let it ride, bro.
Yeah, go to break, man. You're
All
already
right.
a minute late.
I'm sorry. I goaded them into staying on.
Thank you very much, Mickey. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I promise we will get some Stars talk in and also talk about the Mavs Nuggets. Another heartbreaking loss
Baseball
right
Nuggets,
there.
right?
No.
Oh, okay.
Mavs Nuggets right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at KarsForKids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Shively, now Velarde. Steelers his cruise to the slot area. Shoots it. Scores! And it's 4-0.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And Mike, I want to see if you want to take that to air. Do you think the Stars should change the name of their app?
Yeah. Why don't you win more if you want your name to be Victory Plus, Losing Minus?
That's not named after them. It already existed. Victory Plus already existed. It's not like they named it for the Victory Plaza area.
So the Stars did lose to the Winnipeg Jets. I don't know if you'll take any solace in this. They lost 4-1. That allowed
like 34-6.
That's
Winnipeg's 14-1.
Okay,
they're the best,
and that's what I was going to say. No, they literally are. This is the best record to start an NHL season in history at 14-1. So Winnipeg has been incredible. Yeah, them and the Cleveland Cavaliers. The Winnipeg Jets have been absolutely incredible. Their lone loss, I believe, was to the Maple Leafs. They beat the Stars 4-1. Does that make you feel any better, though, knowing how good Winnipeg's been? Or are you like, no, that's a divisional team?
I mean, that's a divisional team. You want to. They're 6 in a row. You said you want to be better, but you're 5-5 in your last 10.
That sounds familiar.
That's where. That's where, Kevin, that's what I'm concerned about most, is because you started off hot and then you have kind of tapered off while other teams have either gotten hot or continued to stay hot. And again, you don't win the Stanley Cup in these games. You just get yourself in the best position for it. But right now, looks like they still have some things to figure out, especially on the road.
So the Stars got the Penguins tonight, 6 o'clock. We'll dive further into that with some puck around and find out tomorrow. In the meantime, go ahead and give me cut number 18, because it felt like this guy's show yesterday, even though the Mavericks still lost.
Dallas within one, so any kind of hoop restores the lead. And they look for the hoop for Kyrie Irving. He's hit 10 in a row. Flames off of his fingertips tonight.
Kyrie Irving, unbelievable. Nikola Jokic packed in the stat line as well, but the Mavericks lose 122-120. And when Corey said the Stars were 5-5 in the last 10, the Mavericks have played 10 games this season, and now that drops them to 5-5. And I know we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about this, but also I've been surprised by how quickly the Nuggets turned it back up. Like, they started 0-2, they won back-to-back overtime games, and now they're 7-3. I really thought they were going to struggle. So they're already better than I thought, and then the Mavericks are unfortunately struggling more than I had hoped.
Which is interesting, because I remember when we had that conversation, not that I knew they're going to be 7-3, but I'm like, they have Jokic. They're going to win 50 games.
Yeah.
And obviously, their role players shot lights out yesterday for Denver. Guys that you couldn't really count on.
They do not have a good bench.
They shot the ball well against the Mavs. And so last night, the highlight of, and maybe you didn't watch because it was on Channel 29 and the Cowboys had lost, so maybe you're like, I'm done with this crap. And you're watching Kyrie, who is on fire. And the one thing that confused me was late in the game, Luka was like, that guy doesn't need the ball right now. I am going to hold the ball 5 feet behind the three-point line, not try to drive, not try to collapse the defense. I'm just going to jack it up from 5 feet behind the line. Even though I haven't shot the ball well this year at all. He's had a few stretches of shooting the ball well. He's been one of the worst shooters in the NBA at how many he shoots per game. And I was like, dude, they can't stop Kyrie. The play before, Kyrie hit an unbelievable bank shot. And I was like, how in the world did he do that? I believe that made it 120-118, and the Mavericks didn't score the rest of the game. There's only like a minute and change left at that point. But the next possession, Luka's like, they're kind of guarding Kyrie tight. Let me jack one up. Let me just hold the ball. And that was the frustrating possession for me. I get like Kyrie tried to hit a 3 to win the game late. Unfortunately, Kyrie's 6'2". He can't guard Michael Porter Jr. So at the end of the game, as there's rotations happening, Michael Porter Jr. gets the ball. He drives. He's 6'10". Kyrie's 6'2". Easy look for him. Easy make. Mavericks are down 2. That's going to be an issue, especially with Derek Lively and PJ Washington hurt. Your defense stinks. It's going to stink. So it was just a tough loss. It was a tough loss to Phoenix as you got kind of a wishy-washy call, in my opinion. It happens. I think that Luka doesn't get this. The way that he has treated the refs for 5+ years, they do not like being on the Mavs side late in games.
Yeah.
And so, there's sometimes some calls you're like, hey, did they push Gafford in the back there when Nurkic, this is the Phoenix game? And then you're like, are you sure that was a foul? And it's like, yeah, it's a foul. We hate Luka. Like that's
I don't know if that's
issue.
what it'll say in the pool report, but I don't think you're wrong.
So anyways, it's 2 losses by a total of 3 points against 2 teams that you're competing with playoff positioning for.
I know this is a tough question to ask because he's going to miss time. He missed time last year. Obviously, he's out right now. Do you think those outcomes are different with Derek Lively in those games?
Yes.
100%.
Okay.
Gafford was exhausted at the end of this game and couldn't, like you saw him trying to defend on the perimeter, and you could see he's taking a step and his whole body's just almost collapsed.
Dwight Powell tries his best. Like, he is literally trying as hard as you can as a human being with the talents that he has. But he's not an NBA basketball player. But with Maxi Kleber, who's, I guess he might play the next game, but he'll probably play 2 games and then hurt something else for a month, is if Derek Lively is out, then you have to rely on Dwight Powell because Maxi Kleber is not going to be on the team health-wise to play. So it puts you at a major disadvantage, especially when you're going against a guy like Jokic. You can maybe get away with it at times against Phoenix because they went small on you a few times to help you out. But and I'm not blaming the game on Powell, but if you have Derek Lively playing those minutes, you probably win both of those games.
Okay. Does that... My next question, because you seem like, I know we're all disappointed they lost, but you seem very despondent at these 2 losses. Does knowing that Lively could have changed it make you feel better, or do you reflect on it from I know he's probably going to miss time, so not really?
I guess not perfect yes or no on those questions. Those are 2.
Yeah.
I don't want to be black and white on yes, no. I gotcha. I would say that the thing I'm most disappointed with, because I know Derek Lively's going to come back, and you hope that if he's not healthy for the playoffs, you're finished anyways.
I could see that.
But I look at the role players. Why does Jason Kidd like Dinwiddie? He sat on the bench for the Lakers. Sit him on the bench on your team. Quentin Grimes has been a major disappointment. I don't even know if he's going to play he might end up being that guy where you're like, well, we had some hopes for him and we played him 7 games and now he just sits the bench and watches basketball.
Did you see what Jason Kidd said about Quentin Grimes afterwards?
Yeah.
I'm not saying it was wrong at all. It was right to the point. He goes, he's got to make a shot. He's got to relax. Understand we're missing layups. We're just doing stupid stuff right now. And that tends to happen during the season, so we're not going to panic over that. But he's not a plus. I don't think there is anything wrong with what he said. In fact, I appreciate the fact that he got right to the point and was like, you want to know about Grimes? Here's what I think about Grimes thus far.
Yeah, our wing depth is pretty bad right now. And I don't know what the fix is. I'm a bigger Jaden Hardy fan. Out of the guys to bring off the bench, I like Jaden Hardy. Now, I get he's limited defensively, and when you have Luka and Kyrie and Clay on your team, it makes him tougher to play.
Mm-hmm.
But Dinwiddie can't hit 3-pointers on a consistent basis. That's his whole career. He hasn't been a good 3-point shooter. He shoots them, and it's an okay percentage at best, but it's not a good – you can't rely on him. Najee Marshall does not look like a good 3-point shooter.
Nope.
It looks like you're forcing him to shoot threes. Maybe he'll get better at it as the season progresses, but he doesn't look like he wants to catch and shoot 3-point shots. PJ Washington has been really bad at shooting 3-pointers this year. He's not this bad. We saw last year. He's not this bad at it, but he's not a knockdown guy. People are sticking tighter to Clay, and so he's not getting as clean a looks as he got, let's say, against San Antonio to start the year. So I'm like, dang, guys, like who's going to be the wing guy? Grimes, Hardy, Dinwiddie. Marshall is having a pretty good year in everything but shooting the basketball. PJ Washington's horrible at shooting the basketball. So I'm like, who's going to step up out of these wing guys to help out? And then, man, Luka, you gotta realize when Kyrie's that hot.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
That was felt like a wasted game because of how that was awesome to
You
watch
gotta
him
win that
shooting.
game.
Yeah, it was awesome.
All right, I want to go to cut number 27 because this is Jason Kidd. He's just talking about, now this goes back, I think, 2 games, not to last night, another issue that the Mavericks are running into.
For whatever reason, we're getting off to a slow start. It's got to be addressed. We've talked about it. There's got to be action. There's got to be some energy. Somebody's got to come with some energy. We're flat. So that's where it starts. It's the want. And so understanding the offensive rebound, we got to be tough no matter how many injuries we have or how small we are. The league is small.
All right, let me pause him right there. Let me pause it right there. So that's the big thing. Now, he went on to talk about the bench, and he's like, look, our bench stinks right now. As deep as we are, we got to get someone to effing participate off the bench. But it was that first part, because I brought up the subject. Luka talked about it. I was excited and had high hopes for this team wanting to come out and blitz the regular season. And I'm not saying they can't, but through the first 10 games, I think we're all disappointed at 5-5 and disappointed when Jason Kidd goes, hey, somebody's got to have some effing energy out there.
Well, I will say when he does that, it's usually he's waited long enough and now he's calculatedly saying things.
I like what you're saying because Jason Kidd, at times you're like, does he care about the regular season? And he's showing, patient. He thinks that this team is off to a pathetic start.
Mm-hmm.
Using cuss words, he's always been calm. And that is good when you're coaching a Luka-led team. Like, you cannot have a high, you should never hire an emotional coach with Luka as your main guy. You got to have the most calm people around him because he's the most emotional player maybe in the history of the NBA. That's like the guy. But him getting really ticked off 10 games into the season on how bad this team is playing. They're only 5-5. There's plenty of time left.
Agreed.
It stinks you've already lost 5 games. But I do like that Jason Kidd is like, dude, this is so far from acceptable.
Yeah.
That makes me feel better that it can change because Kidd is not happy with how his team is playing.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where perhaps all NFL teams need to be shouted out by the Pope. Next on The Fan.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
On third down here, Carr steps up, looking long, heaving one. Valdez-Scantling, touchdown! What a connection, Carr to MVS.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron gravy.
Does our guy say that too? Does Trey Lance do it?
Yes, they all do. Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your home? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. But before we get to any of that, we're going to get to the Saints and the Pope in just a second because that's a real thing that's happening. But I want to give an update from, if you missed it, I believe this is audio of Jerry talking about the issues of not just the sun, but perhaps the moon as well.
We are going to steal.
Pause for effect.
No, that is not the right thing. That is not the right thing. That is from Despicable Me. We'll have to keep searching for that other audio.
It does feel pretty despicable, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, that is the feeling at the moment.
Yeah,
so.
that is fair.
And just like I did see that the Despicable Me just reached $5 billion, Kevin. So they're billionaires too.
See, but in that realm, at least it makes more sense to only care about what your money looks like. You're like, I don't care if the critics liked it. We do, man, you're right. The Cowboys treat this like they're Michael Bay.
Yeah.
They're like, don't care about what the critics say. Don't care about any of that. What's the money? What's the return of my money? That's what I care about.
And let's see some bow, bang. That's not a plot, sir.
Pretty much. And then he goes like, I don't know the difference. All right. Let's talk about the rest of the NFL, specifically the Pope. Now, multiple times, the Pope has tweeted out.
You saying Marquez Pope? I think he played in the NFL.
Though the actual Pope Francis has tweeted out #Saints to talk about, like saints in the religious context. For example, he sent out a text that said, "We cannot become saints with a frown. We must have joyful hearts that remain open to hope." But when he put #Saints,
they were 0-7 at that in that stretch, right?
That is a good point. They beat the Cowboys to go to 2-0. They lost 7 in a row. And then the Pope tweeted about them inadvertently a couple of times, and then they win. Because when you put #Saints, it comes up with the little, I want to say it's the fleur-de-lis.
Yes.
Is what and so people who were fans of the Saints started flooding into the Pope's timeline.
Uh-huh.
And
he was like, "Look at how I'm about to go through the roof with followers. I'm getting all the Saints fans."
I mean, I think he has a lot of followers, but
let's go look
like
it up.
18 million probably.
What?
But I think he gained like a couple 100,000 Saints followers.
Is it at the Pope?
It's at Pontiff X. So PONTIFEX.
EX.
Yes. And so
right.
I think he gained a bunch of like Saints fans as
There's
followers.
so many fake accounts, by the way, built on this. Yeah, 18.4. This is great.
But yeah,
he got the Saints bump.
The point is, they did win. Now, did Alvin Kamara drop a pass that would have been an easy touchdown that would have put the game away? Yes. But they still won the game 20-17, and Alvin Kamara broke Mark Ingram's record for most rushing yards ever with the Saints, so congratulations to him. Do you think if the Pope were to bless the Cowboys with his Twitter account, they could win against the Houston Texans?
They are. I mean, God's already watching through the hole in the
the
roof.
old stadium.
They still have the hole. They just don't open the roof.
And Jerry said the devil made him do it.
That's
what was
all
he talking about?
That's all we got to do is open the roof. Then is what you're saying, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
Because we haven't been opening the roof. God's like, "Hey, I'm going to smite thee."
Okay, you know what? I know you're joking, but think about it. If your response to why don't you put curtains up is, well, why don't we just tear down the whole stadium and put up and build a new one? Doesn't it seem like Jerry Jones-esque to just open the roof and like the entire field is covered in sun, and he's like, "How about it now?
Now we got
What do
all
you
the
think?
sun.
Why are we supposed to be put curtains up now?" And you're like, "I don't what."
They want less sun? I'll give them more sun. I like it.
But careful, we can't give them too much sun or else you will get cut 29. I don't know if you remember cut 29. I believe this is the secret audio as home of the Cowboys. The secret audio of Jerry talking about the sun and curtains.
How far away is the sun?
93 million miles.
Is it?
Yeah. And the diameter of the sun is 870,000 miles, which makes it 109 times wider than the Earth, and 333,000 times heavier than the Earth.
Shut up about the sun! Shut up about the sun!
They were presenting facts. And he said, shut up about the sun.
That just makes me laugh because it's so weird. And
It is
also, that feels like what Jerry thinks.
Shut up about the sun!
He was furious. He was furious with the report. Actually, the reporters didn't even ask about the sun. He stopped and they were walking off, and he was like, "Hey, come back real quick. I got something to say about the sun."
I have a report for you. Alex Highsmith, who, if you remember a couple weeks ago, accidentally said got picked up off the practice squad. He's likely out 2 to 3 weeks. He's going to undergo an MRI today. So that is a more serious injury for the linebacker.
That stinks for
He
him.
suffered an ankle injury. We'll get the results today probably or tomorrow, but it looks like he's going to be out for a few weeks.
He's very good, and he's been very good for the Steelers for a long time now, Kevin.
Yes,
If
that
you
is
didn't
true.
know.
Unlike some erroneous reporting that I did a couple of weeks ago. That is factually inaccurate.
It happens.
Now, Roger Goodell said the league is going to aim to have 8 international games next season, potentially go to Ireland to add another NFL game.
Impressive.
Home of the Irish.
But I want to take you.
That's Notre Dame. That's West Bend.
That is not right. That's
Yeah, it's
South
East
Bend, you
Bend.
jerk. I want to take you to cut
Just
number
matters
23.
where the sun is that year.
Sean Hockley is already prepared to be the ref for all of these international games. This is their game in Germany.
Feldstadt, Angriff. Oh. 5 Yards treffen. It's by the center. It's third down.
Oh, look at Sean Hockley.
There we
Hooked
go.
on phonics.
Showing up.
I think Hooked on Phonics is for reading and not learning different languages. I'm not 100% on that,
It's
but
Duolingo. Duolingo and Rosetta Stone.
Rosetta Stone?
That's some rapper girl.
No, Duolingo is
Dua
how
Lipa.
you learn different languages, bro.
But Sean Hockley is already ready to do the penalties in
That's awesome.
whatever land they're in.
Were you watching that game?
He's probably hoping the Cowboys go over there then, huh?
Yeah, there'll be a
man.
lot of penalties.
Yeah.
Except for yesterday, actually. Yesterday, they weren't as bad penalty-wise as they usually have. It didn't make any difference, but there's that.
I was watching that game begrudgingly because it was early and it was 2 terrible teams. And
it turned out to be an entertaining
it was
game.
all right. You're right, Kevin. I agree with you. But they went to the.
Did you guys see how short
German broadcast?
Bryce Young was?
What? Go ahead,
He was
Mike.
in the middle of saying a thing.
Mike doesn't care.
No,
Go
it's
ahead,
okay.
buddy.
You're talking about Germany game.
Bryce Young's short.
No, keep going. I don't want to interrupt you. I'm sorry. I just hit my head, and then I was like, it looked like Andy Dalton was Manute Bull standing next to Bryce Young for the national anthem.
He's a little fella.
Like that really is Muggsy.
All right, I'm getting the sense that we need more Mike-centric content here. So I'm going to go
Sorry, you're talking about
to cut 26. Let's go to Doug Peterson. He's being asked, hey, why does your team suck? Now, that's not technically the question, but Doug Peterson does not have time for these reporters' stupid questions.
What was the play? What was supposed to happen on the final Mac interception if he didn't get hit and throw the pick?
Yeah, I'm not going to go through the details of the play because you guys wouldn't figure it out. But we'll go look at the tape tomorrow and we'll make those corrections.
You had 7 points, you coach.
Well, I'm not going to tell you because you wouldn't be able to figure it out. My answer, I will look at the tape and then we will fix it.
Yes, that's exactly how you do that.
Are these the words of somebody who's like, whatever, dude, I'm already fired?
I feel like Doug Peterson and Mike McCarthy are going to have a beer on the Monday after the season's over.
Yeah.
How was the last 8 weeks for you? Well, it was tough because we know that we're not even coaching for our job, and we know nobody's ever going to make us a head coach again. I will
disgusting.
Oh, my God.
I will bet money with you guys that Mike McCarthy and Doug Peterson never are a head coach again the rest of their lives. They might be coordinators.
In the NFL?
In the NFL.
Okay.
Yeah, they might take over when Witten takes over the Cowboys. He might go coach Liberty, whatever it is.
I know we'll go across
Liberty,
Argyle, Liberty Christian. I know we'll go across the NFC East tomorrow, but the Steelers and the Commanders. So I'm going to go to cut number 25. It's 4th and 1. Just don't jump off sides.
And there is a jump. Washington played into their hands. Wilson celebrating. Steelers are going nuts on the sideline.
Neutral zone infraction defense, number 95.
Johnny
Newton,
Newton,
the rookie, results in a first down.
That resulted in a first down and the end of the game as the Steelers were victorious over the Commanders 28-27. I said don't go off sides. I meant don't line up in the neutral zone because then they lost. I'm a huge Steelers fan.
They're having a heck of a year. I can't believe they lost to the Cowboys.
So are you more of a Russell Wilson or Fields guy based on your love
I'm
for
a
the
Justin
Steelers?
Fields guy.
Okay.
Also, Nick Bosa got fined $11,255 by the NFL for wearing his Make America Great Again hat. Do you think RJ Choppy will get fined for wearing his paper bag that said Make the Cowboys Great Again?
No.
Or Make America's team
Why
great
did that
again?
guy get fined? You can't wear a hat. You have to wear like a team hat.
You have to wear an NFL hat.
You're not supposed to have political language in there.
Actually, I do.
Unless the NFL as a group decides it's okay to put on the field and stuff.
Okay.
I do wonder, is that about, because Troy Aikman had to wear his, remember his hat, his company, the whoever he was sponsored by. Does that have anything to do with you have to wear team
Logo
apparel and that's
Athletic
it?
or whatever his
You are prohibited from displaying personal messages or non-sponsored branding.
Okay.
They're like, it better be our people.
Yeah,
all right?
no, that makes sense.
And he violated that.
Oh, well.
And so
he's got money.
Yeah, by the way, he said, I haven't gotten a fine yet. This was beforehand. And he goes, but if it comes, it was well worth it.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. It is Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys.
Before we get to anything that happened on the field, I was curious just your takeaway on the salute to service game. I know that's always a big deal for you guys, both in season and out of season.
Well, we all know how we feel about the people who, for going all the way back to the beginning, give us our freedoms and the opportunities we have. And it's obviously very important to our family and certainly, our thoughts on the Medal of Honor and what we think of those gentlemen. But, in general, just all the people who have served in the past and who are serving for us now and who will serve in the future. It's so important for all our freedoms, and it means a lot to us. And, you just can't say enough for these men who, many who have given up their lives or have affected their lives forever.
Not the season as a whole, but particularly the start of the home season for you guys. 0-4. Do you feel like the beginning of this home slate for the Cowboys this season has been embarrassing?
Well, it's very disappointing at the end of the day. We hold, ourselves to a high standard here. It starts at the top with Jerry and I. This is, I think when you're struggling like we are right now, and certainly I understand the disappointment in the fans and the frustration with our fans and the people who follow us, and, of course, just internally. But it's a holistic deal. I think everybody has to look in the mirror and look at where we are as a team right now. And, we just all have to, from top to bottom, have to continue to look at, where we've ended up and how that happened and how we keep that from happening. And then, of course, how we get better with our remaining 8 games.
Now, obviously, when it comes to what could happen, players cannot be re-signed, coaches can be fired. But when you talk about it starts at the top, people always are curious, what kind of repercussions do you and Jerry face? I know you guys aren't going to fire yourself, but what kind of repercussions do you think y'all face when the team isn't good?
I just think we have to look at how we get better, and that's what we'll continue to do. We've had a good run where we went, when we won 12 games, I think, only Kansas City did a better job, but at the same time, we didn't have the success in the postseason that we wanted. And then, of course, to have this situation happen is certainly disappointing for anybody who follows the Cowboys, who thinks about the Cowboys as their team. They deserve better than that, and we'll continue to look for ways to improve upon that.
With 8 games remaining, Stephen, what's your biggest concern going forward for each one of those games? Like looking at your own team, what's the big concern of what you need to accomplish here?
I wouldn't say it's a concern. I think it's just we have to continue to go to work and get better. I'm convinced that the guys who are going to be here for the long haul, and guys who take pride in what they do every day, will go to work and look for ways that we can play better and we can improve. Certainly, like I said, it's just disappointing, and it's top to bottom, and we'll continue to look for ways to improve.
It did look yesterday, there were moments, the offensive line, it had as good a protection as I'd seen. I was like, oh man, this is really nice to see. And then, there was a fumble at the goal line and something like that.
Yeah.
I often wonder how, what can a coach do when to create a different, we got to be more consistent. I don't know how coaches coach that out of a team.
Well, Mike McCarthy's been in this league a long time, and he certainly had a lot of success in this league. He's won Super Bowls. He's been to conference championship games. He's been at the highest level, and I know he's also had, seasons where he's been challenged and disappointing seasons. So he understands that. Mike Zimmer, the same way, and Bones the same way. It's we've got a coaching staff who've been doing this for many, many years. They have a lot of experience, and you just have to pull on that experience and go to work. I saw defensively as well, where we're showing signs of improvement, but the consistency and the consistent execution is not there. And then, of course, we all understand, which was a staple of ours for when we had our 3 seasons there where we won 12 games. One thing we were consistently doing is winning the turnover battle. We were getting the ball and we were protecting the ball, and certainly that hadn't been the case this year, and especially the last couple of games. I mean, you turn the ball over 5 times, you're just not going to get the job done many times, and we all know that, and we just got to go to work. It's going to be one of those weeks. We got to get back to work, and we've got to look for ways to protect the ball, and we also got to look for ways to go get the ball.
My co-host Kevin here almost passed out whenever DeMarvion Overshown was down on the ground.
Oh my gosh!
Because that's been his guy. It's his pet cat all season, and he's been very excited about it. The update is that it's just bursitis. He's good to go though.
It looks like we got a great shot of having him back for this week. He's having a great season in a season where it's been difficult, and certainly him getting a little help out there, getting Micah back out on the field, I think only improves his opportunity to make big plays, and hopefully we'll continue to get healthier as we progress here. And, obviously when you lose your starting franchise quarterback, you're going to have challenges, and we've got to we can be better than that. We've done it before when we hadn't had Dak, and Cooper's been the one who's done that, and we just have to play better offensively. And like I said, there were times out there where the defense really showed they could make some plays, but we just have to continue to improve.
Speaking about Dak, the reports are out there that he's going to look for one more opinion, but do you think it's likely at this point that he will, in fact, get season-ending surgery?
I'm not going to speculate. That's why he's having the opinion, so we'll see what happens after that.
And then you mentioned Cooper Rush has been successful in the past. Is it still it's Cooper Rush's job? Do you know if there'll be any sort of competition, or will you still try to come up with some packages specifically for Trey Lance in these games?
Yeah, that'll be up to Mike. I'll defer to Mike on that. Obviously, he had some packages he wanted to get in for Trey in this game, and certainly, we'll see how that progresses this week in terms of what he'll decide to do between Cooper and Trey.
Was there anything that you saw from Trey that you liked specifically?
Yeah, I mean, his athletic ability, I think, jumps out at you in terms of, him being able to move in the pocket, and when he gets loose, he's obviously got, he can run the football really well, and then I think the zip, his velocity on his ball was good as well. But, this is just a work in progress, and like I said, I'll defer to Mike on how we proceed this week, but he'll continue to look at that.
What do you believe the prognosis is going forward with Tyler Guyton? Because I know obviously he did not play yesterday. How are y'all feeling about him?
He made a lot of progress as the week went, and he was in this morning early, and I think they feel really good about him playing this week. I thought Awesome Richards stepped up and did a nice job yesterday.
I would absolutely be inclined to agree with that. Do you have anything you could tell us about, I guess, the setback that happened with Deron Bland? Because for a while it looked like he was ahead of progress, and could come back sooner, and then we've still been waiting to see him make his debut.
Yeah, I think it's just getting it to where he feels like he can do the things he needs to play on Sunday and cover in this league the type of receivers that you go against. And certainly he's close, but he's just hadn't been there yet. We'll see how this week goes.
All right, appreciate the time very much, good sir. We'll catch up with you again next Monday.
Sounds good, guys.
There you go, Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan, and I see
his name is Awesome Richards, by the way.
Yes.
Some people are like, hold on, is his name really Awesome?
Yes. I see the frustration I feel like the questions were asked, and when people said he didn't answer your question about what are the repercussions to y'all if you don't get better, the repercussions are nothing. Like, if you're really looking for an answer to that, that's the answer. It's nothing.
All right, Kevin. And so let me ask you that question. And you don't have a boss, and you have a radio show, you have your own podcast. Yeah. What is the repercussion?
I mean, I could make the same argument because
no, but like I would probably say the repercussion to me is my own personal, my own personal things that drive
They never seem to answer the question like that, and everybody is different. Like everybody is different, but I would think at some point, Steven or Jerry would be like, then. They did say take a look in the mirror, but if I was answering that question, I would be like, the repercussion is I have to take a look at myself and understand why am I not good enough to do this?
Yeah.
And what needs to happen because of that.
How can I get better? Yeah, there are definitely a lot of other things you can say, and then saying, the fans deserve better. That's a reality. That's a fact.
How can you say that when only the Kansas City Chiefs have won more regular season football games than them the last 3 years?
And I remember, and that's why I think he answers the rest of it now, because when he said that, I don't know, a few weeks ago, we're like, yeah, but they also won Super Bowls. And that's why I think you get the rest of the answer of, well, we understand we haven't had the same postseason success. And
yeah, there's a reality they get that they get. And the position that they're in right now, I did not think, Kevin, that I don't understand a lame duck head coach thing being a problem for guys that are paid millions of dollars to win games.
I agree with you.
But I wonder if maybe that reality is the coach rather than the players. The coach is like, man, why am I going to give all of this stuff? But then there's coaches. Those coaches, that's what they do. They take a lot of pride in that. So I still have never understood how a season like that happens, but it happens more consistently than it doesn't the other way. You'd think that they would rally and say, let's go win one for the Gipper and all that stuff. I guess everybody's right about that. Is that what the Gipper's a politics thing?
Reagan played him.
Oh, is that what it was?
That's the only reason. Yeah, that's the only reason.
I'll be honest. I always just thought it was a Notre Dame thing.
No, yeah, it's not really politics.
But you just think that they would rally.
Yeah.
But history has proven to us that that's not the way it is. That coach is on that final year for a reason, and it's because the success hasn't been there. And now you give the team the opportunity to say, well, did we really have to do it anyway?
I know it doesn't actually make a difference. And if people want to tell me I'm a fool for thinking this, that's fair. I understand. But that's one of the questions I asked about if it's been embarrassing, is because I think back about just this year, Chris Young was like, this season has been embarrassing. I'm embarrassed about how it's gone. And then we asked Boach about that, and he goes, yeah, I think that is a fair word to use, embarrassment. And so it doesn't change anything. Like if Stephen Jones would have just been like, you know what, you're right. This season has been an embarrassment. That doesn't change anything. But it's the little things of, I'd say it's a disappointment that I think frustrate Cowboys fans. I'll just speak for me. I'm a Cowboys fan. I grew up, I was born and raised in this Metroplex. I've lived here my entire life. Those are the kind of things that just like agitate me a little bit, probably just because we're losing.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I made the word embarrassed far dirtier than it should be.
Embarrassed.
It almost like when I asked that, because, and again, I'm only saying this. When I asked that question to Jerry that day, it wasn't
embarrassed?
It wasn't to tell him you should be embarrassed. I was. As a fan, they were, in my opinion, that day, they were better than that Bears team that they lost to the night before. Right now, Kevin, they're not better than the teams that they're playing.
No.
The way that the season was set up to fail, that's the embarrassment of it all. And that's why I think that they definitely are going, man, we have to take a lot of this. But who's going to take a lot of it? It's going to be the coaching staff.
Yep.
Like it's a real weird place that they're in, and I can almost guarantee you they're almost like, I can't wait for this season to be over. That's probably how they feel. So because we don't have the talent, we can't find any more talent, and we got to move on from our coaching staff.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Oh, I don't know if people are going to like this topic. This feels like rock bottom for the Cowboys season, but it could probably still get worse, right?
How?
We'll walk you through that a little bit next right here on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
Yes!
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low-fee products?
I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On-Time Experts, and the Fan Replay is presented by Ciroc Vodka.
Barkley's back in. They fake to him. Hurts runs it up the middle with a blocker in front and bangs across the goal line. Touchdown, Philadelphia.
You could tell by the general disappointment and disinterest from Brad Sham right there that was going to be a touchdown. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, here's the question that I have. I hate asking this, but I guess I could have stopped, and I didn't. So here we go. This feels like rock bottom for the Cowboys season, but it could probably still get worse, right? There are two plays in particular that made me feel like we had hit rock bottom. I'm going to go ahead and go to the TV call for cut number 28. I thought Jim Nantz did a really good job of laying out how embarrassing this play was.
3rd and 9. Ball's back, knocked out of his hands. Cowboy lineman, football follies, and maybe Philadelphia has it. Oh my goodness, the Keystone Cops just broke out here on the field, and the Cowboys have yet another low light.
There's a minute 14 left in the third quarter. Cooper Rush fumbles it again. And then Terrence Steele decides he's going to pick up the ball 2 different times and, I don't know, convert on the 3rd and 9. He fails to fall on the ball. Hunter Lipke thinks about getting on the ball for a second, but also doesn't because he's like, Terrence Steele's got this. Surely he's going to fall on the ball so we can punt it as opposed to try to convert for a first down. But no, that's not what happened at all. That's play 1. Play 2 is when Eric Kendricks and the Cowboys in general had a 4-on-1 against Saquon Barkley. It's Saquon Barkley against 4 Cowboys defenders. He gets from the 22 to the 1-yard line, despite a 1-on-4 deficit and the fact that the Cowboys committed a penalty.
Yeah, he should have been stopped way back in the backfield. That play should have never happened at all.
Those 2 plays encapsulated like so much of what's wrong with this season. And then you get blown out at home again by a division rival, perhaps your most hated division rival. And I'm like, this is rock bottom. This is as bad as it's going to get. But then you look ahead to the schedule, or you hear Jerry Jones talking about how we should tear down the stadium because we can't put curtains up or whatever. it feels like it's going to get worse.
It absolutely can get worse because this isn't a disciplined team. That play right there that you talked about with Terrence Steele trying to pick up the ball, every offensive lineman knows you jump on the ball and you lay on top of it. That's the rule.
Yep.
And a team that's desperate and trying to make something happen out of nothing does something like that and then creates more problems. Lots of people texting me saying, why don't we do this? Why don't we do that? I'm like, look, man, this team's not good enough to do the things that you want to do right now. The talent's not good enough. You do things like that, you're going to get them injured. You're going to get them hurt even more than they already are. If you're a good team, you can try some things out. If you're a bad team, you have to be good at the basics, and they're not even good at that right now. So yes, Kevin, with all the opponents that they have coming up, it can definitely get a lot worse for them.
Now,
is your rock bottom, you're mentioning this.
Yeah.
Is this rock bottom for you, the fan, rock bottom for the players, rock bottom for the coaches, rock bottom for the Jones family? Because I don't think
it's for the Jones family.
Right, there's 4 different
people. That's a great point.
Like,
fair. I'll say for the fan and the team. It's a little tougher on the team because I just can't speculate about what their mindset is. I can only talk about me as the fan, but I think for the team as well, but then again, maybe not. I do not think this is rock bottom for the Jones family whatsoever. I honestly, we talked about this earlier. I think one of their rock bottoms would be if they got flexed out. I think if they got flexed out of one of their primetime games, that would hurt their feelings more than some of these losses.
Yeah, and when you think, we'll see a lot of Eagles fans in the stadium, that's not the thing that's going to be a rock bottom for them by any means.
Because they're still in the
stadium. The tickets are sold. So that's definitely the thing for them, for the coaching staff, for the fans. Mike, that's always a curiosity. I don't know exactly when the point was for you, because you've become a very, laissez-faire is not even the right word, but you've become one of those that's just like, whatever, with them. Was there a game moment that you went no, or was it always a Jerry Jones specific type thing?
I think it was a buildup. I don't think it's like this is the moment, but I would say just watching playoff loss after playoff loss and then play their worst, and then there doesn't seem to be any type of transition in any offseason to change the way you do things. You look at teams that lose a World Series, lose an NBA Finals like the Mavericks did, and they're like, all right, and is this going to work or not, getting Klay Thompson and changing this and that out? Like, teams really try to change if they didn't win the championship. And it's like they just go about it, no, we got spring break. I got awesome places to be, spring break. Like, that's free agency, dude. Like, you should be working really hard. Like, no, it's Highland Park spring break, man. I got my grandkids to hang out with.
So it was like the all-encompassing
It's just
thing.
all, like, you can tell it's, to me, a franchise that's not trying their best to win.
I'm going to argue against that a little bit in a different perspective. I agree with your philosophy about how we need to actually adopt 24/7, 365 as a talent acquisition. But you hear Jerry say it so much. You just heard Steven say it, 3 times in that interview we just had? I don't think they totally view these last 3 seasons like that at all. I think they're like, man, I really wish people would shut up about the playoffs because we won 36 games in the regular season. It's just us in Kansas City. Why don't they view it from that perspective of it's just us in Kansas City? So I don't think they went to the drawing board because I'm telling you, I really don't think that they view it as that bad.
No, I'm with you.
I think they're just like, what can you do?
When Trayvon Diggs stepped out to talk to a reporter, when Micah Parsons starts saying, and listen, the first part of what Micah Parsons says is absolutely right. You want to play for the guys in the room, the guys that have been doing it, the Zach Martins. Mike McCarthy can physically go coach anywhere else that he wants to. If something happened to him next year, Zach Martin might not be able to play anymore after next season. That's a possibility.
Do you want us to specifically? Yeah.
Let's play this audio because
I don't think we have this. I think this is a different question. We can play cut 15 if you want, but I think this is just Micah speaking about Mike McCarthy's future. I can take you into his other quote though.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's of course going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But
all coaching aside, coaching, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants, but the guys I kind of feel bad for is guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year or on their way out, because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
But that right there, that second part of it can be looked at as finger pointing or I don't care about that guy. And that's where the next phase of rock bottom is, Kevin, to go along with this segment is right now they've done a good job of trying to hold things together and be with each other as a team. They've done a good job of it. But as things start to seep in and leadership on the team starts to see it's not going to go this way and next year is going to be different, finger pointing can start happening, fights on sidelines. There's a lot more that can happen before the end of this season that you can almost predict will because of the tension that's going on in the locker room between them and the media and so much more.
Do you think it's weird that, and maybe I'm off base, you can be like, I don't think that is an accurate statement, that it feels like the two biggest talking points right now coming out of, you got your ass handed to you. All right, you got destroyed in this game. And it feels like the two biggest talking points are Micah finishing out by saying Zach Martin and these other legends who put in more time than Mike McCarthy ever did. And why don't we put up curtains? It feels weird that you just went up against a division rival and you got smoked. And that's the two things that we're talking about.
Yeah, and Jerry loves that.
You're right
so
about that.
I know this because I know Chris Young. If this happened with the Rangers, Corey Seager, I know he doesn't talk to the media much at all, but Corey Seager is, I guess, kind of trying to compare him to Micah Parsons as arguably the best player on the team. If Corey Seager said that about one of the coaches, or let's just say Bruce Bochy, and was talking about a veteran player on the team, let's take Nathan Eovaldi or Max Scherzer or something like that, Chris Young would be furious and would call him into a room and go, what the hell are you talking about? Jerry loves this because it's been on. They lost 34-6, and they are the main headline on ESPN. They are the main headline on NFL.com. And so Jerry actually loves when Trayvon Diggs did what he did to, I'm for Mike Leslie, right? Yes. Mike Leslie. And then I think that honestly, Jerry loves that it's about curtains right now. Jerry loves that Micah Parsons intentionally or unintentionally took a major shot at the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. He loves all that. He is not going to call in Micah Parsons and say, what the crap are you doing?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? We're getting our butts handed to us, and you're going to take a shot at our coach right now? Like, what kind of leadership is that? But
that's the thing that needs to happen.
Jerry's smiling about that.
Yeah, because he likes to stir it up.
And that's legitimately what he told us.
Because it's on right now. Literally, I can look at the television, and Micah Parsons is leading SportsCenter ESPN right now.
Heck, we might be on the news. Yeah, who knows?
It's amazing to me, but that's the leadership too. Is that Jerry is making sure that that's good. That's not bad. What Trayvon Diggs is good. That's not bad.
And that goes back many years, right? When Jalen Smith, after they got flexed, Kevin, they got flexed. And Jalen Smith said, if the owner's okay with it, we are too. And that was a moment where we were like, the owner shouldn't be. The GM should not be okay with that. That should infuriate him so much that heads are going to roll. That should be that way. And it's not going to be that way, man. And this season's a tough one. It's one that they have to sit back and say, how do we fix it? Do they have the ammunition to be able to do it on the other side, though? And right now, because of the money spent on Dak, the money spent on CD, those are where the expectations were, because that money was spent on those guys, that they're going to be that good of a team. They're going to be that high-paid team that goes out and executes like that. But because of that, they don't have the resources to create a winner, and that's where fans are feeling like it's a bleak future.
You know what? And I'm kind of kicking myself at the moment because when you said that, it reminded me of a question I wanted to ask Steven, and I didn't, and I'm really disappointed about that. I did want to ask, because he talked about their core players going forward. Obviously, you're talking about Diggs, talking about Dak, talking about CD. I'm sure they'll get something done with Micah. My question I wanted to ask him was, do you regret giving Dak that contract before the season, seeing how this would have been a prove-it deal and he would not have proven it? But then again, literally the exact same thing happened last time, and he was out after Game 5 for the rest of the season, and they gave him more money than he had been asking for. So there's no part of me that thinks this contract would have ended up any different.
I mean, that's what Broadus has been saying, right? Is he's mad at his guys. The guys that he expected, that I've paid you. Zach Martin, you held out, I paid you. CeeDee Lamb, you held out, I paid you. Dak Prescott, you didn't hold out, but you wanted all that money. All the guys that you've been saying, all right, these are the guys that I decided to make the core of this franchise, haven't performed up to what they were supposed to this year.
And for the people who are saying they want to trade like Trayvon Diggs, for example, if you want to trade Dak, it's not going to happen. You want to trade CD, not going to happen. Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons are the two players. I'm not saying they need to be traded, but if you really want to tear some stuff down and go big, you don't take as big of a hit on the Trayvon Diggs contract as you might think from a dead money perspective. And obviously you haven't re-signed Micah outside of the rookie deal yet, so you could easily move on from that if you got the correct draft assets. So if people are really upset, those are the two players that you could actually do something about. CD, Dak, you're stuck. Not going to happen. Not going to happen.
I hear you in the history of Jerry Jones.
I don't think it'll happen either.
Jimmy Johnson traded Herschel Walker. Jerry can make up whatever he wants. But then Jerry gets to run the team after they have the divorce, Jimmy and Jerry, and he's never traded a good player somewhat in their prime. He just won't do it. In fact, he adds Jonathan Mingo when the team's horrible.
Yes. And they lost their quarterback.
He will never look at it the way, let's say, a real general manager looks at it, a real football guy looks at it. I mean, that's the one thing that, going back to you, Corey, why did I quit the Cowboys, is they don't have a person running the organization. Jerry's a genius owner. He's just decided for his whole life, I will not have somebody competent at this running the football side. And the thing is, he's not horrible at it. I mean, they can point to winning 36 games, not this year, but the last 3 years. So he can point at that competency. And they stupidly gave him an award in 2016 for being a good general manager. So I look at it and I just go, it's too bad he doesn't know what he doesn't know. He doesn't know he's not good at this. He played football in college, so he thinks he can actually run a football team, and it's been proven he can't. He can't look at things realistically, and it's going to be like that for the rest of his life. And then you have to, I guess, hope Steven looks at it differently, but who's Steven learning under?
And we've been trying to bring some smiles to people's faces. Alec, if you could get that Despicable Me cut ready again. This is the end of Jerry's back and forth. Yesterday, I'm saying the world knows where the sun is. You get to know that almost a year in advance. First of all, that's a fun thing to say. Someone asked me about the sun. What about the sun? Where's the moon? So we have asked, is this the next step for the Cowboys?
We are going to steal.
Pause for effect.
Now, I don't know that to be the case, Corey.
Maybe that's what he was talking about when he was like, this is rock bottom. Where's the moon? Because it's just a rock floating out in space somewhere, Kevin.
That is a great,
the best thing the Cowboys can do, because they play on Monday night, there will be no sun at kickoff. I would turn off all the lights in the stadium, so maybe that gives the Cowboys a chance, and you don't have to see it.
And turn off the moon.
Maybe if they played in the dark.
Yeah. With a glow-in-the-dark ball?
No, just complete darkness.
How are you? Okay. There's no bad ideas today. We're trying to fix things. By the way,
the lights don't work.
On Wednesday.
That should be like at 7 p.m. on Monday Night Football. Hey, the lights don't work.
Sorry, guys.
By the way, on Wednesday, we will be giving away tickets to Cowboys-Texans in the 10 o'clock hour and the noon o'clock hour. Whether it's for you or you got some friends who live in Texas, in Houston, give them a call. Now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
Okay, so unfortunately, I'm going to stick on the Dallas Cowboys. And I do think if you're a Cowboys fan, this is a little bit fearful. We go back to 8-8 with Jason Garrett.
Yep.
One of the reasons that they could not get over a hump of being a 500 team was that they had back-to-back bad draft classes. And it was like they couldn't overcome it because this isn't recently. Jerry does not like, and Steven, they have a way of setting up the cap where they do not like free agents. They don't shop in the A class, B class, or C class. They wait till you get down to the guys that kind of nobody wanted, but maybe they fit your system.
Yes. And by the way, for people curious, we've brought this up many times, and I know Jerry will dismiss it and say there's a mechanism to lower the number. Dak's salary cap hit next year is $89 million. So if you don't like that contract, that isn't even kicked in yet.
Yeah. So 2023 is going to go down as a really bad draft class. I get Overshown is showing out well, but he's going to be the only guy from that draft class that can play, right?
I mean, we did see him yesterday. It's way too early, and I can't promise you anything, but I wonder about Awesome Richards now since we saw him. But I understand your point.
So now I go to the 2024 draft class. For being a first-round pick. Now, look, these guys have plenty of time to change their the definition of what they're going to be. This is only year one for all these guys. But Tyler Guyton is probably, for a first-round pick, he's the worst offensive lineman they've taken in a long time.
Yes.
And now he can change that. There's plenty of
early
time to change
it. Yes,
it.
absolutely.
Marshawn Nealon showed promise, but it was such a short amount of time and then immediately got hurt. So you don't know what he's going to be in the future. Cooper Beebe has been a below-average starting center. It doesn't mean he's going to be that his whole career, but he obviously is not ready to play a starting level of center in the NFL. Leafau looks like a rotational linebacker. I
have to admit, I've been pleased-ish, especially as a rookie for Leafau. I see the potential there, but that's the problem is now, what have you seen in this first year? You're like potential, as opposed to some of these other seasons, the first year, even like, holy cow, that kid's going to be good.
And then I'll just go with the last pick that I think plays is Carson got benched yesterday. It's a rookie. These guys are all rookies. Their careers are not defined in 8 or 9 games. But if you start looking at it and you're like, nobody is stepping up to show promise as being a Pro Bowler, a top 10 guy at their position in the NFL. And we know the 2023 draft looks horrible. It looks very much like, help me out if I'm 2008, 2009.
Was that the backup draft?
Yeah. And I don't
think
know.
It's 2009.
And but they had
2009. They had third round was the first round. They had a pick. They went with Jason Williams.
And they went, I think the next year was bad too, right?
Des Bryant, Sean Lee.
That's a good draft. Sorry. What was the 2008, I think, might have been a bad draft.
Felix Jones, Mike Jenkins, Marty B. Yeah.
That they played, but
it was all right.
When the Cowboys have back-to-back bad drafts, they can't overcome it for 3 years. Yeah. And so I do think this is the scary part about the future for the Cowboys. If 2023 is as bad as it looks, the draft class, if 2024 ends up being like what you just named, well, Felix Jones played, Bennett was a backup tight end. You start looking at it and going, well,
how many times do you remember Mozzie Smith and Schoonmaker, like even being on the field, let alone making a play?
So I'm afraid, Cowboy fans, that it goes to the start of this segment is the kind of, hey, where are you at? Where are you going to be? Is this rock bottom? I don't think you've come close to rock bottom because I think this is going to take years to correct because they will not go out and get help me out. Montgomery is the running. It's not Montgomery for Detroit. Who's
Jahmyr Gibbs or David Montgomery?
Montgomery is the free agent.
Yeah.
Gibbs is the draft pick. So what they do is teams go out and they look at pieces to fill that, hey, they might cost an extra $1 million or $2 million per year because they're free agents and they're wanted. There's competition. Nothing against Eric Kendricks. I think he's a good guy. He's a fine player. There wasn't competition to get Eric Kendricks. There wasn't like 5 teams lined up. And
San Francisco was the other team. They offered him more. He took money to play for Zimmer. Yeah. But you're right.
He probably regrets it.
He's good on a team where he doesn't have to be the dude that's making all the things happen. Where he's good when he's surrounded by better players.
So you're not going to sign any free agents to help the team next year. And you just talked about Dak Prescott. They have to flip switches.
Yes.
Zach Martin, Micah Parsons let you know. Zach Martin's retiring at the end of the year.
By the way, there's like a $17 million bill coming due with that when
there
he retires.
There you go. So $17 million on the team, and he's going to retire. And that screws you over there, too. So you just start looking at it, and you go, crap, I think 25 and 26 years are going to be similar to this year. They might not be this bad with injuries, but they're going to be like those years where you went 8-8, where you're just fighting and clawing to be 9-8 or 8-9. And that's kind of about the goal you can be at with the talent on the team until you put back-to-back really good draft classes. The Des Bryant, Sean Lee draft that you were just talking about, that started turning around the organization to get back into being a playoff team. So I look at this, guys, and I think that Cowboy fans, I hate telling you this, it's probably winning 1 or 2 more games the rest of this year. I think you're looking at a 7 to 9 win team in 25 and 26 until possibly your 25 and 26 and 27 draft class can help out this organization.
And then you got to face the reality, too, that you might be making coaching changes. So your offensive coordinator, head coach, you might bring in somebody new that might want completely different style. And does all the personnel that you have fit what he wants? Is Zimmer going to be around that much longer? Because I believe it's a 1-year deal there. You just went from kind of a 3-4, 4-3 base kind of weird thing to you're very much 4-3, and you don't have the personnel to do the defense that he wants this year. So whatever defensive coordinator you bring in, now you're going to have to change up that personnel. It could be a 2-3 year experiment before you get the right team with the right coaches. And who knows if you have the right coaches in that time that are going to help that team make that transition.
It's frustrating, Mike, because I'm frustrated for 2 reasons. Because you pick now to bring up the future struggles of the Cowboys, but more importantly, because I don't think you're wrong. Yeah. That's what I'm really frustrated about. I'm not actually frustrated at you. I'm frustrated because I do not think that your logic is incorrect.
Now, could history repeat itself? Who knows? But Washington at the time scared the death out of the Cowboy fans because they drafted the kid, Robert Griffin III, from Baylor, and it looked like, oh no, he's rookie of the year. Washington has figured it out, but they still had Dan Snyder, so he makes sure to ruin everything. They don't have Dan Snyder anymore. So now you look at the future of the division, and it does look like, for the first time, I'm going to say in my life, because even though Doug Williams and Mark Rippon won Super Bowls, they were not franchise quarterbacks. They were quickly done in Washington. You think
they've got the dude in Jaden
I think
Daniels?
they do. I think that they have a quarterback now for about the next 12 years that they can build around. And for the next 3 to 4 years, they get, I call it league minimum, but they have a guy on a rookie contract. So now you can really build around that guy in 25, 26, and 27, while the Cowboys and the Eagles, for example, are paying $50 to $60 million approximately per year for their quarterback. You have Washington, who is paying, I don't know, what is it, 8 to 10 million range for the number 2 overall pick. So I just look at this and go, how are the Cowboys supposed to turn this around? And you better hope, I don't think it'll happen, but you better hope the Giants don't get the draft right one of these days and draft a quarterback. That's good, because they're going to have a top 5 pick most likely. So I just look at it. Philadelphia is a solid organization. When it doesn't go well for them, they change a whole bunch of things. I think that's the other thing as a Cowboy fan is when Philadelphia won the Super Bowl and then the next year it went bad, they're like, Doug Peterson, you're gone. You're gone. You're gone. You're gone. We're changing this all up. We're trading for A.J. Brown. We're doing this. We're doing that. And it's like, holy cow. Didn't you guys just win the Super Bowl a year ago? And they're like, not good enough. Changing it all. So I'm not saying sometimes that can backfire, but we know that Jerry will change absolutely nothing. It doesn't matter what the record is. It doesn't matter what the playoff result is. He is going to get a new coaching staff. He's going to get a new head coach, but he's not changing the players. He's just going to say, I just hope they're healthier.
Yeah.
And I hope our young guys perform better. Tyler Guyton's going to perform better. BB's going to perform better. Nealon's going to be healthy. You know, hey, that was the first
Sam
year
Williams
for Carson. He's going to be fine. You know, and so you're just like,
it feels like a few years ago when the Mavs played the Suns in the Western Conference Finals, and we were like, they're going to say this. We just needed Timmy. If we just had Tim Hardaway, we would have been fine because we would have had 3-point shooting. We had too much out of Dorian Finney-Smith and those other guys. We just needed Timmy. That's, the exact excuse.
I don't know. I think Nico Harrison is a great general manager, too.
I do, too.
And you see the difference between him and Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban's a genius when it comes to money and building up something that you could listen to games on the internet. And he became a billionaire because of it. So I'm not taking anything away from him. Mark Cuban didn't train at all to be a general manager, but being around the game enough, he thought he could be a general manager. As soon as he was like, maybe I'm not good at this, let me see what Nico can do. We see all the positive things that Nico is doing. And then to go back again to Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs, and they don't get it because they're not getting told that what they're doing is wrong. So I think if, let's say, Kyrie Irving, who's been an outspoken person in his life and sometimes been considered a killer of organizations, okay, I do think Nico would go to, if he said something about Jason Kidd, if Kyrie Irving were to say something horrible about Jason Kidd, well, Jason Kidd can go coach another team. He's not even putting in the work that we're putting in. Is I think that Nico would say, Kyrie, behind closed doors, we need to talk. Here's why this destroys us as a franchise. This hurts us. And I don't, it's bad that we're on television because of this. It's really bad that we are now on television because of what you said about the head coach. But in a way, I know he's not going to get praised, but it just goes back to, this is why the Cowboys will never be good. Jerry doesn't see this, and Steven, because he's the son, doesn't see this as how bad it is for an organization when you allow the major players on your team to speak out to the media and disrespect them. That's not as big as then speaking out and saying your coach doesn't put in the work.
Yeah.
Even if it's true, you don't say it. You go tell Jerry, you go tell Will McClay, you go tell Steven, hey, here's one of the reasons we're not good that we would never find out is our coaching staff isn't putting in the work necessary. You don't say it after you lose 34-6 because then it's like, where's your responsibility?
I can't wait to hear that question asked. I'm sure they'll run with McCarthy on G-Bag today. Was somebody asked Micah saying that all these people put in way more work than Mike McCarthy?
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear the quote firsthand. Well, wait, go see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
We dive in on this weekend's hits and misses, a hit that you didn't suspect would happen next on The Fan.
Today we say
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. And I would like to give thanks to the veterans who've served.
Yes.
My grandfather, Melvin Majors, my cousin Pacer, and my three best friends, Ryan, Rick, and Travis. They all different forms of military. Salute to those fellows. Those are the closest people to me that I spent a lot of time around that I know that have served. And I will honestly say, when those three friends of mine left to go serve in the military, I was like, oh, crap, we're in trouble. I know what those guys have done, and they're going to save our country. they turned out all right. So they did a pretty good job. Yeah, and they came back, and now they're losing to me in fantasy football. So, but still, thank you very much for all the great service you've done for our country.
Absolutely.
Now we get into some hits and misses, and Kevin, the thing that I've been tracking all season long, the top 10 rusher records and the top 10 passer records. For the fourth straight week in a row, the top 10 rushers finished 6-4 with their teams.
Okay.
And for the second straight week, the top 10 passers finished 5-5.
Better to have the best rusher than the best passer.
Evidently. Did you just laugh at my grandfather's name? He's dead, sir.
Oh, dear.
Top 10 passing records this year, 52-48. 4-game difference, I believe.
Yep.
And then the top 10 rushers, 68-32. So that is the separation there. Now, again, this brings into the conversation all sorts of wild things. One scenario is, hey, when you have the lead, you run the ball. But I feel like that's actually left the game a lot lately. Teams don't seem to be able to have the back-breaking drive that just closes games out anymore. They pass you into those losses now. And that's just, it's not the same as it was whenever Emmitt Smith, you just handed him the ball for the fourth quarter and you sealed it. That's just not the way the game is for whatever reason. So my Cowboys hits and misses. Hit, Micah and the defense created, was it the most pressure we've had all season?
Yes. I mean, they sacked Jalen Hurts 5 times in the first half, and they made a point of saying that's the most times Jalen Hurts has ever been sacked in the first half.
There you go. And it's no surprise that Micah Parsons shows back up and you're able to do that.
Yep.
Now, what I was surprised about was that Saquon Barkley didn't run for like 800 yards against you.
I really did think that might happen.
And maybe it's because they had other opportunities offensively. Maybe they were like, hey, look, we want to kind of give some numbers to A.J. Brown today. I don't know. But he didn't run for as much as I thought he would. And whenever Micah's on the field, teams have proven they can run at him.
Yep.
And get an advantage there. But he didn't lose the game for him there. So they got some pressure. So it's back, baby.
There were a couple times early on where I was like, okay, we're doing all right against the run game.
The Overshown stuff, man, when he darted into the backfield to take down Jalen Hurts, I was like, see, man, they just got him locked in on this guy. He's not gonna have anywhere to go today. If Overshown's there doing that thing. And, I mean, for the most part, whenever he had his opportunities, he took care of him. Miss for the Cowboys, Trey Lance looks like he did in the preseason. There was nothing different in what we watched in training camp and what we saw in the preseason from yesterday.
So I won't say who said it, but when we were leaving practice one day, I think I told you, I was like, oh, not a Trey Lance day. And a prominent member of the DFW media stopped, turned around and goes, never a Trey Lance day. And that made me chuckle.
Now, go ahead, Mike. Did you have a feeling there?
No, when he threw the ball for the interception and I get people like, Tolbert has to do this or do that, I'm like, the safety was just hanging back there waiting for him to throw the ball. At no point is that ball ever going to be completed. The safety is just waiting and seeing that. You can blame whatever, the play call or whatever, but you cannot throw that ball there. Unless I guess you're Jared Goff, then you still win.
And, that being said, we'll get to that in just a moment.
No kidding.
And that being said, they didn't really do anything to set up a play like that either. Like, you do make big strikes on that because a safety has decided to come down because you've been so good at something that now you've forced their hand.
Was Jalen Tolbert supposed to be fast out of college?
No, I just thought he was not like elite Xavier Worthy speed.
All right.
I just thought he ran really good routes. Like,
okay.
When I watched him, I was like, man, he has really good routes. It hasn't translated to the NFL.
Right.
So maybe that's the thing, because I've always been told you can't teach speed. So maybe you just get fast guys, and that changes everything.
Okay.
Even if they can't catch, as long as they're fast, right? Isn't that the Al Davis approach?
That is his approach.
Featherstone from Necessary Roughness?
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's great.
Hands.
It's great he caught that last pass, but what about the rest of the season?
Hey, that last one was the one that mattered the most, Kevin.
All right.
Otherwise, they would have never won that national championship.
That's not what happened.
Felt like it.
They won one game that year.
That was their national championship. I'm going to start with the misses. Misses over this weekend. Honorable mention, Dak on the sideline. Did you see the moment when the fumble happened, when Ferguson fumbled and they all go attack the ball and Trey Lance is going after it too and Dak's standing there in front of the parabolic mic and they all fall into his legs?
Oh, my God.
Did you not see this, dude?
I guess not.
I thought that Dak was going to injure it even more. Go up into the booth, dude. Stay at home. We don't need you standing on the sidelines ripping up your hamstring even more. That was bad. But everything turned out okay.
I missed. I guess I didn't see that at all.
It didn't appear that he injured it anymore.
Oh, dear.
And I don't know if you can injure it anymore. Number 3 on the misses list, Caleb Williams. He's been sacked 38 times this year. That is the second most since David Carr at 49 at 10 games into the season. He was sacked 9 times yesterday. Now, they did have both of their tackles were out, and they lost Tevin Jenkins, their left guard, during the game too. And I did see Eberflus moments ago said, Caleb Williams is still our starting quarterback. We're not making any changes.
Yeah.
Number 2 on the misses list, Joe Flacco. 3 interceptions, 1 pick six, and a fumble lost. And it was a bad day all around. So if you're Indianapolis, you go from the worst quarterback statistically in the NFL to a guy who can't stop giving the other team the ball.
So your next option is go back to Anthony Richardson?
Go big or go home, right?
Here is the plus-minus for the AFC South. The Texans are -2. Colts are -15. Titans are -83. And the Jaguars are -62. They do not have a team in that division who have scored more points than they've given up.
What's 145 plus 17, Kevin?
162.
Minus 162 points there in that division. That's impressive.
Most impressive.
Man, even the Texans, that is disappointing.
And the number 1
Looks
miss.
like they're in trouble Monday night.
Maybe not.
I think they'll be a +18 to +28 by the end of next week.
There you go. Maybe so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, they're -2 right now. I expect them to win by 20 to 30 points on Monday Night Football.
The number 1 miss of the weekend, Younghoe Koo, who missed 2, had a third block, but with a chance to tie it up, hits the upright, and the Falcons lose to the hapless Saints.
It was not a great weekend for kickers, was it?
Dude, the Moody Moody
missed 3.
87 missed field goals there, and then he somehow was able to make the game winner and all that. Oh, yeah, kickers had bad days.
Moody, the guy who plays for Golden State, I think the Mavericks are playing him.
Just say yes.
Yep.
Moody, the guy who was drafted.
That's the one.
Yeah.
That was the Kendrick Perkins.
Yep.
Moni.
He was kicking.
Exactly.
That's the guy.
Hey, he didn't grow 6 inches like their other pick Kuminga did that offseason.
Hits of the weekend. Honorable mention, the Vikings. Teams with 0 touchdowns and at least 3 turnovers were 0-147 since 2010.
Gosh.
The Vikings are the first team to win such a game since the Packers did it against the Vikings in 2006.
Ooh.
0 touchdowns and 3 turnovers. They were 0-147. So again, this is a hit because they overcame the odds. All right? You're not supposed to win those games.
Yeah.
They overcame the odds. Now,
I hope we win a game we're not supposed to win.
1-147.
Like the
Kevin.
Giants game.
Yeah, I mean, we'll still be favored in that game, right?
Kevin, what's 235 times 32?
Times
7,520.
I'm just saying.
Nobody knows it.
Somebody texted that in and asked, and I was like, I go to him for math questions.
I feel good about that.
Number 3 on the hits and misses
just tell you
list.
real quick? I'm sorry. we have our refugee resources class on Monday, which, by the way, it's a small charity in Dallas. It's a great charity if you ever feel like donating money. My kid, one of my kids in there, like my mentee, he goes, "Hey, can you teach me algebra?" And so I started writing out problems. He goes, "What the heck is that?" And I was like, all right, you might not be ready for this just yet. Let's take a step back. Sorry, I know that's not football.
Dude, hold on. Since we're on this little rest stop that I'll call it, I've been watching For All Mankind.
Yes.
On Apple TV, and there's one older lady who's really smart at math, and there's a younger girl who's doing math, and she walks over and she's like, stupid, rudimentary math. Like, she just makes a comment like it's not good enough. And I was like, good God.
You have to be good at math to be in NASA.
Because they're always doing trajectory and stuff.
Yeah.
I did tell my kid, by the way, because he was like, when am I ever going to use this in real life? And I said, look, man, it's not about using this specifically. It's about learning new ways to learn and new ways to apply things. Your brain opens up new paths for yourself.
I like that.
So you're teaching yourself how to learn and apply. So that's what, more than anything, that's why your kids are in school, because they're growing their brain. Number 3 on the hits, Jared Goff. He threw 5 interceptions and still won.
How?
It's only happened 4 other times. Do y'all know?
Did Romo do it against Buffalo?
2007, Tony Romo against the Buffalo Bills. Do you know the other 2?
I don't.
1962, George Blanda.
I would not have guessed that.
And the Oilers against Buffalo. And then in 19... No, it wasn't. It wasn't Steve DeBerg. I appreciate that, though. In 1944, Frankie Sinkwich played for the Lions.
Oh,
and he did so. Both 2 teams have lost, but it's been Buffalo, and 2 teams that have won
at
been
the
Detroit.
Silverdome.
Yeah.
What did you say that guy's name was?
Frank Sinkwich.
Okay.
Sandwich?
It's spelled Sinkwich.
Sinkwich.
Sounds like Sinkwich to me.
I think you're right
or
about that.
Sinkvik. Maybe it's Sinkvik.
Could be.
But yeah, Jared Goff, that's a hit right there because you threw 5 interceptions, but you still won the game. So maybe it's the Lions that were the hit there, not Jared Goff.
I mean, seriously, that is amazing that they won that game. It's amazing for any number of reasons. First of all, it still makes them look like a freaking juggernaut in the NFC, gives them a big win. It's a big punch in the face to the Texans. Like, I can't believe they won that game.
Well, that's what good teams do, though, right? In games where they should be counted out, you walk away from it going, I can't believe they did that.
Yeah.
The Lions are a good football team. They also believe they should win games, so they're not going to quit in the fourth quarter, and they're going to continue. They have quality play calling, quality defensive players, and they did that without Aiden Hutchinson and without Zadarius Smith, because Zadarius Smith was sitting on the sideline because he didn't have enough time after the trade to be prepped for it.
I thought it was amazing that Dan Campbell said, we need a turnover, and then they immediately intercepted the first play of the third quarter.
Yeah, dude. That's how he does it.
And then you're like, oh my gosh. And then Jared Goff threw a pick in the end zone. You're like, Jared Goff is just having one of his worst games ever, and they still won.
From the 817 F Goff, I lost that game by 2 points in fantasy because of him. Your team must have been really good if he threw 5 interceptions and you just barely got beat.
I also want to throw an honorable mention for Kyler Murray, 22 of 24 yesterday against the Jets. He's had a very good run of late for him.
That team is not too bad.
Keep that card investment around. He might be back on the up. Number 2, Chuba Hubbard. Third player to have at least 150 rushing or receiving yards and a rush touchdown in international play. Also, he's a Canadian, so he's the first foreign-born player to have at least 15 yards overseas. By the way, we will be on Quebec Street this week for Buffalo Wild Wings in Fort Worth. That's not Canada, but there is a place called Quebec in Canada. Just want to throw that out
You should update your passport, though, just in case.
In case. And then the last one, number 1, hit of the week, Leo Chenal. He blocked Will Lutz's game-winning field goal, and the Chiefs get another win that should have been a loss. I had a very eerie feeling when the guy, was it Scott Hansen? He's like, Denver could just kneel this out and then kick the game-winning field goal and hand the Chiefs their first loss. And I was like, oh, man, that doesn't feel right. That sets you up for a game-missing field goal, all sorts of problems. Well, the Chiefs end up blocking it and getting the win. There it is.
By the way, Andy Reid said Leo steps up and does what Leo does every week. Somewhere he makes a play, defensively, special teams. Somewhere he steps up and makes a play, and he did a great job.
Where'd they get that guy, man? That's quality work there that GM found that player.
Yeah, that's an organization, at least on the field, to replicate. Off the field, you should not. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Big shock the Hunt fan.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend? It's Wanker of the Weekend. And yes, if you really, really want to talk about it, we can talk about the guy who made a Juan Soto sack bet. Next on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about Men's T Clinic, guys. If you feel like you're lacking...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Soda Weight Loss, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
First down and goal at the Eagle 6. Pistol formation. Two receivers left. Lamb's in the slot. Tailback is Dowdle. And it's Elliot. Handoff to Elliot. He fumbled the ball in the end zone. And it's recovered by the Eagles.
Wow. Wow is right, babe. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? Why was it the Cowboys, among other people? Now, obviously, it was the Cowboys because they got stomped again. They've been playing terribly. I feel like you knew that, Mike.
It was 7-6 in the second quarter.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much where it stayed for one of the teams. Now, 34-6 would be the final score. I want to throw basketball injuries out here as a Wanker of the Weekend because, or maybe you'll like it. Hopefully not. Chet Holmgren, he has a pelvic injury. He's now going to be out 8 to 10 weeks.
Dang.
Ja Morant is week to week with a hip injury. Kevin Durant is out at least 2 weeks with a calf. And Zion is out indefinitely with a hamstring issue. That is a lot of marquee players and a lot of Western Conference marquee players to really get wiped out in like 3 days.
Time to go on a run against the Western Conference, it sounds like.
Go Mavs.
Yeah, Mavs are healthy.
100%. Yeah, they're doing a great job
of not getting more people hurt.
Maybe we can play San Antonio again. Or Chicago.
Dude, that game, seriously, that was a game where they woke up. They woke up early enough to compete in the game and be part of it early. And then somehow they were like, we don't have to do that again. Is it because the veteran presence that they're just like, no, we can turn a switch on at some point? I don't know, man.
That is a good question. I'm sorry. I'm laughing because I keep thinking I probably shouldn't bring this up, but
you're going to do it anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. Is there any sports opinion that you'd be so sure of that you would go on Twitter and say, if this happened, you would staple your ball sack to your head? Now,
that's impossible.
That is...
I guess you have to be super flexible. If you're in the Circus Olay, maybe you could do that.
That is what Blake Cowell X, the host of the Good Vibes Only Lakeshore radio show, said, quote, if the Cubs sign Juan Soto, this person said that they would staple their ball sack to their forehead. Now,
are they going to cut it off?
You might think,
oh my God,
that's a weird thing to say. What if I told you his follow-up tweet is perhaps even stranger? He said, quote, I am undefeated in lifetime sack bets. He gave 3 different examples. Don't freaking mark that, you jerk.
Oh, Friday at Buffalo Wild Wings off Quebec Street in Fort Worth.
He bet that the Bulls would not win the draft lottery and draft Wemby, that the Chicago Bears would not draft J.J. McCarthy over Caleb Williams. So you can see kind of a Chicago Midwestern theme here. And that the Milwaukee Brewers would not win the World Series. And so now you throw the Cubs in there. But why would you put that out on social media?
Because you
so
care
somebody in Dallas could read it.
Yeah, you care about your team that much.
It worked.
What? Hold on. So he doesn't want Soto?
No, he
just is so convinced they don't have the funds or the money.
Yeah.
So this seems like a bet that he couldn't lose anyway. Anyway already, right?
No, I guess, but what if they did sign him?
You have to do it.
Or else what?
I don't think you physically can without literally cutting off your...
It's not stretchy?
No.
How far can it stretch?
You right now try to put your forehead on your ball sack.
All right, I'm about...
Can you say it? I don't know.
I'm about a foot away.
Yeah, that's a long way.
But I'm not as... Maybe that dude's more flexible than me.
Then he's probably like a gymnast.
Okay. Are you okay? What? Kevin, he can't talk right now. Are people whispering in your ears?
No, it's just Mike defiantly saying, see if you could stick that up against your forehead right now.
I can.
Okay.
There's a few people in this world who could.
Okay.
I have a question. Not about this.
Sports Talk Radio hosts aren't one of them.
Are you prepared to move on from that topic,
yes,
Kevin?
You brought it up.
I really dropped the ball. I should have saved that for Zach and Eric and really chat that up with them. I feel like
I like how you said that, how you dropped the ball.
That's right.
Am I a wanker of the weekend? I gave in over the weekend and went up in the attic after I looked at my glorious Milo insulation and grabbed all of our Christmas decorations and brought them down. And now, here in the middle of November, our house is decorated for Christmas inside. I'm not going to put up the outside decorations.
Why?
Because I wanted to make Lucy happy.
Okay, I'll allow this one.
Man, otherwise, you could tell Alec is ready to come after you.
I have so many issues with not making it to Thanksgiving. This one is an exception. But my buddy sends me a picture on November 1st of his Christmas tree up in his house in Lubbock. And I'm like, I will drive all the 5 hours out there just to light it on fire and then put it out once it's done.
It's a real tree or a fake tree?
It's a fake tree.
Yeah, fake tree.
I literally, on November 1st, I heard, and I walked into Lucy's room and kicked the door open. I was like, not yet. And then I still heard the music, and it was in Carter's room, because as soon as November 1st hits, he starts listening to Christmas music, and I was like, not yet.
Yeah, Mariah's defrosting.
Yes.
By the second.
I was at Crate and Barrel this weekend. I know, big time. They were playing Christmas music in there. It was nice. I didn't put it on in the car, but I was like, it feels good to have the subtle tunes of Christmas music in the background as you're looking at rugs.
It's not even cold. It's not even cold right now. It doesn't even feel like Christmas outside.
Kevin, you ever shop for rugs?
I don't believe so.
How does one rug shop?
Well, you go to like Crate and Barrel or Pottery Barn or places like that, and you look at rugs.
That was more like a 70s or 80s thing. Haven't we moved past that?
You feel them, and I do not like the ones that are scratchy. So I like the ones that are really soft.
Mm-hmm.
Because if I don't have a shirt on and I lay on that rug.
What?
Yeah.
What are you doing?
You lay on the rug on the floor shirtless?
Sometimes.
Why not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on. What reason?
How else am I going to do sit-ups?
Yeah. With a shirt on? And the shirt's going to get
Sometimes
all
my shirt-
wonky.
Hold on. No. I'm going to call your bluff on this. Are you doing sit-ups while you're shirtless on that rug?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And then you look at the color profile and you see if it's going to match your couch and all kinds of stuff like that. And you're just like...
Curtains.
Yeah.
Does it need to match the curtains and the drapes?
We don't have curtains in our living room, but my wife said that might be something we need to shop for too. So I don't know if I want to shop for curtains. I think I had enough rug shopping this weekend. And then you know what happened?
What's that?
Didn't even use my opinion. Just got a rug off.
So you were there. You gave your opinions, and then she's like, "That's great."
Does whatever she wants.
Yeah, and then
We're
she
getting
got
this.
yeah.
Okay.
Very colorful women, right? So yeah. So anyway,
Do you like the rug?
I hope so. The thing is some of the rug samples we got were totally different colors than what you would see online. It's like, oh, this is gray and white. And then you got a sample from Crate and Barrel, and it was more blue.
Oh, wow. That's not good. You want more manatee gray.
And so anyways, I went rug shopping this weekend. But I heard Christmas music at Crate and Barrel, and it was very soothing.
From the 945, oh no, Mike and I are one and the same. Y'all legit don't lay on the comfy rug sometimes?
Dude.
It feels great. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Do you have carpet in your house or wood floors?
No, we have hardwood floors. This is
So
the
you
way
have
I
to
do it.
have rugs.
Yes.
You don't have to.
Jess has a couple of. Jess has bought a couple of those, and I just that's fine. Everybody can live their life however they want. I just don't walk across a rug and go, "Oh, it's so luxurious."
What about when your feet have no socks and shoes
Do you
on?
wear shoes in your house?
We call it barefooted.
Sometimes.
What if you're barefooted?
Are you
It's
ever
still-
barefooted?
Sometimes.
Okay.
But I don't walk across the rug and think it's magical or anything. I'm glad you do. I'm just saying I do not.
I love the way our rug feels. It really is. It's it's shaggy, you know?
You and I are going on like magic carpet rides.
Thank you. Kevin, where are you going next?
Believe it or not, I do have more Wanker of the Weekend. Is the Auburn basketball team, the men's basketball team, the Wanker of the Weekend. Members of their team got in a fight and they had to turn the plane around. So you know, like how whenever you would go anywhere with your parents, it's like, you don't knock it off, I'm going to turn the car around. That's legitimately what happened. They had to turn the plane around because Auburn players got in a fight on the plane.
What?
Yes.
That is, well, I mean, that's danger to everybody, you know?
Have you ever seen a fight on a plane? Don't say you've seen snakes on a plane.
I've never watched that movie.
Okay, it's not.
Neither have I.
It's not good.
I don't think I've ever seen a fight on a plane before. Usually my plane rides are all pretty easy going. Everything's pretty steady. We all get on. Everybody's pretty hammered except for you because you don't drink. And then we get off the plane. Most of my flights I've been on with you, Kevin. So
Yes, that's true.
Have you ever seen a fight on a...
No,
Okay.
I have not. From the 361, does Mike think it's Friday again? And from the 945, oh no, are you an in-the-house shoe wearer, Kevin? I will admit, sometimes I do keep my shoes on inside the house.
I've always wanted to be a non. I don't like, as soon as I get home, I take my shoes off and take them to my closet, you know, but I don't like take them off at the front door. I've always wanted to be one of those houses, though, where you take them off at the front door. I feel like that's cleaner.
Can help out the rugs if you get a white rug.
Exactly.
That was the issue we ran into. The last rug we had, it just
Gets
it picks
dirty.
up too much dirt,
yeah.
and then it costs like $40 to get it clean, but it just doesn't come back the same.
Did you go zero res in honor of RJ?
The Zero Reg do
Res.
Zero Res.
Zero Res.
Do they do rug
Yes,
cleaning?
they do. Yeah, they do. It's awesome.
All right.
I've actually used it before.
Spelled
for
backwards
the
and
rug.
forwards, it's the same.
They did 3 rooms, and they also did a rug for me. It was amazing.
By the way, is Pep from Manchester
Anna's spelled the
City
same forward and backwards too.
What did you just say?
Anna.
Okay. I thought you said banana, and I was really concerned.
Dad, mom,
That is right.
boob,
That's right too.
Bob.
What other words?
Shut up! Don't tell me any other words.
Race car.
I was going to say no, but that's so right. That is a palindrome.
That's awesome.
I was just going to say that Man City had lost 4 games in a row.
What? That's my
Wow.
team. With Holland? And they're losing with De Bruyne too?
Isn't it
De Bruyne.
Yeah. Okay.
We're the KNC
He has red hair.
masterpiece.
He has red hair.
Right here.
Let's go.
What does that have to do with anything?
I know who he is. They have a Baldy as the coach.
What's his name?
Baldy.
I just said what his name was. That was like 10 seconds ago.
De Bruyne? De Bruyne. That's the redheaded guy who scores goals. Holland is the blonde-headed
Coming
guy.
up, shut up.
Looks
Shut
like
up.
Yvonne
Shut up, Mike.
He's the Yvonne
Shut
Drago
up. Coming up next.
Nobody knows.
It's time
It's only Monday.
for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
First down now from the 42. Almost messed up the handoff. Lance pulls it back. The ball is caught by Ferguson and fumbled. Picked up by the Eagles and run down the left sideline by Blankenship.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you?
Doing okay. We found a couple of clips from The Simpsons, The Office, and Despicable Me to help us explain what the Cowboys are thinking about with the sun and the moon and whatnot, and it has helped lighten our mood just a little bit. But I know they've put out, some different places have put out midterm grades and stuff, and one of the things CBS Sports said that was interesting to me for the Cowboys, outside of Dak, CD, and Micah, there just isn't much talent on the roster. Now, I realize they've had a ton of injuries, and I'm not discounting that at all, but what do you think about just the general talent level on this Cowboys roster?
I think it's pretty top-heavy. You know, I do think there's a decent collection of good players on the team if you go through it, and, you know, young players that have some upside, but not as much as it has had. And, you know, some of their better players are getting old. So I think this group of compensated veterans, players on their second contract, could be a playoff team if you had better depth and less like totally inexperienced players at key spots.
I was thinking about this actually driving in, like what would another coach or other teams really covet from this roster? Obviously, the three players you mentioned, I thought about Tyler Smith. You know, I think Tyler Smith should be in that equation. I was overly optimistic about Jake Ferguson. I thought he'd be able to push to be a top 5 tight end. Good player, but
no touchdowns this year.
You know, maybe we overrated his talent as well. But I mean, Overshown seems like he'd be an up and coming piece that people would covet. I still think Diggs is a good cover corner. You know about the lack of physicality there, but other teams, 20 takeaways. He's got 17 interceptions since 2021. Teams will covet that. And then we haven't seen Bland, but I think Bland would also be possibly part of that conversation.
I think Zach's got that right.
Yeah.
I think that's where you're at right now. The one, we'll see with some of the younger guys and stuff, how that all plays out. But I think that the one that was really, I was encouraged by the way that Awesome Richards played left tackle yesterday. The one bad rep he took was the sack. And, you know, other than that, the feet were good. The hands were good. Body position was good. I was encouraged by that because, you know, I was a little bit worried about that spot of him having to make that start, but he did a really nice job for you.
Now, Mike, do you want to ask your sarcastic question?
I already forgot it. What was it?
Bummer, dude.
I'll ask it.
At this point, do you think the Cowboys are
yeah. Do you think the Cowboys, are you concerned about their playoff chances?
Yeah, I think they're dwindling in a huge way.
But they're still in it.
Mathematically, we're still there, you know, and that's where you go silver lining. There's still hope, you know.
They
still
control their own destiny.
How much hope do you have? Put aside the mathematical hope.
Zeros, right? It's as low as it goes?
Yes.
Yeah.
All you have to do is beat Houston, then beat Washington, then beat New York.
You're 500 then.
Yeah.
You could beat
anything can happen at that point.
If you squint hard enough, like the sun's in your eyes, you can kind of like.
Yeah, and the sun. It's not going to be in your eyes Monday night. Advantage Cowboys.
Is it?
Did Jerry get upset about that because he heard Tony Romo on the CBS broadcast talking about it? They were talking about the Sun specifically, and I feel like
I wasn't listening to the broadcast, so I didn't hear what he said.
I feel like there's I don't know. Have you ever been in that booth or in that suite when Jerry's? Do they have the volume up?
I have not. I've never been in that area to watch a game with him. I have stood in that end zone though when the Sun's at that end. It was at the Denver Dallas game when it was Romo and Peyton Manning were going at it.
It was a blast.
It's hard to see down there. You know, it really, really is hard. And, you know, and matter of fact, I was watching the film this morning, and even Alex Kemp, the official, had his hands above his hat, and that was when it was the sack fumble. You know, he was making the call. He was running with his hands up on his eyes so he could see, what was going on there. But that's a difficult spot to play in right there. And at 340, I'll talk about. There was the play with Lamb. I think there was a couple of different things that could have happened there that maybe would have helped the situation, but we'll get into that later.
We do have a more drastic suggestion if Jerry is looking for suggestions. Monty Burns from The Simpsons really helped us out with this.
I call this enemy the sun. Since the beginning of time, man has yearned to destroy the sun. I will do the next best thing. Block it out.
So that's another option.
Just saying, dude, like, listen, man, my daughter has glasses. The tint changes. It changes when she goes outside, it turns dark, and she can see better.
Yeah.
All they got to do is just change the. You don't have to blow up the building.
I was thinking Top Gun fighter pilot helmets.
Oh yeah.
And what you do is like Bucky, we're going into the west.
Yeah.
And everybody goes to their fighter pilot Top Gun helmets, and they hit the button, and those shields come down.
That's epic.
So you automatically
awesome.
you have the helmet.
I would love that.
You have helmet protection instead of using those what are the things called that they wear in practice? What are the helmets?
Guardian caps.
caps. Yeah, we have Air Force issued helmets.
I love
it.
And they only would have lost 34-10.
Okay, Mike.
You could put some Eclipse visors on there too.
Would have been something to build on, though. I see what you're saying there, Mike.
I just think everybody, all right, Bucky, hand them out, and then we see him put them on, and then they hit the button, and those screens come down over their eyes, and now we play ball going west.
Yes. And not every team's going to have those.
That really is a great idea, Broadus.
Yeah.
It really is.
You have no.
I'm trying to be a solution here, not a problem.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I
was just going to
absolutely
suggest like
appreciate
goggles,
that.
shade, just glasses in general.
But you need helmet protection. I'm saying you need something on your head.
Do you guys think they're surprised by this every game? It certainly seems like it.
It really does. But my favorite thing was Jerry Jones, and I think every human has been in an argument like this, where there's an issue that you try to tweak, and then somebody just goes nuclear on you, and you're like, that's not what I said at all. And he goes, tear down. Let's build a new stadium.
Just screw it anymore. F the whole thing.
I'm just waiting for Alex Kemp, the official, to this is President Bush. Call in the air, please. Heads. You win the toss. We're going to take the sun. That's no, wait a minute. You're going to kick or no, we're going to take the sun.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever way, that needs to be a part of the call now.
We're having some fun today, even though this team is depressing, but also they're so boring.
Mm-hmm.
I think at least if they would have lost this game 34-27, you'd be like, I don't know, this team's not good, but Trey Lance looked awesome, or Cooper Rush stepped up, or whatever. This team is painfully boring to watch and listen to.
There is enough funny blooper football. You literally have Jim Nantz calling one of your plays, and he's just
the
lobbing
Keystone
out.
Cops.
Yeah, the Keystone Cops, which I don't even know. I haven't Googled it yet.
Romo followed that up with Bad News Bears. I did Google Keystone Cops, by the way. Comes from the silent film era.
Oh, yeah. Way back in the day.
It was an old duo in the early 20th century.
Yeah, I kind of disagree with you too, Kevin. You try to get in Trey Lance's head and try to decide why he threw that ball where he threw it. That is interesting to me.
Okay.
Well,
Tolbert acting like he's on punt coverage, according to Romo on the call, just not even looking for the ball.
Yeah. Well, Mingo, the corner, there was absolutely didn't let him off the line. And Trey thought, because the safety being in the middle of the field, he thought that he could fit it there, that maybe that Tolbert would win. Tolbert didn't win up the whole route, so there was no chance at all for that ball to get there.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? Why does this make you so happy, Mike? I don't talk S to you when the Mavericks lose.
It is funny though,
because I like the Mavericks.
Okay. Jason Kidd's talking S about the Mavericks.
He is. He's not happy.
He's tired of it.
Yeah.
We're dealing with the first ever. It's like you're either crying or laughing because you're dealing with the first ever intentional, built-in home field disadvantage, and it's we've never seen anything like it before. Yeah. And so we're all trying to just gather ourselves.
It's sad, you laugh to avoid crying, I think, at times.
All right.
But beyond that, you also laugh because the Joneses need to hit rock bottom if they're going to change their ways. So maybe this is progress in a way. Mike McCarthy pressers coming up at 3:00. Pure Gold as always. Haggy, thanks for asking.
More like
Do
320.
you think someone
Yeah.
in that presser is going to ask, "Hey, what did you think about what Micah said about how you didn't put in anywhere near as much work as these other guys?" And do you think Mike McCarthy's response is going to be, "I did not hear that. I don't know."
You have to ask Micah. That's what he'll say.
Yeah,
But
That's
then
actually a good approach.
Then they'll take the Hagee move and they'll be like, okay, well, let me just tell you exactly what he said.
Here's the quote. I got it all
Here
written down
is.
right
Perfect.
here.
No problem.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say these nuts, Kevin.
No.
Shut up about the sun!
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy Veterans Day to all the veterans out there, including our very own Lucius Alexander, as we open up this Cowboys Monday on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, General Electric Service. There's Broadus, former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, Super Bowl winning scout.
At one time.
Here quite often. Lucius Alexander was in the Pin Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh, keeping the Gators down best he can. You do have Wolchuk and Chiafalo. You have Carter Freeman coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Gentlemen, how the heck are we?
Hanging in there. I was honestly just concerned for Wolchuk today. Want to make sure my guy's doing all right. He's still got his wrist brace on.
It's been helping.
I thought you might have pounded the table a couple of times in frustration and re-aggravated the wrist injury.
I did.
That is still obviously TBD on the lawsuit stuff.
I definitely, I think, might have heard it again.
But emotionally, tough place to be.
With the brace, yeah, I mean, I can't say like I'm surprised necessarily. You know, we've seen this before, just progressively gets worse. But hey, 43-6, call of the weekend. Gavin Dawson, my goodness gracious, you almost nailed that. I was like, damn, 43-6?
Yes, I didn't know it was going to be that bad. You look at some of the stats here, it was just god-awful. But I'm celebrating this, actually, guys. Is anybody with me? Like,
yeah,
dude, they might actually be so bad they don't win a game, and they could be in for the number 1 pick, even a top 3, top 5 pick. They could trade down. A couple of good quarterbacks in this class. They could trade down, pick up future 1s, future 2s. Like, this is going amazing. And yesterday actually gave me confidence. They could lose to Carolina in New York.
How about
Kidding me?
They could. Yeah,
they very well could. Best thing I've seen since week 1.
We're at the point now where the win is the loss. And so the loss is the win. So and to me, I know to some extent they can look boring, and at times they definitely do. But when they get goofy on you, I mean, you can't help but be tickled a couple of times on both sides of the ball. Barkley had one of those plays. Poor old Kendricks, man.
Yeah,
that was a tough one.
Yeah,
and that was tough for a lot of folks on that particular play.
Brutal.
But
every time he runs, I feel like it's tough for at least 2 people.
Yes,
it takes a crowd to bring him down.
So to me, they're doing it in a way where they're still providing that comedic relief. What are they doing with the Trey Lance? Here he is. Okay, here we go, and then boom, wait. Did I just see Rush drop back to pass? Are we still in the same drive? Did I get ball sacked by my own television?
Are they playing games with you?
What is going on here right now? So it's hilarious from top to bottom. The sun in the eyes. Are you kidding me? We're still doing this. Jerry's response is amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Micah after the game. So to me, they're giving. If they're not going to win, do what you're doing.
There's no shortage for entertainment. Big picture, like you're absolutely right. I just can never feel that way in a season. You know, like I guess it will as the losses pile up. Like there's some solace in the fact, well, hey, the draft's going to be a lot of fun.
Sure, you just start working on that. Is what you start doing.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you do your due diligence and getting ready every week. I know we're gonna have, hey, break it down. How are you going to look at this team? Who's the opponent? I think you have to do that, but I think you also now have to just sit there and think, hey, you're just not good enough. You're not going to win enough games. Okay, the reward for that is that you get to pick in the rounds high. And you just have to be ready for that. And it's probably way too early to even talk about draft stuff, but you have to start preparing that your team right now just isn't good enough to compete. And, and you're going to have to fill a lot of spots.
Breaks your Cowboys' heart, Chuck. I can see it on you. And I know a lot of people out there feel the same way. You know, I don't want to be too cold about it because I'm a little bit more detached than you, but I feel like we've seen this coming for a long time now. You know, at least 8 months of the calendar have been going where we were like, oh, wow, Cowboys might not make the playoffs, and if they do, they're not going to be very good. And then, it's been 2.5 months now since it was revealed how, pathetic this football team may actually be, against the New Orleans Saints. So, I don't know about you, but I feel like we should have known that they're this bad. There should have been no surprise yesterday.
No, I think you're right. There's something with like,
they just continue to outdo themselves, though.
Right, knowing it and then sitting there and living through it and witnessing it.
Should they have had more total plays offensively than passing yards? I don't know.
It's terrible. I mean,
maybe we should have known that. We should have called it in the pregame, Broadus.
They haven't scored a touchdown since Baltimore.
My goodness.
A disaster. At home.
Like 24 drives
They've
or
been
something?
2 games without a touchdown at home. It's really, really brutal. It's bad. And yes, it hurts to watch. It does. And it's not like I know where Mike is. I can't, and I don't think we'll ever get to that stage where Mike is. For me, it's not a Jerry Jones thing, right? It's when we stayed up and we listened to calls after the Rangers were in the World Series, it was about, I watched games with my grandparents. I watched games with my uncle, my brother, whoever it was. That's to me why I love the Cowboys. I grew up going to games with my grandparents. It was the most special thing ever to me.
Yeah.
They had season tickets until the last year at Texas Stadium, then got priced out like so many other loyal fans did because of Jerry. And I paid for my final year at Texas Stadium. I split the season tickets with my grandfather. I love the team because of that, because of the memories, because of the bond. It's not because of Jerry Jones. The players come and go. The owner will come and go. That's something that will always be there. So for me, it's like, I can't stand what Jerry's done to this, but I'll never be able to just, let me join the Chiefs bandwagon here.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm in it for.
Yeah.
I want to see this team succeed. And right now, watching this every week, it does. It absolutely sucks.
But don't you think that like a top 3 pick or the number 1 pick is what's in this team's best interest right now? So what you're seeing is actually steps to success.
Well, really, what's in this team's best interest is I will never say that Cooper Rush or Trey Lance are ever in the same realm as Dak Prescott. They're not. I don't know that there's any difference really yesterday if you had Dak. That's a terrible place to be after you just paid your franchise quarterback. So really, with the way this thing's played out, if they hadn't have signed Dak, they'd be in a position where there would be real optimism, because now you have found yourself in a place where you could take a franchise quarterback potentially where they never really are. They haven't been up here since 2016, and they took Ezekiel Elliott 4th overall. Now you will be. Now you will be in a position to maybe do that, but they can't do it because they did pay Dak Prescott. And I don't know what the move is here. We might see them take Dan Ashton-Jeanty again, and he's a good player, but I think we can all look at that and probably have our issues with it, right? But that's kind of, there's not a lot of reason to be like, oh my gosh, there's so much hope, because great, you'll come away with an offensive lineman, and again, they're going to pay Micah Parsons. Like, I don't ever see the salary cap getting figured out where they've got this thing ready to go. We talked a year ago, Brian, during the holidays about trading Micah for a king's ransom.
Sure.
We got MF'd up and down the fan text and on social media.
We did.
It's nothing against Micah.
Yeah.
It's looking at this thing and how do you actually rebuild and reconstruct this football team. The quickest way to do it is to trade your best asset, especially if he's going to be having headlines like he did yesterday, where I'll actually defend what he said. We can get to that later.
Yeah.
But this is the type of crap where it's like, do you really need that on your team? No. I'd rather get the 2 or 3 first-round picks and really have the opportunity to go ahead and build and reconstruct this thing.
At 877-881-1053, I think it's more of a feeling of helplessness or hopelessness, and we haven't had that in a long time. Like 2014 was a big year after the 500 years of 11, 12, and 13, and every losing year since then has been the result of injuries, and they've been able to remedy it. Now it looks like, wow, it's not clear when this team is going to be good again. And that's kind of a tough pill to swallow, especially since they never took a great shot at winning. You mentioned the Micah Parsons quote from after the game. You want to win games and do great things with the type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for. He was asked about, what do you say to people wondering if Mike McCarthy will be the head coach next season? How do you interpret that? The text is open for you. Leave your name and city you're texting from. We'll make you famous here, Brian. Let's start with you.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, that teammates, there's such a bond there in that locker room. And I think that's what the message he was trying to convey was that here's a guy like a Zach Martin that's playing on one leg, got a bad shoulder. He's fighting through some things right now, and his level of play is not great. And, but he's still out there battling and trying to see it through. But he's done that. He's answered the bell on those, those many of days and played at such a high level. But as for what, and the ultimate goal is to win a championship. And it looks like that's not going to happen for him. And I think that's what Mike is trying to say. He goes, I feel bad for the amount of wear and tear that man has gone through and the struggles that he's gone through. but not to ever experience a championship. And, Micah might be in a situation where he doesn't either. Someone might say the same thing about him one day. But I think it's more about admiration than it is trying to take a shot at Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I mean, he's wearing a lot of hats right now, and so he's got to come correct in every part of his whatever his responsibilities are. And when you're the president of Bleacher Report's Gridiron digital service, he's like a managing editor. He's content creating. He's tearing it up as a full-time employee for them. Really getting after it.
Yeah,
he did a great job in the post game with that.
Yeah. No, I think that's a point well taken, Chief. I guess I looked at it a little bit more like Brian, where I think he was, trying to talk about how he has so much respect for these players. And, the fact is, Mike McCarthy has had a long career as a coach. He can go on and be an assistant coach or an offensive coordinator for a lot of these players. Their career is done.
Yeah.
And that's a lot more of an emotional experience than, oh man, I'm on my way out for like the 5th time or 6th time in my coaching career. And that's the realization that had to have hit them yesterday. As players, as the season goes on and you're struggling, you can tell yourself, we just got to get this figured out. We've been down before. We're going to bounce back. But when your quarterback is gone and then you go out with your backup and play that horribly.
Yeah.
What was that, like 60 yards passing? Something like that? It was just unbelievable.
The net yardage, I believe, was under 50.
I think it was like 48. I mean, they finished as a team with 49 yards.
49 yards. Net is 49.
49.
Yeah.
Jim Nantz went with Keystone Cops. Tony went with Bad News Bears. Somebody else was thinking yakety sacks as they were, scrambling around to try to get their hands on that fumble. I thought that was pretty funny. I don't know. What movie did yesterday's game does this season remind you of at 877-881-1053? I absolutely think they could lose the rest of the games this year, although losing to both New York and Carolina would be difficult. Could definitely happen. I just think you're going to line up another 8 times. I think they're going to finish 5-12, and that should be good for the 4th pick, the 6th pick, somewhere in there. That's a hell of an asset. There's a QB on the board. A team goes from 12 up to you. They give you next year's one as well. Mm-hmm. Now you're talking about, hey, we can add, multiple premium assets per draft class. I that's exciting to me, and maybe the top overall pick is out there. That could get a real ransom.
It's definitely out there for you.
They're a game and a half back.
It's a
very number 1 overall pick right now.
Very real chance that you're the worst team in football.
It's hard to think of somebody I would pick the Cowboys to beat right now. Maybe, the Saints beat the Falcons.
Yeah,
Panthers beat the Giants. Are the Cowboys in that group? Are they worse than that group?
They're definitely in that group, and they might be worse. Their quarterback situation, at least with the Saints, they got Derek Carr. Okay, he can win a football game in the NFL. You're now
they
doing
did yesterday. Mm-hmm. They beat Atlanta.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's just an example of when you if Dak was healthy and they were playing the whole season, sure, they would pull out a random game here or there. They'd beat the Panthers, they'd beat the Giants, but now with Pooper and with Trey, you're in a world of trouble.
The one thing, maybe somebody like at the end of the year, though, if you got somebody like the Commanders who are already in the playoffs and they're trying to rest their guys, maybe something like that where they don't play anybody.
Yeah, then you'll be in a dogfight with another team's backups, and hopefully you don't play yourself out of the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, you hopefully don't do what happened with Houston and the Colts.
Or it ends up being it ends up being the blessing in disguise. The Texans end up winning the game. Remember, Lovie Smith is like, bleep you, I'm winning this game even though you don't want me to, and then they still end up with C.J. Stroud.
214, Gavin, even with the top pick, the culture here is still terrible with the Jones family. And that's true, but they've gotten remarkably close with their bad culture, because of how good the scouts are, how good Will McClay is, the job that they've done accruing talent is there. And I think they're going to cycle back through a hot streak, right? So I'm just trying to, imagine when that is. It might look like, top 15, maybe top 10, top 5 picks for the next couple of years. And you're trying to build a line and an offense good enough that Dak can be a mobile pocket or an immobile pocket quarterback.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work, you still suck. You draft a quarterback maybe after the 2026 or 2027 season. You post June 1 Dak Prescott, and you hope to emerge with a young quarterback and a maturing, developing offensive line with blue chip dudes. Obviously, you got to find a running back and you got to find a wide receiver and you got to keep the defense good at the same time. But I think that's what we're in for. I think that's what we're watching, a multi-year transition, and they try to rebuild the offensive line for Dak like they did for Tony Romo. And it worked incredibly well. I mean, had Romo stayed healthy, that was about to be, the best surrounding group that he'd ever had. So, I don't think all is lost, 214. I appreciate your cynicism about, this football team, but what we can't forget what they do well and not even give them credit for that just because we're frustrated. Okay, Stephen Jones on the Fan earlier said left tackle Tyler Guyton, they feel really good about him playing Monday. They also added that they thought Awesome Richards played well.
He did.
Brian will have more on that, I'm sure, in Krusty's Corner. You looked at this film already?
Yeah, I did. And I'll just go ahead and comment about him, though. Like I said, the one bad play he had was the sack that he gave up to Graham. And that was just his body position was bad, his feet were bad, hands were bad. And that's what happens. I mean, he just got broke down on that one particular play. But other than that, I felt like he played really, really well. They ran the ball kind of away from his side. He was playing some backside stuff, but the pass protection stuff for going out there and getting a start like that on, with the news on Guyton during the week, you have to give the guy a lot of credit. He's one of those guys we've kind of waited for to see if the development was there. Is that better than, I think you now understand that, yeah, you're going to play Guyton, but there's no need to have to play or think about a Doga or anybody else. Or moving Tyler Smith. Go ahead and play Awesome Richards at left tackle or right tackle if you need him, and you should be all right.
Very interesting. Okay. It is the G-Bag Nation Cowboys Monday here on 105.3 The Fan. Back-to-back tough ones for the Mavs. Just can't get one to fall in the last minute, and losing incredibly close games to the Suns and the Nuggets. And the Stars have dropped 3 of 4 as well. So the local basketball and hockey team not in a great path. The Stars will be at the Warriors tomorrow, and the Stars they are in Pittsburgh tonight and host the Bruins on Thursday. All right, coming up next we have the G-Bag of the day at 2:30. What else, Wolchuk?
Yeah, let's do some NFL true or fart with some overreactions from Week 10 in the NFL. That's next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy. G-Bag of the Day is coming up now in 7 minutes. Segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen to Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk.
All right, let's go ahead and do some NFL True or Fart from Overreactions, Week 10 edition. Take it away, Robert Flores.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or Fart? False. Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Thank you very much, Lucius, and a happy Veterans Day to you, sir. We start Eric Chiafalo. True or Fart, despite what Jerry Jones said yesterday? Mike McCarthy will be the next head coach fired in the NFL.
I am going to go Fart. I think he's going to be stubborn and indignant about not wanting to fire another coach. He keeps talking about how he regrets doing it, and I don't think he wants to pay somebody to not work. So I don't think he will be here next year for sure, but I don't think he's getting fired.
Yeah, that's football flatulence, Wolchuk. If I've ever heard it, it's a real cheek flapper right there. Jerry will stand pat with Mike McCarthy because Mike's the ultimate get-along guy. And what he'll end up doing is, as Brian likes to point out, is just letting the contract run out. There's no firing. You did 5 years of work for us. Hopefully he doesn't hang out like Jason Garrett did.
Yeah,
an extra 2 weeks.
I don't think Mike will.
No,
I think
he'll fly from FedEx Field. Is that the final game of the season? He'll fly right from FedEx Field to the compound in Wisconsin.
I think Mike is taking my approach
right.
I did in Jacksonville. Remember I told you the story about taking 2 books out of your office every night as you're about to leave?
Slowly but surely.
Clean that thing out. When it comes time to go, all you have to do is take one notebook and tell Skip Richardson you're moving on, and Skip goes, "That's all you got?" And I go, "That's all I got."
Yeah, it's one of the rare instances in life where you don't really want to procrastinate at all.
No,
you won't even allow yourself to do it.
That's good.
That final day, you don't want to have to be there for an extra couple of hours pulling picture frames off the desk and whatnot.
Okay, since they went Fart on both, I'll give you a scenario where I think it could be a true.
Okay.
It could be true if Jerry wants him to change the play calling responsibilities. And he asked McCarthy, listen, let's see if Brian Schottenheimer, if we can get something out of Brian Schottenheimer. And if Mike McCarthy says no to that, then Jerry Jones should look at him and say, you're fired. That's the only thing, that's the only way I feel like that Mike McCarthy would be relieved of his duties. If Jerry, the general manager, asked him to put Brian Schottenheimer in as a play caller, and then Mike refused to do it, then I think you would have a fireable offense.
Would that be the whole conversation? Just be, hey, Schotty's going to be calling the plays this week.
I would like to.
Mike's like, no, he's not. And Jerry's like, you're fired.
Yeah, I would ask him. I would say, hey, listen, Mike, do you feel like it's a good idea? Maybe that maybe Schottenheimer can get us some offense here, get us something going. He goes, Jerry, I don't think that's a good idea. Then I would say, then you're fired. And then I would name Bones Fossil the interim head coach.
There you go, the galvanizer.
And then Brian Schottenheimer then calls the plays. You got 8-9 weeks, whatever it is left, and that's how you do it.
All right. Interesting.
Probably get a fake
that's the way it would happen.
On third down.
Yeah. I mean, he can go rogue fully. Just do whatever the hell he wants. That'd be entertaining. Maybe that'd be a reason to tune in, but I'm going to go far on that as well. I think he probably coaches throughout the season. All right, Brian, true or fart, the Commanders lost the NFC East because of their defeat to Pittsburgh yesterday.
I say that's fart. I think the Commanders.
That's a good call.
Yeah,
that's
I think
a good fart by you.
Yeah, I think if you look
it's a good one, strong.
You look at the Commanders' schedule down the road. It's a little bit better than what's
easier than the Eagles.
Still got the Cowboys twice.
Yeah, so I would say fart on that.
Yeah,
farting.
I'm farting on it as well. I mean, I think
the Commanders.
It was an AFC game. It wasn't even like they still have everything in front of them. And as Broadus mentioned, they got a bunch of easy teams on the schedule still, but they also got the Eagles twice. That's where the division will be won or lost.
Eagles caught a break yesterday, though. If you look at
the Cowboys,
with the way they put the Cowboys away early, they got to rest a lot of guys for that Thursday night game.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, that's a really good point. We're talking about maybe a look ahead opportunity there, but and for a second you thought maybe it was, and then it was Cooper Rush looking ahead as the shotgun snap was fumbling out of his hands.
Okay, Gavin, true or fart here, and thank God that Minnesota was able to hold off Jacksonville. That was just a disgusting football game. I took Minnesota in Survivor, and they barely pulled it out. I think we all victorious this week?
No, Giants. Broadus went over to Germany and took an L.
That's 3.
Yeah,
three straight.
Good luck, dude.
3 straight.
Those are never going to happen.
Bad football team. So you opened with 4 the bad, now 3 to the bad.
3 to the bad.
You had that 3-game winning streak in the middle.
Dallas Cowboy fan here.
That's a tough one.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tough one. Well, Minnesota was terrible. I mean, Sam Darnold threw 3 interceptions. They almost lost the game. So now after praising Sam Darnold, they need to worry about Sam Darnold the rest of the way in Minnesota.
That was always going to be the case. That's a true. Yes. I mean, this was the problem. Ultimately, you still have Sam Darnold, and those issues aren't just going to go away automatically. So you're going to have some of these moments. You're still having it with Jared Goff.
Yeah.
But both of these teams yesterday were good enough, and Detroit, by and large, will be as well, even when Goff doesn't have great games because they're so good. But, yeah, this is just who some of these guys are. So J.J. McCarthy is still sitting pretty right now as the heir apparent.
Yeah, that's why I was so adamant a couple of weeks ago about wanting to trade him for Matthew Stafford. You guys wouldn't go with me.
Yeah, you nailed that one.
Yep.
That was good.
Totally, dude.
That was good.
I think the schedule's going to play out again for these guys. You've got at Tennessee, at Bears. Arizona looks like a tough out right now. Atlanta, who knows what's going to show up there. Chicago again, at Seattle. And then the determining factor will be at the end, Green Bay and Detroit.
Oof.
Those will be the games. But if you look at the previous games up to those final 2 games of December 29th, I'd say the Vikings are in pretty damn good shape right now.
But in terms of being like a contender, understanding like that's how your season's going to end, it's going to be Sam Darnold doing the thing where he just turning the ball over in the red zone,
make the wild card
score
game.
12 points.
Been house money the whole time for me as far as the Vikings. I didn't think I kind of felt like that Dallas was going to play the same. Dallas was going to do the same thing that Minnesota did and move on from their quarterback. And when they didn't move on from their quarterback, or when Dallas didn't move on and then Minnesota did, I thought, okay, this team's not going to be any good.
Yeah.
They're a lot better than that. I was wrong about Minnesota.
Overachieving season, no doubt.
Silent but deadly, I think, is the reality there. Thank you, Wolchuk. That wraps an edition of NFL True or Fart. Into the Pimp Cup we go with the G-Bag of the day. Here's Lucius.
Boom, 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 boom. I left my glasses at the house, so I'm basically going to be freestyling this segment because I can't see a damn thing. Hey. Here we are on a Mondays. Hope everyone is doing well. Let's see what I got for you boys. Our winner so far comes from the state of California, city of LA, the city council meeting. Dude goes off on the council over some plants on the highway. He's mad at the people that are in attendance because they are talking while he is talking. He's just a complete mess. Here we go.
Speaker, could you please remind us of which name you signed up under and the items you'd like to speak to?
I am Defender of Ants, all items and public comment.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes for the items and 1 minute for general public comment. Please begin with the items. Go ahead.
Why is everyone always talking when people are speaking?
So, Speaker, this is not on the agenda. You're welcome to talk to it during general if you'd like, but I need you to stick to the agenda.
Item number 1. Do you hear me?
I can. I'm going to ask that you don't yell because you can look over here.
I can't hear with them all talking.
Our interpreters, the interpreters are wearing headphones, and if you yell into the microphone, then you could potentially hurt their ears. Thank you.
I'm not going to yell into the microphone.
Go ahead.
I can't hear with everyone talking, so I'm going to be a little louder than them. I'd like to talk on item number 1 and the use of...
Go ahead.
Is that okay?
Go ahead.
All right, thank you. You're doing a thing about easements here. You're dedicating easement. It's supposed to be part of the environmental thing. What the hell is going on at the Church of Scientology on the easement? Why is there 250 planters on that easement? Why are you allowing those planters to be on there?
I had to consult the map. Speaker, this is not on the agenda. You've also exhausted your 1 minute on that item. The location is not anywhere near the Church of Scientology. This is your only warning. Please speak to the other items, or I'm going to move you to general.
And you need to stop shouting because you'll injure the person doing translation. So stay on the subject and speak at a reasonable volume. Lower than the one you are now.
Like that?
What, like that? All right, let's see here. What else I got for you boys?
The Giants in Carolina played in Germany.
They did.
And that boy Sean Hockley, he's done his knowledge. Did y'all see Sean?
Oh, did
No,
he?
Eric told me about this.
He announced a penalty in German.
Yeah, he sure did. He does his knowledge right here. I'm not going to give him too much props because I don't know this man personally. And these days and times, I don't know who's who.
Got to be careful.
You got to be careful. But right here, he's done his knowledge when he was over there in Germany.
You just know.
Fehlstart, Angriff.
Oh.
5 Yards treffen. It's by the center. It's third down.
Here we go. Showing up. He is. Oh, you know Hockley's going to flex.
That was a flex. That was a big-time flex right there.
Yeah.
Look at Sean Hockley showing us all up. He's feeling smug, too.
Feeling smug. Feeling smug.
Rich Eisen gets points for that. That was pretty impressive.
All right, let's see. Huh? Oh, for saying he's flexing?
Yeah. It was a good line.
Funny. This Hockley's dad, you know.
All right, let's go to College Game Day right here. College Game Day. Pat Mack out there at LSU. And they had those LSU kids doing the neck.
They did.
They sure did.
They
a
sure
few
did.
times.
They did.
A complete few times.
A
It
few
didn't
times.
happen once.
No.
It happened a few times.
No, a lot.
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah, a lot. This is how it started.
These fantastic Tigers, and I say, they'll say,
Pat knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
He knows what he's doing.
He was just bringing it up in conversation too. Like somebody would be talking, and then he would start the, and then the fans would just immediately it was all during the whole broadcast.
It's the people going.
Yeah.
There's another one.
Coach, I've been trying to figure
There
out
we
all
go.
morning.
Yeah.
What are they saying? So what are they saying? I can't hear. It's too loud. Good luck tonight, Coach.
Thank you. He's talking to Brian Kelly. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Brian Kelly's like, I know what you're about to do here. Yeah.
Doing way too much right there. Way too much. Yeah, that is one of them. I have a few more clips of those, but two I think would do enough. Yesterday was a church day. I pray that you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Bishop and all around good man, Freddie Haynes. I don't know if he's a bishop. I just put every title of a preacher that you can put on this man because he's so brilliant. Freddie Haynes, happy birthday to you. Now, this is not Freddie Haynes, but this is a guy down there in Houston. They say he's a Houston pastor, freestyling while he's in the casket. I don't know if that's true, but it's still a church clip.
I praise God like a boss, pay tithes like a boss, baptize like a boss. Hallelujah!
Open up the casket, let your boy out. I'm only in this casket cause I'm trying to get some clout, trying to get some tithes, trying to get some offerings. I done came down, where your mask, I hear you coughing in the back. I told you about that. Boys thought I was dead till God brought me back. Man, hold up, gotta praise God. Patrick Curry in the back talking about.
It's fun, dude.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. How much time we got?
Man, I feel like people are going to the gym trying to go viral. I feel like these preachers or pastors are
They're
going
doing
viral.
good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Doing good work.
Yeah, I got one more. I got enough for one more. Let's go to 670, the score up there in Chicago. Cowboys are not the only team doing bad in the fans are wanting to abandon the squad and whatnot. It's got this guy right here. He wants the head coach fired.
Bill is on the northwest side. Bill, welcome to the score. How are you?
I'm pissed off. That's how I'm doing. I mean, what we saw today was a disgrace. I am very happy, and I want to disagree with Olin 100%. I am glad the Bears players came out and said that the coaches were incompetent. I mean, for Matt Eberflus to come back after the Washington game and say that the second play the play before the Hail Mary had nothing to do with them losing is BS. That's number one. Okay? And then come out today again against the team and get slaughtered at home. Now you're facing the Packers, Minnesota, and Detroit back-to-back weeks. And tomorrow morning, he's going to go and meet the Bears media, and he's going to say we had a meeting and everything is great, and we're all on the same page. Well, what page are they on? He's full of crap. He should be fired right this minute. And what he did to Caleb Williams again today, under 2 minutes, losing by 16 points, and he's getting the crap kicked out of him. And he leaves him in the game to get his head bashed in. I hope Caleb Williams' father tonight, I hope he tweets something so bad that it gets Matt Eberflus fired.
Thanks, Bill. Appreciate the phone call.
Thanks, Bill. Good stuff, buddy.
Let's go. Chicago getting it done on 670. The scores at your Church Day Blessings. Is it Pat McAfee? Is it Giants and Panthers in Deutschland? Is it a dude going off at the council in L.A.? I'm going to go with Bill. We're in Chicago.
It was really strong. It was nice work by Bill. I'm still going to give it to Rich Eisen, though. I like the hockey league joke.
Alrighty. How about you, Lucius?
College game day. Pat Mack. A little bit of Nick. Shout out to Cameo.
Quite a bit of Nick. Very appropriate there on the campus. We'll check.
Going college game day.
Yeah, college game day. Absolutely.
By a score of 3-1. And your new G-Bag of the Day champion, once again, it's Pat McAfee. Get it done. Okay, Chief, what's next?
Best of the weekend featuring the Chili Cook-Off.
This live spot's going to feature the front.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. So Mike McCarthy press conference is coming up at 3 o'clock. It is time now for Eric Chiafalo's Best of the Weekend.
Well, I'll tell you what. Thanks to Chris Arnold, me and my wife got to have an awesome Mavericks experience on Friday night. They ended up taking the L, but it was a great game, super fun time, and it was wonderful. And then Saturday, Wolchuk and I got to do the chili cook-off at the Dallas Academy, which was a bucket list experience. Obviously, you guys know that. I've talked about that for years, and we finally got to check that off the old bucket list, so that was exciting. And you also I had the news, because I wasn't in here on Friday. I had the news during the pregame show yesterday that Broadus had the G-Men in Survivor.
Yeah.
And
wow.
That is just, I'm still reeling from that. I didn't know that he was, I mean, they were favored pretty good. I was kind of surprised.
They
were like
tied
a
the
touchdown.
game.
Were they like a 6-point favorite?
They had a couple of empty possessions down in the red zone, Daniel Jones, and then they win the toss. They take the ball in overtime, and they fumbled the snap right off the jump. I was listening to the game driving to the stadium.
It is so funny. I didn't get a chance to watch the game because it was the early game, but I just keep seeing like Daniel Jones was trending, viral plays of him having 2 open receivers and not throwing the ball really near either one of them. And they're doing
Sound like
graphics.
what we watched yesterday.
You know how they start building? They start building the worst quarterback, and they have those graphics, and every piece was just Daniel Jones.
Yeah.
I was like, wow, this must be a real struggle. And the Panthers find a way to eke out a victory there in overtime thanks to a G-Men fumble and then easy money, Panther field goal walk-off style. And they're partying on the flight home from Germany. And now Broadus is faced with 3 straight L's in Survivor. It's just... It's amazing.
It is amazing, isn't it?
I couldn't believe it. It is historical.
I'm claiming some. I need to take a moment about these.
Take a moment. You might set a new PR because
I'm just taking a moment right
should.
now. I like what Dawson has.
Take a load off.
He's taken me. He said he's encouraged me to hey, you need to look out for yourself. You're an older gentleman.
Mental health.
Yeah. Mental health. Yeah, in a good way. But make sure you're doing the right thing for yourself.
Well, I'll tell you what.
You'll know when it's time.
I might have to do.
You'll know when it's time.
There could be okay, if I lose, say I lose 2 more. Okay,
you're getting ready to tie your longest losing streak in the show's longest
I know, but
losing
what
streak.
if I lost 2 more and did 1 every hour for a show?
That would be awesome, dude.
That'd be fantastic.
That's Tune In Central.
But that's just
full-fledger payoff
every
Friday.
hour I have a.
Wait till you get to 5. Wait till you get to 5.
Okay,
I actually like that strategy.
You like that strategy?
That's a good
and
idea.
none of them can be eating anything because that's not a bet payoff.
Unless
for
it's
you.
a hard-boiled egg, because I know how much you hate that.
I will not eat a hard-boiled egg.
Instead of yolk inside, it's the little nitro gummy, and he actually has to chew it for real this time.
Okay, let me tell you what. No, Dawson saw me chew the nitro gummy.
I think the egg would probably be a good place to start for Broadus.
I
did
throw
see
up.
it.
I would throw up.
Man, you're doing the right thing. If you ever get an opportunity and you say
the
yes,
white egg part, yeah.
You want to say yes to being a chili cook-off judge.
Dude, it was a blast.
Me and Wolchuk were...
Can you tell us
we
who
were
won?
in heaven.
What kind of chili won?
Yeah. It'd be tough to really say
Beans?
exactly. There were beans. There was 15 chilies. I would say 10 out of the 15 had beans in them.
So what's the spice level? Were they all the same?
They were not. No,
not at all.
I thought the most interesting part was just how chili is such a broad term, because you're getting a variety of different.
Did you get like turkey chili?
We didn't. I don't think we got a turkey, but I think we had a couple of deer meats. We had some brisket. The brisket ones were really good.
That's what I'm saying. The brisket ones with the fat in it, I'm sure they were really good.
And then some were sweeter, some were a little bit spicier, and then they would dress them up a little bit differently. Some would actually put sour cream and cheese in there ready for you. Others had like jalapeno and green onion to pour on there. One person had like mini cornbread that they gave you to dip with it.
Nice touch.
They're supposed to serve it how they want it eaten. But I think the one
did
they
go for the Frito pie kind of look with the Fritos?
They did offer us Fritos. We did not use them.
A couple of them have the Frito. I just wanted to be as true to the chili as possible.
Yeah,
and that's really what it was. So it was. I like certain consistencies. Some are a little bit more soupy. Some look like almost like is this just kind of a marinara sauce?
Is it a taco soup? There was one taco soup one.
There's definitely a taco soup one. But I thought it was cool because it was me and Wolchuk and one other lady that were the judges, and we all had the same top 3.
Yeah.
So like there was a high quality standard here of like, hey, there's no question these 3 are set apart for really, really fantastic, and then the rest is just kind of run of the mill. There was one I would say disrespectfully disgusting one, but outside of that, they were all pretty.
And if
pretty
you're listening,
standard.
I apologize. But there was one that was really, really gross. There's a vile one.
I'm just kind of perplexed that 3 judges would all have the same opinion.
There was no collusion.
Honestly, I think you would have probably
just trust the tape.
Anybody with a palate would say these 3 were clearly above the rest.
What made number 1 the best?
It was the
wait. You answer first, and then you walk out of the room. Walk out of the room right now. Just walk out of the room.
If we're going to talk about chili, you can go walk in the corner.
No. Walk out of the room. No, seriously. Walk out. I want to see really if you guys were on the same page on this. Have you guys already talked about this?
We deliberated.
How long did you deliberate?
Get out of here, Wolchuk.
Didn't take a long time. We just looked at our
He
scores.
said good day, sir.
All right, good day, sir.
No, that's okay.
I'll see you in
that's fine. I'm just saying.
Well, the good news is if he goes outside that door, he can still hear us. So it really doesn't solve any
Go
issues.
walk around and go walk around.
Talk booth.
Okay, yeah.
Plug
go to the
your
talk
ears.
booth. Okay. I want to know what was really, really, really good about this chili. And I want to see if because you guys said you came to the same realization.
I think my 1 was his 2 and his 2 was my 1, but the other girl had her 1 was the same one as Wolchuk. So it was kind of obvious which ones were the best ones. For me, starts with the eye test. I see there's a bunch of different things in there.
Okay, and presentation.
Yes, passed it immediately. You could tell the consistency.
Why wouldn't taste number 1 on your list?
Well, because you eat with your eyes first.
There he goes.
Okay.
Look at that.
I like what you're saying.
The test.
Right.
So that happens. Then I go right to the sniff test because that was part of the grading scale.
Sniff was number 2?
Sniff test, yes. Right. And it was, it was potent with some spices. Some of them was like, I'm like, where is it? You know? And this one, it was like, here it is, right
ding,
there.
Ding,
Boom.
Here I am.
And number 3?
And then number 3, it was just a beautiful marriage of flavors. It leaned on the spicier side, and I prefer that over a sweeter chili. And there was meat and a multitude of different types of beans and things, and I thought the combination of flavors was just really set it off. That combined with the consistency was beautiful.
Where is he?
I love the chunkiness. Yeah, I'll tap him in. I'll tap him out.
Tap him in. I want to hear what his reasons were. I'm going to see if they're honestly on the same page here.
Yeah,
I'm questioning really if they're on the same page.
It was awful suspicious if you ask me.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just trying to make this a situation where these chilies were judged fairly.
Sometimes what you have is a situation where none of the judges know what the hell they're doing, so they're just asking each other, and you get sort of this group thing.
Okay, exactly I've got 4 things he said.
I'm on to you, old Chuck.
4 things he liked in this chili, and what was your 4?
Okay, in the one that I had number 1?
The one you had number 1.
Because I think we flipped our 1s and 2s. But overall, I think that without question.
Okay, how about the chili that won?
The chili that won, it had the best presentation of the bunch with the sour cream and the cheese on there. And then it, without a doubt, tasted the best. Like, to me, the taste was everything. That's what I tried to judge on. But the presentation, some were very much lacking. Also, kind of just the hearty nature. Like, when I'm having a chili, I want it to be filling. Like, this is a comfort food right now.
Okay.
The top one definitely had it in the spice level. Some I didn't taste any spice. This one had a good kick to it.
All right. Did you sniff
Chief
the
said
chili?
the same thing.
Yeah, we all had to smell them because the smell was part of it. Like, that was one of the things we had to grade.
All right,
was the smell.
Okay, so I think they were on the same page.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought maybe there was a little bit like the lady was the pro And our two guys were kind of the
idea that
the
you
lackeys.
You think we're going to do participation trophies? You don't think we're going to take this seriously? You know how much this meant to us.
I wanted to make sure that when you started talking about presentation, I was on board with that. The sniff part, you said that's part of it, right? See, we didn't.
We had to grade. The smell was one of the categories.
You said sniff, but you didn't say it was part of the.
I did say that. I said that.
Did you?
Yeah. I eat with my eyes, and then I sniffed it because that was part of the grading.
Part of the grading. My bad.
But he likes to sniff regardless. He's a sniff guy.
Okay.
I am.
Okay, you guys were on the same.
CeeDee Lamb sniffing his finger after a first down.
Maybe there was a little bit of like.
No, we tried to do our best here to make this as appropriate and professional as possible.
Okay.
It was awesome. We had a great time. Home
sounds like you did.
Chili was good. Everybody was
we
great.
have the Mike McCarthy press conference scheduled for 3, so if you want to take this a little bit long after Brian
it'll be 3:20.
Really intercepted your segment, unlike anything I've ever seen before. It was wonderful, Brian.
Go outside. Go.
It's all good. It's nothing we can't throw in the hodgepodge at 4 o'clock, so we party then.
Right on. It is the G-Bag
Food's more
Nation
important.
here.
We learned that in an interview with Eric Kendricks the other day.
Right.
Yeah, I was asking for cinnamon rolls, to dip in the chili, but it was just cornbread.
Dude, I cannot wait till this weight loss competition is over. That's the first thing I'm ripping is cinnamon rolls and chili. We're going.
That's a lie.
What is that, like Northern Midwest cuisine?
North Dakota.
Mike McCarthy press conference coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Here we go. It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We have the Mike McCarthy press conference coming up here before too long. Big Mike will be up there at the Ford Center at the Star talking to you about everything that happened yesterday and his plans for this week to get right going into Monday Night Football against Houston. The Cowboys presser, Mike McCarthy press conference, will be brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Mike McCarthy, strong words about the turnovers in the post-game show. I think the question, though, is he making excuses? They were fully blown out. Doors blown off of them at 28-6. The turnover ratio at that point was 2-2. Then they have the 3 late in the game that made it embarrassing. But I feel like Mike's deflecting there or reaching for something so he doesn't have to own totally how pathetic this football team is on both sides of the ball. What do you guys think?
He's not. I don't think it's an excuse. You're never going to win a game when you turn the ball over 5 times.
Unless you're Jared Goff.
But yeah, I guess that's true. I should not say never. I should not say never. We were just talking about that crazy Goff stat where that was the 7th time he's had 4 more interceptions in the game, and he's 7-0 in said games. That's absolutely unbelievable. So yeah, I guess it can be done. In the first half, your defense also was able to counter those turnovers for you. The interception for Diggs took red zone points off the board, and then right after the Zeke fumble, Micah with the sack fumble that Leofau was able to recover. So you were in the game if you were able to maybe do a little bit better when it comes to play calling and offensive execution to maybe have a better chance to win it. But yeah, he is right. The turnovers are unacceptable. They're inexcusable. And that's something where this year they've been on the wrong end of it, where they've been on the positive side of it in years past when they've been able to get 12 wins.
Yeah, I just feel like you are absolutely getting truck sticked in this game. And Jerry did it too. Like, you could talk about all this other stuff, but we gave it away this many times. It's like, yeah, you're giving away that many times because you're terrible at football. You're unable to force that many turnovers because you don't have the pressure players. Right?
And they fixed the penalties, though.
They did?
Only
nice
had
job.
5. Only had 5 for 40 yards. No, Mike is this is only week 10. We've kind of run out of answers. We've run out of answers to try and talk about really what's wrong with this football team. And your eyes tell you what's wrong with this football team. And, they're going to have hope and they're going to think things are going to get turned around. And reality is that people that are probably talking to Jerry, the guys that he trusts, the Troy Aikmans, the Michael Irvins, and people like that are saying, Jerry, your football team is no good. And so that's what Jerry's dealing with right now. The outside people, Bill Belichick. Maybe Jerry's calling up a Bill Belichick. Bill, you see our film, you watch our games. Well, Jerry, this is, I don't want to say anything bad about Mike, but but over there they've run out of things to say. What's going wrong? They're not good enough on offense. Their play calling or their scheme is not good. It's just not. When you 3rd and 8 and you throw the ball, or you throw the 3rd and 8 and you throw the ball short of the sticks and expect your receivers to break tackles, and I get it's
that's
football.
Their bread and butter.
It's football, but that's one of the better tackling secondaries in the league. You're not.
That was on full display yesterday.
The last 2 weeks, there have been a much more of a thought about the short pat. Everything is short. Everything's short.
Yeah.
Nothing going down the field. So they have no more answers to explain why they're struggling as bad as they
and
are.
it's easy to point to 5 turnovers, but it also doesn't.
Sure it is.
It doesn't.
It was
really,
penalties. Sometimes it's the penalties. Sometimes it's the turnovers.
Or it's just 3 and outs and just bad drives.
How many bad drives you have
It's
yesterday?
all of it. It all helps stink.
Yeah.
Did you guys have a caller last night coming to his defense strongly?
Yeah, a gentleman
Paul
from
in Wisconsin.
Paul in Wisconsin called in and Paul says he's a Cowboy fan, and he was talking about the same thing that the other things that Stephen Jones talks about. 3 straight years of 12 wins and things like that, and it's not Mike's fault. And I'm like fine. But they're going to move on from this guy. Mike McCarthy is not going to save his job here. I don't believe. There's nothing that's indicating to me that that's going to happen. And so
your indicators are working beautifully.
Well, that's the, in that building they believe, I mean, I was listening to our buddy Bob Papa talk, on the this morning, and he was like saying, listen, I know that Tampa Bay has lost, 4 straight games and they're 4-5. Watch them, they're going to reel off 6 wins in the next 7. He went through the schedule, and it sounded realistic, but that a team like that, you look at a team and like, yeah, Tampa barely loses to Kansas City. Tampa barely loses to San Francisco. You do see hope with teams like that. You do say, okay, man, I could see that. I could see where Tampa could maybe win the NFC South, but Dallas, no, not the way you're playing football right now. There's nothing that an eye test for you there that things like this team is going to get things turned around.
So when you look at it at 877-881-1053, where does Mike McCarthy rank for you? I mean, there's the front office job they've done, there's injuries, and then there's coaching, right? You could also say execution by the players, but
yeah. Can I say something real quick? And,
sure.
and listen, this is not in defense of not a defense. This is in defense of the coaches, and I'm saying this is in defense of the defensive coaches. Yesterday, you saw them try and do something different yesterday, whether it was AA gap blitz or 3-3, whatever they were playing up front. You saw them affect the Eagles. The Eagles did not have an answer for Overshown as a pass rusher yesterday. Didn't have an answer. That's all I ask. If you're not good enough and you're getting crushed,
find something.
Find something. Just go and people would say, brought us your buddy Zimmer. No, I'm just saying on defense, they're getting their ass kicked. Mike will tell you that.
We're going to the top. Here he is, Mike McCarthy in Frisco.
Any comment?
Not today. I just couldn't help myself. Yeah. Go ahead, David.
Mike, Dallas Morning News. Do you take offense at what Micah Parsons said after the game, or do you just consider it part of when a team is playing like this, those type of comments are going to come out as the frustration of the moment?
Well, I think like anything with post-game remarks and really any remarks, when it does create questions for others in the locker room, something that I've always done, conversation has to happen. So, Mike and I had a conversation this morning about it, and handle those things as men should handle it. That wasn't his intent, and so that's something he can talk on. But the other part of it too is what comes out of this too, all the way around. Questions for others, and also I don't want to see my players get attacked also from the other side of this too. So we have so much more that we need to focus on, and that's really what we talk about. Pretty much throughout the day today is just we just got to keep it about football, bear down on the things we know we need to improve on, build off of some of the things that we felt like we got better throughout these games coming out of the bye. But these are the things that you need to eliminate from your culture, and just like anything, conversations bring resolution. So, and I think this is an example of that.
You talked about that before, just to keep the focus on football, but there are the peripheral issues that come from losing, especially when expectations were above where you were. This is coming. Does it take more of your time to manage as you're in the midst of this?
Yeah, when you lose, when you're losing multiple games, definitely. I just look at how much time today's a great example. How much time I've spent on, Houston Texan. I think I'm on play 6 of the Detroit game. So, and that's what these types of things bring. And that's why, frankly, I think it's harder when you win. Handling success, to me, has always been the biggest challenge in this. We have a great opportunity to be in an adverse situation as a group of men to go do something people don't think we can do. And been there before, excited about it. Most of the times come out the other end, and that's what I'm focused on. So, but to get there, you got to, utilization of energy and all that application of how we want to unite and continue to work is important. So I think all these guys, we all need to focus on our mental space, take care of ourselves, hug our families, because they're the ones that have to listen to most of this stuff. But we need to just keep it about football, because if we're not working on football, our opponent is an hour or two better than us already. So that's my message.
Clarence Hill, I'll say Dallas. Quickly piggybacking on that, the question was born out of a question about your job status. Do you talk to the players about how to answer that type of question? That's something they have to deal with now too. I mean, that's kind of where.
No, I don't. They're grown men. They need to answer it. The way they need to. They feel they need to answer it. I just think out of anything. I mean, you have the job to do. We have the job to do. It's our responsibility to deal with the media. I think being genuine is important. I think. Giving rope answers, just leads to, follow-up questions. Good reporters like yourself will do follow-ups and just keep going after it. But, yeah, I've never stood up there and said, hey, you need to say this, and this, that question. I don't think that's real, and these guys know what they're doing.
Dak Prescott.
I was kidding about the follow-up. Next question.
Dak Prescott, any answers on the surgery? I know he talked about.
I haven't talked to him yet today. So.
Thank you.
Todd Archer, the ESPN. Mike, you've made your bones in this league offensively and play calling. How much of the struggles offensively, how much have they weighed on you?
Oh, I mean, that was brutal. That second half was as hard as a game that I could, that I've been a part of. So, and you think of the Detroit game, this game. I mean, it really comes down to the giveaways. You can't give the ball away, and then it's. It gets to a 2-score game, 3-score game, and then you are where you are there, like we were in the fourth quarter. But yeah, the first half, and this is a cop-out statement when you stand up there and say, if you take 2 plays away, it's 17-3. But that's the way we need to play. We can't afford right now to make those mistakes. So we need to be cleaner in those spots. And our defense gave us great opportunities in the first half. I thought our defense took a big step in the first half and gave us opportunities. But losing that first fumble, really putting them in position to score first. 15-play drive, 6 minutes, 6+ minutes drive. That's the way we need to play a lot of the time. We need to try to create more shots and things like that. And these are the things we're talking about. But yeah, 5 giveaways. I don't know how many more times I can say it from today to yesterday. You can't win games like that. We can't win games like that.
Does it make you question what you do and what you've done?
No, I believe in the process. I mean, I know Lott's made a scheme and so forth. Your system of football has to fit your players, and you got to give these guys the opportunity. And every team's built a little differently. What year you're in, where your players are. So, this is not a we need to go change. We need to be better at the things we're committed to. I've always played to the strength of the quarterback. That's just something I believe. That's why I learned it from Paul Hackett. The West Coast offense is built around making the quarterback successful. We're running the ball better. We've made a strong commitment to really knuckle down at certain things that we're doing differently since the bye. So there is progress there. The action passing game has to come off it. That's not nearly where it's at. And we've actually been in favorable third downs. I mean, our third down, we definitely dropped down in third down production, but we are in favorable down and distances. So we need to stay the course and just make sure we're giving the players what they need and putting them in positions to be successful and just keep working at our execution.
John Machado with The Athletic. You talk about your guys' turnovers. How do you go about fixing them during the week when it's not like they're the same kind? It's different things that are happening. How do you improve in that area?
Well, we drill it. We really do. I mean, there's a tremendous amount of time and energy that goes into this. I mean, I'm going all the way back to February and March. We have a process that John Fossil and I head up. Ryan Feeders is part of that, and we call it team fundamentals. So all of our ball security drills are researched, identified, and actually what's cool is we build them during the off season, but then we give them the live shots week to week. Because there's there's balls. We'll be all over the tape this week, but there's these type of plays each and every week in the league, and so the education process is there, the drill work's there, but it's just like anything in football. You can talk about all you want, but coaches don't just say, hey, I gave them the playbook. That's not where coaching starts. It's it's really about the results. So we just got to keep emphasizing it, keep working at it. We added more time in the team fundamentals back to the Wednesday practice 3 or 4 weeks back. So I just believe in bearing down and staying after it, because that's the only thing I know how to do, and it'll show up. I mean, our history here will speak to it. We've been very, very good in the area of turnover ratio. I mean, -10 makes me sick. I mean, it absolutely does. I mean, that's not what I believe in. I think my track record speaks to that, and so all I know how to do is keep working.
Nick Harris, Forward Star Telegram, with a couple of losses consecutively. What's your message to the team so that emotions don't snowball, but also the losses themselves? Well,
I just think it's really about one another. I think this is an incredible opportunity of adversity that we're in. Personally, I had 61 yesterday. I don't know if you know that, but how many more cracks at the plate do you get? So I enjoy the arena of conflict and being in these types of situation, because I mean these are the years you remember. But it's time to get it turned. I mean, we've been in this mode a couple of weeks too long here, but this is a great opportunity for us. No one believes that we can do it, which I think even makes it sweeter. But we need to win a game. We got a hell of an opponent coming here Monday night, playing well. They lost a tough one last night, so saw the end of that game. But it's about the game of football. If we don't do the things, the basics that are necessary, then I'm going to be standing up here, talking about the things we need to do better. But this group works hard. I believe in the locker room, because these guys give it up. I mean, everything's measured. We have an evaluation process, a daily one that reflects what they're doing each and every day, and it all in compared to prior years, so you have good comparables and so forth. But we're not there right now. And we just got to keep working.
Were you able to get away and celebrate last night?
No. I had family at the time. It was nice.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. How much do you lean on your leadership council to try to get you through difficult times?
Well, I tell you what, it's you just got some moving parts right now. And half our leadership council is injured, so I think that's part of it too. So it's really a great opportunity for younger guys, to step up. And most important, component of leadership right now is action with success. That's important. A lot of guys can, be leaders just on the way they go about their business and perform on Sundays. That's a great form of it. But yeah, the guys they're saying the right things. You're talking the right way. The veterans are doing a good job there. So yeah, we need to stay after it. So yeah, the energy and the effort's not an issue.
Any update on Overshown? I think he had an MRI today.
Yeah. They have not got that back yet, but it's. Let's just get all the information. I don't want to speak ahead of ourselves. I don't have an update on any of those guys really.
Saadi's The Athletic. Mike, you mentioned before about how different it is being in Dallas. Just when did you kind of acclimate to all the off-the-field stuff that kind of comes with being the head coach in Dallas?
I'd say probably 2021. 2020 was just such a different year. So yeah, I'd say 2021. And I just remember a conversation that Jerry and I had, and and he was it was insightful. He said, this is a difficult job to be a head coach, and we talked about some of the things, and he was right on the money.
How do you go about making sure all these things don't kind of drain your energy for what you're trying to do on the field?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'm just so blessed to be in this spot. And it's about competing and winning football games. Yeah, I just can't believe how fast it's gone. The best advice I could give a young coach, even players all the time, it goes so fast. You got to take advantage of every opportunity you have. So, and that's where I'm at with this. And to be honest, the day I can't jump out of bed and hit Starbucks early, then it's probably time for me to get on down the road. But I love it. I enjoy it. This is the best part of the day. Second best. Starbucks is the best. But no, I do. I love what I get to do. I love the adversity of it. I love the challenge of competing and so forth. I wish our players had more success right now, because I know how much they put into it. This coaching staff, with the things that they have to listen to and so forth. I mean, it's an unusual year. I mean, we all recognize that, but it's all part of this challenge, and we're just pushing and keep working, trying to keep our eye on a target, and so the reward will be great.
Babe.
Babe Loeffler, 105.3 The Fan. Mike, obviously pretty bleak day offensively yesterday, but you go back, you look at the tape, and you see some things that, well, we did this pretty well. So what were the positives?
I'd say running the ball in the first half, because that was something we felt like we needed to do. They were playing very well on defense, especially in the run defense. So getting that established was important. I didn't get Cooper into a rhythm, and that's something that I didn't feel good about when the game was over throughout the game. So we need to find a better way of doing that. So I need to do a better job there. But yeah, it's just those 3 series in a row, with the giveaways, and the game got away from us.
Aaron.
Aaron Kazmas, Lone Star Live. Part of Micah's answer yesterday that drew all the attention was also about veteran players and how he feels for them. So I'm curious for you, what's the message like for maybe a Zach Martin compared to younger guys, and how do they receive that message during the season?
Well, I think being a veteran, you understand the importance of how precious this time is more than anybody. So, yeah, I think Zach is the ultimate professional. I mean, just the way he goes about his business, obviously the way he's played for so long here. But yeah, you definitely feel for the guys that have done this a long time. This is you only get so many cracks at the plate.
Garrett.
Garrett Podell, CBS Sports. Mike, I know you talked about you evaluate everything. What did you think of Asim Richards filling in for Tyler Guyton yesterday?
I was impressed with it. I thought he did a good job. He didn't affect the way the game was called. I think that's important anytime a young player goes in there, especially a left tackle. So I was pleased with his performance.
Ed Werder, WFAA. Should we assume that you're moving forward with Cooper as your starting quarterback?
Yeah.
And do you have a third quarterback in the building yet, or are you close to getting one?
Yes, we are close to getting one. So, and I'm going off what happened last week. So I'm just going to let him go through the process and make sure everything goes well. But yeah, we're in the process of signing one. And yes, Cooper Rush will be the starter this week.
When you say you need to take more shots, and are you suggesting that the game plan was too conservative, the play calling,
well,
or
I mean,
quarterback decision making?
Well, it's just like anything. I mean, you don't just line up and say, hey, we're taking a shot on this play. I mean, if something, first you got to have protection. There's things that you do, and without getting totally in specifics, you got a new young player left tackle. So, I mean, so you factor all those things, and so how can you manufacture the ball getting in down the field or getting it in the green grass? We had a number of crossing routes that we felt good about that just didn't happen. So, and that's the way the game goes. So yeah, it's the ball didn't go down the field enough. That's for sure.
Can you talk about what you saw from Trey? I know you said you wanted to get him in there. You had some packages for Trey Lance, and how did he play?
We got him in there, that first series, trying to, give us a spark, and then you got to the third down, and I just felt, he didn't have reps in that particular situational work. But then, it gave him some series, based on where we were. But thought he did some good things, and definitely some things he learn from. So it was good to get him in there.
I know you said Cooper's going to go forward. How difficult is it to try to put a package for a second quarterback, and while you're going?
It's not. I mean, Trey actually, when we got in there, he ran the 2-minute, the no huddle offense. So, I mean, that wasn't just things that we just put in for him. So he ran the same package as Dak and Cooper.
Was it a pretty easy decision to stick with Cooper in the situation you guys discussed?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we have a lot of faith in Cooper. I mean, like I've stood up here last week, everybody believes in him. How can you not, based off the way he's performed? But that fumble in the recovery attempt, that was, it was off to a rough start. And like I said, I just felt like he never really got into a rhythm.
And then when you talk about Jerry and the conversation in 2021 and how it's a difficult job, what did he tell you? What was the message?
I don't know. I don't recall. So. All right, thank you, Mike.
There he goes, the Mike McCarthy press conference here on your home of the Cowboys. Doesn't he sound just wiped out? Like, yeah, I don't know. Oh, jeez, forget about it. Man, I think at some point, like, you start to get fatigued by it, and then no matter how much you want to try to get yourself ramped up for, you can't hide it.
No, and when he starts to talk about how fast it goes, he's seeing the end.
Oh, yeah.
He's seeing the end. He goes, if there's any advice I could give a young coach, it goes really fast.
Yeah.
You know, and maybe he's looking at this as, I just turned 61. I'm probably not going to get another gig after this unless somebody, wants to take a chance on me. But he accomplished what he wanted to accomplish. He resuscitated his career. He got 5 more years out of it. Where in Green Bay, it was, he basically left as, hey, we don't want you anymore. They got rid of you during the season. They went and hired a young coach. Everything is now rosy and good for Green Bay. I mean, they got a street named after him there in Green Bay, but everybody else
go back to where he's a legend with 25 mil.
Yeah, he did exactly he did exactly what he did. But today was
he'll always have those 12 games a season.
Well, yeah, exactly.
A 3-year run of 12 games.
Yeah. Jerry telling him how Jerry. I wonder if Jerry told him, hey, listen, I do 2 radio shows a week. I'm going to talk in the post game afterwards. There's going to be 4 reporters in that big, nice media room you got, and you're going to stand up there and you're going to wonder where the hell everybody is. Yep. Let me tell you what, they're standing out in the hallway talking to me.
Yeah, the Hall of Famer, baby.
Yeah. So I think today we saw that. I think we saw a little reflective goodbye kind of a thing.
Let's get some NFL news of the day in here, Wolchuk. What do you say?
Yeah, we can get to some quick hits. You want to just come back, hit it, and then we'll see what we got time for?
Yes, sir.
Sounds perfect.
All righty, G-Bag Nation, I'd like to...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Recurve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Shoot, yeah, welcome back, Nation. Had the Mike McCarthy press conference there at the top of the hour if you want to go back and listen. We talked about a number of subjects. It's time now for your NFL News of the Day, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is the victim of a car or truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, call the Frankels. Get a free consultation, 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. Here's Wolchuk with some NFL news.
All right, we'll get you some quick hits here. We'll carry over the Darren Rizzi Football Guy of the Day audio for 420 before the top 10. But Leonard Fournette went ahead and worked out for the Bengals, and they decided not to sign him. They're going with former Giants practice squad running back Gary Brightwell. Can't tell you who Gary is, but he is now going to be a Cincinnati Bengal. They also worked out Xavier Howard, former Baylor Bear, Miami Dolphin, the corner. They did offer him a contract, but after the workout, sides decided, you know what, Xavier Howard wants to go back home. He's going to keep training. Doesn't know if that's really a good fit. So I guess we'll have to see. Maybe he does end up a Bengal at some point. He's not going to today. What a sad weekend it was for Florida, just the state in general, when it came to the NFL and college football. They went 0-8 or 0-6 on Saturday with the college games. Florida State loses, Florida loses, Miami loses. Big upset there.
Miami.
UCF, USF, and FAU. FIU was idle, so they didn't get to lose. But then Jags and Bucks also lost yesterday, so they go 0-8 over the weekend as a state, which is historically bad. And tonight they've got Miami. The Dolphins are playing on Monday Night Football, so maybe they can salvage this.
Yeah, I don't know if they will, though. I think the Rams are getting healthy at the right time. Tyreek Hill's popping up on injury reports. It's a nightmare year for all things Florida.
And then the final thing here is James Houston, okay, of the Detroit Lions. You might have seen this photo going viral last night. It looked like he might have pooped his pants during the game.
I saw the allegations and the evidence. Now, pretty damning.
He did give a good answer to, I swear I didn't crap myself during Sunday Night Football.
But
he said, I sat on some Gatorade. Just chill. So that might just be yellow Gatorade.
Their new poo flavor Gatorade?
Apparently. But they were wearing all white unis, and right in the bum area, there was a stain. And he says, sat on some Gatorade. I didn't poop my pants, but everyone's alleging he did.
You kind of want your training staff to help you out there, squirt a little water there on the old behind at some point. It is
interesting that it all just kind of went to that one specific area, and it's not spread out on the bottom if he did sit in Gatorade.
So are you not buying what he's selling?
I'm not really buying the Gatorade excuse. I think he pooped himself.
Yeah, I don't think there's a flavor that looks like that.
Yep, there's your NFL News of the Day.
Thank you, Wolchuk.
I thought they made a new poo flavor. Was I wrong about that?
They tested it in California and Philadelphia.
For Seminoles fans.
I don't think that it caught on.
Yeah, they only liked it in Philadelphia. They didn't think it was popular enough.
That's the only place it took.
Krusty's Corners brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Brian, where are we going next?
Yeah, we're going to talk about what we saw in the Philadelphia film. We'll do that next.
Okay.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
6 Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023, y'all.
Well, thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll have a hodgepodge. Right now, it's time for Brian's Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here he is, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Thank you very much to Reliant as well for being a part of this one. Going through the game itself, the focus I want to take a part of today is the defense. And I feel like that they gave you a shot in this game to at least stay in this game. I have a couple of offensive thoughts. A couple of different plays with, there was a time where Lamb and Rushton look on the same page. And then the ball that I think there's some conversation needs to be had about the play down the end zone where Lamb lost the ball in the sunlight. But first I want to focus on the Overshown sack. We've talked about this on our show, the first Overshown sack. We've talked about this on our show about how to use him. And I'm glad to see, and I said it before we went to the Mike McCarthy press conference, I'm glad to see the defensive coaches are trying to do things, and just not say, okay, hey, we're going to roll out the same look every week or the same coverage, or, just they're trying to at least mask some deficiencies or take advantage of some things that they do well.
Yeah,
that's what.
Try and dial it up a little bit.
I think having Micah Parsons back this week really helped.
Yeah,
it helped from that aspect because there's a couple of different rushes here, and the one I want to talk about, like I say, the Overshown, the first one, I really, really like what Zimmer did with this design here, and he's going to show. Mike's always going to give you that pressure look with the double A gap look, and he gives you that look. But he's going to drop. Leofau's on the field. They've got Overshown as a rusher. So Leofau's taken Overshown's spot. They've taken a defensive tackle out and they put Overshown in. But what they do is when they drop Kendricks and Leofau, Overshown and Parsons are lining up on the same side. So what that does is now the the offensive line is thinking, okay, we got to handle Parsons here. That's the guy that we're going to have to worry about here. But what Parsons does is they double team him, which leaves the running back, and Zimmer gets exactly what he wants. Because we talked about this leading up to this game, that Barkley and Gainwell and those guys had given up some sacks.
Yeah, they can't pass protect.
They can't pass protect all that well, and they gave up. They've gave up some pressures. And they've gave up some sacks. So here we are, a design to get a matchup that's favorable to you, where, hey, let's put one of our better, more athletic defensive players on a guy that can't handle what's going on. So they get the double team they want, and now that puts Gainwell on Overshown. And as you watch the play, he's got no shot.
It's just a blow by.
Just no shot at all. to be able to make that play or to get that block.
Hurts was so surprised at that closing speed too. He was like,
no,
you could see just the blur. Yeah.
There's no question that right there is what, when you have Micah Parsons back in the lineup, it allows you, now the Eagles are like, hey, we got to worry about 11, but we'll watch 13 here. But they get the matchup they want. I applaud them for doing that. The Diggs interception, okay, this is a confusing one coverage-wise to me, but it works out well for the Cowboys defensively. The Eagles are going to flood the left side in order to get Dallas Goedert inside. So they've got bodies to the outside left, so they're going to try and stretch the Dallas secondary here. They're going to stretch them instead of we've seen teams play that condensed look. Their routes are going to stretch, and they're trying to create a seam. Kellen Moore was trying to create a seam along the hash in order to get Dallas Goedert the ball.
Yeah, send one guy to the pylon.
Yeah, send one up the sidelines, one a little bit wider, and then that gets Dallas's defense to have to think more horizontally than vertically.
Mm-hmm.
And it works. It really worked, because what's going to happen is Diggs, and it's the same thing that Dak dealt with in that Detroit game where he threw the interception.
Branch is peeled off.
Branch is reading Dak's eyes the whole time. You see Diggs on tape. Diggs is not buying all the wide stuff. He sees what's happening, and that route goes and there's nobody in the hole there. There's nobody. I mean, Hooker's in the middle of the field, and he's not. There's no way he could react, even though that with the way the width is of the receivers, he should be kind of playing over to his right. But Diggs saves the day on this one, because he's looking at Hurts the whole entire time, and you see when he sees it, then he's able to make the adjust interception. So I mean, there was Wilson and Hooker. Neither one of them are in any position, as I said, to make that play. It was zone coverage across the board. Great job by Diggs of playing in his zone and doing exactly what he needed to do. All right, the Parsons sack fumble. Once again, it's the same look as the previous sacks, except that Leofau comes on the blitz instead of Overshown. So now they're like thinking, they're like, maybe the Eagles made some type of adjustment. 13 is going to be the rusher. Well, Zimmer decides he's going to send Leofau. On this play, though, Osa draws 3 blockers. So Osa is up the field so fast that all of a sudden he's got 3 blockers on him, and Parsons is able to beat Fred Johnson to the inside there. And then that's how was
that a planned stunt, like a loop?
It was like Parsons was kind of waiting, like he was going to see what was going to happen, because they got the blitzer, and it was almost like he was playing a spy. And then he came once he saw Hurts try and step forward, he then stepped up and was able to make the play right there. And that Parsons is, when he beats on that, it's like that twist, but it was a little bit of delay to it, is what it was. So that allowed. But when Hurts stepped up, Parsons was right there to make the play. But great job by Osa to draw the blockers and keep guys pinned away from Micah, and then allowed him to have the ability to go inside and make the play right there. All right, I mentioned I'll go to the offensive side here real quick. And you remember the play where Cooper Rush just threw the ball, and it like CD wasn't even looking at the play, wasn't even looking for the ball.
Mm-hmm.
He was like going up the field, and the ball just went right by him.
Yes.
This is where I'm kind of worried, because, Cooper Rush, he had the drop snap. You think if that was his first start, that's going to be, that's like a kind of a young guy mistake, maybe a rookie mistake. This one was really confusing to me, because it appears that they were going to run a screen. They were trying to set up the screen, and everybody ran the screen, the blocks, with the exception of the quarterback. The quarterback threw the route. CD was going down the field to block. They're going to try and run the screen going to the right. So you see the linemen start to move. You see Dowdle start to check and then go. But then all of a sudden, I don't know if Lamb and maybe Cooper Rush had sometimes you see like a visual, like he looks over and he sees the coverage.
And I like this. This is a good matchup.
And give him like a nod, or you give the guy a hand.
Yeah.
I like the wipe. I like when they do the breastplate.
This is coming to
sort
you
of wipe. Like
just like it's coming to you. But I couldn't figure out why that was the case. I couldn't figure out like what happened there. But Dallas is trying to run a screen, and everybody runs the screen but the quarterback. That's just, to me, that's a big problem right there. That those guys, two veteran players not on the same page, that could have probably, it just kind of makes me wonder, well, what was Cooper Rush thinking there? All right, the ball the final one here, the ball that Rush seemed to threw into the sun. Lamb was the second option here on this play. Oof. I think what happened was that they wanted to go to Ferguson underneath, and Cooper Rush got caught in between, not wanting to throw to Ferguson in double coverage, and then he tried to come back to Lamb. If the first read is Lamb on the shallow cross, it's a touchdown, because what happens, he goes from basically the shadows into light, into more light. So by the time that Cooper Rush came back to him,
he's directly in the light.
He's directly in the light, and so he's open off the jump. So, but it looks like the plays, because you can see Cooper Rush's head is looking, his eyes are looking right at Ferguson, trying to kind of pivot inside. The double coverage kind of messes him up, and now he gets caught in trying to throw the ball back underneath. But you've got Lamb, like I said, running completely across the field, and he can't see, because he goes from the shadows to a little bit of the light to being right in the middle of the light. And that just shows you right there. I mean, if Cooper Rush was afraid to throw the double team, that would have been a tight chance. But that play, if that play goes to Lamb right off the jump, it's a touchdown. But unfortunately, though, he comes back, and by that time,
he waited to the worst possible time.
And by the time he waited and got back to him, he was right in the middle of the end zone, and that's where the light was completely in his
But
eyes.
they know where the sun is. I love it, Brian. That is terrific breakdown.
Yeah.
My prediction is Jerry will one day use this as justification to ask taxpayers for a new stadium, possibly in Frisco. Oh, stadium's broken, guys. It can't be built.
I saw Shireen Williams was talking about, as a Arlington resident, as a taxpayer, she's like, listen, why do we have a retractable roof? We never use it here. And she was talking about the weather and all that.
Why do we pay for that?
Yeah, why do we pay for a retractable roof and we don't use the roof?
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. A must tune in every day for Cowboys fans. Every Wednesday, Thursday, he previews the opponent's offense and defense, respectively. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Sports Hodgepodge coming up next, Chief.
Yes, we got some great game day signs and the coolest plays of the football weekend next year in the nation.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Already 2 down. We're taking it all the way till 7 o'clock. Cowboys hour's coming up at 7 with Brad Sham and a special guest to be named here shortly. Brian, your eyebrows are coming in nicely over there.
They are coming in. I think there's some gray involved in my eyebrows now.
Well, yeah, there's nothing but gray.
Nothing but gray?
Yeah,
butt gray.
Yeah, butt gray?
Yeah, B-U-T-T gray.
All right. I see what you're doing over there.
Nice view. It really does look good. The Dawson's too. Both of them are coming in strong, man.
Thank you.
Really are.
There you go.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't. I wish your body was betraying you because you guys are putting off your bet payoffs. You know,
That's
so
it. I told you.
Maybe I'll just reshave them.
There might
shave it again.
There might be a show where if I get to 5 where I just do every hour have to do a bet payoff.
Because that'll be a new PR for a losing streak for you personally and for just anybody in the
It'll be a great event.
program's
It'd
history.
be a great way to wipe him out.
Yes,
it would
sir.
be. That'd be highly entertaining. Do you want some good news real quick?
Sure.
This is Maverick related. So the team that
Lively's back.
Still has some opportunities.
Lively, shoulder.
We're hopeful. We're hopeful here. Tim McMahon said Lively, who we know has missed the last 4 games, had a good practice today in San Francisco.
There you
He's
go.
hoping to play
There you go.
against the Warriors.
There we go.
So trending optimistically for Derek Lively.
That's good. So it was a good practice. Not necessarily like he practiced hard, but he practiced good. Sometimes you can practice hard, but you don't practice good. Sounds like he actually practiced good.
Well, that's a Cowboy thing. I think Lively's always practicing good. That guy doesn't take days off.
Everybody's going to have to be doing good if you're going to want to get that win. Time now for Eric Chiafalo's Sports Hodgepodge. Chief.
Man, I really hope. Am I getting ball sacked by NJ.com? Because
NJ.com?
Yeah,
That's a non-ball sacking entity.
That's what I'm thinking here.
Yeah.
And they are saying that in the first quarter during yesterday's game, the Cowboys were recognizing Tom Landry for his military service, and they threw up a video montage on the Jumbotron, but his name appeared as Tom Laundry.
No.
This wasn't a ball sacking. This really didn't happen.
That's true.
Yeah, it's true.
They threw an extra letter into the legendary name of Landry while trying to honor him. Like, they literally couldn't even get that right yesterday in the building.
Could be some sparky young intern. Could be autocorrect. I hope it's autocorrect. That ain't right.
Do you want to just check it real quick before?
Well, yeah, or you can't work for the Cowboys if you don't know how to spell Landry. One of the two. What do you think, Brian?
I think it's tough, man. You walk by that big old statue going into that stadium. You ought to know who that is. You ought to get that name right. It's tough, man. You can't make mistakes like
Probably
that.
should have a Cowboys history quiz.
Not when it's a deal when he's like, his legendary coach, but also, a veteran.
This
Military
man played
veteran.
in the
It's
time of
insane.
leather helmets with no face masks. Show a little respect for this football
it was
legend.
a missed false start call away from being the Tom Landry Trophy.
You're right, dude. And there's no way they would have misspelled it if it was on the
Landry Trophy.
If it was the Landry. So did you guys notice this? Was there an audible sigh?
I heard of. We were on the halftime show.
We were on the halftime show,
but we didn't get a chance to see it.
Okay,
but I
Good
did
thing.
see
But you did
circulating.
confirm it.
Yeah,
rock bottom.
Okay, so just add it to the list of football follies from yesterday's game. I was thinking about putting that music under every one of the Two Guys One Booth clips, or at least over the one where Nance is calling it a football folly, which was just a hilarious call. We did have some other funny stuff over the weekend, kind of a full circle moment here. Pretty exciting stuff for Tom Brenneman. He's now calling some college football games.
ACC?
Oh, that's right,
Some
Tom.
ACC.
He's back.
Yeah, Tom with an inexplicable H there after the T. He's back. He's calling college football games, and there was a familiar name in the quarterback battle.
Couple of good quarterbacks in this one. You know about Kyle McCord. We'll also see Thomas Castellanos. How about that? By Sky Rizzi, key to the game.
Wow.
Okay, so he's making light of this, and if you're unfamiliar with the situation, we take you back to probably now 4 or 5 years ago, when Tom Brenneman had an unfortunate hot mic slip up there using a derogatory slur, and then had this apology.
I made a comment earlier tonight that I guess went out over the air that I am deeply ashamed of. If I have hurt anyone out there, I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my heart. I'm so very, very sorry. I pride myself and think of myself as a man of faith. As there's a drive in a deep left field by Castellanos, it will be a home run. And so that'll make it a 4-0 ball game. I don't know if I'm going to be putting on this headset again. I don't know if it's going to be for the Reds. I don't know if it's going to be for my bosses at Fox. I'm going to apologize for the people who signed my paycheck, for the Reds, for Fox Sports Ohio, for the people I work with, for anybody that I've offended here tonight. I can't begin to tell you how deeply sorry I am. That is not who I am, and never has been. And I'd like to think maybe I could have some people that could back that up. I am very, very sorry, and I beg for your forgiveness.
Well, he got the forgiveness granted to him by, I believe, the CW network.
It did.
And now he's calling college football games. Boston College and Syracuse, I believe, was that heavyweight bout there.
He's
But
been canceled up till now.
He had been.
Yeah, he just got back.
Yeah, he was doing some foreign baseball, I think, is what kind of had been up to, I guess, for the last couple of years. But this is the first season that he's back and on a TV near you. So he made the joke. I was surprised he did it, but he had to have been cooking that one up all week when he saw who the starting quarterback was for that particular game. Still one of the most amazing moments in broadcast history in the midst of the apology to Pivot. Just the baseball reaction as a broadcaster to still describe what's taking place on the field here as your career is just fleeting away from you in real time.
I thought for sure he'd pick up as like a Chick-fil-A spokesman. I thought there was a good fit in there.
How's that make you feel, old Chuck? Shots fired at your chicken.
It's a former employer.
Actually did have the honey pimento.
Yeah, what'd you think?
Rockin', dude.
Very good.
Have you ever had pimento cheese before?
I have had it before. Yes, I can't tell you. I don't remember where I had it, but I have had it before. But this was the honey pimento cheese sandwich at
Good
Chick-fil-A.
compliment, yeah.
Really good. And then you get the spicy one.
Yeah.
And even the regular one's got a little kick to it.
You did that over the weekend?
Level up. No, I did it. It was actually last weekend when I had the other
on that
bender.
rampage.
Yeah, that was a part of last weekend's 8-pound increase.
I feel like your
pounds.
portion of the weight loss competition is only happening while we're on air. Once you step foot outside these
Well,
halls.
even then, sometimes people deliver pizza, and I'm stacking it up triple decker.
You know what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Chiafalo is he continues to load up, as we struggle along.
Yeah.
And he's going to end up losing the most weight.
Yeah. He'll flip the switch with 72 hours to go.
It'll be a Hail Mary, dude.
It's going to be like, well, I've fasted the last 84 hours and
haven't eaten in a week.
Yeah, I feel good right now, but
sucks to be you guys.
Just a little lightheaded.
Yeah.
Do we have a little update? Does anybody know? I'm only down maybe a pound. Maybe
I
a pound.
weighed in this morning. I was down 4.
Oh,
well,
I've
look
not
at
weighed in
this.
yet.
All right, but you've been dialed.
Yeah, pretty dialed. Yeah.
But see, that's what's going to be the problem. We're all doing our best, and you're just over there like mockery of us all, and you're going to end up losing the most weight.
We'll see how it goes, man. We'll see how it goes. I could drop 10. I could use 10 for sure.
My breakdown
But I'm
of week
also going to eat
moments
10 pounds of food while I'm at it. Yeah.
have been like a granola bar and string cheese.
That's been your
that's
cheat?
cheating to me.
All right.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much I'm craving rice right now. Just rice.
I had a little bit of that with some butter chicken actually Friday night. Had to carbo load for the paint job over the weekend.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, how'd that go? Was it successful?
It was good. We missed some spots, but overall, heck yeah, I think painting your own house is a huge money saver.
Did you stand in the hallway with your hands on your hips and look at the room like,
damn it,
look what I did?
Dude, I go out there every 10 minutes and do that. Yeah.
Yeah. And you just try not to look at the touch-up spots that you see.
Just adds character.
Yeah.
Abby's over there like, Dad.
Some of those lines are a little circuitous.
How high did you have to get up? Because that's what
Way
always
too
kills
high.
me. I can't do it. I can't bring myself. I can't stand. I will not stand on that top rung of
you
any
get these
one
little
of those
step ladders, and then you get the long pole thing.
Yeah.
Those step ladders, they got like a little rail for you, so you can kind of one-hand it and.
So, Chief, you're like me. If you get on a ladder and look up, you're likely going to fall.
Oh my gosh,
That's
I feel
me.
like
I can't
am.
look up.
Yes, I don't
if
trust
I'm on a ladder
myself.
and I look up, I'm doomed.
I don't have the athleticism for
I
it.
get dizzy and fall off.
Yeah, I don't have the.
If I'm low enough that I could drop down onto my feet, I feel fine. As soon as I'm like high enough up that I do not feel confident that I can land it,
yeah,
it's like I lose all sense of feeling about my balance.
I putted midway. We have a half a painted wall because I'm sorry, I can't. I feel like I'm about to tumble over here. This is not good. Okay, speaking of not good, there were some good plays. There were some ridiculous plays. We'll get to the Saquon. That Saquon play yesterday, and what happened to Eric Kendricks and Overshone's flying around kamikaze style on his own players, but at least he's trying.
he blew up
trying.
Kendricks.
I know.
Boy. God, did he blow up
I don't know what
Kendricks.
Kendricks was doing there.
Just stayed in the same spot and was waiting for Barkley to come to him. I've never really quite seen that. Like, attack the football.
It's a very vulnerable position to find yourself in with about 10 yards of space in the open field in front of Barkley or Bijan or Jahmyr Gibbs or something. I don't think that Kendricks took the best route
on that play of the possibilities of things that he could have chosen to do there execution-wise. He chose a poor one, but that was going to be a no man's land nightmare situation for just about anybody. But just the way that it goes from, could this be at most a 1-yard gain to, oh my gosh, I'm surprised it wasn't a touchdown.
Yeah.
Did he break 6 tackles?
Big time.
It was just crazy. But there were some other awesome plays. Baker Mayfield, what he did there with Nick Bosa, he was just riding him to the sideline. I'm like, why isn't he yanking him to him? Do you know the play I'm talking about? Where Baker Mayfield's running over to the sideline, and he's trying to throw the ball, but Bosa's trying to bring him down, and so he's stiff arming Bosa, but it's for a solid 5 seconds, and then Baker ends up completing the pass.
Oh, wow.
And it's like one of the coolest plays ever from Baker, but I don't understand why Bosa isn't pulling him into him and not allowing him to have the free arm, yanking him down or something. I don't know, but it was a great play. It was an awesome play by Baker. But one of the standout plays of the weekend, I would say. And then last night you had the head scratcher. There was multiple head scratchers. The Texans not going for it late in the game was pretty ridiculous. But at one point, C.J. Stroud's own offensive lineman took the ball from him. Okay. Just forcing a fumble on his own.
See this. Did this happen in the first half?
Titus Howard. It was almost like he's being sacked. He's in the process of being sacked, and so it's almost like his offensive lineman wants to take the ball from him so that he can start advancing it. Like, if I just take the ball from
like
CJ,
Steele?
yeah, I could just take the ball and go have a moment here. I can get a big man first down.
Give me that.
But he just forces a fumble there on his own player late in the game.
That might be worse than the butt fumble. Just overall, all things considered, not more comical, but worse.
Yeah, that was doing too much there by the lineman.
This was consciously trying to take the ball away from your quarterback.
Yeah,
thinking that you were going to help a situation that was already a disaster.
I mean, even if it was clean, he was not even getting back to the line of scrimmage, my man.
Right.
So I'm with
Let's just have some self-awareness, Titus Howard.
There
you just
it
gave
is.
up the sack.
A sports hodgepodge here in the G-Bag Nation. Top 10 at 420 coming up next, Zachary.
Yeah, let's have some fun. It's National Ice Cream Sundae Day. All right, who doesn't love a good ice cream sundae? The most outrageous ice cream sundaes from across the U.S. What's the most outrageous sundae you've had? That's next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you or a loved one is hurt in the car truck wreck due to somebody's negligence, contact the Frankels. Get a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Hit frankelfirm.com. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Here he is, Zach with an H, your woolly bully.
All right, we'll get to Ice Cream Sundays here in just a moment, as it is National Ice Cream Sunday Day. What is your ideal ice cream sundae? 877-881-1053. Some leftover NFL news. It does appear Caleb Williams is not going to be benched. I don't know why they would even bench Caleb Williams. If anything, fire your coach. But he's going to stay as the starter. They're not changing quarterbacks. So you don't have to worry about anything there. If you're a Bears fan, you're like, I don't want Caleb Williams to be benched.
How about block for him?
Yeah, I mean, a lot's going wrong with that offense. I think it probably starts with, like, Eberflus probably needs to go. It seems like he's lost that locker room. But, yeah, they kept him after probably having should have fired him last year. But he's still around.
Yeah, it's really, really bad right now. Yeah, he had a funny interaction we can get to in Football's Finest on the radio today. But yesterday's Bears offensive performance was the 8th worst by any team in a game this season. Their 11 possessions, it was 8 punts, 2 failed fourth down attempts, and 1 field goal. They've now gone 22 straight possessions without scoring a touchdown.
It's brutal. It really is.
Sound very similar to here.
About what it feels like.
Yeah, well, Pooper had a success rate of 21.1% at the half. That's the 6th worst by any starting quarterback in any game in the past 3 seasons.
Yeah, it was historically bad.
And there's been, like, Zach Wilson has started games. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Deshaun Watson.
For like 2 yards. Yeah.
In the end, it was the 7th worst statistical start in the last 3 years.
It's really, really bad.
Like
Pooper yesterday?
Like he'd never started a game in his life.
1,307.
I guess it was Kellen Moore with the coordinators for those days, right? When he was winning ball games?
He was.
For Cooper Rush?
He was.
That's true.
He had the script. He had the book out on Kellen.
You can mark true in your Scantron for that one.
He told Dick
Proudest.
Fangio all about it, and he couldn't handle it. Certainly couldn't. Now, the Saints got a big win yesterday. They were able to upset New Orleans.
My man, Rizzy.
Well, they are New Orleans. They upset Atlanta, I should say.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so Darren Rizzi, this guy, honestly, couldn't tell you I knew a lot about him. Special teams coordinator, ends up being the interim head coach.
Good player.
So he played in the league as well. Well,
player,
this dude's a football guy through and through. Now, before the game, he was talking with Catherine Terrell. He said he clogged the toilet in the head coach's locker room when he got to the stadium, and he thought, this is going to be a crappy day. It wasn't. Okay, it ended up being a great day. But that just goes to show you, my goodness, the nerves that were going through this man as he was getting ready to take the field for the first time as an interim head coach.
Yeah.
I get it. The bubble guts. It's a situation that you got to clear out. Mm-hmm. He certainly did. Now, post-game, he had a very weird interaction where it looked like he was about to seize up and fall over, and his player, Peyton Turner, was able to catch him. He's asked about what happened during the victory celebration because it appeared like he might be injured.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you exactly what happened. I yelled at Peyton Turner with 30 seconds left because he's celebrating before the game's over, so I screamed at him. And so he's spraying water, and I ripped his ass, quite frankly. So when the game was over, he wanted to get me back. So he came up to me, and I wasn't looking. He jacked me in the back, and I got a history of stingers. So my left arm went completely numb. Literally went completely numb. So I'm sure the video has me like this. I'm looking at my thanks a lot, Peyton. So I'm fine. I just I got a little C5, C6 going for years from the old. Sound like the old guy, and I am.
Yeah.
That's what happened. He gave me a stinger.
C5.
I couldn't feel my arm, so my balance was screwed up. I'm fine. Yeah. Again, I never. And listen, all the other stingers I got in my life, at least I saw them coming. I was prepared for them. This one, I never. If I'm gonna get hurt, holy cow! So
when you grabbed onto him, that was you literally just trying not to fall.
I was grabbing him like, Peyton, are you effing kidding me? Right? I'm happy too, but holy cow! So anyway, yeah, all good.
It did look like he was about to just fall on the ground.
Yeah. Those stingers are no joke.
Kind of a scary moment there.
Yeah.
Felt like the stinger went from his neck area down into his leg.
Just everything. Yeah, he just crushes you.
But congratulations to him. An awesome moment and football guy of the day right there. Fighting through it, clogging toilets before the game.
I was thinking, I didn't know if that was maybe Dennis Allen leaving something special for him on the way out kind of thing.
You think Dennis might have left
short-circuiting the toilet on purpose?
Dennis might have clogged it before, and
exactly, like he knew it was one flush away from this thing being over the top.
And Rizzy just said, "Oh no!" Rizzy came in and at it.
He rigged the toilet.
3 paper towels down there.
Yeah,
he's done for.
Dennis Allen's one last bleep you to the organization as he gets fired last week.
All right, let's get happy here. I know a lot of the times, when you're depressed, maybe you just find yourself buried in an entire gallon of ice cream. It's happened a couple of times in my household. That's well documented, Eric. We've talked about that many, many times.
Right.
Watching Cowboys football certainly puts you into one of those, food eating benders, and maybe ice cream's your vice. Well, it's National Ice Cream Sundae Day. Who doesn't love ice cream sundaes? Some of the stuff that's happening in our country.
No, I'll do an ice cream sundae, Brian. Don't be pointing at me.
Oh,
I see you looking at me.
He likes ice cream sundaes.
Yeah.
Now, okay, go ahead and tell us the list of the things you don't want on there.
What I don't like is the banana split, which is an affront to the idea of the ice cream sundae.
And that's probably your favorite, Brian, I would assume.
I just load them up.
Yeah.
Load them up. Dawson, I can't have the nuts on there.
No nuts, no caramel.
I can't have the cherry thing.
No hot fudge, no cream.
If you're going to put any kind of frosting or anything on it, I'm out on that.
Those fake cherry things are great. I love frosting and icing and whipped cream. There's only a few things I don't like, Brian.
There's namely, what makes it great Dawson is giving it the Heisman.
All right, let's see what you got.
No.
Hot fudge, nuts, one of those fake cherries, and the whipped cream. That's the perfect sundae.
Then you're ready to rock.
No caramel, huh? It's a hot take.
I don't like the hot fudge with the caramel.
Okay.
So you're either
It's
or.
one or the other.
Okay.
And trust me, I had to think long and hard if I was going to go caramel or hot fudge. But
that was really that's where I'm kind of at the fork in the road right now. Which way do I go there?
You don't like both?
If I was picking one. Generally, I kind of do one at a time.
I'll say hot fudge is always the king for me.
Just put them both on there.
I mean,
Everybody's
cool with both.
fudge is different, though. Some fudges are like 10 out of 10. The old school McDonald's fudge.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anybody's really duplicated that specialty.
No.
But then they go away from it, and now all of a sudden, I wish they had a caramel opportunity there.
All right, Lucius, the ideal ice cream sundae.
I like it how it comes. You know,
There you go, Lucius.
I like it exactly how it comes. But one thing, I want some Rocky Road ice cream instead of vanilla ice cream.
Okay.
Yeah.
yeah, I was
sounds-
thinking, should I go cookies and cream?
Yeah, is that that would be your number one of choice?
I don't know. I'd have to try it, you know, because
A lot of times, probably your basic, right? It's like vanilla or chocolate ice cream. Maybe you get some strawberry in there. But it is nice when you spice it up with a nice special ice cream.
They can change the dynamics a little bit, you know, alter the flavor profile. You guys, you know, you're coming off that chili tasting a weekend. You know
still
all about
riding that high,
flavor
by the way.
profile. Yeah.
All right, here are some of the most outrageous sundaes across the United States of America. We start with honorable mentions. The Mally's Colossal Ice Cream Sundae, which you can get in Michigan. It's $30. It's a half a gallon of ice cream.
Right.
Included chocolate, vanilla, and strawberry. Topped with Hershey's chocolate syrup, whipped cream, chocolate chip cookies, nuts, sprinkles, and cherries. That's a lot. It
$30
looks massive. $30.
So this is like a group thing?
Obviously,
Yes,
a lot of these are going to be
it's group
you're
things,
sharing.
yeah,
You're sharing.
sure.
How about $259.99? We go to Massachusetts.
So you just have like 12 different people just spooning, mouthing, back in, spoon, mouth, back in, spoon, mouth, back
It's
in.
a
That's just kinda
family.
what
It's
you're
a
doing.
family deal. You
Yeah.
got to.
You know,
it's wife and kids thing.
You might have a big serving spoon and multiple little bowls. I think if I was
break it
there,
up into.
In a perfect world, for sure.
This is insane.
this is Michigan, though. You know,
That's true.
Hey,
The
can
Wolverines,
Can
man,
you bring
they'll
me
eat
about
anything.
7 bowls?
There's
and 7
double
spoons,
dipping.
please, and a big spoon to serve it out to everybody.
yeah.
Because I got to get around all the things I don't like on this thing. I mean,
The
it's
Great
okay with you.
Pyramid in Massachusetts has more than 60 pints of hand-scooped ice cream, including scoops of coffee, Oreo, strawberry, cherry vanilla, and chocolate with 12 quarts of toppings. You
This
choose
is
from 40. Choose from 40 toppings.
Okay.
It's packaged. The toppings are separate. Whipped cream, marshmallows, nuts, and cherries are already going to be on there. It can serve up to 175 people. I don't know why you would really order that.
It's $240.
It's $260.
Let's go.
All right, number 10, we go to the trough.
How close do you think we? How
Seriously,
close?
is that just a wedding? That's the only time you're ordering that.
For 175 people?
175 people?
I mean, or maybe just
I
a
feel like
Sunday
that
night.
is a bargain to get 175 people ice cream for $260.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, this thing's massive. It would melt really quick, though, I think. The trough, $55. You go to Brooklyn. It's an entire malted pretzel, ooey gooey pie, gets piled with 8 scoops of ice cream, pieces of cookie dough, the munchies, which is a combination of a sweet and salty mix of pretzels, Ritz crackers, and M&Ms.
All right.
Hot fudge, salted butter caramel, whipped cream, chocolate and rainbow sprinkles, and a gummy cow, which I guess is the cherry on top. So that's $55.
Gummy
right there.
cow?
Yeah, it's a gummy cow.
Instead of a
It's in
bear?
the shape of like a cow bowl.
So everybody's just trying to like outsize the next guy.
All of these are just insane.
It's just, hey, how many different
This
people
one
can
sounds
we
like
feed
we.
at once?
This sounds like we could eat this.
This sounds pretty damn delicious.
The last one we have no shot.
I think one person could eat this by themselves.
Yeah, we have no
I
shot.
think you could put this
8
down
scoops of ice cream,
there. Yeah,
right?
I think you'd do this.
Yeah.
Number 9 is Hot Dish, Izzy's Ice Cream in St. Paul, Minnesota. 32 scoops of ice cream on a layer of crumbled cones.
I'm detecting something here.
It's like sprinkled with brownie bits, 7 toppings, and 3 sauces. The Red Hot Dish and matching espresso cup are what comes with this. So they've got like an espresso cup of ice cream on the side, and then the rest of it's all in what looks like a giant red baking
3
pan.
different sauces.
It's $100.
That's a bold move to go with the trifecta there of different sauces. Is that
Yeah.
chocolate, caramel, and strawberry? Is that the?
It looks or cherry.
I mean,
yeah, it
or
looks
little
like
cherry?
it looks like it's some kind of red looking sauce. This will be a solo one. It's the churro sundae in New York City.
Oh, I bet that's fire. They mushing up churros inside of that thing.
They look like they're full churros that they're bending over and they're kind of like tucking on the sides. So 4 fresh churros,
They're getting
vanilla
brought
ice
very
cream,
excited over there.
chocolate sauce, sprinkles, toasted walnuts, whipped cream, and flaming sparklers. They're adding some flair to this bad boy.
Oh,
Watch out, Dodgers fans.
Yeah, this is a bottle service ice cream.
Somebody texted this in. The world's famous Farrell's Zoo. The Farrell's Ice Cream Parlor.
Yes.
They have locations in California and Hawaii. 3 fruit sherbet flavors, 4 toppings, whipped cream, bananas, cherries, fudge sprinkles, and playful pipe cleaner animals and paper Farrell's pennants.
Very tropical there, the sherbet.
$70.
Sounds wonderful.
Yeah, it is. I guess if you like, do you like sherbet? Or you
I
sherbet
love
guy?
rainbow sherbet, dude. I think it's just amazing.
Then you'd be all over
Yeah.
this. They also do have what looks like bananas that are
Good.
sticking out the side. So you probably
It's the closest fruit should get to dessert, by the way.
Banana?
The sherbets.
The sherbets. Okay.
That's where you draw the line. Yep. I do love me some sherbet.
Back to New York. This is $1,000
That's
Guinness
just
Book of World Records most expensive Sunday no
Poverty ice cream.
Oh, gee. Is there fireworks and stuff on it? Is there glow sticks on it and
There's
stuff too?
23 karat gold leaves, chunks of rare Chihuahua chocolate. Might have said that wrong. Exotic candied fruits from Paris, chocolate truffles, and a tiny bowl of Grand Passion caviar sweetened with passion fruit. Orange.
How much is this thing?
An Armagnac.
It's $1,000 bucks,
$1,000. Topped with a gilded
I put it on
gilded
my
sugar
card.
flour
Gilded?
sprinkled with pure 24 karat gold edible dust. This is insane. I mean, why would
is
you
this in
provide
Vegas? Is this we're getting in
It's in
Vegas?
New York City.
Oh, New York City.
Serendipity 3 Golden Opulence Sundae.
How many?
That's just a flex.
How many of these things are they selling? They're not
For a
selling
year,
any
maybe.
of these.
Yeah, that's like a super specialty thing. I don't
You're
think people
going. You're going there. You're going dinner somewhere else. All right, you buy dinner. I'll buy dessert, and then you go from one place to the other. Is what
You're
do.
super rich trying to impress
Yeah.
a date.
Yeah.
You know,
With
this
your
is-
buddies.
super rich. You're
You're on a
throwing that
business
around.
trip. You
That's
know.
insane.
must have
Yeah.
different kind of buddies.
I mean,
but,
just
yeah.
I just what about the tried and true like Sunday that has its lore because
there's
of
nothing
just
wrong
how
with that.
delicious it is.
But this is just
you know?
this is the most outrageous Sundays in the world.
Oh, okay. So it's specific to
Like,
the
this is
outrage.
specific
Come
to
on,
being
man! Don't
outrageous.
act when we go down to New Orleans, we're not going to try something crazy. Something.
let's
No,
see,
I'm
this
just
is
talking
one
about
of
like
the
there's
top five.
sparklers. There was a firework on one of these
There was a firework.
Sundays. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all these seem to be in like New York and California. West Virginia is number 1 though. A 9-pound humongous banana split, Brian. It's $19.
covered.
It's all
in,
you, brother.
Covered in moonshine.
That's insane. And there's your top 10.
There it is, Wolchuk. Thank you so much. College football super seg coming next.
All right, let's do this. I've never heard an AD talk like this post game in my life. Have you? And this Georgia player is getting roasted. That's next.
But let's talk about your total.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Oh, baby, my hometown edition of our Firehouse Tour is here. We will be in Roanoke, 201 Fairway Drive this Friday morning.
I'll be sleeping over at Chop's house, and then at the Firehouse, we'll feed you breakfast. And while they last, pick up your one-of-a-kind Sean and RJ Firehouse Tour winter beanie.
Join us in supporting our firefighters throughout DFW, this time in Roanoke. Proudly presented by Palmer's Hot Chicken, Catfish, and Shrimp, Firehouse Heating and Air, and 105.3 The Fan.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. G-Back Nation, 105.3 The Fan. Coming up at 5 o'clock, an edition of The Finest. Right here, it's a college football super segment. Take it away, Zachary.
Yeah, a lot going down this weekend in college football. Oregon staying undefeated. They beat Maryland at home. Ohio State taking care of business. So did Texas, whipping up on Florida. But Miami goes down 28-23. Georgia Tech at home, knocking off the Canes. Georgia Tech storming the field. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe this was also the team last year in Miami.
It's true
that Mario Cristobal had the epic flub when it came to coaching, malfunctions, and just mismanagement.
Take a knee.
What the hell are you doing
that
allowed Georgia Tech to beat Miami a year ago? And now they've upset their perfect season.
It's really, really bad. And Cristobal didn't have as big of a coaching malfunction in this one, but he did burn a timeout late that was unnecessary. That cost him. They could have had 3 on that final drive. It wouldn't have mattered because Cam Ward ends up getting sacked or whatever. That dude is just crazy. He makes unbelievable plays, but he also runs himself into some crazy trouble. But that was inevitable. Miami's flirted with fire all season. They've tried to lose a bunch of these games, and they just haven't. And now back-to-back with Georgia Tech, that is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's that's a tough one. We also had Alabama.
Dude, what about the decapitation that took place?
Oh my gosh, yes, that was crazy.
Oh my gosh, I don't know.
Carter, a couple different times.
Carter, the Miami Hurricanes. I don't know if you have that one, but you could throw it on the fan cam here. It would be warranted. I don't know if Broadus or Dawson saw it. I will DM it to you guys because it was a double penalty play. Running back gets face masked, and then right after his helmet almost gets ripped off, this dude comes in and blindside smashes him, and the helmet goes flying off the dude's head. It was unreal. I'm sending it to you now.
It was unbelievable. Alabama just absolutely destroyed LSU. I'm sorry.
It sure did.
Jalen Milroe was unstoppable.
Yeah, he was. And Alabama very much deserved the win. Milroe running the football. LSU takes 2 weeks off. Brian Kelly said it after the game. It's like, we have 2 weeks off and we go out there and play like we did, like we've never practiced defending this type of an offense. But congratulations, Alabama. LSU gets eliminated from playoff contention. Alabama gets to keep pushing on, and there's some big games coming up where maybe they get back in this thing too because of Tennessee and Georgia playing. That's an elimination game right there in itself. So every week in the SEC, there seems to be these elimination games, and LSU was the first one to feel it this week.
Well, and Ole Miss was able to salvage what would have been an elimination for them as they beat Georgia at home 28-10. They're 8-2. Georgia's 7-2. But one of the Georgia players is caught celebrating with Ole Miss fans after the game. They're jumping up and down. His name's Jake Pope, and he is celebrating with the Ole Miss fans as the field's being stormed here, and they ended up taking the goalposts and walking them all throughout town. And then Carson Beck, down 22-10, is shown on the sideline smiling and laughing with one of his teammates, and that's gone viral, and Georgia fans are not happy about this. I guess Jake Pope, the player who was celebrating, apologized after the fact on social media. He didn't expect the moment to become a distraction, and now it's turned into it. But, what are you doing, dude? Why are you jumping up and down? Your team just got upset on the road against Ole Miss. Why are you, smiling and hugging Ole Miss fans that are running onto the field in a Georgia uniform?
This is even more offensive than the Hurricanes player who took a Georgia Tech fan's phone while it was being recorded
and chunked it?
And just, frisbeed it. In the video, it's still recording. You see the whole – you see it just frisbeeing through the air. Guy gets his phone back. Phone didn't break or anything.
Crazy.
But I'd rather my player do that than whatever this kid's doing.
Yes.
Jumping around smiling with Ole Miss fans
Just
after
a
they
terrible
just
look.
lost.
Honestly,
is this a transfer portal situation? Is this a we hate the coach, bad morale?
I think
this guy looks like a walk-on.
He's going to have to get the hell out of town.
He can't get any playing time.
Yeah,
so
he's probably not playing at all.
It's amazing because
jersey was clean.
I think in the SEC, you're allowed only to travel like 60 or 65. So
he can't be terrible.
That's what I'm saying. Probably to make that trip to Oxford, maybe a backup snapper or something like that, But yeah, that's kind of strange.
Kirby Smart, did you see what he said?
Kirby afterwards?
Like, he called him an idiot.
Yeah,
and
well, he was.
Just stupid, to be honest with you. I don't really have time to waste on that. My focus is on Tennessee.
Yeah, that dude's not on the team anymore.
Can we circle back real quick in the ACC?
What about it?
SMU.
Yeah.
In a great spot right now, right?
They're right now in the front runner of the ACC. They got a big game against Boston College coming up.
Boston College, Virginia, and Cal still left on their schedule.
That loss opened it up for SMU. Now they'll probably, they'll be in the conference championship game. We'll see what happens there. Maybe that is still against Miami, but
that's
SMU's
crazy.
Crushing it right now.
Yeah, and that game's played in Charlotte. I kind of wish it was closer.
That'd be cool if it was local.
Yeah, it would be nice.
But the big one was Utah and BYU.
The Holy War.
The ending of this was crazy, okay? And Mark Harlan just went off post-game, the Utah AD. If you missed it, you think that Utah's won the game. It's a game-clinching fourth down sack for the Utes. There's a minute and a half to go. BYU's in the shadows of their own end zone, and then a holding call allows BYU to get an automatic first down, extend the drive. They end up kicking the game-winning field goal to win 22-21. Stunning. The hold that was called was very, I don't know. I mean, you can judge for yourself. I've seen that not be called plenty of times, especially in that situation. Yeah. Mark Harlan of Utah, the AD, did not hold back post-game.
For 12 years, this game was absolutely stolen from us. We were excited about being in the Big 12, but tonight, I am not. We won this game. Someone else stole it from us. Very disappointed. I will talk to the commissioner. This was not fair to our team. I'm disgusted by the professionalism of the officiating crew tonight. Thank you.
We talked about that with Miami. We talked about that with Miami. Remember the ACC maybe making some calls that kept their team in good spot. Here you are, BYU, Big 12. Got to keep our team, got to keep our team relevant.
I like that theory.
I am just saying this, that this is looking like a bunch of SEC schools getting into this playoffs. And if all of a sudden BYU and others get not, and then there's not an undefeated team like that gets, they're going to pass over
I can see
BYU or if they lose a game.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. BYU able to stay undefeated. They were ranked 9th in the country. I think they're 8th now in the AP poll. We'll see what happens tomorrow with the second week of the college football playoff. Top 12 being unveiled. A lot of texts coming in that Jake Pope, those were his friends to go to Ole Miss. Regardless, it doesn't matter. Like, you're in a Georgia uniform. I'm sure that a lot of players have friends at other schools. When that school's just beating you don't celebrate on the field with those guys.
Go get dressed and go meet him by the bus.
Yeah, it's like
just
that's a private moment, not a public moment.
Give him a hug by the bus and get on the bus and go home.
Harlan got a $40,000 fine for criticizing those officials, but I think what he said there probably spoke volumes for a lot of Utah fans. They probably felt the same way. We'll wrap up here. We'll go back to my buddy. If you're not following him on TikTok, it's absolutely hilarious. Cook the Book Bets. He does this every week when it comes to the schedule makers. The script, they wrote it perfectly. Take it away.
It's upset weekend. I want to get f***ing greasy. What do we think about Georgia Ole Miss, sir? Georgia is the favorite. Ass whipping. But, sir, it's Kirby Smart versus Lane Kiffin. Ass whipping. Okay, yes, sir, you got it. Now, sir, we've got an opportunity here with Miami, Georgia Tech. Miami, absolute blunder last year, worst play in college football history. Do they get revenge this year? I want Tech to win. Not only do I want him to win, I want him to do it with Haynes King. Sir, his arm doesn't work. He can't throw. Doesn't have to. Have him run it right down throats. God, that's why they pay you the big bucks. Nice job, sir. Now listen, sir, we got LSU, Bama, but it's at LSU, 7:30 game, night game. Brian Kelly, 13-0 in night games at home. Come on, let's make it a good one. Sir, why are you smirking like that? Belt to ass. You're smirking because you mean LSU because they're at home at night, right? Belt to ass. 42-13. Sir, nobody's gonna believe we're shaking things up, mother. God, you're so good. I'm on it, sir. I have an idea on Oklahoma, Missouri, sir. First of all, I don't know who the hell invited you up here. Second of all, can't wait to hear this. So hear me out, sir. Worst game of all time. 6-3 at the half. But then, in the last 3 minutes of the game, Oklahoma score. Oklahoma scoop and score. Missouri score. Missouri scoop and score. At home to win the game. I like this guy. Get on it, boys. Yes.
Amazing work. And that OU Mizzou game was crazy. Former Allen Eagle transfer from OU, Theo East Jr., ultimately catching the game winner there for Mizzou. Pretty incredible weekend at college football. Unfortunately, didn't go well for our North Texas Mean Green, who did fall to Army, and the offense was disgusting.
They held them in check, though.
They did. I mean, it was stunning to see the offense did not hold up their side of things. It was like the Cowboys yesterday. Defense played well enough to win.
14-3 final there?
Yeah, offense was just awful. So, go Mean Green, I still love you, but that was upsetting.
Thank you, Wolchuk. We'll give you what Micah Parsons said last night and what the reaction has been so far throughout the day. We are anticipating he's going to update his thoughts. And maybe
he just spoke about it on his podcast.
The Edge podcast.
Yeah. He's tearing it up for those guys.
We have a big football 5 o'clock hour coming up next. Chief, where do we start?
What's your headline from yesterday's latest Cowboy disaster, plus more takeaways from a football Sunday? That's next to the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for making us part of your day. The Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. Here's the Chief with an edition of football's finest. Take it away.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Cowboy Monday, 877-881-1053. What's your headline from yesterday's game? Mark Bristow on the Twitter has 2 of them. The first, it's curtains for Jerry.
Pretty good, Mark.
The blind leading the blinds.
Ooh.
So that is
good.
Mark Bristow putting his 2 cents in there on the Twitter. I thought it would be a simple Cowboys get sunned, but
I
it's
like that.
spelled with a U.
What up, son?
But we all know the sort of the double meaning there. That was going to be kind of my go-to. But what do the Tolos think here? The observations from the game. It's pretty remarkable.
How about no rush?
Ooh,
is that okay?
Yeah,
no rush.
I'd say that's freaking outstanding, Brian.
How about poopered the bed?
I was just poopered the bed.
His play, like he was lost in the sauce from the jump, dude.
Yeah,
just fumbling the ball on the snap, and there were so many hilarious things. I mean, Barkley's play, it was just we cannot overstate how incredible that swing pass was there down at the goal line, where they get him. It's in the red zone, and then he gets it down to the goal line. But he makes Kendricks look like a
third down play too.
Yeah, it's a third down
and
play,
9.
third and long.
Yeah.
Yes, Kendricks. All you got to do is make a tackle before the sticks. He just kind of freezes. Overshown comes flying in kamikaze style.
They had defensive holding on the play too, so it'd have been
it wouldn't have mattered. That's true. But then Malik Hooker is just hanging on for dear life. And then on the same end of the field, just not too long later, you have Zeke fumbling and just basically giving the game up as the ball's rolling into the end zone. That was basically just the game rolling out of your grasp.
Had another holding call on that play too. Span Ford. That one would have been brought back. Even if Zeke holds on to it, gets the ball to the 1, Span Ford got called for holding in that situation. Which he did. He tackled the dude.
He did. Okay,
He did.
It was just
the flag.
clean and
Literally,
clear.
Zeke walks over the flag when he's walking back to the huddle or walking back to the sidelines. But yeah, Span Ford is going to get called if the ball's down to the 1. It's going to be they're going to back it up. It's going to be 2nd and goal from the 13.
That was bad. But yeah, I was blown away at just the inaccuracy. Choppy was saying this morning Cooper was just skipping rocks all day, and it was like he was just aiming at their feet.
What was unfortunate is they had a couple. It's not often the Cowboys get separation in routes, but there was one time. Remember he overthrew Tolbert and almost intercepted.
Yes,
and the ball went over the top. They had two throws that 2 opportunities in that game. Or not in the game, but on that particular play, he could have hit Tolbert on the end and maybe Turpin. It's a play that looked like they ran against Atlanta to get the first down. Remember they went double in?
Yes.
And they threw the ball on 4th down. He just overshot. I mean, he could have thrown the ball back to Turpin. It'd been the same play, and you would have had an opportunity, but he airmailed it and almost had an interception.
Yeah, he had some airmails. He had some a bunch at the feet of his guys, even though they were just line of scrimmage passes. Even the passes that were being batted at the line of scrimmage, it wasn't even like the fingertips of Jalen Carter. It was like right at his armpit. Yeah. I don't know. It was just a completely different version of rush. You were just hoping, you were like thinking mid, and it ended up being bottom of the barrel, just terrible.
It's obvious that they're trying to optimize the game plan just not to turn it over, right? That's our top priority
Last
here.
2 weeks have been throw short of the sticks and hope you get plays out of it.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Is like the crazy thing is they had that same game plan for Dak.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what it's been.
Yeah.
That's been the offense. It's really, really disheartening and tough to watch. Kalen Carson, we talked about in the pregame, brought us how we were kind of fearing for his life in this particular game, and they just attacked him nonstop.
Yeah, they did.
To the point where Zimmer was like, hey, just come take a load off.
Well, after he gave up the 44-yard pass, and by the way, Hurts threw the ball perfectly on that play.
It was a great throw.
A great throw. But, the double move, if you go back and watch – 3, the big plays, everything came off the double move. And so that's what obviously the game plan was, to make this guy stop his feet and then just go by him, and that's what they were.
I think it was 6 straight passes at one point. They had targeted Carson, and I mean they did eventually go to McQuamu. They did make the move, but it just felt like again they're just a step behind on that.
Yeah, and of course the Terrence Steele play where he gets absolutely smoked off the edge, and then he tries to make up for it and scoop the ball up, even though it's him and Lipke that both have a chance at the ball, and Steele's like, this is my moment, and I thought Nance's call was pretty incredible.
3rd and 9. Ball's back, knocked out of his hands. Cowboy lineman, football follies, and maybe Philadelphia has it. Oh, my goodness, the Keystone Cops just broke out here on the field, and the Cowboys have yet another low light.
Yet another low light. He was like, wow, Nance, you really nailed that right there. I wasn't sure the reference that he made there.
Yeah, the Keystone Cops.
It's an old talkies, silent movies, kind of like police chaos. These with the the old English police with the big hats and everybody kind of running into each other, and that's what that was all. It's kind of it was comedy of that era.
The thing I would compare this to, a little dated.
1912 and 1917 is when this series was around.
That's he and I are the same age, basically.
I wouldn't go back that far, but this feels like that year in what was it, 1989? Yeah, the 1-15 year. Yeah. That's what the commentary felt like to me last night. I'd have to go back to very young Dawson. I remember quite well watching. Ken Norton, I believe, was the best player on that team, other than Troy and Michael, who had yet to kind of come into their own.
It's just like laughing at your own pain, kind of just awful, kind of
really brutal.
Yeah, and
don't belong, disrespecting the sport, sort of.
The way that the national analysts talk about you, I think, really brings it home, because you're inside your own frustration. You're like, wait a minute, they're talking about us like they used to talk about the L.A. Clippers.
Yeah,
this is
just a total joke.
Just an embarrassment. And I hope they can make a quick recovery out of this, but I think we might be in for 2 years of this. I think we got to go through it again next year, Wolchuk. Sorry to bring that up.
No, you might be right, but there's 4 more primetime games on the schedule, guys.
Oh, they're getting flexed.
There's 2 Monday nighters. There's a Sunday nighter, and then Thanksgiving Day against the Giants.
Well, they won't
entire
flex
country
that.
Gets to party. They're not going to. So next week it's too late. The Texans game's going to stand.
Yeah, they won't flex the Thanksgiving game because Dallas has been I think.
Well, they don't flex Thanksgiving.
40-something. I don't know. John Machota put the tweet out last night that somebody asked about Thanksgiving, and it's already been set. So,
yeah,
I mean that's
Thanksgiving's not the only one.
But if you look at the numbers, look at the numbers
Bucs.
for Thanksgiving. Look for the numbers.
They're huge.
Dallas
I wonder if they'll be lower this year.
Yeah, they played the Commanders last year, and it was a huge number. So yeah, they're not coming.
But
out
I wonder if they'll flex any of them because of that. Because the Cowboys are still going to draw a bunch of numbers. But that game
Cincinnati?
against the Bucs coming up, like Cincy December 9th, I don't know if they're going to flex that one. But the Sunday nighter against the Bucs, that would be the one, because the Bucs are also trending. They've got a losing record. They're 4-6 and 3-6 is what those 2 records are. Maybe that's the one. Commanders and Eagles do play each other at noon that weekend. That's a Fox game. Now, I don't know if Fox would say, hey, we're claiming that, so you can't flex it because the network gets 1 apiece. But that would be
they'll move that.
That would be one to move.
325. I mean, they'll move that if they're not going to give the game up, they'll just make it a prime, their American game of the week or whatever they call that.
But
thing.
we need some other game to step up there to get the Cowboys off that Sunday Night Football.
Yeah, that'll be a great test of just, can you just play the Cowboys? Do you want the Cowboys no matter what?
Yeah, I think I looked last week. They have the second best TV ratings still.
They still
average.
do.
Only the Chiefs are better. So,
I mean, Taylor Swift.
We don't want them on national TV because we don't want the embarrassment getting out. It's like airing your dirty laundry. Nobody wants to see the Cowboys like this on stage.
That's always the toughest one to swallow, is when the entire timeline is focused on your game. And so especially when you're a down and out team, and it's football follies, and it's Trey Lance. I don't know what the plan was there yesterday with the way they went about doing that. I'm all like, okay, it's a Trey Lance time. And then you blink, you're like, wait, is that Rush dropping back to pass here? What is happening? And then the first chance he gets on the second drive to drop back, he, of course, is just deer in the headlights, and he sacked on his first drop back. And I thought that is just exactly how it should be.
Can I give you the metrics by route for Cooper Rush yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, they threw the hitch 22% of the time. He was 1 of 5 for 1 yard. Flat, he threw it 22% of the time. He was 5 for 5 for 17. The out route was 13%. He was 2 for 3 for 8 yards. The crossing route, he threw for 13%. He was 1 for 3 for -1 yard. Wide receiver screen, he was 2 for 2 for 6. The go route, he was 0 for 2. The corner route, he was 0 for 1. The in route, he was 1 for 1 for 9 yards. And the slant, he was 1 for 1 for 5 yards. That was the metrics by route.
Just another day at the office, man. 45 total yards of passing for Cooper Rush on 23 attempts.
Yeah.
It's as bad as it gets. 2 yards per attempt there. The Cowboys, I heard from Sean today, the stat of the day, where the Cowboys had more total plays offensively than they did passing yards, which is a really, really difficult thing. You have to sort of try to be that bad. But yeah, the Trey Lance era, beginning with him going in and then immediately getting benched and then going back in for his first drop back and being sacked. And then next thing you know, he's throwing just a random, I guess it's
It was it was a YOLO ball.
It was a YOLO ball.
It was a YOLO ball to Tolbert.
Tolbert had no clue what was going on.
Well, Ringo, he couldn't get away from Ringo. Like Ringo, the corner, was riding him the whole way up the field, and it just made Gardner Johnson's job easy to go get that football.
And then there's the play where he's rolling out to his left, and he's got an easy throw to Scooney, but he throws it too high and just rips it, even though it's a 6-yard pass, and he can't even complete that one. And you're just like, wow, you know what? They do have a tough call here. It's not as easy as you think to just throw in Trey Lance, because he could be historical if you watch him for 4 quarters of a real game. I mean, it was 5 interceptions or whatever in a preseason game. If you give Trey Lance 4 quarters of real NFL football, I think you could be witnessing one of the most insane turnover type games of all time. If you just, you're out there the whole game, Trey Lance versus a real NFL defense, it could get all-time historically bad.
Or you could just make design runs like they had where they did the quarterback draw for 11 yards.
That's what they could do. If the game plan is to throw the ball 0 times,
no, that's what I'm saying.
You got a shot.
You turn it into a college offense that has got some of that RPO stuff to it where it's the simple throws and things like that. If you're asking him to rip balls down the field, that's probably right now. He's got better arm strength than Cooper Rush. The threat of him running gives you an opportunity, if everything's breaking down, just take off. But
he's the type of quarterback you play 11 men in the box on.
Yeah.
Because he cannot throw the football.
And see if, and maybe that, I don't know, they don't, by the way, they don't play 11 men in the box against Dallas anyway. They don't fear your run. Even with the quarterback, they probably don't fear your run.
Yeah, you got to go like Malik Wills and what they did in Green Bay. And maybe he can hit a couple of passes, but just run them.
It was really poor.
Your defense, if you just don't go 3 and out 7 straight times, maybe you could find a way, help your defense a little bit, but they did nothing.
Oh, no, they didn't get a first down after that drive where Zeke fumbled. They didn't get a first down until that Trey Lance first in the 4th quarter, and the next play Ferguson fumbled.
It just shows you how important the chunk play passing game is, because there are several teams, and the Cowboys are now one of them, where if you put together a run-based game plan, you're saying let's run it between Rico and Trey at least 40, maybe 50 times. I think that's winning. But they're like, no, we have to figure out the passing game. None of this actually matters unless we're developing the kind of coordination with everybody involved that, we can be heading somewhere legitimate. They won't take the easy way out. The easy way out right now, you have Rico, who's putting up some pretty impressive running numbers now at this point.
He was on pace for 100 yards. He had 9 carries and 52 yards. And they decided, you know what? Zeke, get in there. You got this, buddy.
Yeah, and then they go right back to Zeke after the fumble.
Yeah,
that was the turning point.
That Nick Harris tweet was fantastic. Where he's like, last year, Hunter Lipke fumbles at the 1. He doesn't get another carry all year. I think Zeke fumbles. Next drive, he touches the ball the first time. That's the difference between when you're the owner and general manager's guy and Zeke and when the coaches love you and Lipke.
And I think it was a profound turning point in the game. If you're watching that game on the Cowboys sideline as a player, you're like, what the crap? We have a chance to go up in this game. What would that have been then? 13-7 or 10-7?
I think it would have been 10-7.
10-7.
They take the lead, yep.
Zeke fumbles. We get this gift back. Of course, we still can't score a touchdown, so we kick another field goal.
You get the ball like the 3-yard line, you can't score.
We're in this thing. And then the next drive, Zeke is getting the ball again. I quit. I'm done. How do you show up to the next play with 100% conviction after seeing that total lack of competitive focus from your organization. I don't know how you do it.
No, I don't know how you do it either. And that play, Zach Bond, we talked about him coming in.
Yeah.
He's having a renaissance season,
Yeah.
and that was like the game of the year. He was all over the place. He's forcing fumbles left and right. I loved the call from Romo after the fumble on Zeke. He was like, man, Bond is an under-the-radar player, but now he's over the radar after that play.
Dude,
he's over the radar.
The pokes and trolls that the broadcast crew had throughout the game were pretty amazing. You can tell that, like off the air, Cowboys are the butt of some jokes now. It's a tough place to be. We'll see how Jerry and Steve try to get off the mat when the offseason does arrive, but 8 more weeks of this. How do you interpret what Micah Parsons said about Mike, the reaction to that, and then Micah's updated reaction to that? It's coming up next in the Nation.
But let's talk some Prize Picks, shall we? If you haven't downloaded Prize Picks, what are...
Sound right.
What's it, Saffron's fault?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
knowing he's probably going to smash some guy who was once a household name in under 1 minute. It was a very special time, and just to relive a little bit of that nostalgia, I hope he absolutely clocks Jake Paul. Wouldn't that be exceptional?
It would be, man.
He seems pretty locked in. Like the audio clips that are coming out this week of him and Jake, they're doing interviews together.
He seems dialed.
He's got the eye of the tiger.
Okay, we'll give you what Micah said, the reaction, and now his reaction to that reaction here shortly. There's a couple of sports stories here. Let me just hit them real quick. The former NFL coach Jack Del Rio with one of the most insane DWI stories of all time. Madison, Wisconsin. He was a senior advisor there to Luke Fickell with the Badgers. The 61-year-old arrested shortly after midnight over the weekend after a vehicle he was driving hit a street sign, broke a fence, and came to arrest in a yard, according to Madison Police Incident. Officers dispatched to the scene located west of campus. Witnesses directed the officers to the driver who was walking away. According to the incident report, no injuries were reported. Del Rio showed signs of impairment, admitted to driving the vehicle. He was arrested for his first time OWI, operating while intoxicated, and released.
Madison will do that to you, man.
Is that right?
Madtown's a party place.
We have baseball hot stove winter meetings are about to go on. Winter meetings coming up real shortly here. Top 5 free agents with odds on the next team to sign him. Rangers only in the mix right now, according to the sports books. It's Blake Snell with their odds of adding him at 10-1. That'd be a shocker, though, considering how careful the Rangers are being with money spent, and some of the analytics around Snell suggest maybe it wouldn't be worth it. And then I want to sneak in like 16 seconds on soccer. Lily Johannes, not old enough to vote. She's going to be representing Team USA on the soccer field. 17-year-old committing to the U.S. women's national team instead of Netherlands. She's lived in Netherlands since she was 10, but she had the choice, and she's coming to play for the red, white, and blue. Oh, so I thought the soccer fans would be excited about that. Yes.
There we go. We need more of that, maybe on the men's side.
Yeah, we'll take all we can get on the men's side.
That women, they've got it kind of figured out. The men need some lilies over there.
That feels like the play. You just send all your 5-year-old soccer players overseas, let them develop until they're about 17, 18, and then you bring them back home to play for their country.
Dawson, do you send them to Europe or do you send them to South America to develop
Europe.
Soccer?
Probably Europe. Yeah, in Europe, they the big clubs they invest for the infrastructure, so you don't have to pay anything. You're just like, hey, you're a really good soccer player, so here, come train with professionals in our state-of-the-art academy.
Yeah,
please.
I just kind of wondered, with Argentina winning the World Cup, I wonder if that
wouldn't be a bad idea either.
Like we see all across the world that a lot of these South American guys are involved.
Yeah,
and they know if they're doing
heavily involved.
They're doing something different down there.
Extremely involved.
A little too much involved.
No, they're football
Just the right
guys.
amount.
I mean, but you're going to be talking about pampered American athletes with the budget to send their kid to a different country, and Europe has the infrastructure. South America does it with like the culture of kids playing in their backyard with their families and stuff like that.
Maybe we need some more backyard playing.
We do. We absolutely need a lot more backyard playing time. Now for some Cowboys Twitter and top tweets going viral. It started last night. Micah Parsons asked to reflect on the idea that Mike McCarthy won't be back next year. Here's what he said.
Mike's on the final year of his contract, so outside there's of course going to be questions. What's the sentiment inside the locker room, and what do you tell people who are wondering about whether McCarthy will be your coach next year?
That's above my pay grade about if Mike is coaching again next year. But all coaching aside, Mike can leave and go wherever he wants. But the guys, I kind of feel bad for guys like Zach Martin and guys who might be on their last year on their way out. Because that's who I wanted to hold the trophy for. You want to win games and do great things with those type of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So those are the kind of guys that I have so much sympathy and hurt for.
So, he's trying to talk about that in reverence to his veteran teammates, and I think accidentally hit Mike McCarthy there, kind of ran him over. And, as a result of that, he's faced quite a bit of criticism throughout the day. We have a couple of different reactions. You do have Rex Ryan said he doesn't deserve that. No coach deserves that. No player's putting in the hours that a head coach is, I can assure you. You can have some private issue. Go to the owner, go to whoever, go to Mike McCarthy. But why the hell do you think that you need to say that? Why do you need to hurt this man? Who do you think gets blamed for everything? He gets it anyway. So why are you piling on? That was Rex Ryan this morning.
And I see the quotes here from Micah in response to Rex Ryan.
We'll play we're going to get to that here in just a second. We also have a clip of Damian Woody, the former New England Patriots offensive lineman. He was on Get Up as well, talking about Micah Parsons' thoughts last night.
Greeny, I've never heard anyone say anything remotely like that after a game. I really have. And, like, who the hell Michael Parsons think he is talking like that after a game? Bro, you've been missing all these games with the injury. And last time I checked, the head coach is a Super Bowl winning coach. And I know the season hasn't gone the way that everyone is expected to go and all that. But for you to sit there in the locker room right after your team gets pummeled and to just undress your head coach in that manner, see, that's what's going on with all these podcast boys out here in the locker room. Everybody wants to sit there and they want to, spout and say all this type of stuff. There used to be a time when there was a little bit of respect, a little decorum in the locker room, because at the end of the day, it was about we didn't do enough. All of y'all got your asses kicked. Okay, you're going to go out here and talk about your head coach, basically your head coach not working, not doing anything to try to prepare the team. I just think it's a bunch of BS, man. Yeah. I really do. I like, we can sit here and laugh and all that type of stuff and be here in shock, but that's disrespectful what Micah Parsons did to Mike McCarthy in that situation, because I know, again, it's not the results that Mike McCarthy wants, but I know that man is busting his ass every single day to try to go out there and get a win, and to hear one of your star players come out there and say that. Yeah. Come on, man. Like, I can't ride with that.
That's total.
Okay, so the 214 has a funny text. Aaron Rodgers says Mike did not work that hard, by the way. So, yes, you could have that reaction if you want, if you believe that Micah Parsons said that with the intent of tearing down Mike McCarthy. Here's on the edge this afternoon. Micah Parsons back in the lab. Had a chance to put his thoughts together. We have two cuts. First of all, responding to Woody and Rex.
A guy like Woody, right, a former player, he's a Super Bowl champ. He should know the significance of, one, throwing out someone's injury. Like, I wanted to get injury. Now, that's blatant disrespect. I've never missed a game in my career. Not college, not high school, not even to about 4 or 5 weeks ago to injury. To say that I'm just missing games because of injury, like it's just some injury after I suffered a significant injury playing the game that we love. Someone who's been around teams and legends at that can say, like, that's how I know we all have to see through the BS of what these TV analysts are trying to do and, provide us and basically take words I never once threw or even intended to throw Mike McCarthy under the bus. Like I said, he's one of the most winningest coach. He is a Super Bowl champ. I never once brung up his past. And the question that was asked was about here in the Dallas Cowboys, did I see Mike McCarthy in our future? And I said, that's above my pay grade. So never once did I ever intended or wanted to reflect on Mike McCarthy's career, because I always knew it was a good one. I've always had a great relationship with Mike McCarthy, and I never even put that in question. And for a guy like Rex Ryan, I just know he wanted to coach the Cowboys. Like, I'm perfectly happy that we have Zimmerman, because if we have a guy that's willing to go on TV and provide this type of nonsense, imagine what he could do to a locker room.
Okay, so I never once intended to throw Mike under the bus. I'm going to take his, word for that. I have no reason to doubt that he's lying. I just think that, we judge ourselves on intentions. We judge others on our actions, on their actions. And, I mean, what he said definitely left it open. It was an unskillful response in the media last night. That's what created this, not, bad journalism from Woody or Rex Ryan. And I think he would have done well to own that. Like, man, I see how the world's reacting. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. I didn't intend to phrase it this way. I should have phrased it this way instead. And I think he would have everybody, no doubt, on his side right now.
972 said, who is Zimmerman?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. It was pretty
just
good.
Just an accident.
Zimmerman.
I mean, he'll go on to explain, like, the difference when he was talking about Zach Martin in the next cut. But that was where I think, when he talked about putting forth more was as a Cowboy. Like, Mike McCarthy's been here 5 years. Zach Martin's been here a decade. I think that's what he was trying to say, and it's been taken now into Mike McCarthy doesn't work hard. I think it was simply just like the time in which spent with the Dallas Cowboys organization. Zach Martin's been here and done more than Mike McCarthy has. I've definitely had my fair share of issues with Micah. I think this one where it was certain word choices here were taken out of context, and maybe he was dogging Mike if you want to have that belief. I'm not going to fight you. Maybe he does have some issue with Mike McCarthy. I don't know. But this one, I do think he had a positive intent to just speak up for a teammate versus really going after Mike McCarthy in this situation.
I agree with you on that. Let's hear the rest from Micah Parsons on his podcast today, and then we'll get to LA Live here coming up in about 5 minutes.
When you play football, all coaching aside, and you can look at college, you can look at even the pros, coaches are, their careers are way longer. They can decide to take a better job. They can move on. You kind of see that a lot from DCs, OCs, head coaching positions. Sometimes better job openings just open up. And you truly never know. You never know how the dice is going to roll with coaches. But when you talk about guys you consistently going to war with, man, like guys that I seen Tyron and Zach barely can walk throughout the week, take a Toradol, go out there and play, being half a man basically and giving us our best effort. So when you see those type of things, you see guys pushing through injuries, pushing through just so much difficulty it is to play in this league. Yes, 100%. Every time I'm going to always choose the brother that we're going to bleed with, we're going to work with, because in the end, it's only a small group of us, There is no politics out there on that football field. I understand what he meant to the Dallas Cowboys organization, because I'm only worried about what happens at the Dallas organization, man. And, it truly bothers me how much negativity that we choose to put out there. Because not once did I want this quote to be a negative moment. I only want it to be a positive light and shine light on guys like Zach Martin, who may or may not be a Cowboy next year, but is going to be a Ring of Honor guy, a Hall of Fame guy, and that just know that he just added so much value to the Cowboys that will be missed.
Yeah, I would just add to that, how about the 682? Stop trying to take up for Micah. He's a bleep talking podcast boy. If that's how you feel, that's how you feel. I'm just trying to be fair to it. I'm not trying to take up for anybody or not. But, to follow up that, I would say being in the media is difficult. It takes a long time to figure out how can I have a hot take without accidentally saying something I regret, right? So you get into this state where your brain kind of is regulating it and govern it and observing what I'm about to say in 5 seconds. And the longer you're in radio, the faster you can get, or the longer you're in podcasting, the faster you can get. And those two parts of your brain are governing it and managing it. But early on, there's a lot of mistakes to be made. And even if you've been in the game for decades, mistakes are made, right? If I was Micah, I would just acknowledge the mistake. Man, I was trying to say nice stuff about Zach, and I accidentally made it sound like I was ripping Mike McCarthy, or I did not care about Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I think that's the most sound advice that he could be given right now, because you can't distance yourself from what you actually said, which was you want to win games and do great things with those types of legends who put in more time and work than Mike McCarthy ever did. So I can understand if you misspoke. I totally can. But that right there, you can't sit here and act like the media is trying to twist your words. Yeah. That sentence right there came out of your mouth, and you need to address the fact that you didn't mean to say it that way. I think we all can understand what he was trying to do, sticking up for guys like Zach Martin. But that line right there, more than Mike McCarthy ever did, you weren't even being vague about coaches or anything. You just put his name right back on it. Like, that's a pretty cutting line right there that he just needs to acknowledge. The funniest part to me, though, is when he's talking about Rex Ryan and he calls him out. He's like, funny about him, he wanted to be the Cowboys coach. I'm perfectly happy with Zimmer. If we have a guy that's willing to go on TV and provide this type of nonsense, just imagine what he could do to a locker room. As he is basically on TV. I'm watching Micah Parsons on his podcast, which it can be watched across the internet and the world. And what are you doing to your locker room right now on your podcast, Micah?
Yeah. And speaking of that, Mike McCarthy presser earlier found out something really interesting. He said, if an answer gets to a point where other people in the locker room have to talk about it, then you guys have to meet face to face. So he and Micah had a meeting today, and it sounded like they put it under the bridge.
Do you guys remember? Did Damon Woody comment about O.J. Mayo calling the New England Patriots soft?
I think Gerard Mayo.
Gerard Mayo. I'm
Gerard
sorry.
Mayo. I'm sure he probably addressed it, and I think he supported it.
Okay, I went and looked it up because I was just curious.
Yeah,
I was just curious. Just in this.
I would assume they would definitely get his thoughts on that being a former.
Yeah,
Patriot.
I just didn't know. It seems like to me that those guys have made a living talking about the Dallas Cowboys up there.
Oh yeah,
and I just wanted to make sure because we always talk about trying to be fair about things, but I was trying to pull something up on the internet, and maybe I didn't know what I was doing here, but I was trying to see if he had ever made a comment about the Patriots and the coach calling that team soft this year. Because that's something that, I'd like to hear his thoughts on other teams, not just the Dallas Cowboys situation, but I'd like to see if he made a comment about his own team, stuff like that. So,
how consistent are you being?
How consistent are you in the media?
You just coming after the Cowboys?
And I'm not trying to defend Mike. I'm just trying to say in the world of trying to be fair in this.
Yeah.
He went very hard at Micah and the Cowboys, and that's what they do up there.
Yeah.
Mike Greenberg's show has become just target practice for the Cowboys up there with those guys. Mm-hmm. So I just, I think there seems to be a level of trying to be fair. If he's talking about things about the Patriots and how they're playing, then I would tune in. But I don't know if he is.
As would I. Your chance to sound off coming up at 6, the 6 o'clock soundy, as demanded by Zach Wolchuk today in the prep meeting. It's time now to go into the Pimp Cup. We're Lucius.
In the heart of the city. Ain't no love in all the time. Hey, man, I want to give a big shout out to all the NFL players that went and got that Bitcoin in their contract.
Oh, yeah.
A few years ago, and everybody laughed at them, made fun of them.
Yeah.
Who laughing now? Who laughing now?
Dude, it threw up the X earlier at 88.
It's going crazy, bro. It is going crazy. And that Doge, too.
Yeah.
That Dogecoin.
Oh, my goodness. We're almost at 89.
Come on, man. I need that Dogecoin to run again. I made a nice little old bag off of that a few years ago, and then SNL, it dropped, and, all this crazy stuff. But, hey, I got enough to make it look good again. Keep running it. And that SHIB, too. Run it up.
Yeah.
Run it up. All right, let's get into a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a tub.
Oh, yeah.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Yo, so I'm like tripping on shrooms in the middle of the wood, and this dog named Oliver just jumped all over me, and I'm so scared of dogs. And at that moment, I was like, "This is it. This is it. This is when he or she's gonna bite my face. This is it. I just know it. It's my money maker too.
It's my money.
What? But then it's just a friendly dog." You think the dog knew I was high?
Shout out to that psilocybin out there, bro.
Wow.
Yeah. This is LA Live.
Fielder. Yeah, he loves dogs now.
Yeah, I love dog. LA Live for Monday, November 11th, 2024. It is a Monday, Friday vibes here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas rap group, PT for that name. I also want to give a shout out to all the plumbers out there. Shout out to the plumbers. They don't get enough love. Oh my God.
That's a dirty job.
That is a dirty job. You are appreciated. I had some pipes bust in my house over the weekend.
Oh, no.
Downstairs flooded. I'm out there doing the work. Yeah, I'm buying plungers.
Did you do the floor?
Huh?
Didn't you just do the floors?
No, I want to do the floor.
Okay.
And I talked about that on Friday, how I want to get rid of that carpet.
Yes.
And the universe said, I got you, dog. Say no more. Say no more.
cow.
How about I just ruin it for you? Then you're forced to do it.
Now you have no choice.
Yeah, you have no choice.
Talk about manifesting, bro.
Come on, man. That universe be working, boy. You got to watch what you say out here, man. So I was buying snakes. The snake that you put in the toilet, plungers, all types of weird stuff, trying to make it happen. I got one more shot. I got a larger snake that the wifey purchased. that I'm going to use tonight. If that don't work, then the plumber's going to be at the crib, taxing my ass.
Yeah.
But shout out to y'all, man. And shout out to everybody with the trade skills. You are appreciated. And it is a new millionaire class coming upon us with the trade skills, by the way. Private equity firms have been buying up trade businesses. So if you have like a plumber's business or whatever, or electrician's business, whatever you do, that's a trade. Private equity firms have been buying up your business and making you a millionaire. They're trying to add it to their stock portfolios.
Let's go.
Because a lot of people don't know the trades like that. So it's becoming super valuable.
Nice. Supply and demand.
Hey.
Not a lot of supply anymore.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yeah, a buddy of mine who's older than me, like dude's in his 50s, went and got a trade.
I don't blame him.
8 months later, knocking back 6 figs.
Come on, bro.
Yeah.
I don't blame him, bro. Come on, bro.
Yes.
It is possible.
Yeah, they're talking to him like, hey, can you manage? He's like, yeah.
It is.
They just don't have people
possible.
that can do it.
Manage my balls off.
Yeah, I've been doing my Googles ever since then. I'm like, you know what? What can your boy LA do? Put his hands on. Put my mind to. Yeah, I'm going to figure it out. G-Bag of the Day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up. At Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, and you can follow us all. If you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, our winner right here comes from the College Game Day set. His name is Pat McAfee. Stirring up the coffee. He had them boys out there at LSU singing that neck right there on live television.
These fantastic Tigers, and I say, they'll say,
wow, bro.
Desmond Howard loves when he does stuff like that. Desmond Howard gets such a kick out of like when Pat McAfee does crazy things.
It's right there on television.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Here's another one.
Coach, I've been trying to figure out all morning, what are they saying? So what are they saying? I can't hear. It's too loud. Good luck tonight, Coach. Thank
you.
What game was that where the kids, they ran onto the field early on Saturday night?
Oh, that was Ole Miss?
Was that what that was?
My missus, I didn't see.
I can't remember what you do. So many darn teams. And I was watching it at Buffalo Wild Wings, which shout out
Georgia
to Buffalo
Tech?
Wild Wings. Was that with the... No, it wasn't Georgia Tech.
I think it probably was Ole Miss.
It might have been Ole Miss.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He got fined for it.
Yeah, they would turn that place apart. There was like 14 seconds left, and they ran out on the field and started celebrating.
Yeah.
Had
It's
to
a
be
bad
pushed
weekend
back.
for things being thrown on the field.
God.
Ole Miss.
Yeah, they were losing it, dog. And some kid double-barreled the screen.
Yes.
I thought about it because I was like, we had a conversation about, the broadcasting entities of college football or whatnot. And I said I like Fox.
Yeah.
Because Fox will like zoom in if there's a fight.
That's right.
They'll zoom in and
then catch a break.
They'll slow motion on a punch. Like, there it is right there. Oh, he's going to get a fine for that one. 1st and 10 on the 15. Like, yeah, I love it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But this time ESPN, they didn't bleep anything out. It's like, let you see double barrels, let you see the kids go crazy.
They're like, in the morning we had neck playing on the air. What does it matter anymore?
We're leaning into it now.
So I got to take that back, ESPN. I got to take that back. What else we got right here? Big boxing weekend this past weekend. Keyshawn Davis won in Norfolk. That was amazing to watch. He's on his way. Boots Ennis won. Yeah. That's all I'll say about that. Yeah. He's still good, He won.
Questionable decision or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he didn't look like Boots in that fight. Oh, boy had him figured out.
Okay.
Yeah. Came with something that had Boots scratching his head.
So we won on reputation, maybe?
You might be right. You might be a little right there. Let me do this. Because I want to give this man his proper respects. We lost an icon.
Oh, no.
On Friday. Well, before Friday. But we learned about it Friday. Hold on. It's just jams, bro. It's just jams.
Get the popcorn ready.
Looking live at the Spectrum in Philadelphia for today's matchup.
Yeah.
between
Yeah.
the Philadelphia 76ers and the Boston Celtics.
Yeah, man. R.I.P. to the icon. horror movie icon Tony Todd.
Oh.
Tony Todd, rest in paradise to you, sir. Passed away November 6th at his home in Los Angeles. He was 69 years old, Eric.
No, don't tell me that.
Was he Candyman?
Candyman, dog.
There he is.
We lost Candyman. Tony Todd has about 240 film and TV credits spanning his 4-decade career.
I'd say he did a lot of work in 4 years.
Yeah, for real, bro. His big break came when he was cast in Oliver Stone's movie Platoon. He was in that movie. But
Oh, dude, that movie right there will make you go to college.
It's hysterical.
I mean, tell that recruiter to shut up after you watch that movie.
It's hilarious. He was in Final Destination, where fans either believe he was the Grim Reaper or he was Satan himself. I don't know. I haven't Googled it to really know.
Yeah.
But every time somebody got ready to die, he showed up.
He gets scared the hell out of you.
He's been nominated in the past for a Fangoria Chainsaw Award. So this guy's a real savage.
Was it true about the bees? Like he had real bees in his mouth for that Candyman scene?
I don't know. Google that. Let me know, bro.
Per bee.
That's crazy because no, are they? They don't have the stinger or something anymore?
Okay. No, they per sting, they paid him.
Okay, Tony Todd had real bees. This is according to the AI overview Google deal that's going on right now.